vem do dia a dia, embalado na magia do teu carnaval. Explode coração, a maior felicidade. É lindo meu salgueiro, contagiando em sabor. Explode coração, a maior felicidade. É lindo meu salgueiro, contagiando e sacudindo essa cidade.
Bom dia, buenos dias, and good morning. What a performance to kickstart the São Paulo Latin America International Championships here in São Paulo, Brazil at Expo Center Norte Pavilhão Azul. Big thank you to Vai for that amazing performance to get us started with the first international event of the season in the perfect way.
I'm Sophia, and together with Pablo, we are so honored to be the ones to welcome you to the exciting world of Pokemon and all the joy that comes with hosting one of these events.
Now, we want to hear from all the people here that traveled from all over the world to participate this weekend. Where are my Pokemon Go fans?
How about Pokemon UNITE?
And I know we have our Pokemon trading card game fans here.
And of course, who's ready for the action on the Pokemon video game? All right. We have more than 3,000 trainers at LAIC 2025. And in the spirit of competition, it is anyone's guess who will add themselves to the history books as an international champion on Championship Sunday.
But the title isn't the only thing on the line, though. We have championship points to play for here at this event, as well as over $500,000 prize pool across all of our titles here in Sao Paulo.
Let's kick this off. Trainers, it's time to begin. Head over to your play tables to embark on your journey towards Pokemon glory. It's time to show the world what you've got.
And if you aren't here, you can still check out all the action live at Pokemon.com/broadcast. Join in on the conversation online using the hashtag PokemonLAIC. And if you're watching live right now on YouTube or Twitch, make sure you follow the channel.
The 2025 Latin America International Championships have officially begun. Best of luck to all of our competitors. And now, let's pass it over to our expert casters who'll be taking us through the pregame breakdown for each title. Take it away.
Hello everyone and welcome to the first stop here for the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series. We are live in Sao Paulo, Brazil for LAIC. I am Spraggles, aka the Content Cowboy, yeehaw and all of that. I'm joined by the one and only Doob Snacks. Hello Doob Snacks.
I am so excited, so excited. In fact, you might see my mouth turn red because I burned my lips off with the action here.
He also burned his mouth right before the start of broadcast.
Hurts incredibly bad, but that's not going to stop us from keeping this train from leaving the station. It is the first stop on UCS season 2025 and the first time we've gotten to be in Brazil with Pokemon UNITE.
Yeah, this is incredibly exciting. We have a packed house out there. We have so many amazing teams playing today.
Yes.
We are here for 3 days with you. 2 days on Pokemon UNITE YouTube and Twitch, and then we will be on Championship Sunday for the first time for Pokemon UNITE, bright and early on the main Pokemon channel. You are not going to want to miss it. There is so much on the line this weekend and so many amazing teams. Dupes next. Let's take a look at some of the prizing. $25,000 up for grabs.
Yeah, taking a look at how that breaks down. Individual allocations is obviously that number divided by 5. I think somebody says that's how that works. I'm going to believe them. But again, what's going to that #1 spot is an invitation to the Asia Champions League.
Yeah, this is one of the biggest prizes of the entire event, is one of these teams will be competing in ACL. Just like we had Japanese teams come over for the AOS Cup, now we have teams from the West heading to the East for ACL. We also have players from mainland China, both in AOS Cup, ACL, and Worlds. Of course, Pokemon Unite is a global competition.
It is.
And this year, that is even more true.
Yeah, it's not very common that the West gets to join the East in their formats, in their style of qualifications here. World Championship invitations, we're looking at how the regions break down. North America getting 3, Europe getting 3, Latin America North 3, South 2, Brazil 2, Oceania 1.
Yeah, those are our spots here on the West. Of course, there are a ton of amazing teams in our Eastern regions, right? You're going to see teams from Japan and SCA, India, lots of amazing groups heading to Worlds, and those big spots for regionals. Those are what people are fighting over.
Exactly.
Today, we are fighting to see who is the best at the start of our season here.
Yeah, what's interesting about a Western team going to East and why the ACL qualification is so important, there's an opportunity there to potentially take a spot away from the East and drag it back to the West here, which is awesome in and of itself.
Yeah, and that's almost what happened at AOS Cup last year. Japan making it all the way to the grand finals, being taken down finally by Fusion. Fusion, one of the best teams in the world, looked at as a team that could win Worlds. They are here today playing in this tournament.
There to represent, of course, the entire Southern Hemisphere on the western side of the map. But there's a lot of good teams from all over the UCS scene, including Europe and North America as well.
Yeah, we have Team YT here. We have the newly kind of reformed Luminosity, father and son, back together once again, Slash and Overlord. I can't wait to see them play. Let's take a look at some of our groups here. Obviously, we are here in Brazil, Dupes Next, and you can see the representation in these groups.
Yeah, of course. Everybody in Brazil, of course, represented by that pink bubble here. But where my eyes are drawn to is the Brazilian Heavy Group C. But in there as well is Team YT and Nouns, which means Brazil has to make their home stand against 2 incredibly known and popular teams here in the UCS.
Yeah, there are so many exciting matchups in these groups. We have DreamMax and Tuzzy Esports here in Group A. In Group C, however, you have that very, very scary, knockout group. Nouns and YT are going to go at it. Both of them traveling a long ways to get down here, and they're going to need to get through a ton of amazing teams if they want to head to day 2. You take a look at Group D, of course, we have Luminosity, we have Team Growth, we have Revenant, PLAGA, Aegis Flames. We just have so many amazing squads in all these groups. And then you look at B right there. Fusion, ready to take that group down and move to day 2. We were just talking about them. They won the AOS Cup. They almost got all the way to do it at Worlds, and now they are here today.
Fusion, again, is a known quantity. We're going to see how these Brazilian squads adjust to that. There's tons of tape on Fusion out there, and if you've been following Fusion at all over this last year, you know that they go to the same well over and over again. And essentially say, if you can't beat us when we're playing Scyther, then you're probably not going to beat us if we're actually grabbing what some people consider the stronger tiered Pokemon in this game. But they will keep going to that well until you make them have to go somewhere else.
Yeah, I think it speaks to the skill expression of so many of these groups, especially a group like Fusion. You have a few players in these squads that are considered some of the best in the world, right? We've got Overlord from Luminosity as well as Slash. You have Nouns Esports, who made it very deep in Worlds. But just speaking about Fusion, the level at which they play, I don't care if they have Scyther, I don't care if they have Blaziken, I don't care who they have. That team absolutely pops off. Let's take a look at our schedule and where we're going to be this year.
Yeah, of course, right now we are at LAIC. Next stop in February is going to be EUIC in London. Going right back to Nolans in June for the NAIC, and of course Worlds in Anaheim, California.
That's right, a ton of amazing stops here on our side of the world for Pokemon Unite, and then we have some amazing tournaments in the East as well. We just talked about ACL and how important this tournament is. Again, a team from the West is gonna head on over there and see if we can take the title away from so many amazing teams. It's gonna be tough because the reigning champs are in Japan right now.
Yeah, of course. Now, let's take a look at what our format is going to be for today. Throw to the video, that's what they said.
Throw to the video.
Throw the video.
Welcome to the 2025 Latin America International Championships, broadcasting live from the vibrant city of São Paulo, Brazil. This weekend, Pokémon UNITE trainers are gathering to vie for a share of over $500,000 in total cash prizing and vital championship points that could help earn them a place at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. For the first time ever, Pokémon UNITE's tournament will take place over 3 days. On day one, the group stage will commence, where up to 32 teams will be placed into groups and battle it out until only the top teams remain. On day two, the bracket stage will take place, pitting our top competitors in a single elimination bracket until we are left with our 2 finalists. All matches will be best of 3, with the exception of our semifinals, which will both be best of 5. And new this year, LAIC 2025 will be home to Pokémon UNITE's first ever official appearance on Championship Sunday, where our 2 finalists will compete in a tournament deciding best of 5 set. We're about to kick off the inaugural LAIC Pokémon UNITE event, so stay tuned all weekend long to catch every electrifying moment live and find out who will take home the title of Latin America International Champion.
Thank you very much, Pass Me. You absolutely nailed it. Now, something that we didn't talk about is how good that video was.
Really good.
And how today is going to be crazy, because these plays in groups are going to be going up against each other in a best-of-1 series. A lot of teams are going to get knocked out, but a lot of teams are going to move forward here today, too.
Yeah, we're just taking a look. You and I were talking last night. What does a best-of-1 format do to some of these approaches? And I kind of made the joke, if we're looking at some of the NA teams, this is the exact type of situation where a team like Luminosity might find themselves on the outside looking in going into day 2, and the type of situation where you two would have gone, oh, this is kind of our kitchen.
Yeah.
Like this is where we thrive, on these random opportunities where we can strike down and take advantage of people that don't really know how we play. So just looking again to our internal region, best of 1 shakes things up considerably.
Yeah, best of 1 is really exciting, and it also means whatever you have, you know, that you're hiding, you don't want other teams to see, you don't have an opportunity for that. No. So you need to play full out every single game that we see up on that big stage. Now we have Zoinks, a little video from Zoinks to break things down for us here. Let's take a look at it.
A Zoinks clip.
A Zoinks clip.
All right, everyone. Hi there. I am Zoinks, and welcome back to the UNITE Championship Series. Feels so good to say that because we are headed into Season 4, and there is a ton of new changes that we want to catch you all up on. First and foremost, we got so many new Pokemon added to the roster. A few EX Pokemon are no longer have that license tag, which means we got a lot more Pokemon eligible for tournament play. As well as some format changes are hitting the tournament structure this year. Championship points are now awarded on a team-by-team basis instead of player-by-player, and championship points no longer automatically qualify teams for the World Championships. Instead, you got to perform in the regional tournament as well as some of the other tournaments we have throughout the year. Speaking of which, Final Stretch will in fact be changed to be an invitational tournament as well as open qualifiers and awarding a world spot. So more exciting news for New Orleans. There's a ton of new changes for this season, and we're starting everything here at LAIC. New Pokemon, new rosters, and of course, a brand new season of competition. I can't wait.
I think the most exciting things that we're going to see this season, of course, we have new Pokemon. We have new Pokemon coming. But so many Pokemon that have been in the game with that EX tag have not been able to compete. They let Zacian off the leash for a little bit at Worlds at one point. But now we have Mewtwo. Mewtwo, why? We have Zacian, we have Ho-Oh, we have Miraidon, we have new Pokemon that have been released like Cerulege and Armarouge. It's a wild time and an amazing way to start this season. I begged them to let Psyduck play. They said absolutely not. Jake, it came out 8 hours ago.
I know we don't want to talk about Psyduck. I want it. This character is so much fun.
It's so amazing.
I got hit Masters with it last night. Felt great.
Yeah.
I was just surf disabled. Go to. It's so much fun.
It's so amazing. I can't wait for Psyduck to join the fray here soon, but we have so many incredible Pokemon that you're going to see for the first time in this series. I really want to see, is a team going to pick up Mewtwo Y, especially after some recent buffs?
Yep.
Or is Miraidon still going to get some play? Are we going to see Charge Beam, Electro Drift? Like, I cannot wait to see these Pokemon that always should have played, and now they are playing here at LAIC.
My read is Mewtwo Y is going to get some play. Miraidon is definitely going to get some play. I know we saw Pikachu kind of on the rise, and then it caught some nerfs. I still think it's really good. Probably going to see some play. And really what that signifies overall, especially landing on Pikachu, is a shift towards these the strength of these attackers.
Yeah, we've seen an interesting change with some recent nerfs. It feels like all-rounders have been dominating the meta for a while now, and you saw the Worlds just absolutely crush it. A lot of them have gotten some nerfs, right? Blaziken nerfed, Cerulege nerfed multiple times. Armarouge is an attacker, but let's face it, with how that Fire Spin build was working, it felt like a brawling all-rounder. It feels like all-rounder stonks are a little down right now, and attackers are up. We see these defensive buffs for things like Glaceon, Gardevoir. Pikachu, while it did receive some nerfs, it also received some crazy good buffs a little while back. And Pikachu is that attacker that a lot of teams are slotting into that bottom path.
Yeah, and you can really use both movesets with Pikachu, and you can see the value of Pokemon where both of their movesets are viable, slowly climb as not only tournaments develop, but as the metagame develops, you know, over time as well. So like Pikachu being able to go into the Volt Tackle, E-Ball, or just a straight Thunder build, both of which have great versatility and adaptability depending on what the opposing team is doing.
And then we did talk a little bit about Mewtwo Y. Mewtwo Y is Mewtwo Y.
You're going to hate that by the end of the weekend.
I sure won't, but I think everyone at home might.
Definitely.
Mewtwo Y is one of those Pokemon that when it came out, it was very popular for all the wrong reasons. And now I want to see if it's popular for all the right reasons here at LAIC. I think a lot of teams could play this, and I also wonder if teams are maybe a little wary to play some of these former EX Pokemon. Maybe they don't have a lot of experience on them. I know that Zacian could see a ton of play this weekend.
Yeah, just jumping right back to Mewtwo, there's the strength of it actually really came with Blissey as well, with the Helping Hand Safeguard build, and that's kind of back on the table.
Yep.
Maybe not as strong as it was in that moment, but it's certainly viable, and we've seen at Worlds specifically, you don't need your support to be a true healing support. You can engage in other facets in this game, and that might be an attack angle that some of these teams can use, is kind of go way back machine, go Mewtwo Y, and then really just boost its auto attacks and just kind of turn it into this one player just blitzing machine that can just rip through the opposing squad.
Yeah, speaking of supporters, I mean, we have a lot that could see play here today. Obviously,
not
Hoopa,
Psyduck.
not Psyduck, which we're both mad about, but they said no way, it just came out. Players don't even know what it is yet. Not Psyduck, but we have Eldegoss, of course. We have Hoopa, that is always a staple in the meta. Blissey, I think, is, in my opinion, kind of the best supporter going right now. Maybe has been the entire time that Blissey has been out. But there are so many great supporter picks. I wonder, Dupe Snacks, where you think we're going to see the most bans. Now, we haven't talked about one Pokemon that is available for play, but might get banned out a lot because it's so powerful.
It's available. Like
it's available.
One team is banning it every single time, and if no team bans them, at least if the second team in the draft order doesn't ban it, that is a misstep, because Darkrai is incredibly strong. It is a pub stomper. It's a coordinated play stomper. It's very, very good. So let's throw Darkrai off to the side. We need to talk about them. Back to the supports. I think there's a world where both Blissey and Hoopa warrant bans. Because I think the fall off after those two in the supports is pretty stark. Not saying Eldegoss isn't good, strength of Eldegoss is great, but the difference between Eldegoss and then Hoopa Blissey is in my mind an ocean. It's huge. So maybe you ban those and then really force everybody to play with all the high octane artillery we've got going on in this game.
I wonder what the defender meta is going to look like this weekend. So for my money, I think Umbreon is one of the most insane defenders in the game. Right there with Revenant, I love both of these choices. We have a lot of great defenders. Mamoswine won Worlds, and it did receive a small nerf, but I still think we could definitely see some Mamo. I mean, the Ice Fang eject button tech with Earthquake that some of these players are using is really incredible. So there is a question as to what defenders we're going to see, but this might not be a meta where we see a lot of the defenders banned out, as you're talking about.
Right.
We've got some of these powerhouses with amazing attackers and amazing all-rounders. One that I think about maybe a month ago would have seen a ton of bans, but I don't know now, is Cerulege.
Yeah.
I wonder how much priority players are going to put on this Pokemon.
Yeah, there's the school of thought that, you know, once something is nerfed, you have to completely step away from it, right? Because it lost everything that kind of made it good. When in reality, it's probably where it always should have been. So I don't know.
Why?
Yeah, I don't know if people are going to go back to the Cerulege well. I don't know if they've taken the time to get back into games with try and figure it out to see if it's still got a little bit of that pop, that shine that it had when it was stronger, like metrically stronger. I think we're going to see it. I think we're going to see it. Obviously, the drop-off from, you know, like grassroots events leading up to this, certainly, I don't think it's going to be ban-worthy, I guess is ultimately the point I'm trying to make.
Yeah, the question is really, what are teams going to ban? I feel like Mimikyu is one of those really interesting Pokemon, because while a lot of these all-rounders have received nerfs, Mimikyu has received a battle pass, and it did not get itself a nerf, and Mimikyu is extremely powerful. Even though it plays a little more like a hybrid all-rounder speedster at times, if you can get that Mimikyu to hit a big-time Shadow Sneak on one of the squishy opponents on that back line, it is over for them, especially with an incredible Unite move that essentially is a lockdown Unite on one of the enemy players. You can almost guarantee a KO in some of these big fights, and once one domino falls, a lot of the other dominoes start falling. I'm hungry right now. Do they have pizza? They don't.
Not sponsored.
Okay.
Not sponsored. What do you think about Pokemon that we've seen that have like big skill expression, but have really kind of either found great success or absolutely none, something like Inteleon?
Yeah, Inteleon's a weird one, right? We were talking about this with Toon just the other day, a famous Inteleon player from Nouns Esports, and I feel like there's still a lot of love out there for Inteleon, but there are a few Pokemon that I feel like have just been a little forgotten. To be fair, we have almost 70 Pokemon, or maybe with Psyduck, we have 70 Pokemon on our roster right now, so there are a ton of Pokemon out there that you do wonder, is it going to see any play? Will anyone pick up Cramorant after a round of nerfs?
True.
Will anyone pick up Inteleon right now? Is Armarouge something that is still in play? Armarouge recently came out. It was incredibly powerful. Multiple builds for this Pokemon were so good. And now the question is, after a round of some nerfs that it probably definitely deserved, will it now see play?
Again, I think I put it in the Cerulege camp. Like, we are not going to necessarily we're going to see it played, but I don't see we're going to see it banned, whereas maybe that's where its priority would have been originally, kind of before Darkrai hit the scene, right, and kind of took that top spot for those bans. Overall, I'm thinking we're going to see, I think Miraidon is going to be in play a lot. Yeah. I don't know if it's ban-worthy, but it's certainly play-worthy. Charge Beam Miraidon has really impressed me. Electro Drift as well, I've kind of seen in corner cases where I've leaned that way versus the Charge Beam, but Charge Beam just looks so good right now.
Yeah, the Charge Beam looks incredible. I love it as sort of that bottom lane attacker.
Yep.
You know, you also could see Miraidon take that central area, but we've seen Miraidon play a lot in the bottom path and do a ton of damage to your opponents. The sustained damage from Charge Beam, you couple that with a curse item, I mean, you are cursing the enemy team, ripping away a lot of their sustain in a ton of these moments. So Miraidon is a definite option. By the way, it has one of the coolest Unite moves in the game, so I'm hoping we get to see that get some competitive play right here. Speaking of a Pokemon with one of the coolest Unite moves in the game that we haven't talked about yet, formerly EX, but just for a brief window, Ho-Oh.
Yeah.
That is a big question mark in my mind. Will we see the bird play? Its Unite move is one of the most powerful Unites in the game, but a lot of teams, especially in this coordinated setting, will know how to play with it and play around it. Yep. Ho-Oh being a huge target now in some of these bigger fights, because if that thing's up and multiple allies are down, they're coming right back.
Yeah, that's the thing. Once you know the trick, right? You understand how to combat it. And ultimately, in a region like LATAM, Brazil, where we've seen historically a lot of double speedster play, you're talking about, you know, even like Mimikyu getting in there with Shadow Sneak, being able to collapse on a Hoopa and take it out before it becomes relevant is pretty important, because defender-wise, it doesn't play like a traditional defender, especially in these big fights, because it doesn't actually want to be on the front line, because it needs to be there to resurrect the rest of the team. So because of that, it becomes this interesting song and dance. And if there's one thing that these regions that play in the West do not hesitate to do, it's dive and collapse on you and take that opportunity away. Similar to how these teams handled Hoopa, right? If you can take out Hoopa before it goes rings unbound and is able to pull people through, that's a problem, because you've essentially hamstrung that Pokemon's best thing.
Yeah. The other question is, are you going to want to commit all of the resources it takes to take down such a big, tanky Pokemon like Ho-Oh, especially with Fire Spin, giving it that damage reduction, giving it that shield? I've seen some of these teams play around with it in scrims. I don't know if Luminosity is going to be playing it. I saw Slash on it a few times, and you got to think, with father and son coming back together, Slash and Overlord, you know, last season Starcross lovers, and now they are back on the same team again. If you had
father and son,
player,
Starcross lovers,
it all works. If you had, I'm just trying to find the right thread for that storyline this year. We had father and son. I think we might keep that, but we'll find out if Starcross lovers works too.
We'll get it.
If you have Slash, one of the best defender players in the world, on a Ho-Oh, and Overlord goes down, and now all of a sudden you can bring back one of the best carry players in the world if something goes wrong, that's going to be hard to beat.
Yeah. You know, the way I was approaching the conversation is, how do we avoid a Ho-Oh bringing back our entire team? And maybe the way to think about Ho-Oh is, how do we bring back him? Right? How do we bring back Neo, the one? You know, how do we bring back Overlord in this case? And these teams, you know, DreamHack with Mazo, Fusion, you know, they have their version of him on there. And maybe that's why Ho-Oh overall might not be great, but for these teams specifically, might be like, yeah, we don't need the team. We just need him.
Can I talk a little bit about a defender that may see some play today, which I'm very excited to see?
Yes, this is my dark horse.
Greedent.
That's my dark horse for this tournament.
Greedent, it could be incredible here today. Now, in a best-of-1 situation on day one, I don't know if we see the mean Greedent, right?
I actually think that's the best place to pull it out.
Well, it could be. It's so difficult to deal with. Its strategy is so unique. With recent buffs to its Unite move, Covet, Bullet Seed, and especially Belch, I think you could see this Pokemon become an absolute force. And the team that I am eyeing to play some Greedent, of course, is Nouns Esports. Nouns Esports has Gotlu on the team. Gotlu is a bit of a wonderful maniac with some of the plays he makes with any Pokemon.
Correct.
But especially mean Greedent. I'm praying we get to see that come out.
Yeah, so, I mean, he was a player to contend with old Greedent, pre-buff Greedent. The reason Greedent is my dark horse is because I think this tournament is now uniquely set up for Nouns to find success.
Yeah.
Because one of Gatlu's biggest issues, as they've been a swingy player, is that they haven't played a character that can sustain those swings when they make the wrong call. Greedent is Gatlu specific, get out of jail free card, because he can have those ridiculous engagements, but Greedent is built in a way that you aren't punished as severely if it doesn't go your way. You know, we've seen Gatlu kind of throw games away on things like Buzzwole. But we've also seen Gatlu win games with the same int on Greedent, because they're able to just make it out and go, okay, well, not that one. And then they get to try it again later, right? It's not really getting slapped on the hand. So as long as Nouns is willing to play into the skill sets of Gatlu and the rest of the team, I think they're poised to make a run here in this event specifically.
I wonder what some of the more interesting speedsters we could see in this tournament would be. Obviously, we talked a little bit about Darkrai. I think there are some teams that are going to let that Pokemon sneak through, knowing that they know how to play against it. Darkrai is incredibly powerful with a Unite move that is basically guaranteeing a KO on certain Pokemon, right? Other speedsters that are somewhat popular, but I guess a little more fringe right now, you know, we have things like Talon that some teams will still pick up. Meowscarada, I feel like, has not seen enough play in UCS. I think that Pokemon is wildly underrated, especially Flower Trick Double Team. I wonder what other speedsters we could see. One interesting one, Doomsnacks, is Gengar. Recently received a round of buffs, and it feels like in most play it's doing well, but Gengar never seemed to really crack into the competitive scene.
No, it really hasn't, and it's kind of getting, I think, in my mind, the Pikachu treatment, which is if you just keep turning the knob on it up.
I want this closer to you, man. I want this right there.
Right there? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, we're back. We're back. Kind of getting the Pikachu treatment, and if you keep turning the knob up on it, eventually it has to be good.
Yeah.
Eventually it'll just hit that threshold and it'll be like, okay, this is the Pokemon to deal with now. And then you can, taper it back until you find that sweet spot a little bit like Pikachu. So I don't suspect we're going to see too much Gengar, and even though it got around the buffs, I'm not convinced it's enough yet.
Yeah, I wonder, right? A few Pokemon that did get buffs. We're talking about our attackers earlier. Let's talk about them. We have the Eevee Festival going on right now in Unite. Glaceon, possibly back in the meta. Espeon, I think one of the more interesting ones. Future Sight got a buff. I don't know if that's going to become a meta choice, but Psyshock getting a buff to its damage.
Yeah.
Now you've got that incredible amount of secure power at the start of a match, right? As soon as you hit level 4.
Yep.
I wonder if we could see Espeon creep its way back into the meta.
There's a lot of great Espeon players because if you recall, about a year and a half ago, Espeon was the wave. Like, it was the place to be. It was actually, ironically enough, kept swapping almost month to month through the rotation of Sylveon, Glaceon, Espeon. It kind of kept rotating through. I think Espeon is in a great spot. I think the Psyshock buff is terrific. It adds that extra layer of secure without feeling like you're committing to like a Blaziken for its overheat or something like that. And of course, Espeon's Unite is fantastic.
Yeah.
It's so good.
It's such a good Unite move, and it's a real counter to everything that wants to dive in on it, right? You can hit with a beautiful Psyshock, nice stun, Psybeam, another stun. If they want to come in even closer, you have that Unite move, and then some players, obviously, you can play that very aggressively, ejecting into the enemy team, hitting that Unite, picking up 4 or 5 members of the enemy squad in one go. There's some big plays you can make with it. A Pokemon that was huge on your kind of watch list last year that we just talked about getting a buff, Glaceon.
Yep.
Do you think we see Glaceon get some play here?
I would like it to see play. It's kind of like the perfect enemy. You never want Glaceon to be good. Because it doesn't feel good when it's good.
Yeah.
However, it always seems to take too long for these teams to realize that it is good. So there's a window of opportunity where if you've figured it out and the other teams haven't, that you kind of get that at a very low priority in the draft. You don't really sacrifice your strategy, but then you end up with just kind of this absolute menace with those icicle spears just tracking you down. We were playing last night and you were just laughing in the middle of the game. It was like, this Glaceon just eviscerated me from half the map away and I had no shot.
Yeah.
And it's like, because it's kind of there again.
Yeah.
So I think if teams have done their research, there's a great window of opportunity for them to take a late Glaceon and dominate a game.
Now, we kind of bounced around to all-rounders for a minute, and there are a lot of them in Unite. I think we could use a few more. Most people are saying not enough all-rounders. That's what I keep hearing. So we have a ton of all-rounders in the game right now. Where do we see, I mean, we've got, for my money, maybe Blaziken, maybe the best all-rounder in the game that I think people are sleeping on a little bit. We have Zacian, we have Gyarados. Where do we see a lot of these Pokemon with priority? Specifically, let's talk about Gary for a sec.
Okay.
Because this thing did pretty dang well at Worlds. You saw a lot of top players on it. It got a little bit of a buff at one point, now a little bit of a nerf. I mean, do we see Magikarp make its way to that top path?
I think we do, and I think it's because those all-rounder stocks are down. You have a safer runway to grab a Pokemon that you're comfortable with because you're not like hemorrhaging, we'll call it, equity, right, in terms of a power level. So like if your most comfortable character is even like Lucario, it's like, okay, just take Lucario because whatever. In that respect, though, I think Gyarados does a couple very unique things. Bounce is a phenomenal engage tool, and now that we're heavy into the attacker mode, being able to facilitate an Espeon to maybe step up, even like, Gardevoir or something, like something that can play at a little bit of range and help deal with it. Heck, Glaceon, since we were talking about that too. So all-arounders, I think, is kind of in a good, whatever makes you warm and fuzzy.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, there are so many of them in the game and so many top picks. We've seen teams pick up Buzzwole once again, which is a powerful choice, right? I mean, it's a dominant force in path, and you get a decent level lead with that thing, and you're moving the enemy team around in some really impressive ways. Of course, Metagross has always been sort of right around the meta, like it's really close. It's like the gyro ball circle of the meta right there. It's like almost in all the time, and players who are great on it can can brawl for insane periods, especially in some of these later big fights where other all-rounders would go down. Metagross just has this incredible shield.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it kind of pop off a little bit at Worlds, you know, a great Zen headbutt build. Of course, you know, shout out to our co-caster Zoinks. We were playing games last night, and his Metagross is very clean.
It is
very
Metagross.
Clean. And I saw Zoinks post, you know, kind of becoming a Metagross one trick, and the response that we got from Team YT was, wait till tomorrow.
Yeah, well.
And, okay, I will wait, because I think a Metagross is a lot of fun to watch, and it's a very exciting Pokemon to have on the map.
I don't know exactly how Team YT wants to play their Metagross. I know from watching Team YT, because they're Team YouTube, their scrims are on YouTube. We can see everything that they are doing. I've seen Phil now flex from his defender role into this attacker slot, and sometimes he is playing attacker Metagross, which sounds like something that is either a horrible idea or the best idea in the world. This is either going to win Worlds or kind of blow up on the runway a little bit, but that is Team YT.
Right, and that's why the best of one fits Team YT, because if they're bringing whatever that was, right? Like, what's a team going to do? Like, okay, I haven't seen this before, but you don't get, again, you're not provided the real estate to figure it out, because you get 1 10-minute game, so you better be on your 1s and 2s. You better understand, at least on a theoretical sense, okay, if this, then that, so you can be proactive instead of trying to scramble at the end of the game and throw a prayer on a Ray.
So Team YT, speaking of them, they're a team that I feel like a lot of their Pokemon have recently gotten buffs. I mean, they're the team that played very well with Alolan Ninetales last year, got some buffs recently. They're the team who played very well with Gardevoir, who has also received some buffs. This is a Pokemon I did not expect to see so much of, but maybe with Team YT we can. Let's take a look at some of the big teams we have here today.
Of course, DreamMax Esports representing Brazil. You have Baby Mazza right there, community favorite, the Western community voted favorite for the UCS. Of course, Overlord on Luminosity, a perennial staple at this point in this competitive scene. And lastly, Adesu on Nouns Esports, just the biggest can of easy cheese when they're on the stage looking down the camera without a doubt, and actually holding that World Season 1 DragoUnite that they were kind of infamous for.
Yeah, I mean, as you're looking at these, you know, players right here in these teams, 2 of those players, one of them has won Worlds twice, that is Overlord. We saw 2 of those players in the Grand Finals year 1, that's Overlord and Adesu. We're going to head to the stage right now, though, because we have our first game of the day, Doob Snacks.
I'm excited to just get this action underway. I know all the folks at LAIC are too. We've got Tuzzy Esports and DragoUnite Z. Clever. I see what they're doing there.
I see what they're doing there with the DragoUnite Z. Tuzzy Esports has a lot of players that you might have seen last year on Legacy. Now, Mazo has moved from Legacy over to DreamMax. So you see a lot of players, you know, Soto, Falb, Lel. This is a big team here in Brazil. 2 Brazilian teams to start our day off here as we have our ban phase. Leafeon, Dodrio going first. We didn't talk about these 2 Pokemon much. Leafeon, I feel like, is always in the conversation as an easy ban. If they have a Leafeon player on the other side, get rid of it.
This really feels like, oh, we've done some research here. Let's get rid of these. Of course, we're taking a look, and just something I want to point out about Tuzzy Esports, you see Falb and Lel, and they were on the team with Mazo last year, and the year before, actually. So a little bit of a rift splitting up and maybe creating more powerhouse squads within Brazil, because to be honest, you know, kind of the leading light in Brazil for that region has kind of been wherever Mazo has landed.
Yeah, I mean, Mazo is such a star player for the region, but of course there are a lot of star players that have been on Mazo's team. It must have been a huge decision to move from the squad you played with for multiple years now onto this new team. They had such an interesting run at Worlds. You and I got to cast those 2 back-to-back heartbreakers. I mean, those games were within just a few points. One of them was 8 points maybe, or 4 points. Just incredible matches from Legacy, but they're always, you know, the bridesmaid, never the bride. They are right there the entire time, but never able to kind of take that final step. I wonder if this new squad from DreamMax with Mazo on it will be that winning combination.
Yeah, sometimes to, you know, inject yourself a little bit of life, you got to switch things up and change things up. They certainly did. but what it does for us as spectators is it makes a very robust and competitive Brazil, right? When you kind of take a power team and you break all the pieces off and generate new squads, it maybe brings a little bit of parity across the region, and now you have multiple teams kind of scrapping for that top prize month in, month out. And as we know, the UCS season this year is a heck of a lot longer.
Yeah, it's longer this year, and teams have to make some interesting decisions, right? Points are allocated to the teams,
right,
not the individual
correct,
players. So last year we had a bit of roster mania after AOS Cup.
And I mean, the last 3 years.
Yeah, it's true. But last year, especially for the North America region, I feel like that was one of the most difficult things that they had to deal with, was this crazy breakup of so many of these teams. And for North America, it didn't work out too well, considering they had won Worlds twice. Now they go into Worlds almost fractured, disjointed, not really the NA that you've seen in previous years. However, they had multiple teams do pretty well, right? Now we're going to see if that similar situation will help or hurt Brazil as a region.
Well, again, we get a Brazilian showdown to kick off our day, and that's the best way we could have done it here in Sao Paulo. Again, Tuzzy Esports, Lel and Fob. You know, Lel, phenomenal support player, kind of known for their dyed hair and those sunglasses that they're wearing on stage, and really bringing a lot of energy to, I believe it was Legacy at the time, as they were branded last year. However, does that factor into a team's component? Like, was that necessary for them to find success? You know, we take a look at some of these squads, and sometimes you just need some positive energy rippling through the squad to keep it from breaking apart.
Yep.
And was that one of the things that Lel brought to that squad? We're about to find out here, because this is the first event of UCS Season 4.
Yeah, this is going to be incredible right here. You can see our teams getting ready to face off, and there's so much pressure being one of the first squads up there. There's so much pressure in it being a best of one. Interestingly enough, I've got to put on one of these headsets up there, Dupe Snacks, and they have a little bit of white noise, so you can't hear what's going on. That's not just you and I talking. It's kind of a shh, a little bit of a white noise, so you're not able to hear what's going on outside. This is a really fun setup for these squads, and I always wonder, when you're up on the big stage and the lights are on you, and you know the entire arena is watching, you know the entire stream is watching, you know hundreds of thousands of people by the time this thing, you know, is done, are going to have seen this match. You have to wonder if you're going to rise or fall in these moments, and I think it is the difference maker between a champion and someone who unfortunately can't make it through a day one.
No, and we keep harping on this, or certainly I want to all weekend long. First place is an invitation to the ACL, the Asia Champions League, and I can't tell you how excited that makes me. It's a true kind of, I don't want to say retribution, but it's our chance to even the score after, you know, the Japanese teams got the direct invite to the AOS Cup. Now we've got an opportunity to send a world's contender here. Obviously, if you are able to make it through this stack of teams, you are deservedly so a great team, and now you get to go compete against the great teams over in Asia. That is one of the most exciting things to me going on this weekend.
Yeah, no question. It's going to be so cool to see who comes through this field of absolute insane squads to be the team that represents the West at ACL. And I know there are a lot of great teams that could do it. I think in a lot of people's minds, Fusion is a top team to look at here. The newly reformed Luminosity. Nouns Esports, who, you know, outside of a few shaky moments to end their run at Worlds, honestly looked like a team that could go all the way. So there are so many good squads that could come out of this, and of course we have a slew of amazing Brazilian teams here. Remember, by the way, to catch all of the action on Pokemon.com/broadcast, Doob Snacks Unite for the first time will be on Championship Sunday, bright and early on Sunday. You and I will be screaming at this audience because we have not had the opportunity to be there on Sunday. We've had Championship Saturday for Unite for the longest time, but here we are finally. And I've got to say, I don't want to be biased, but man, I would love to see one of these Brazilian teams make their way to those grand finals, because this place would... It would be absolutely
Give me 2 Brazilian teams. Tear it apart.
Give me 3.
Yeah, give me. How many teams are in the finals? Just 2?
Just 2? Can we change it? We can't change it?
It can't turn into a battle royale, as it turns out. Yeah, so I've got a little call to action here for our folks tuning in at home. It is our first time on Sunday. Don't let it be our last time. Please tune in. Please tune in and get in here and support and show why Unite deserves to be on that third day with everyone else. And if not for you and I, which we would appreciate if you did it just for us, for these players that are playing all weekend long and deserve their spot to shine on the main broadcast, on the main stage with nothing else going on, all lights on them.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we talk about a lot, you know, this broadcast exists because of you at home. It exists because of everyone from around the world who gets together to watch Unite Esports. In my opinion, the best thing going for Pokemon Unite outside of Psyduck's new Hollowware, which is actually the best thing going.
I immediately I immediately bought that thing. I just I'm not doing this. I need it now. I need it for my first game, and I kind of popped off my first game, which was just very validating because I'm terrible at the game, particularly as an individual.
No, you're what's called mid-low.
Mid-low.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Everyone's like, who do we got? Doomsday? He's mid-low.
I was like, Eric's like, I'm pretty good.
Pretty good.
No, Psyduck is terrific. Let's talk about Darkrai because it has been released, and unfortunately, well, fortunately, I don't think we're going to see it too much this weekend. It is so incredibly strong. But talk to me a little bit about Darkrai. I know you've played some games with it.
Yeah, and so here's one of the interesting things is I'm not sure which version of Darkrai we're going to see. So the build that is winning the most is this Dark Pulse, Dark Void build, but I'm not so sure that we won't see some teams, if they're able to get it, play Nasty Plot, which kind of gives it more burst, but it takes away some opportunities for this Pokemon to sort of protect itself in some of these bigger moments. I wonder which version we will see, if we see much Darkrai at all. The other thing that you have to recognize is a lot of these players, I mean, they have been playing this game for years, but it's harder to pivot onto a brand new Pokemon. It's kind of easy to play your tried and true. It's easy to hop in there with that all-rounder. You'll see some players, like you talked about before, head back to Lucario as a comfort pick, something that was dominant in Season 1 for UCS. So you have to wonder if not only which build we might see for Darkrai, but even if it's open, are we going to see Darkrai in a reality where players have not had the time to really figure out how to make this thing sing?
I don't think you can let it through, to be honest. And if your team hasn't put at least a little bit of time to figuring out Darkrai, I think that's already a misstep. I think you showed up unprepared because there's no way that you exist in this competitive scene without at least hearing how unreal strong Darkrai is. So if you didn't take the time within your team to practice it at least a little bit and figure it out for your own advantage to be able to bring it to Theosky Ruins, that is doing yourself a disservice and honestly not a championship preparation.
Shame on you.
Shame on you.
Yeah, unfortunate stuff right there if you did not do something with that Darkrai. Of course you could ban it, right?
That's what I would do.
That's always the option is, I don't want to see that thing. We're going to need to ban it. We're going to need to make sure that we don't see this on Theosky Ruins. I don't know how to play it. I think some people do. Let's ban it. That's always a strategy.
Correct. Yeah. And especially if you are in that second pick spot, because if you've done your preparation and you're in the first slot, you want to see Darkrai come through and be able to nab it first.
Yes,
right?
Absolutely.
Now, one thing that's interesting that we've seen happen through the life cycle of a tournament is something be banned incredibly heavy early, and then all of a sudden, the internal, the metagame of the tournament itself begins to shift, and all of a sudden you can let random things come through because everybody started rotating in a different direction, which means those become less impactful, which then they get put into the mix and then the cycle starts over. We saw that most specifically, or the most impactful way, at NAIC last year, which was just wild.
Yeah, I mean, we saw some crazy stuff, right? So this was a time when Tyranitar was widely considered the best thing in the game. There was Tyranitar and Phalanx, and the question is are either of these Pokemon going to make it through? And then they started to be let through more and more, and it looked like Phalanx at the time was the real deal, and Tyranitar actually, when running into maybe your solo queue games, was absolutely dominating. In some of these competitive matches, when people could actually play around it as a team and just kite it, as they say, they were able to take that thing down. And you're right, the meta, not only in the game, starts to shift just over time, but in a tournament, when they're all here and you're getting so much information, you're running to each of these teams and you're saying every time they are playing Mewtwo Y, they are losing, all of a sudden this Pokemon completely drops off the radar. And then they go, oh, Zacian is cleaning up every single match. Now all of a sudden you've got your Zacian player on your squad, you're either banning it or you're picking it. Darkrai is one of those Pokemon where if it's let through a few times and it starts losing, all of a sudden we could see a lot of Darkrai, or then we see no Darkrai because no one is picking it. It really is a question as to what happens when you get here, when you are playing all in the same room, when you're getting this information of what these other top teams are doing in the moment, what strategies they've hidden, what strategies they have not been hiding, and they're just playing what they had in scrims. You're going to find out so much. And the tournament, just like a Pokemon, does evolve.
It certainly does. One wrinkle in this tournament specifically is because day one is best of one, that might create a lot of false positives as well, right? Where you you don't have the 3-game set to really build that, like I will say, a team's ecosystem, right? You can kind of figure out where they're going, what exists in it, but you're getting, again, these kind of false positives. Well, they played this one game. They played this one game. So you're not really getting a good sample size to be able to truly adjust, maybe in a meaningful or impactful way, which might lead teams to make the wrong conclusions, or teams not adjust fast enough because they're saying, well, it only happened twice.
Yeah.
Or something like that.
That's true. And also with these best of ones, you're going to, like you said, you get limited information, and you're not going to know whether it was something a team picked or maybe something that was banned, right? Because with a lot of these teams, if you just have a few bullet points on them, so many teams are here, so you can't have full information on all these squads. But if you go, they have an amazing Mimikyu player, that's getting banned. They have an incredible Leafeon, that's getting banned. Moving on. The takeaway from that match from someone on the outside might have been, oh, their Miraidon absolutely cooked. But the reality was Mimikyu being taken away was actually the big thing that changed there. Yeah,
no, that's a great point. We'll see how well these Brazilian teams share the information across them. Of course, they make up a majority of this field. A lot of kind of imposters injecting themselves into these this Brazilian metagame, if you will, because they kind of will dictate where that goes. And that's another thing. Do we really rely on the results of, let's say, just Nouns?
Right.
Because they are a single entity and aren't reflective necessarily of the entire group. So that's something we're gonna have to keep our finger on the pulse on, and maybe we can send Zoinks. He's got glasses, so you know he's smart. Soph as well. They're both intelligent. We have no glasses, which is why we're here. And I'm not even convinced I used the word ecosystem right. I'm like, that's like, that just locked in my brain. I was like, well, why did I say that? I think it worked.
No way. Almost no way you used it. You know, it felt good in the moment. But if we're analyzing it here, I didn't like that you used it at all anymore. Now I'm really worried about it.
I don't either. The moment it rolled out of my face, I was like, probably used that wrong. And I hope I can figure out a way to close that loop. Did we get there? I don't know. Chat, don't let me know. My self-esteem can't handle it.
Yeah, as always, chat, don't let us know when we make a mistake. That's the absolute last thing we want. Nothing but almost toxic positivity for what we're doing here. That's all I can really handle. We've asked some of production, this is not even untrue, can you just pop in every once in a while and tell us we're doing a great job? Wouldn't be a bad idea.
Other thing, if we're just playing a bunch of inside baseball, I asked for an ice pack. My lips are on fire because I truly got like second-degree burns on them.
You really did.
Unreal. I coughed tea all over the electronics over here. It was a crime scene.
Could you show everyone when he is off camera, he has a fan that he has been putting near his mouth? This is real.
It is 100.
So here, when it cuts away.
When I mute my...
Yeah, this is what he's doing. He mutes his mic and he's blowing on his lips. He legitimately burnt his mouth with like 5 seconds before broadcast.
Unreal.
Pouring hot tea all over. And they're like, we're coming to you in 5, and we're talking production. We need a lot of paper towels right now.
It's the most on-brand thing ever,
it's exactly what you would do is spill hot water all over yourself, all over the insane amount of cables that are near Doom Snacks. I know we're not going to see a shot of this, but it's chaotic the amount of cables that are in this booth only near you. I've got room to run here, baby.
I've got no room.
Yeah.
And I coughed tea over everything. So if power goes out, which has happened when I tripped over that wire before, it is our fault. Are we sorry? Yes.
No. Oh,
yes. Yes, we are.
Absolutely, we are.
Oh, yes, we are.
Yes, we are. We are getting our teams ready up on the big stage. We're going to take a quick break while we get everything set up here at LAIC. Do not go anywhere. I know we won't. I don't even think we're allowed to.
No, I know what I'm not allowed to have. It's an ice pack.
That's right. We'll be right back, everybody. Boom, 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 boom. Welcome back, everybody, to the Pokemon Unite Championship Series with Ice Pack on his mouth. I'm joined by Doob Snacks. I'm Spraggles, the content cowboy. Ye to the Haw, and we are getting ready for our first game up on that big stage here. Our players are getting ready for draft right now.
It's going to be Tuzzy. It's going to be DragoUnite Z squaring off here, two Brazilian squads. And again, the highlight for me on Tuzzy, we've got Falb and Lel, two staples of the Brazilian community.
Yeah, I believe Soto's on there as well.
Soto's on there.
Yeah, I mean, a ton of big-time players here. As we get ready for our first draft, it's going to look a little bit like the draft that we started just a moment ago. Leafeon banned, Dodrio banned, Hoopa now, a support that we were talking about possibly seeing some bans, and then Blissey as a possible final ban.
There we go.
This means Darkrai is in play as well as all of those former EX Pokemon.
Well, that makes it easy for the first pick, I think. Darkrai going to be locked up, locked in, and we're going to see how good that is. Jandeko going to be taking that one.
Yeah, and we talked about this. If you're not banning it, it's probably seeing some play. And you're going to find out real quick if this is the real deal or if it's not going to make a name for itself here in Brazil. And I know Darkrai is looking to make a name for themselves here today.
Snorlax high up on the Pilcrate volcano, hovering that, which would be definitely an interesting place to go. But you mentioned the defender pool might be one where you just grab whatever's comfortable. That is locked in and squaring up. We've got Greedent.
Come on, let's go.
And potentially a Slowbro, and that leads to me to believe that Greedent might be going to the top path, or maybe the Umbreon. Both of these Pokemon can do it.
Yeah, I'm thinking we've got Umbreon here as a, support / defender. You can play it either way, right? You've got Mean Look as an option. You also have, of course, Foul Play, and then you could be playing Wish. At the same time, Greedent, that's looking to be a very mean Greedent there, especially with those items. Double stacking with a Focus Band. We could see that in the top path. They have the Darkrai. Now we're looking for the final picks here, and this is a mean setup right now. We have the Comfey and Blaziken. I gotta say, I'm loving what Tuzzy is bringing to the table here. On the other side, though, we talked about it. Will we see Espeon? There it is, and there is Zashi.
And a quick lock in on the Dragonite as well. Now, with Dragonite locked in, what are we going to see? Are we going to see it outrage, or are we going to see it go for those big-time secures? Maybe you go with the secures and kind of lean on that Psyshock Dragonite Hyper Beam.
I can tell you there are a few ways to play it, right? I think outrage has had its moment, mostly outside of the competitive scene. The build I'm looking at right now is the exact build I love to run if I'm playing Hyper Beam. That Muscle Band, you're getting all of that extra chip damage from Muscle Band. Razor Claw is proccing all the time because of Dragon Dance. Big time extra damage with your critical hits, and then you land those massive Hyper Beams. On the other side here, though, for Tuzzy, we have Comfey. It's one of those Pokemon that in the hands of a great player can really highlight how unbelievably good one of your carries are.
Yeah, and Lel is no slouch on the support role at all. We've seen them on the world stage before. Incredibly solid player. So if they're going to that well, that means there's a good reason for it. On the world stage, you want to talk about a great comp. We've watched Elo in days of past when Luminosity was winning those world championships. What I consider one of the best players to ever touch the game. And you can see what a good Comfey player can do. Is it incredibly skill intensive compared to some other Pokemon? No, but knowing when to detach to eat attacks and kind of absorb damage on behalf of that carry you're trying to insulate is a key part of that Pokemon's kit.
And here we go, Doob Snacks, our first game here at LAIC. Tuzzy Esports, your purple team. DragoUnite Z, your orange team. This is a best of one, so everything is on the line for these two teams here in Group A right now. Snorlax heading over to that central area, looking to see if they can steal something away. At the same time, we have this Comfey moving over to the Blaziken.
Yeah, quickly jumping on top of Torchic just to give them a little support, because it's a double invade angle, but here comes Jandeko. They're going to be using that Darkrai and going to get into the action quickly. Missed the first pot shot. Looking for an opportunity here. Lel pops off. Volcano in a lot of trouble. He checked over the wall, and they're going to be able to get out scot-free, wasting a ton of time.
Yeah, really great stuff there from DragoUnite. And at the same time, I mean, that was an unfortunate big-time miss there for the Darkrai twice on the Hypnosis. Not able to shut that down. Would have been able to pick up probably an easy KO.
Unfortunately, you know, that's maybe the nerves on the stage for the first game of the day, and hopefully that is the first and last 2 misses we'll see out of them, because if you select Darkrai, well, step 1 is hitting your moves, and then you get all the cool stuff after.
Beautiful Blaze kick right there, pulling a lot of that experience back. We now have Greedent evolved up here in this top path. Zacian looking to make something happen, but it's only level 4 right now. There is the Covet putting in some serious work. The Comfey hopping on the Greedent, and you can just see how unbelievable this is going to be. This combination is going to be so annoying for the side of Drago.
Meanwhile, Jandeko took that personally and said, I'm going to go to the bottom path, get a KO streak of 2 off screen, and putting in tons of work in tandem with Umbreon, maybe a contender for one of the best, for the best defender in the game right now. So, I mean, Tuzzy Esports got themselves a heck of a squad, and you can see how menacing this Greedent is, able to just run around 2 players at once.
Yeah, Greedent doing some real work there as we head into the central area now of Drago. Turnabout's fair play as they're looking to take something away, but nice secure there from Drago, pushing this Greedent out. But look how incredibly disruptive it is. It's not leaving, it's coming right back in, doing a quick bounce up, and then making their way to this central area. Zacian looking to make something happen as the rest of the team is fighting there. We see 2 members of Drago now here in the bottom path, and as you can see, it looks like Tuzzy moving up to this top path. It's just a little Gossifleur.
I mean, RGB looking at some problems. We're dipping through those voids, and we're going to work. They're going to get some points, and they have an opportunity to get this goal zone down very, very low, prime it for a solid overdunk later on.
Yeah, and we can see the trade happening right here, right? We have multiple members of Drago in the bottom path, multiple members of Tuzzy in the top path. We still have 24 seconds until one of these objectives is what the teams are going to focus on here. We could see them split their attention, but at the same time, with the way it's positioned right now, it looks like Drago is in a good spot for this bottom path as Blaziken makes its way in here, already level 9!
Straight in with the focus blast, followed by the overheat on Volcano, and Volcano's used to some heat, but that might be a little too much. Might be filled belly full of magma, but they're going to walk away, and that's going to give Tuzzy Esports everything they need on this basement Reggie.
Yeah, they're just getting it ripped apart here. Blaziken, the one-man army, the Swiss Army knife of Pokemon Unite. It can rip, it can secure, it can do just about anything, and there it goes. Beautiful overheat.
Great job with Saotao and Lel to put more damage on to ensure that overheat is in the right range. They're going to keep pushing forward, and I'll tell you what, Volcano's been taking a lot of naps on the job here, and because of that, they're going down. Huge damage job by Jandeko. They throw that little sleeping frisbee towards Espeon, can't quite hit, but what's going to let them do is siege this goal zone for a 22 over.
What, I mean, a beautiful play there from Tuzzy. Blaziken absolutely dominating this match, and at the same time, Darkrai moving in here, picking up those huge KOs. We wondered what kind of Darkrai we were going to see. If we did see it, we've got the Dark Pulse, Dark Void variety of it here. This is the one that seems to be taking over some of the, solo queue games that all of us are in.
Yeah, it looks like it's taking over competitive coordinated games too, because it looks pretty darn good. And now that you've got this Greedent to kind of run the front line with you, it's going to be able to put pressure on here. We slobbing those discs in there, trying to put some folks to sleep on their own goals, and just going for defense. Straight for the belch. Zacian with the backdoor though, uses Sacred Sword, can't quite close it out, but they do deal with the Regieleki, and it's at least enough to push Tuzzy away.
They did push Tuzzy away. We had a Green Unite move that could have been thrown at some point, but they did not end up throwing it there. I was wondering if we were just going to see them crash onto that pad, but they decided they weren't able to make that fight happen as easily as they wanted to. Espeon Unite move finds nothing there as Darkrai disappears into the map, into that Dark Pulse. Big Time Unite picks up a KO. They are right back out right now, back into the Dark Pulse, looking to do a ton of damage.
Green Unite was right there, comfy as well. Now that Hyper Beam is not going to find anybody home, and they are ripping through this DragoUnite Z squad, and that goal zone that they tried to siege before with the Regieleki is looking like prime real estate now.
And look at this here, 3-11-72 at the 5-minute mark, only 9 points in that top goal zone. You have to wonder if someone's going to peel back to try to break that thing before we have Regieleki hit the map, as now we have Tuzzy Esports running to this bottom path. This Blaziken is looking like, as I called earlier, possibly one of the best Pokemon in the game. I think people forgot about it a little bit just because of how many amazing all-rounders were in the meta, but it's so difficult to deal with once this thing finally gets online. The combos are incredible, and there you have Regice going down to Tuzzy.
I'm at a loss of where DragoUnite Z is going to end up, because they are getting stressed all over the map. They are getting out-leveled, they are getting beaten down, and now we have the Cotton Cloud crash almost right into the overheat to knock themselves out. They had to pivot back for almost no value. So now we're seeing Unite moves expended with no gain found, and as Zacian and Eldegoss, typically you'd think you're in a pretty good position there, but not at all, because that Blaziken is so huge.
Triple KO. for the Greedent right now. That top goal zone did get broken. They are going to rip this off the map. Now it's going down under the 4-minute mark, which means we are not going to see a Regieleki heading towards that central goal zone right around Rayquaza. But still, the incredible pressure this team is putting on. It is 321 to 72 right now. Tuzzy is in a commanding spot, and when it's a best of one, I think you're in a lot of trouble for Drago here. They're going to need to find someone else in this group to beat if they can't get themselves together in the next minute and a half.
Look at Darkrai plating in the flux zone there. They're going to move right towards the goal zone itself. Charging up Overheat's going to find somebody home. Going straight into the Zacian with their Unite move, but they are put down, locked down, put in the dungeon by the Darkrai, and they are put to sleep permanently as that goal zone is eviscerated.
406-72, and now we're well within the range where Tuzzy doesn't even need to engage at Rayquaza. They can walk away from this fight, score in the enemy base if they want. They also can just continue to hold DragoUnite Z at bay, which they've been doing all game. It must be a beautiful feeling for Tuzzy here. You're up on the big stage. You're starting your first game looking like absolute rock stars.
Fob, Wilel working through, just cleaning up those, as you like to call the Pac-Man dots, right? Making sure that they stay over-leveled. No sense in giving any free experience up anywhere. Meanwhile, we've got the two defenders rolling straight forward, going into it. Nice little block to give separation. If I'm DragoUnite Z, I'm trying to get out of there, but it is a fruitless endeavor as Fob engages. Now everybody's getting KO'd. KO Shrika 2 already for the chicken. Give one to the Greedent as well, who probably has a stat line of like 10 and 10 right now.
Yeah, looking absolutely incredible. We wondered how much Greedent we would see, and if this is any indication, it's right back in this meta in a big way. Blaziken feeling like the star of the show here, but Darkrai, level 14 right now, able to just take anything off the map it wants with that Unite move as they are pressuring the side of Drago. Drago has to make a massive catch to do something in this fight, and it's going to be incredibly hard, Dupsnex, because their levels are so low. Being pushed back into their own central area, we see Tuzzy with this incredible positioning. Snorlax in a little bit of trouble. Caught once again by the Darkrai. We're going to have to see when they want to decide to move in, and they do.
They're going for the Dark Void. They're charging up the Overheat. Bulba's in the axe. We're popping Unite moves here, but it's a fruitless endeavor. As I mentioned before, we are looking for some action, but it's all Tuzzy Esports now. Nice little pivot by Volcano, try to create separation. They're going straight for the rip. DragoUnite is down. They've got no secure. Hanging out in the kitchen is Zacian, and they are put to sleep quickly. The bedroom's upstairs, kid. Go take a nap. That Rayquaza is Tuzzy's, and this game is going to be theirs as well.
Wow, what a start here for Tuzzy. I mean, a lot of these players, we talked about it, former players from the best team in Brazil, Legacy last year, and now you're seeing them make a name for themselves out here, Gambit style. 8-16 to 72 right now. A dominant game one for them. That's the only game they have, against this team.
Yeah, hopefully they can use this as a learning opportunity to not let Darkrai into the game because we've just seen how strong it can be. And you mentioned all-rounders. You mentioned Blaziken as kind of the cream of the crop in that particular category, and that seems to be a true statement, Spraggles. Good job.
Yeah, thank you so much. All I want are the good jobs out here. I do think Blaziken looks incredible. As we talked about, we were wondering who's going to let Darkrai through. Well, we see it here in Game 1. They let Darkrai into this match, and it was absolutely dominant. Not only is this Pokemon able to pick up huge KOs, Dupsnex, but I think one of the most difficult things is it's really, really hard to shut down. And that's the big problem. Once this thing has Dark Pulse and it is able to hide in the map, it is just so difficult to catch, right? It can move in, it can pull back, and all the while, it really can't be punished.
No, I mean, we literally saw it dodge Unite moves by dipping into those little the faceless void that it kind of jumps into, right? Pops up and kind of goes whack-a-mole mode a little bit. Can you hit me here? Can you hit me there? And then it just actually runs the ones on you.
Beautiful right there. We saw the score line between these two teams. And I know if we can, we're going to want to see some of these stats here at home because I guarantee the stat lines for these two teams are absolutely insane. Tuzzy taking a beautiful start to their day. I mean, the wind in their sails. DragoUnite, on the other hand, is going to need to regroup and possibly make sure that Darkrai never makes it into a match again here today. 11 KOs on the Darkrai. You're pretty close to that Greedent, 8-7.
Yeah, it's not bad. at all. Something I wanted to point out, though, is this Umbreon was actually going Wish for extra sustain. And we're looking across the way here, Spraggles, and you pointed at something. What do you see?
It was 0-0 across the board for Drago. Not a single KO on the side of DragoUnite. And you could just see the difference between these two squads. Is this fully a skill difference? Is it this one game? I can tell you one thing. Tuzzy looks absolutely insane, and Drago is going to need to change just about everything if they want to continue on in this tournament. Day one, these are all best of ones, so you're going to need to prove things right away. Tuzzy did that.
Yes, they did. And to me, it kind of began and ended in that draft screen. You just can't let Darkrai through.
I think so. Yeah.
You know, you could kind of do the literal chicken and the egg thing with Darkrai and Blaziken. Like, would Blaziken been as big of a problem if Darkrai wasn't there? Just kind of running roughshod all over the map. You know, had a KO streak of 2 in the first 90 seconds of the game, and it really just got worse from there.
Yeah.
And we actually saw Lel favor jumping on Falb on the Blaziken and support them all game because Salto switched to Wish and was supporting Darkrai in that fashion. So it was really like a two-pronged attack they didn't have an answer for. And the first answer would have been banning Darkrai.
We're taking a look at some of the big moments here. That's the first time I'm seeing that replay graphic. Great job, everybody in the booth. I'm loving that here. I know you're not looking for my feedback on any of that. You've made that very clear, but I love it. And this replay is just going to be a highlight reel of every single member of Tuzzy because they absolutely dominated this game. Here was that Rayquaza fight where, you know, like you were saying, it's not even too little too late. It's too little too late, not enough, not anything. Tuzzy absolutely dominating this entire match.
Now let's talk about DragoUnite Z Esports. I just added extra words to that.
Yeah, DragoUnite Z Esports EX plus Alpha.
Nailed it.
Yeah.
At least, and I have to tip the cap because it's worth mentioning, for those of you at home when you're playing and there's dire straits and you're having difficulty, they made a play to at least try and take Rayquaza and give themselves a chance, and credit to them for at least seeing that and executing on it. But let's take a look at Darkrai, these Darkrai stats.
Take a look at this. Jundeko, Darkrai, player of the game right here. We saw the build. This is what we were talking about before. There's that Dark Pulse, Dark Void. We've got Choice Specs, Wise Glasses, Slick Spoon. This thing is just doing incredible damage. A score of 244. They scored 7 times. But some wild Pokemon KOs. We actually have wild Pokemon KOs on our stat screen right now.
You know, buff those numbers. Get those numbers up.
Get those numbers up.
I mean,
49. I expect 55.
The level at which they were at and operating on this map, every Pokemon could have been considered a wild Pokemon because that's how quickly they were knocking them out. Darkrai is impressive. It's showcased here. I'm glad we at least got to see it once. But just ban it. Just ban it.
I think you would be banning it, and I love to see if a team has the opportunity, they will play it. And they should.
Yes.
Because this Pokemon is incredibly good. So if you've got Darkrai available and you've got your Darkrai player, I would expect a lot of teams to pick it up unless, Doob Snacks, you really had the counter. You really had the answer. You played against it enough. You actually want to let it through. That strategy I would like to see. I can tell you that last game was not that.
No, it wasn't. It was, we'll let it through and not have any sort of proactive or reactive plan to deal with it. Oftentimes what we'll see when you have an incredibly strong Pokemon like a Darkrai, you're leaning towards things like a Zarina, a Mimikyu, a Slowbro, something that can single target isolate, keep them in place so the team can collapse on top of them, get that knockout, and eliminate them from the equation, but eliminate them quickly.
Yeah.
We didn't see that happen at all. They had none of those tools in their toolkit walking into the game.
Darkrai is also a hard Pokemon. Even if you have this single target damage, you're really going to need to focus it because unlike some of the other speedsters, it's one of the bulkier speedsters in the game. It has one of the highest HP pools, one of the highest defensive and special defense stats of any of the speedsters. Might be the highest in each category. Right up there with Gengar, surprisingly enough. Gengar is also kind of a bulkier speedster compared to the rest. So it's a tough one to take down. It hides in the map. It takes you into the dark place, the upside down with its Unite move there. So it has a lot of tools in its toolkit. Even if you try to shut it down, it's really hard to get a beat on.
It really is. And if I'm Gengar, I'm looking at Darkrai, I'm like, my Unite move is going into the ground. My Unite move puts me in the ground, and they just get to do it on cooldown.
Yeah, you just do it every few seconds here.
This is wild times, wild times. Of course, Tuzzy Esports kicks off with our first win here. We've got a thing that just popped up at the bottom of the screen. Follow on all those things. Most importantly, follow at Spraggles, at Doob Snacks. That's pretty important. But like follow.
There's absolutely no way that's what they wanted us to say when this popped up.
It's not?
I can almost assure you that's absolutely
Listen,
no way that's
sometimes
what they
we
wanted.
make guesses and you guess wrong, and that's okay.
Yeah, I think that's right. I think
Sometimes
it is okay.
you take a drink of tea and you burn your face, and that's okay.
Do you want to show everyone the ice bag?
Ice bag's right here.
Yep. Get it right on the
This
mouth
how I
there.
use it.
This is real. This is real. And what else is real is Tuzzy absolutely dominating game number 1. And in a group stage like this, you know, you get to play every team in your group, which is the exciting thing. But again, you get to play every team one time. So starting off with that big first win, starting off on stage with that, I feel like if you have any nerves, if you have any worries about the tournament, all of a sudden, I mean, you are riding high. That's all gone, and it's time to play and have fun. And if you're going into your matches with that energy, I think you are winning.
On the side of DragoUnite Z, maybe what they're thinking is, okay, we're not on stage. That was the worst of it. Now that we've gotten our nerves out in the most eyes on us situation, getting onto one of these side tables, playing a straight up game across the way with maybe the temperature turned down a little bit on them will allow them to find some comfort and be able to rally back in a positive way.
Yeah, I think this is a moment where when you lose like that, you can take a few things from it. First off,
ban Darkrai.
Yeah, ban Darkrai.
That's the first
that
thing
would be a
you should
huge,
learn
huge
from
thing.
that.
And also, that's probably the worst of it, which is good, you know? That's going to be your toughest game. That was a really difficult squad to run into. You weren't prepared for what they were going to throw at you. You are now able to adjust to everything that has happened right there. Your tournament's not over. You have a lot of teams to play against still.
You should have been kind of prepared for a Darkrai coming at you. I'm not gonna let these teams off the hook. If you showed up, signed up, and play competitive Unite, you gotta know what Darkrai does and the impact it has on the game.
Well,
so it can only get better because you're now banning Darkrai every game.
I think that is 100% true, but also you do have to wonder, you know, from all of the games they've played, from all the scrims that they've done, you do have to wonder, did they think maybe Darkrai is the Tyranitar, where it's like, hey, this thing is dang good, but actually in competitive play, we have a lot of answers to it. Obviously, that game, not a good example of a team with lots of answers to Darkrai. I think the answer was banned, but there are a lot of Pokemon to worry about. You saw Hoopa and Blissey get banned. We talked about these as possibly the 2 top supports to watch throughout this tournament. It's going to be hard to watch them when they're not there. Comfey, on the other hand, I mean, sliding right back into that team roster very, very easily.
I know one team that's particularly excited, maybe one player that's particularly excited about that, and that is Overlord on Luminosity. They love when the Comfey meta exists because they force the Comfey meta when it doesn't. So if this is the route that it's going, heck yes, they're excited about that. Of course, Hoopa is, again, I can't understate how in a prime position it is. If I were to just materialize how I think most of the ban phases should go, it should go Hoopa, Darkrai, Blissey, target ban.
I can see it.
And then you really just take the best supporters. Obviously, the problem in Darkrai, because you're going second, you get the flexibility to kind of target somebody down on the opposing team, and then you unleash all of these other weapons. And then it comes down to personal preferences, play styles, and strategy execution.
You gotta wonder, something we talk about a lot, and we haven't talked about it much today, when you are in a setting like this, and you're playing on almost no ping, you are seeing these players play at a very high level, right? We're not connecting a game from NA to EU right now, Brazil to EU. We have these players in the same room playing on very, very low latency. And because of that, you see players that have a lot of skill expression absolutely pop off. These are, you know, times where you see the Overlord on Zoroark go absolute demon mode and really prove how good of a player he is. You have to wonder if banning some of those Pokemon is also very important, right? We saw Leafeon ban early. I think that makes a lot of sense because this is an extremely high skill Pokemon. But there are a lot right now. Blaziken, Leafeon, Zoroark. There are tons of speedsters that you could add to that category. Gotlu famously thinks that Zacian is one of the most difficult Pokemon in the game to play, so it's possible that we see some bans there. I can tell you, the former EX did not look good there in our first game.
Well, nothing, unfortunately, was really going right for DragoUnite Z, but again, you're taking a look at where we're at, where we're going here. I don't necessarily think this is the stage of the tournament where you start, again, target banning. I think I'm more in the favor of playing it safe this go around. Get those top level supports out, get Darkrai out of here, maybe one target ban if you have the information, and then go into something that you are confident with, that you can execute with, you know, has the right amount of secure, and win yourself some of these games, because the real work starts tomorrow.
That's right. We're going to have to see what happens as day one continues here in just a moment. Do not go anywhere. We will be right back.
The 2024 Pokemon Unite World Championships was the most competitive tournament Unite has ever seen. 26 teams from around the world traveled to Honolulu, Hawaii to represent their regions and compete for the title of World Champion. On day one, teams were placed into 8 different groups and were competing for the top 2 spots to make it into day 2. The competition kicked off with a bang in the group stage, and expectations were blown out of the water. The metagame was turned on its head when Pokemon like Zeraora and Mamoswine made some early appearances. Pokemon compositions were not the only surprises in day 1 though. Last year's world champions Luminosity Gaming were eliminated, Nouns Esports led the charge for Europe, and Asia Pacific and Japan showcased some dominant Pokemon Unite. At the end of day 1, 16 teams were qualified, but there was no time to rest. Day 2 was a single elimination top 16 bracket. Every match played was a win or go home scenario. The one team everyone in the bracket feared was Fennel from Japan, and it turns out that fear was justified. Matches all across the event were full of nail-biter finishes and last-second heroics, but when it came to Fennel, everyone could tell. They were watching future champions play. The grand finals was Fennel versus Zora Tigers Gaming from Korea. A new region was going to win the championship no matter what. The match was full of highlight moments, many of them showcasing Fennel's signature aggressive playstyle and beautiful teamwork. In the end, they emerged victorious and brought home Japan's first Pokemon Unite World Championship trophy.
Think you have what it takes? Make sure to visit start.gg/Pokemon Unite so your team can be a part of the journey as well.
All it takes is a moment to leave a mark of forever. We could go alone, but we're stronger together. In the heat of battle, you know you can count on me. Let them come for the throne. Let's meet our destiny. Here we stand on the edge of greatness. Get ready, cause the battle's here. We can turn the tide, we can take this. So close, victory is near. Here we stand on the edge of greatness. With my warriors by my side. Born ready, we can almost taste it. All it takes is a moment for everything to change. We can turn the tables, we can win the day. In the heat of battle, we won't be undone. Let them come for the throne. We fight, united as one. Here we stand on the edge of greatness. Get ready, cause the battle's here. We can turn the tide, we can take this. So close, victory is near. Here we stand on the edge of greatness. With my warriors by my side. Born ready, we can almost taste it. The edge of greatness. 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 We can turn the tables. Let's make history. We can seize the moment. Let's meet our destiny. take this. So close, victory is near. Here we stand on the edge of greatness. With my warriors by my side. Born ready, we can almost taste it. The edge of greatness. The edge of greatness. The edge of greatness. The edge of greatness.
we think? As Spraggles and Doomstacks are staring at each other, very confused. They are running over some footage here, and I think they're going to come to the booth. We're certainly looking at the stage, and welcome back, everybody at home. That is why they pay us to be here.
Here we are, 2025 Pokemon Unite Championship Series season. We are live in São Paulo, Brazil for LAIC. Doomstacks and I are back. Jake, your resident content cowboy, Spraggles and all that. Yeehaw, Doomstacks. What a game number one.
Yes.
And now we're going to see Tuzzy once again. All the games today, by the way, best of one.
Yeah, incredibly important, which means they're going to get to play every team in their bracket. So for a lot of these, they're going to get 5 matches, 5 games of Pokemon Unite, but those are all best of one, and you need to survive with the best record in your group to move on to day 2. 3 of those teams are making out of each group.
Yeah, so a lot of teams are going to make it to day 2. Now, there's some interesting things that are going to happen with the placement of a lot of these squads as well. So the teams that make it out as that first seed are actually in a really cush spot as we move to our bracket here on day 2, because they essentially get like a first round bye almost, and then the 2 and 3 teams are going to square off in some interesting ways, where the second seed's going to pick a third seed from another group. So we have some insane stuff coming up on day 2. I love when teams call their shot and say, this is the team I want to try to take down. We saw it at Worlds when Fusion wanted to run it back against Orange Juicers, which I thought was just such a power play.
I know.
And we saw how well it worked out for them. Now, here today, we have some incredible teams we've not gotten to see yet. Speaking of one, Fusion is coming up very soon.
Yeah, that's going to be incredibly exciting. Again, your AOS Cup champions dispatching Kabi-chans in the AOS Cup. Great run at Worlds, and in my mind, the quintessential, we're going to do the same thing over and over and over again until you can prove to us that we actually need to change. And it worked well for them all last season. We're going to see if they're going to execute the same strategy this weekend.
Yeah, I'm really interested to see what on the new roster, you know, they're excited about, the things that they've not had an opportunity to play in UCS. And of course, a lot of these teams are bringing things out that we haven't either seen in a while or ever. Zacian really only got showcased at Worlds and a few things. I think it was an ACL in year 2, if I remember right.
That was a moment.
Yeah. So, like, Zacian really hasn't seen a ton of play. Green hasn't seen play in a long time, but I think a lot of teams are picking this Pokemon back up. Darkrai is new. Armarouge, Cerulege, both absent from that first game. These are new Pokemon that a lot of these teams could snap up. So we're going to see what they want to play. And Ho-Oh still has not made an appearance yet, which will be very interesting. You can make some incredibly good plays with this if you are able to burn all of your opponent's Unite moves in a big fight, and then when your team is down, you bring them right back, all set to go with their Unites. I mean, the reversal with a play like that could be massive.
Yeah, we're seeing on our screen right now, we have Tuzzy staying on stage, going to be squaring off against Exiled team. Now, Tuzzy, and we're seeing Lel again right there, no stranger to being on stage at these big events, which you'd have to think would kind of lean and favor Tuzzy Esports, because Salto and Falb have played alongside Lel, and they've performed decent.
Yeah, I mean, this was such an impressive start for Tuzzy right here, and if it were me, I wouldn't want to get off that stage at all.
Right.
Keep me up there. I'm on a hot streak. Let's keep it going. I think it's going to be tough to take them down right now. And the question is Exiled the team that can do it? You know, Tuzzy looked fantastic, but here's Exiled, and you know, we see some players that we know, Doomstacks, you're pointing to them right now.
Yeah, Wolf and Kane Lance step up to me immediately as some of the stronger players from the region. It looks like they found themselves Caillou, Ricardo. They're going to have to square up against a very good team that already has taken the stage jitters out of the equation for themselves, and something Exile team is going to have to manage and contend with.
I got to say, Kane Lance right there taking my signature pose when I do a picture, so I would ask them not to do that anymore. I do the squint, biting the lip with something on my head, so just fair warning, that is mine. I believe I've trademarked it.
I'm more of a Caillou, just deer in headlights, little eye down the camera. Let them think you're confused and lost, but in reality, you are so dialed in, you're looking past the camera.
Oh, you're not confused and lost?
No.
Oh, I've always thought we were both confused and lost.
Just like when we brought the show back in, neither of us were confused or lost, it was a bit.
It was a bit. Gotcha, everybody. Gotcha there in production. We knew we were live. And they're going to be live up on this big stage. Here in 1 second, Tuzzy once again. Again, a power position to be in. It's where I would want to be. You get me winning on the main stage. The nerves are gone. You are having fun now. You are vibing. And everyone who comes up onto that stage to meet you has to try to take down the Giants, you know?
Exactly. And that task right now is to Exiled. It might just be one game, but Tuzzy, again, has eliminated what comes with playing on the big stage. Understanding the lights, the heat, dealing with the white noise through communication.
Again, that's not us.
Not us. So that's something they've already contended with. They've been successful through that experience, and they kind of get to leverage that moving forward. Exile team, although they do have players that have played on stage before, it's with a new team, and they need to overcome that and quickly because, again, these are best of one, Spriggles.
After we saw that first game with Tuzzy, I have to wonder if Darkrai, especially Tuzzy's Darkrai, is going to make it through at all. As we see, we are still in Group A here. This is our next game coming up, Tuzzy Exiled. We just saw Tuzzy. If you missed it, they put on quite a show, over 1,100 points. They didn't give up a single KO to their enemy team, DragoUnite Z.
Yeah, which, you know, DragoUnite Z didn't even score above 100 points. We saw the Greedent get into play, be just a menace as it once is. Blaziken, you mentioned, carrying a Comfy around, able to just kind of rip through the opposing team. Overheat Secures were there, and honestly just kind of securing bodies because they were just going after the other team was Tuzzy. So Exiled, at least they know a little bit what's on the menu for them because Tuzzy just played on the big stage.
I got to talk a little bit about Greedent. One thing that I love about Covet, I think it does so many things. It's almost deceptive in what exactly Covet does. So Greedent's Belch Covet combo recently getting a buff is really nice because not only does Covet give you this hindrance resistance, that's where you see Greedent kind of start to run around and you're almost controlling it like Tokyo Drift style, drifting around the map. When you use Belch before Covet, you hit Covet, Belch is immediately reset. So it's a complete cooldown reset on Belch, which is huge. At the same time, you are throwing berries in front of you, healing yourself. At the same time, you have hindrance resistance. At the same time, every Pokemon you pass through on the enemy team, you are giving them this brief knock-up that will get them out of a move that they're trying to cast or something like that. You can really disrupt the enemy team with it, and it doesn't feel like a stereotypical defender, and it certainly is not. But in those moments, it applies heavy disruption to the enemy team. Not only that, recently, Belch has been buffed to where it gives a massive slow to the enemy team. So it used to be a little slowing effect. Now it's a 40% slow to the enemy team. So the disruption for Greedent is kind of through the roof right now. And we've got this weird hybrid defender, almost harasser Pokemon coming back into the meta. And it's really tough for teams to deal with.
It absolutely is. Of course, you mentioned not only does it have hindrance resistance, but it's kind of creating its own CC in its little sphere that it likes to scamper in. It makes it great for engagement. It makes it great for invasion. It can really hold down a path on itself. If you think back all the way back to UCS Season 1, when you think of players like Artriu taking Greedent into the top path with the Belch Covet moveset, they were literally going toe-to-toe with some of the best players in the world in the top path on that Greedent. And it feels like we are back in the heyday of Greedent. And if players have this in their arsenal, I want to see it, and that's why, in my mind, it was like the dark horse Pokemon for myself going to this event because I think it can be such a difference maker.
Absolutely, it can. And you know, we could still see Bullet Seed. Bullet Seed recently got buffed. It got a cooldown buff, but before that, it had gotten a damage buff a little while back, kind of when Charizard was starting to be messed with a little bit. And then at the same time, its Unite move being buffed works for every build. So we really have an opportunity to see a lot of different looks on Greedent, or a lot of different Greedents throughout this tournament. Now that's a Pokemon that I haven't thought about in a minute though, just as I said it. Charizard, how the mighty have fallen. I don't know if we're going to see Char at all today.
No, I don't suspect we will, especially as we've just started leaning towards this more attacker-centric kind of meta, just the strength that attackers have right now. I think it's pretty prohibitive on Charizard to begin with. Of course, it kind of had this huge series of buffs, right? We talk about turning the dial where they flipped that thing all the way up to 11, and all of a sudden Charizard was like the greatest thing moving. The Unite cooldown that it had at the time was almost instantaneous. You were hitting like 6 of those a game, and you want to talk about an individual isolating move. Charizard Unite's move did that when it was just suplexing you from space.
Can I talk about a Pokemon that got a Unite move change that I hope we see? I don't know if we will, and that's Greninja. Greninja's change was actually pretty massive, in my opinion. So it got a little bit of damage reduction on its Unite, but it is throwing that thing every minute of the game as soon as it gets it, which is a powerful position for Greninja to be in because you've got the attack speed, attack damage boost that you get from it. So yeah, they shaved off a little bit of its damage in some way, but the fact that you're uniting all the time, I think means Greninja has some viability. We're going to have to see if it makes its way into competitive play. As you may have seen if you've been watching Unite for, a few seasons now, or just, some recent ranked stuff with Unite, oftentimes our attack damage Pokemon that are sort of throwing a lot of your ranged attacks, your Cinderaces, your Greninjas, Decidueyes, Duraludons, these Pokemon have not stereotypically seen a lot of play at the top level. It feels like the meta still isn't really centered around them, but if one did make its way through, I could see Greninja.
That's what I was going to say. Of the list that you just put together, I would say Greninja has the best opportunity of finding its way on the map. You want to talk about, there's a lot of great newer players to the game, but for the sake of just making a point, the old heads, the UCS Season 1 competitors, where Greninja was a lot more viable, maybe not around Worlds, but, into the months leading up to that, you have some of these players out here that have literally thousands on thousands of games on Greninja from when the game released. They know this Pokemon in and out, and it's the exact type of Pokemon that it doesn't need much to tip all of a sudden have it go from decent to phenomenal, because these players have so many hours on it. They meticulously know how to use all of its movesets, all of its skill sets. So if you bring the statistics up with their skill level, then you have a recipe for success.
Now, while we're waiting for our players to set up here on the big stage and get ready for this next game, I want to talk to you about Sableye. You're obviously a huge Sableye fan. I'm a huge Greedent fan, so both of us are very annoying people. But I would like to, in-game. Not only in-game, all the time, even off camera. So more so, I would like to hear your thoughts on Sable. Do we see some teams pull it out? It always feels like if you have a great Sableye player, there's a possibility, but boy, we don't see much of it.
I don't think we're going to see much of it, to be quite honest. It's not in that spot. There's very unique scenarios where your last pick can be a Sableye and have it be kind of a, oh no, like we have set ourselves up for this thing to just kind of ruin this game. But it's tough to get there. I think it's valuable to have one maybe on your support player, or, if you're thinking about like Tone for Fennel, right? They were kind of like the tank, but would switch to Sableye and sometimes play Charizard as well. As long as somebody on your team has it, so when that opportunity arises, you can really take advantage of it. I think that's where its value lies. I don't think it needs to be strategy centric. I don't think you pick it second or third and then it's kind of our thing type energy. Stinks to say, because obviously I love playing Sableye. I love watching it played, because great Sableye players really show you what the Pokemon can do. I just don't think we're there.
This makes me think a little bit of just thinking about that Pokemon not fully being there. Thinking about Charizard, I'm thinking a little bit about our Kanto starters in general right now. We might see a little Venusaur. Blastoise recently got some buffs, and I saw a lot of teams toying around with it, but I don't know if we actually see much Blastoise here today. It feels like Rapid Spin actually might be the way to go if we do see it, but I wonder if teams are just going to be avoiding Blastoise here, and unfortunately, in general, avoiding kind of our 3 Kanto starters. I don't know if we see a lot of any of them.
No, I do think Blastoise is, in order of play, maybe Blastoise, Venusaur, Charizard. Blastoise is kind of in a spot, but I think it actually gets outshined by another defender that does similar stuff to Blastoise, and that's Lapras. I think Lapras got some very, very nice buffs. I think we're going to see it more in that top path kind of pseudo all-rounder like we've seen Blastoise flex to as well. And I think if you're using Blastoise to fill that role, we'll call it the pseudo all-rounder, I think you're just better off choosing Lapras right now.
Yeah, that's interesting. So if you're not familiar with how the meta kind of looks in Pokemon Unite and what a lot of teams lean into, but not all, of course, we see a lot of variation, but you'll see something that has a strong carry, potentially ability to put the team on their back, pick up a lot of big KOs in the top path paired with a supporter. So you'll try to get that Pokemon online as fast as you can. We saw that game 1, Blaziken was through that central area, then up in that top path. Then you'll see in the bottom path oftentimes is where you'll find your attacker and defender. So you'll try to find something that has great range, great secure in that bottom path. The lane is a little wider. That path down there is actually a little further apart, so that's why ranged Pokemon do a little better there in the bottom. And then in that central area, you're looking for another big-time carry. It could be a speedster, it could be an all-rounder, it could be an attacker, really anything that wants a lot of early experience so that it can get online. And what we're talking about right now, that top path pick, you see a lot of variation here. Tons of all-rounders, which is why we kind of talk about that role almost being a Lapras as an all-rounder. We saw it last game, Greedent up there as a Greedent sort of all-rounder, you know? So there are a lot of different looks in that top path. You want a Pokemon who is hungry for XP and also usually hungry for some stacks up there in the top path.
Yeah, so, you know, all-rounders, you know, essentially what's kind of uniform is you want to be stacking in the top path to really boost your character to the breaking point. All-rounders do that very well with their skill set, but the reason that defenders uniquely and almost specifically can become, again, pseudo all-rounders is because their sustainability isn't in their move, it's in their existence, right? It's just how the character is built. Good defense stats, good health pools, right? So then they can get their stacks, which over time, if you get enough stacks in, well, guess what you end up being? A pretty formidable opponent that can deal a ton of damage because you're fully stacked up. You might even be double stacking, you know, an attack weight and an Aeos cookie, and just becoming this formidable boss kind of just that they have to contend with and deal with.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So when you're in that top path and you're picking up these stacks, for a lot of these Pokemon, if you are fully stacked up with your attack weight, special attack specs, Aeos cookie, we are talking about 5+ levels of gaining your attack stat or your special attack stat, especially for some of these Pokemon like Lapras, even Mr. Mime, which would not really play in this top path. But some of these Pokemon have a relatively low special attack stat. But boy, when they get that boosted, all of their moves scale incredibly well off of that stat. Now, all-rounders in general, you can put an attack weight on basically any of them up in that top path because every single move, their basic attacks, their boosted attacks, everything is affected by that attack stat. So that's why they do so well when they're stacked up. Again, it's kind of the equivalent of, let's say, a Zarina here. Instead of being level 6, which it actually is, feeling like it has the attack stat of a level 11.
Right, exactly. Now, I will say, there's something we've seen happen often, which is specifically in North America, go into this, what we call the double defender comp, where you have a true defender, right, going to that bottom path like you mentioned, and then the pseudo all-rounder going to the top. Now, you have to understand that although it theoretically it feels very strong, on paper it is very strong, we saw 2 different North American teams at Worlds come to the same double defender conclusion that it was the way to play at Worlds, and they did not look good.
Yeah.
So there's needs to be more than just the thought process of, oh, if we just throw 2 big bodies out there, we're gonna get it done because of just their naturally high stats and, again, health pools. So you're gonna have to consider all of these things because these regions all play differently. So you need to have more than just one approach to the game in your arsenal to be able to be successful in this 3-day event.
Well, one of the interesting things that you'll find, right, you're talking about that double defender composition. There are teams that want to fight, and then there are teams that want to focus on objectives and are almost dealing with you as a secondary thing that's happening on the map.
Like as a nuisance.
Yeah, you're just a nuisance, right? And I feel like the double defender composition works really well if your opponents want to fight you. You have this great sustain, these great walls, but if your opponents just want to go right around you, deal with all the objectives, take all of your wild Pokemon away, really starve you of experience and make sure that your team can't get online, it doesn't really matter how bulky they are because some of these teams have a different strategy entirely.
Yeah.
And one of my favorite things about seeing all these teams from different regions compete, especially when we're at Worlds, is you really get to see which strategy comes out on top. You know, it felt like Japan as a region really had this attitude where they were like, I'm going for these wild Pokemon, I'm going for these objectives, I'm not looking to fight you as much, I'm looking to fight you if you're around.
Right.
But instead, we're putting insane pressure on the map, on every objective, on every wild Pokemon. Then, of course, until you saw Fennel, which not only did that, but also fought incredibly well and beat you at every single team fight and took every single objective. But in general, I love seeing the different region strategies because there are times where one clearly seems to be favorited, especially in the match that you're playing. But depending on what you're running into, your beautiful double defender composition might do absolutely nothing because that Dodrio isn't planning on fighting anyway. It's already in your central area and it's already eaten up all of that delicious experience.
The different approaches, and I think, you know, when we were talking about like World Season 1, it's what's the different way that all of these regions approach the game?
Yeah.
Now that we're going into Season 4, it needs to be how do different regions approach the game, and how do we incorporate it into our own play style? How do we turn our identity into a Rolodex of styles we can pull into whenever we need? And I think that's what set Fennel head and shoulders above everybody else. Everybody else was just playing to their identity.
Yeah.
Fennel was playing everyone's identity. So if you chose A, they chose B. If you know, whatever the best counter to that was, and that's why you see them, oh, you want to play straight up in a team fight? We will beat you in a team fight.
Yeah.
But their most kind of relied on style was calculated aggression. Oh, we have a 3-on-2. We'll take that fight. We have a 2-on-1. We'll take that fight. Oh, you guys really want Basement Reggie? Fine. We'll go take the top one and we'll play through top. They were really good at adapting to whatever the other team was presenting them, not only in the draft screen, but when the game was actually developing in those 10 minutes.
Yeah, and it's going to be interesting seeing some of the teams here today because Fennel, obviously our world champion, but we have world-class teams here.
Yes.
We have two-time world champions, Luminosity. We have Fusion, the AOS Cup champion, and someone that a lot of people thought could win Worlds last year, got very deep in that tournament. So we have real high-quality teams here, and we're going to have to see what they want to bring, especially day one here, to these best-of-ones. Now, day two, and then, of course, as we head towards the grand finals, these games are going to all be best of 3 in day 2, semifinals, best of 5, grand finals, best of 5. So that's going to be really interesting to see how exactly these teams play on day 2 when they're able to adjust. Day 1, I feel like, is all your strategy, the thing that you think wins most every game, and you're going to present that for the enemy team. Here we are, we're playing Darkrai, and we're going to beat you, obviously. Day 1, it feels like you've got to play you to a T. You've got to bring the strategy that you plan for. Day 2 is when you can start to get really tricky with your opponents.
Yeah, again, because it's a best of 3 day 2, and if you make it deep into day 2, a best of 5, then you can really start developing those. I want to kind of take a step back. You know, we've been talking a lot of we actually don't have that much real estate. We can't step back, and now I'm shaking the whole thing. Great. Spit tea over here, break that behind us. Take a step back. We've been talking a lot about these known competitive quantities, competitive team quantities, right? But last night, when we were leaving the venue after rehearsals, we bumped into a bunch of Brazilian teams that had signed up that are just super excited to play here. And I think that's an understated thing of this tournament. You know, we saw DragoUnite Z get on stage. We're going to see other Brazilian teams from this country that love this game, that are finally getting an opportunity to play in person, play in a LAN environment. I was speaking to one of the teams last night, matching jerseys that had a beautiful banner. And you know, I was talking to one, like, you know what? We just want to win one, and we just want to have a good time. We just want to try and win one. And I think that is an understated attitude to have, because that's something that all the other Pokemon games have in spades, right? TCG, VG, Go. But when you think of Unite, we have to focus in on the few amount of teams that make it to Worlds. You know, we don't have hundreds and hundreds of players that show up for Worlds or qualify for Worlds. We have these very unique, you know, very well-defined teams. But moments like this make me very excited for the growth of the community, because there's 23 teams here that are playing today. 18 of them might be the air quotes known quantities, and everyone else is just somebody here to play LAN and game Pokemon Unite, and I think that is awesome.
I think it's amazing too. I was talking to Goldenrod a little bit earlier. They have their first match coming up in a bit, and it is against Fusion. And there's definitely that feeling amongst the squad of, well, we're running into Fusion. That's extremely scary. However, they know that they take game 1 against Fusion, and that is like, it's all gas, no brakes.
Yeah.
They're probably coasting to day 2, not only because they're playing that good, but I mean, if you were to take a game off such a great team, I think you're feeling incredible. We talked a little bit earlier, Dupes Next. Welcome to the Spraggles and Dupes Next talk show, by the way. Shout out to Shingy.
Yeah.
We talked a little bit earlier about how a format like this on day 1, it works really well for certain squads. One we were talking about was Team YT. Love Team YT. Huge Team YT fan. And it feels like they are the kind of team where if you only have one look at them, you're in trouble.
Yep.
Right? And I think we're going to see what squads handle that well and handle that poorly.
Yeah, there's one thing that is a common thread through all of the different Pokemon games, and that's a little bit of variance. And a best of one favors players just throwing something at the wall, right? So you have real opportunities for upsets. You know, you're talking about Goldenrod versus Fusion. Goldenrod only needs to take one.
Yeah.
And we've seen some wild games of Pokemon Unite. You never know how that's going to shake out. We're talking about even Brazil's DreamHack Esports Mazos team that was at Worlds under a different banner, but follow me here. They got eliminated by Kakalak, who is literally just playing Flip Ray, Hyper Beam, Secure, score points all game long, win the game on some, like you said, some absolute heart-wrenching games if you're a Brazilian fan. That's pretty well poised here for an event like that. So if, you know, if Goldenrod kind of digs deep into the bag of tricks and pulls something like that out, Fusion can all of a sudden look at themselves and go, how do we start our event with a loss for the AOS Cup champions?
Yeah. I wonder if we're going to see something really interesting with that with some of these flip comps. I mean, we saw that almost in game 1 with Zacian, DragoUnite, but it looks like we're heading up to the main stage right now as our two teams are getting ready. Tuzzy Esports sitting pretty there after their first game win, going up against Exiled. They are ready. They are locked in. We've got the Pokemon card. What is it? What's the card?
It looks maybe like a Quaxley.
Was it a Quaxley? It kind of looked like a Quaxley, right?
It looked like a, you know, a water starter. We're going straight into the draft here. Of course, the Exile team is going to be banning first. Miraidon, Darkrai. Okay, we're going for the juice here. Blissey, I would be surprised or unsurprised to see Hoopa right here, which means it can become a premium.
Yeah, and we see Blissey now. It's 100% ban rate on broadcast so far. Leafeon is going to join it as well as 100% ban rate. First pick on over to the side of Exiled. We're going to see what they want to do with this. No Darkrai available, and this is going to make a really interesting position for them because we don't know what the first pick is outside of Darkrai yet in this tournament, and it looks like we decided to take Ceruledge right away, a Pokemon we didn't even see in game 1, and we weren't sure how much we were going to see of it here in this tournament. Pikachu, Slowbro for the side of Tuzzy.
We are just going into the well, a completely different direction, but if I'm Exile team, I just have to nab Hoopa here, I would think. I mean, it seems like it would be so good. They're going straight for the Mamoswine. What am I talking about, Spraggles? I might as well stop hypothesizing here because they are operating on a different wavelength.
By the way, I mean, I love seeing Blaziken again because that thing was so dominant. I think it's possibly one of the best all-rounders in the game right now. Mamo won Worlds, saw some little buffs, but they're not too afraid. Green right back in this game, and now we have Eldegoss as the support pick. Hoopa winding up as one of the later picks here for Exile. They were able to grab this one. Final pick on over to Espeon. I talked about this earlier. Recently received some nice buffs. You can play it in that bottom path very well. Incredible secure, and if you're able to secure a lot of these wild Pokemon, you can outpace your opponents considerably. Final pick on over to Tuzzy. Could it be the Metagross? It would be an interesting choice here because you'd have to wonder who they're throwing in that central area. We could see it as the meta.
Very interesting going with the Metagross, almost range non-existent here between these two teams, which I think, you know, puts Wolf in a really good spot. They don't have to worry too badly about being engaged on, right? Only you have to keep an eye out for that Greedent, which is, of course, can completely get into the back line here. I'm hearing cheers already out there. I'm hoping it's for these teams because they definitely deserve it. Metagross, though, great pick. Hoopa, I am shocked that's where it got selected.
Well, you know, the nice nice thing is when your supporter is going that late, if you wanted Blissey the whole time, you probably have a few that you planned on pivoting to, right?
Sure.
So you think, all right, we get Blissey if we can. We're not able to do it. That's fine. Exiled, pretty strong composition. Tuzzy, this is looking quite a bit different from game number 1. So we're going to have to see, was game number 1 just a really great setup for Tuzzy, or are they able to make something happen here with this different look?
Again, the lack of range is giving me a bit of concern, but you mitigate that a little bit by making sure that this Greedent can get online early, and then the range doesn't necessarily matter anymore, right? You can always just keep sending the Greedent across the way on a mission, start getting on top of the Espeon, really cause some static in that sense.
I gotta say, I love the graphics under these two teams. I love the way it scrolls. We've got the background behind them just continually moving there. I think we have some really beautiful production here. And I'm not just saying that because I keep asking for a raise. I think you guys are all doing a really great job here. As we head into game number 2 here that we're seeing on broadcast, the second time we're seeing Tuzzy, Exiled team, your purple team, Tuzzy Esports, your orange team. 2 Brazilian teams going at it here in Group A. This is the best of 1, so everything is on the line right now.
We are pushing forward, and of course that Squovet is going straight across the way as Max looking to score, and they're going to get their 6 in quickly. Lel on the backside is just going to become an A-press bandit here, trying to put some pressure on, but Caillou with the Hoopa able to get a good stun on Squovet, but not enough in the tank to get any knockouts yet.
Yeah, and look at that here. I mean, Green just so incredibly difficult to deal with. I think they were able to get its focus band. It looks like that's what happened there. So it's going to be a little easier to take down right now as it does jump in, looking to get a secure right there. Nice moves by the Hoopa. No more focus band, so it's in trouble, but it's able to pull back out as here comes Cerulege.
This is a first pick Cerulege here, Spraggles, and it did get nerfed recently, but that doesn't mean it's not good. It just means it's probably back to where it should be. We'll see how Ricardao is able to leverage it.
Yeah, and we're getting ready for this fight right here. Falb coming up in the top path. Actually, 4 members of Tuzzy right here.
Nice rotation. They're going for it. Electro Ball right in the middle, and they're putting tons of pressure on Ricardao. They're going to be able to make it out. They're coming through is the Metang. Electro Ball finds the target on Torchic. Torchic's gone. Another one down as their K opener goes to Tuzzy. The one after that goes to them as well, and now this goal zone is absolutely getting buckled here. Nice KO back on the Pikachu by Cane Lance as they step up as the Swinub still fighting to evolve.
And you can see we've got Espeon here deciding not to go with the recently buffed Psyshock, instead Stored Power, which was kind of the meta pick for this Pokemon for a while now. Cerulege back in that central area, clearing it up so that they can get their level 7 here very soon. We're seeing a Psycho Cut Cerulege. I wasn't sure which we were going to see. Both Psycho Cut and Bitter Blade, incredibly powerful. Psycho Cut, you know, able to rip some of the defenses away from the side of Tuzzy. We're going to have to see how that plays. We get ready for a fight here. The Electro Ball comes in. Cerulege looking to pick something up as they move towards the Metagross.
Just smashing through his Falb. They're pushing forward. You see that big shield it just picked up. Cane Lance able to reset off the Hoopa. Freak on the backside, but that gap is closed with an E-Ball, and they're KO'd quickly. KO streak of 2 for the Pokemon Pikachu. They're moving back through. Nice little opportunity for Caillou to reset, but that doesn't mean this bottom goal zone is safe.
Look at Tuzzy here, man. Another just great start for them. 0 for the side of Exile, over to 124 for Tuzzy. Slowbro does go down. Greedent messing with them, heading back up to the top path. We don't yet have a Blaziken on the side of Exile, and it's a ways away, only level 5.
Yeah, meanwhile, its counterpart across the way, the Greedent is level 7, and that's going to be able to put a lot of pressure on. Matango on the verge of evolving, and Pikachu with that KO Streak of 2 it picked up, also level 8.
Goal zone broken at the top path. It almost stopped them from heading home there with a KO and with knocking them up through Covet. Blaziken does make it out. Well, still a Combuskin there. Sorry to tell you that, Dupes. It's still a Combuskin on the map right now. As we head down to the bottom path here, getting ready for Registeel. Top path being taken easily by Tuzzy.
Yeah, I mean, they can't even really contend up top, right? We have to focus on getting that Blaziken online, which they finally did. Now, Southhouse quickly moving through, using Scald, trying to check some bushes. Nice engage, Earthquake by Cane Lance. Quickly Volt tackled, E-balled. Half their HP is on the verge here. As the Registeel does go down, they pick up the buff. Now they're able to push. Southhouse steps up to try and get some space here, and they are looking to get knocked out. They are.
And here we go. We have the Hyperspace Hole sending them top right now, but it looks like that Regieleki did walk. So we're going to see if they decide to move up there. 30 points points left in this goal zone. Metagross putting some work in, picking up a KO that gives them more AO synergy to score. 2-10-0 right now. Goal is sitting at 19. Pretty good position for Tuzzy. They're able to take this very fast. They can break that goal zone, and if they continue to put pressure on these Regielekis, they can have a Reggie walking towards that main base, and they are running every part of this game here, Doomsnacks. They're just playing on another level right now.
Yeah, it's not looking good, and this is the exact thing I was talking about. They've been on stage already. They were ready to go as soon as the light turned green, and I think Exiled is really getting themselves caught flat-footed here, and they've only got 5 minutes and 30 seconds to figure it out.
Yeah, they're going to have to figure something out. The nice points for them, obviously, their Cerulege is looking good, and now finally Blaziken is online. This Pokemon is pretty underwhelming until it hits that big break point, right? So you can get the combos, you can finally start to switch between the move sets. That's a huge, huge change for it. Until then, I mean, you've got, you know, the ability to pull some of the wild Pokemon away, but you really don't have that much. We have another KO here in this bottom path. Tuzzy crashing the goal zone.
I mean, you saw the rock walls go out. Now we have the Greedent Unite right in the center of that pad, and they're just going to start just burping all over the Exiled team. Not looking like a newborn baby here. That thing is full grown. They blow out another goal zone here, 283-0. Yikes.
And let me tell you, a full-grown man burping, it's a lot different from a baby, okay? I have a baby.
I had one. She has grown up a little bit now, but yes, correct. All that does. Yes, I've kept my daughter alive long enough so she's no longer a baby.
That is huge. That is something to celebrate. I think that's huge.
It's a big play. Secured Regieleki flying towards the face of Tuzzy Esports here. This is an opportunity to cook here as they have a good Cerulege Unite. Follows up on a KO finally on the Metagross, but we're putting the pressure on. They find the Blaziken right back, and that's a reasonable exchange. E-Ball comes through, Cane Lance is down, and that's another KO streak for Gandeko. They're going to now start taking the Swablu Altaria. They let the Regieleki hit. They don't even care.
Yeah, you know, the thing I like about what happened there for Tuzzy, obviously, is they did everything they could to stop it, and only a few points went in top. The thing I loved from Exile is the play there with Hoopa, bringing the team to the bottom path. So actually, while that Regieleki was walking in top, giving them 20 points, which isn't super considerable, they were able to break that bottom goal zone. You can see Exile focusing on that bottom path a lot more. This is their second Reggie in the bottom path. They also got the second Regieleki in the top path. First Regieleki on over to Tuzzy. Tuzzy way up on the scoreboard right now, but level-wise, things are evening out a bit.
Yeah, and we see up on the scoreboard, up by 223. Oh, they're going straight after Cane Lance here. Bob is looking for a target. Maxine is going to pivot around. Earthquake misses. Belch right on top. We're going to look for a covet here. Electro E-Ball. And now we have the Coliseum goes up, and nobody's fighting in it. They all climbed out, but we're still on the chase. Cerulege Unite hits everybody right back into the Pikachu Unite. They're trying to leverage that. Blaziken gets pushed down, despite maybe one of the best Cerulege Unites I've ever seen. Leverages and turns into absolute nothing as Tuzzy Esports is just too big.
I mean, yeah, they're huge. Obviously, they have the support from Eldegoss, but what a Cerulege Unite, catching 5 on the side of Tuzzy. Beautiful stuff here. And it was one of those moments, right? We're at the point of the match where you kind of need to throw it because you won't have another opportunity until Ray. They are probably going to have to take some of these wild Pokemon, farm up, get some of that experience, and get some of that charge on their Unite move. But, oof, what a beautiful Cerulege Unite.
You can see what a problem a Greedent is ahead. That was a perfect engage with the Earthquake by Cane Lance on the Greedent with a Cerulege follow-up, Hoopa and Wolf in tow, and they couldn't get the knockout. It was a 4-on-1, and Greedent, of course, just scampers away. They're not even playing for this Regieleki. They're just forcing the other team to take it, so they have time to clear it out.
Yeah, interesting play by them right there. Obviously, this could be a really powerful Reggie for them, but they decide not to even worry about it at all. They're going to let that walk into their Tier 1 goal zone in the top path, possibly hoping that someone wants to make a play and look for a score. It looks like we do have that from Blaziken. We're going to be moving into double time here. Rayquaza is up, so they could get a quick 100 points, as we actually have them positioned really aggressively down here around this Rayquaza pit. You can see them hiding in the tall grass, looking for a fight right away, catching them with the gyro ball, and look how far forward Tuzzy is.
They're trying to belch into the bushes, check everything out. They're going to have to reset and take a deep breath, because this is going to be tough for Exiled to crack.
Yeah, and the tough thing here for Exiled is they are way behind on the scoreboard. They know they need to make a big play right here. Tuzzy gets to be aggressive, and then it's going to be Exiled who decides to fight. They move in, here comes the Cerulet!
They're trying, that's a big Unite, followed by straight into the Thunderstorm by the Pikachu. They're moving forward, the Coliseum is built, but it's not turned into Mausoleum yet. Green jumps in with their Unite move, they bury belly flop all over, and they finally belch and put down Blaziken. Kayu's bringing through nobody, the stuns are there, but it doesn't matter. Get some of that for you, son. 1 minute left, we've been ripping Metagross in the middle the whole time. Falb didn't even need to show up to that fight. That Rayquaza's getting eviscerated. They just need to isolate this Kane Lance Mamoswine. Rayquaza's low, they're not even giving Kane Lance a chance. Right team's gonna take it.
Beautiful stuff right there, and as I told you at home, a belch from a grown man is quite different. You heard it here on broadcast. Amazing stuff from Tuzzy. They played incredible all match. The aggression around Rayquaza, they force a fight. We have another good Ceruledge Unite, but boy do they have an answer for it. Right into the Pikachu Unite move. Metagross picking up these massive shields. We have Slowbro ready to grab someone with a slow beam and just shut them down. Tuzzy is on fire right now, and they are looking like shoo-ins for day 2.
Yeah, a great way to start their day, of course. And as we look at Exile team, there's some known quantities on that squad. Made them look absolutely childish out here. And I'll tell you what, Ricardau's Ceruledge, pretty clean. Those Unites, some of the best I've ever seen out of a Ceruledge player. However, when your Ceruledge is 2 levels down on 3 players on the other team, that doesn't matter.
And I'm wondering, is it the team diff, which it could be because their team looks that good, or is Ceruledge not it right now? We're going to find out as this tournament continues here. Tuzzy taking another game. They must feel great. All the pressure is on them in those moments, and there you have it. Big, big win for them here.
You see Lel playing to the camera, so is Falb, as they have to be feeling good. 2-0 on stage to kick off their tournament here. They've got 3 more best of ones left to really solidify themselves as the best in Group A.
Yeah, and they are looking fantastic. There's some amazing Group A teams, though, that we could see later on in the day. Looking at these numbers right here, John Deco picking up 11 KOs, Falb with 10. 14 assists on the Greedent, so not only is it annoying all over the map, but it's also making big plays happen. Looking at the damage lines here as well, that Ceruledge only 50,000 damage. I mean, not super impressive, but again, being on the losing team, you don't expect your numbers to be that incredible.
Well, I'm going to lean and disagree here, Spraggles, because when you take a look at a Pokemon like Metagross, Greedent, and Slowbro, those are damage farm Pokemon. If you are hitting your buttons and you are in the pocket, you are able to rack up that damage number. So when you look at a Ceruledge with just 50k, with the health pools that were the other side that you had the opportunity to decimate and attack into, I would be a little hesitant to say that they had a great game. What I do want to highlight, though, is those Unite moves.
Yeah.
You cannot ask for better Unite moves out of your Ceruledge player, but unfortunately, they were just too far behind every instance that those happened that they couldn't leverage them in any meaningful way.
And I wonder, is Ceruledge just too far behind in general?
True.
Because as we talked about, those were some clean Unites. We're going to take a look at some of the big moments here from that match here. Here's them moving into that central area, and here's what we saw, the 5-player Unite move from Ceruledge.
I mean,
how gorgeous is that to see? But of course, they did not have enough follow-up from the side of Exile.
I mean, the Ceruledge used their Unite and then were blinked off the map. Blaziken followed suit. We're going to see another one here right around the corner. Bang, 3 more players straight into the pocket. Great slow beam by Saltao there on the Ceruledge as soon as they engage, which helped facilitate that as well. We had the green berry belly flop here right into the middle. They just start belching all over this other team, and we're really seeing the strength of Greedent. And if maybe it wasn't a dark horse call at all out of my, maybe it was just a straight up, like, obviously type call, because it's looked great in those 2 games.
It might be a regular horse, as we talk about in the business, where something is just good. It's just a regular old horse. Player of the game, Falb on Metagross, 91,000 damage dealt, 268 points scored, 8 assists, and we can see that is the Gyro Ball Magnet Rise build. There are a few ways to play with this thing. I mean, we've got the Zen Headbutt build that's been very, very popular, but one thing seems to be the same a lot of the time, and that is Gyro Ball. The crazy amount of shields that you are able to provide, almost the in and out, like you are in the fight. Big shield. Pulling back out once that shield is done. Right back in. Huge shields again. And you just have so much sustain, so much pressure, and then the enemies can't do enough about it unless they focus down the Metagross.
No, exactly right. And Metagross is very exciting to me. I feel like it's just been on the cusp of being relevant time and time again, and this might be an opportunity for it to break out. I know we've got a couple believers here in the booth, including us and Zoinks, without a doubt. I think Soph would agree, especially if you're watching Zoinks play out there, and more importantly, if you're watching Falbs play, because that was a clinic.
Yeah, I can tell you, I think more of the competitive community is concerned with Falb than they are with Zoinks. But if you're watching Zoinks, he's really going off with this Metagross right now. It's very impressive to see.
Just trying to gas up our friend.
Look, I love it. The man's carrying us. Okay?
True.
He's carrying us this weekend as we're messing around with Psyduck. What an incredible game for Tuzzy. 2 in a row. They look fantastic. I would be shocked if we don't see them on day 2. They have more matches ahead of them, but with a start like that, I feel like they're ready to go.
Yeah, if there was any rust, that's gone. If there's any nerves, those are gone. They just won back-to-back games in a big way on the big stage, and now they get to kind of, I don't want to say take a break, but breathe a sigh of relief, because now they've got the momentum, and I think they can truly coast. Just do the right things, execute your game plan, and they're well off.
That's right. I think they are just coasting downhill at this point.
So, like, the roller coaster ticked to the top of the hill. So, like, they're going to have a lot of speed, but it's a coaster. It's in the name. They're coasting
down the hill. And that's where they came up with the name
roller coaster.
Exactly.
Oh, coaster.
Yeah.
Coasting.
No question about it.
Are we going to a break?
That's a great question.
It feels like that's where we're ending up.
Feels like we're ending up
on a break. I have no idea
break,
what we're actually doing.
But I don't actually know if that is what we're doing. One thing is for sure, we have so many more incredible games coming up, regardless of if we're heading to a break or not.
Yes, that's true. Whether that happens or not, doesn't matter. That means we've got our 3rd installation of the Spriggles and Snacks talk show here in Sao Paulo, Brazil. One
thing I can tell you for sure, some of the matches on the horizon I'm insanely excited for. I get to see Fusion play again, which I cannot wait, because they are that good. Later in the day, in that very scary Group C, we're going to see Nouns and Team YT square off, which should be a crazy, exciting match. And then father and son back again. Luminosity looking a lot more like the Luminosity who won Worlds. We've got Overlord, we've got Slash, and we've got Kyrios back on Luminosity. That roster is insane.
That's 3 incredibly strong players, 3 world champions back together again to try and get at least, couldn't do a three-peat, of course. Everything was shaken up last year, but they're trying to get back to their roots, see if they can put together a winning strategy for this 4th season, and they've got a long road to do it, because this is our longest UCS season we've had so far.
Yeah, starting early, right? We're here at LAIC, way earlier start to the UCS season than before, and you can take a look on your screen here. Coming up next, we talked about them earlier, the Goldenrod Strikers against the one and only Fusion. Fusion is probably the team to beat at this tournament. A sea full of amazing teams, and you have Fusion, one of the hardest teams in the entirety of UCS to take down. We're going to see if anyone can do it here today.
The good news is, if you're Goldenrod Strikers, you've got good op research on Fusion, because there are tons of games of theirs you could watch to prepare for this. Tons of games of theirs you could just take a look at. And honestly, what you'll notice is the through line between all of their drafts. They like to go the same way almost every single time.
Yep.
So you theoretically know what to prepare for.
Yeah.
So are you prepared, Goldenrod?
But it's hard to prepare for Fusion. That is for sure. It's just a really tough team to do anything about.
I feel like it's incredibly easy to prepare for Fusion.
Yeah, prepare to lose.
We
might lose this one.
You're like, oh, they pick this every single time, and how do we beat that? Doesn't matter.
Yeah, we actually might lose that one. Moving on, hopefully to the next one, and then you can get something done. But we're going to see what the Goldenrod Strikers can do. We're also going to see what condition Fusion's in, you know?
Right.
They were not the world champions, even though a lot of people thought they could make it all the way there. They didn't quite even get to the end of that tournament. So there's still road ahead of Fusion. There's still another mountain for them to climb. They've shown themselves to be one of the best teams in the world, but they don't have the title yet. We're going to see what they're going to be able to do here at LAIC. Another match that we have coming up that I'm very excited about, we just saw Tuzzy. They're going to go up against DreamMax in their group. So that's an incredible position because we've got members of Legacy on both sides. Legacy from last year, Mazo now over on DreamMax, and we have a lot of Legacy over on Tuzzy. So this is going to be kind of a crazy matchup here. The teams are broken up, and we're going to see which one is going to rise to the top in their group, possibly in this tournament.
What's really exciting too, outside of, again, those top competitive teams that we keep talking about, the way these groups are set up, there's a real opportunity for one of these Brazilian teams to make a name for themselves coming out of these groups here. You know, I don't want to, you know, presuppose anything, but you think, okay, that these are the two best teams, we've seen them before at Worlds, whatever, let's assume they move through. There's still a third team leaving from that group that has a real opportunity to shake things up and, you know, leverage that opportunity into something big the next day. We've seen it around the world in these monthly and regional events where all of a sudden a team that hasn't really found success suddenly, boom, pops into the top 4, is able to kind of get a run together and get momentum and become a fixture of that year because they just needed one event to put them on the map and kind of have everything click, and then they're able to build off that. Yeah, we're going to see who is able to make that happen here at LAIC. It's exciting having a tournament so early in the season. Like, we didn't start our seasons until the next year, right? Yeah, previously.
February. And now here we are in November at LAIC, kind of getting a preview of what the world is going to look like. On the other side of the globe, we have ACL starting up, which is really exciting. And we're going to see what strategies develop over there. One thing is for sure, there's a lot of amazing Pokemon Unite to watch right now as these two teams are getting ready up on this big stage here. Goldenrod Strikers sitting down, Fusion sitting down right here, and we're going to see a real clash. We're going to learn a lot about Goldenrod in this match, and we could learn a lot more about Fusion if they are not able to perform the way they have been.
I am loving the Goldenrod Strikers jerseys. The collar, keeping a little dapper. You got the polos on. I love that look. The color pattern looks great. They have a lot against them, but honestly, if you're going to play on the big stage against Fusion, what an opportunity for you as a litmus test for your team. Yeah, for sure. A real exciting squad, and we met them last night. We talked to them a bit, talked to them more today, and then of course, Fusion. I mean, one of the scariest teams in all of UCS. Tempo is unbelievable. Zinus, Anemo, there's not a single player on this team that you are not worried about running into. Yeah, I actually want to highlight Kea and Draken, who in my mind were the catalyst of the success that Fusion had at Worlds. If you look at some of the engagements that Anemo and Tempo went for at Worlds, some of them were egregiously bad. And the only reason they made it happen is obviously for their individual skill, without a doubt. But Kea and Draken went God mode to keep them alive and making sure that Tempo and Anemo and Zinus, anytime they decided to engage, they were making it out of that engagement at their expense. And they had absolutely, like, out of their gourd play. So I am, as a support player myself, and when I do pivot, it's usually to a defender, a tank role. I love seeing that type of coordination and that skill coming out. You see that skill expression all over the world, and the best teams have that support core that is just that resilient, that understands their responsibilities and get it done when the going gets tough. Yeah, there's no question that, you know, we often highlight some of the amazing plays that you see from these carry players, and they are insanely good, but they do have this backing that makes something like that possible. You know, for every Overlord, there's a JL. For every, you know, every great carry, you are going to find the defender or supporter that made that happen. The thing I love about Fusion is they're so incredibly aggressive. Like you say, they're making these maniacal plays where you're going, this is not going to work out. But they have that support system behind them. And at the same time, if you're the kind of team that makes those plays consistently, you start to outplay your opponents more and more and more. You start putting yourself in these razor-thin positions more and more and more. The more comfortable you are with that, the more uncomfortable you can make your opponents. And you just saw how good Fusion is at that. AOS Cup last year, I mean, they're really the only team that just could not be beat. We thought it was Kabi-chan's for a little bit, but they even ran into some of the best of what Japan could throw at them and dealt with them pretty handily. Yeah, I mean, let's talk about that AOS Cup real quick with this Fusion team. In that best-of-5 finals, they lost 3 of the 4 Rayquazas and won that set. They won that set 3-1.
Isn't that crazy?
It was absolute. I mean, it's the quintessential example of why, if you're playing well and you understand how to play the game, the Rayquaza isn't the end-all be-all. It is a tool to help you win. It is not the nail in the coffin. And you would see, you know, they would take so many people off the map by the time the other team secured that it's like, okay, we have 5 players still, we'll rip your last 2 shields, and then we'll go score our hundo burgers for ourselves. And we just saw that on repeat, and it made, you could kind of see the Kabi-chans deflate on stage because they were on paper doing everything right. They were securing these objectives, but they were just getting outpaced throughout the course of the game and kind of getting outmaneuvered because one team was willing to kind of live life on the edge in that razor-thin margin, and Kabi-chans was playing a very structured, efficient, and executed game plan, and they just couldn't adjust because they were getting more and more uncomfortable that their tried and true strategy wasn't panning out for them anymore.
Yeah, this is going to be a cool one to see too. It's really going to be cool to see Fusion again because of a lot of that, because of how aggressive they can be, the plays they can make, and again, just the insane skill level of some of these players. Not only is it their decision making, their macro plays, but their mechanics, their micro, the ability to outplay your opponents, to outfight them. It's really impressive. Fusion just seems to have their opponent's numbers. Again, even if they are losing an objective, they are winning these fights the way Fusion plans to win them. I'm very excited to see their Pokemon selection. That, like, number one for me. I just want to see what year 4 looks like for Fusion. You know, what this 2025 season could look like for some of these insane carry players. And we have more that are coming later in the day too. Of course, I need to see what the combination of something like Slash and Overlord look like. What is Kyrios on? I need to see what YouTube's cooking up, what Nouns is doing, and I really want to see Tuzzy and DreamMax go at it. Getting Mazo up on the big stage is going to be very exciting. Before all that though, Fusion, Goldenrod, a big moment for Goldenrod. This is, you can make a name for yourself. You can, I've said it 50,000 times so far, but you can really put yourself on the map. If you're able to take down Fusion in your first game, that's going to put you in such a great spot, because I don't think Fusion's losing too many games throughout this whole thing.
I want to tell you a little story about Fusion, and we're going to tie it back to Goldenrod. At the AOS Cup on Sunday, because we weren't on Sunday then, we are now, Fusion literally just grabbed one of the like step up and play stations as a team sat down and were just playing anybody against anybody that wanted to play against them. About halfway through the day, they hadn't lost. A group of French players just sit down randomly from different teams, sit down and beat Fusion. I've never seen a team get more upset at themselves. So the way this ties back to Goldenrod is they are not invincible. They can be beaten.
Yes.
This could be you could be that ragtag team that forms up and absolutely decleats a giant. And I don't know what kind of spiral that would send Fusion on, but you can only imagine that that would be an escalator up, up, up for Goldenrod strikers if they're able to pull that off.
Yeah, if Goldenrod can make this happen, they are sitting pretty, right? Because I don't think Fusion's going to lose too many in their group at all, so you're taking down one of the best. However, it could be a little deflating, right? There are a few ways to look at this match, because I think Fusion are the heavy favorites right here.
Yep.
If you lose, you can maybe walk away saying, hey, you know, it's Fusion. That was going to be a hard one for us. That's kind of what we expected. But also, sometimes when you get the break speed off you by one of these teams, it really puts you in a bad headspace. You know, you start to question your team strategies. You start to question your place in a tournament like this. Goldenrod, a lot on the line, but hey, they've all got jerseys, so they're working for something.
Yeah, exactly.
They're not just putting some hoodies on and showing up here, okay? Like, they're ready to go.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of these Brazilian teams are coming kitted up, representing themselves well, representing their region well. And I don't, you know, without having had a lot of extensive conversations, what I get the feeling is there's very measured expectations of these teams of themselves and how far they can go. You know, I was talking about that team. It's like, I'm so excited just to be playing. We hope we get to play on stage. Maybe we'll win a game. You know, that would be awesome. but they had matching jerseys. They were excited. They were a group of friends, a team that was put together to compete here today. So it was, these cheers are awesome, by the way.
I hope you can hear it on broadcast, hearing the audience cheer for these teams. It's so exciting.
It's excellent. So if Goldenrod Strikers has a level of managed expectations, I don't think you get sent into a bad headspace, right? You're playing against the AOS Cup champions. I think you can see and feel the opportunity, but I don't think you can let yourself, if it's a defeat, let that shake you up too much. Because you have to have that measured expectation. Now, that being said, I don't know the ins and outs of Goldenrod Strikers. Maybe they've been grinding like absolute animals for the last 5 months, 6 months, whatever. And we're like, you know what? This is our opportunity to kick the door in on this house of UCS and really let people know that we're here to stay.
And here we have them right up there on the main stage. Goldenrod Strikers and Fusion getting set up for this match here at LAIC. The first LAIC that Pokemon Unite is at, and we are going to crown a champion again. The champion here at LAIC gets their travel and gets their spot in ACL, in the ACL finals. And I can tell you, I think a lot of the teams at ACL would be shaking in their boots if Fusion got that spot.
I couldn't agree more, Spraggles. We're going to have Goldenrod Strikers. They're going to get the first ban. Fusion immediately eliminating Darkrai. Not going to let that thing shake this game up for them. Now, a Zacian ban is interesting, quickly selecting Mimikyu as well. So we're going to have more amazing supports here in the mix as Leafeon is taken off the map.
Leafeon back to that 100% ban rate that we've seen in some previous tournaments here. First pick on over to the Goldenrod Strikers. We're going to see what they want to do. Is this something they're stealing away? Is it something they want to play? They're taking Slowbro. Sunday on the Slowbro as we move over to the side of Fusion. And we're going to see what they want to play. Kia and Draken looking to lock in here as our first two picks. We've got a possibility of a Blissey, which we haven't seen before. Miraidon also we have not seen. And there is that Umbreon. For me, and my money, that's the best defender in Unite right now. I really want to see this Miraidon.
Yeah, I'm excited for Miraidon. Draken taking Umbreon is unsurprising. Great tank player, and they're locking that up. I like the opportunity for them to grab Blissey on the left-hand side and Venusaur as well. So you wanted a Kanto starter. We just found one.
Yeah, there's that Venusaur. And I'm actually really interested to see how they want to play this. From the look of its build there, we could be running something with some range here. We've got the Curse item. And now we are seeing the Urshifu. Now, this is a Pokemon that recently was kind of thrust into the meta and then kind of pulled back. We're going to see if this is going to be Rapid Strike or if this is going to be Single Strike. From the way Fusion plays, I feel like this is an in-your-face Rapid Strike Urshifu, but we will find out. And Glaceon makes its way here to the main stage.
So you can kind of see what Glaceon can do. Even to a Miraidon, it can track it down a little bit and get out of its charge beam range. If you go Electro Drift, maybe that's a little bit of a different story here. But we'll see what the last pick for Fusion is, and it's going to be an Inteleon. So, a couple good attackers out of these teams going last.
Yeah, it seems like, Goldenrod Strikers looking to outrange them there with that Venusaur. Then at the same time, they're saying, all right, we're going to outrange you even further here with this Inteleon. It's possible we see Liquidation here, but I think a lot of these top players are still on the snipe shot train. So incredibly powerful, especially if you're able to line up a few big moments. If you have Mean Look on that Umbreon, you can set up some incredible stuff here.
I am excited to watch Fusion play. I want to see how they've leveled up since Worlds. Goldenrod Strikers, on the other hand, got some great tools in the toolkit. They've got that Slow Beam out of Slowbro to shut down maybe a good engagement by a Nemo here. We've said they like to go off the rails a little bit, and a Slowbro catch with a nice follow-up could really do some work. And Blissey as well. You said it might be the best supporter going. I have a tendency to agree. It is right up there, and it is incredibly good.
I'm wondering if the Urshifu build we're going to see is that single strike style just because of the build we're looking at here. Oftentimes, if you're seeing that eject button, that's on single strike. You can eject that Wicked Blow and pick up some massive secures that you wouldn't have been able to otherwise get. Also, if they're playing Mean Look and they've got a snipe shot and a Wicked Blow, that's very exciting and very fun for Fusion, right? I mean, they're just shooting fish in a barrel at that point.
Quite literally,
incredibly powerful moves.
Yeah, there is some good ways to contend around that, I didn't quite catch the items on the Venusaur, but is it going to be a Petal Dance Venusaur?
That's the question. It's got Curse, it's got Spoon, and it's got Amp. And I think you can go either way, but to me that feels like we're going to be seeing Beam.
Okay.
So we'll see what they end up doing, though. There are a lot of different ways to play it, obviously. As we get ready here, Fusion finally up on the big stage. Goldenrod Strikers, your purple team. Fusion from LATAM South, your orange team. This is Group B, and remember, these games are best of one, so it's all on the line right away.
Miraidon looks hilarious compared to all these Pokemon trying to evolve in the early stages of the game.
Yeah.
It's just motoring around 3 times the size of everything else. But a quick Glaceon rotating to the top path here. We're going to see how it's going to be able to be impacted since its buffs.
Yeah, Glaceon's an interesting one. I feel like it doesn't perform that well early, and it's not able to get good secures against this Miraidon, right? Almost level 5 on the side of Fusion right here. Goldenrod on the same side, on the side of their map, excuse me, not able to tick over to a level 6, obviously. It's a long way to go for this Glaceon as it made its way to the top path here, but didn't seem to find a ton of value, and that is single strike Urshifu setting up for this fight.
Going to be charging up a Wicked Blow here. They're going straight for the action. Of course they are. They're a little bit bigger. They're able to bully Goldenrod Strikers away from all of those Swablu and Altaria, taking, I would imagine, almost all of it. I didn't see anything go the way of the Strikers. Yeah,
it looked pretty great here for Fusion, and now they are looking to pick up a nice KO. They're just letting them, let that shit engine all wear out. Anemo picking up a KO right there. Things are looking great for Fusion right now. A few points for the side of Goldenrod, but look at these levels. I mean, that's a level 6 for the Urshifu, looking for the KO, cutting them off.
I mean, easy work. Great pressure by Kea here, understanding that they are ahead, and they are now larger than that Charcadet, which has been unable to evolve. Miraidon use its passive there on the goal zone, but giving them an opportunity to get some more points in.
Yep, beautiful stuff here from Fusion. The points are now raining in. That's level 7 on the Urshifu. Gives them the throat chop. They have the Wicked Blow. They have their moves. They're ready to go. Glaceon's still 5, and it really needs 6 before it gets online and gets Ice Shard. Right now, it's just in a lot of trouble. Big time Snarl right there. They get shut down on the bottom path. That's a double KO. Make it a triple for Fusion.
I mean, okay.
Huge.
This is kind of what we were talking about a little
bit.
Manage your expectations when you're going against the AOS Cup champions. And if there's one thing you and I specifically have learned the hard way, is Fusion takes no games off.
Oh, yeah.
They don't care who is across from them. They are playing to beat the brakes off of you.
That's right. We did get to play against Fusion at the AOS Cup. And I don't remember who won that one.
They beat us by over 1,000.
Doesn't sound true.
It is 100.
Like it was maybe closer.
It was vicious. It was vicious.
That's probably right.
Oh, here we go. Okay, we're Electro drifting out of tempo here. They're going to line one up on Sunday and get that KO quickly. Draken is on the chase down, and now every Pokemon on the side of Fusion is an attacker. They are A-pressing and pushing forward relentlessly.
And here we go. They're starting Regieleki right now. We've got the Parabolic Charge Electro Drift. 4 members of Goldenrod Strikers. They are looking to flip this thing and get it done very, very fast. Do they have it? Yes, they do. Venusaur actually gets it with a Sludge Bomb right there. Solar Beam was not on time.
This is a problem. Tempo's getting picked up through the telekinesis. That's a great KO picked up by them. Now they're kind of seeing the wheels fall off. Zynus pulls up. They use their Unite move. They're going to try and eye up some good shots. They're just A-pressing here. Anemo's going in for the save. They want this Venusaur. They get themselves a Venusaur. Lizard goes down, and now Zynus is still getting bullied. Sunday putting the pressure on. KO streak of 2, but the work continues here as the rest of Fusion is trying to get this Regieleki off the map, and credit to Sunday, they stood in that pocket for a long time.
Yeah, it's quite a fight from Goldenrod. I love that they, made the aggressive play right there. They're not going to get very far in this game letting Fusion run all over them. Unfortunately, they're not able to push this Regieleki in. That means only 4 points for the side of Goldenrod, 189 for Fusion. We have a level 11 Urshifu, 2 levels ahead of every single member on Goldenrod. Finally, a Unite move for Venusaur. Finally, a Unite move for Glaceon. We're going to see if this changes things. Blissey's online. Ceruledge is online. Yes, that was taken by Draken, but they have the possibility of a big fight in front of them.
Yeah, Electro Drift right in. Sunday taking and alleviating a lot of pressure off what could be going to that Ceruledge or Venusaur, and now they're able to peel back. Fusion actually slowing down a little bit and recognizing that Anemo's just doing all the work up top. There's no reason to sacrifice themselves here. That Glaceon, I didn't even see it step on the map before it was gone again.
And look at this from Fusion. They are leaving Urshifu in the top path, taking all of the experience up there as they fight in this bottom path right here. Big time Unite move. We got the Bliss Assistance, Venusaur Unite. Ceruledge only hits 1, and it's not enough. Almost everyone from Goldenrod is down.
Beautiful Miraidon Unite. Despite the Bliss assistance on the correct target here on the Cerulege engage, we just saw Miraidon take over, and Zainu's sitting there with the damage that's been raining in. It just makes it tough sledding. They are just so much bigger. They have such a huge level lead.
Yeah, nice secure here. Of course, no one is pressuring them from the side of Goldenrod. Once again, Goldenrod trying to take what they can get here into the top path, but that is a level 13 Urshifu. It is going to be so incredibly powerful. One big wicked blow could put a lot of damage under the side of Goldenrod. They're playing so patiently here as well. Huge eject button.
Right into the back. That's a slow beam, but there's no one there to follow up. So they got the target they want. Just enough time for Tempo to show up. They get eaten up by the telekinesis, but they're converting on top of this Blissey. They're gone. Now we have a Cotton Cloud crash, I believe, that just happened to top everybody off. KO Streak a 2 for Draken, because like I said, when Fusion is this far ahead, every Pokemon is an attack Pokemon. They're all A-pressing. They're all going straight for these Goldenrod strikers.
Man, Fusion looks good. And of course, I expected them to, but it's just so impressive seeing one of the best teams in the world here at LAIC do what they do best. I mean, some strategies we haven't seen today yet. The Unite moves coming in. Venusaur looking for a KO. Cerulege trying to make something happen. It's level 14 Urshifu. If it goes down, that could be huge. And it doesn't. It doesn't go down. They keep the pressure on. They're moving in. They're picking up a KO. They're going to try to break this top goal zone. Eldegoss does it with 40.
Sunday jumping right in to be sent right back to the spawn point. We got another one, as that's a KO streak of 3, another one for Fusion. And now Tempo's just working through the central area with no real fear of anything happening to him.
Out of curiosity, were you paging Nurse Joy with like an intercom there? Or
that was the slant. That's what I was going for.
Okay, I liked it. I was just seeing because I thought, okay, maybe we'd see some sort of like siren or something. But no, I think you were using. That's great.
Okay, thanks, man.
Okay.
Appreciate you.
Nailed the sound effect. Can we get 100% for sound effects so far for Dupe Snacks on broadcast? He did the belch too. He's 2 for 2.
2 for 2 for 2, which means it's going to get a heck of a lot worse because now I have the false confidence that I definitely should not have.
That's right. You're Tuzzy right now. You're crushing it sound effects wise.
2-0 on the sound effects. Here we go. I mean, I was going to say, here we go. We're getting into something. Lizard literally just gets eviscerated as if they're not even a real character. I guess we can consider the Goldenrod Strikers wild Pokemon on the map right now.
Yeah, this is going to be really hard for them. They've got one opportunity. It's a massive catch. It's a Bliss assistance. But look at that. That's a level 11 Cerulege. And so far today, Cerulege has not looked great. It could be the teams that are choosing it, of course. But Cerulege does not seem like it is it right now. Fusion ready for this fight, taking that Reggie in the bottom path, and they are set up so well. 432 to 12. It is almost impossible for the Strikers. They're going to need to wipe this team, and I don't know how they do that with how Fusion's been playing.
Well, Liam's going to get a good circle. Half their HP is gone. I don't even know what they got hit by. It just disappeared. Maybe a nice little snipe shot here as we're lining up another one. Electro Drift right into the middle, popping a Shedinjar as the Glaceon, and they're going to be put on the chocolate block very quickly. But Miraidon is down and Nemo is down. That might be the prime target that they needed. Solar Beam comes through. Everybody's getting low on HP, but it's 3 players down for the Strikers. They can't quite leverage it. Finally, the Urshifu Unite is used on Blissey. They are knocked out. Zainu's has been spot on with those snipe shots, and that is all they wrote.
You know, we talked about it a bit earlier in the day. You know, we were kind of going through a lot of the Pokemon on the roster. Are they back? Are they competitive right now? What does the meta look like? Well, I can tell you, Zainu's on that Inteleon looks insane. Dark Bear looks incredible. I didn't think we'd see much of the Rapid Strike, and we have not yet. Incredible stuff here from Fusion, to be expected, but it's great to see the AOS Cup champs, you know, the demons from LATAM South back doing what they do best.
I'm taking a look at this squad. This is maybe the most measured I've watched them play. It seemed like we had some really quality engagements, maybe just a shade of last year in the Miraidon Electro Drift in the middle of 4 players there to get slow beamed out. But outside of that, I mean, it's been everybody's covering each other's back. We're stressing the map uniquely. We're not getting caught out too poorly. And because of that, they're able to just build up so much pressure that the Goldenrod Strikers couldn't push back against.
Man, this Inteleon absolutely popped off this game.
Yep.
Like Zainu's on Inteleon. It just looks so incredible. And now they're just kind of having some fun as they're picking up more and more KOs right here, just adding to the highlight reel. Make it a quadra as they are now scoring at their main goal. Couple seconds left on the clock here in this first match between Fusion and Goldenrod. The only match until possibly day 2. These are best of ones here, and Fusion's looking insane in their first game of the day.
Yep, those are the AOS Cup champs. Those are your world's qualified Fusion squad that is looking for a trip to Japan.
Yeah, they are.
So, I mean, Fusion played well. Unsurprisingly, they're a great team. Goldenrod Strikers, I think there's, you know, if you're going to be on stage for your first game, maybe sometimes it's nicer that it went this way, and then you can say, okay, all of that's behind us. We still got 4 games to play.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was a tough one for them. Obviously, they did pick up a couple of KOs here, 2 on the Glaceon, 1 on the Blissey. Had to be maybe an Egg Bomb or that Bliss assistance right there. Cerulege again, showing up and underperforming here in these matches. And we're going to have to see if some of these bigger teams are going to pick this up at all. Look at those numbers on the side of Fusion, though. Man, they just looked absolutely insane. As Fusion, I believe they're going to be sitting on the stage for their next game as well. We're going to have to see what is coming up next, but we're back here in the booth. Hey,
we're back here in the booth.
How you doing?
Hey, everyone. Fusion looking great.
Yep.
Goldenrod Strikers got some work to do.
Yep.
But the day's not done.
No.
The day is not done, and they still have 4 more teams to play against to try and survive their group here.
Yeah, this is a wild day 1, right? We have all these best of ones, and a lot of teams are going to move forward here to day 2. So you don't want to burn out in day 1. You don't want to give up too many losses here. You want to play something consistent, something you're great with, or if you're Fusion, you just want to be Fusion. Because it looks like they are firing on all cylinders, looking as good as they did at the AOS Cup. We're going to see if anyone can stop them. I don't think we're going to see much trouble for them until possibly day 2 when things can get a little crazy.
Well, yeah, well, that's day 2. Things can get crazy in terms of like how the best of 3 shake out. Today's a different kind of crazy because these best of ones can really flip things on their heads. We haven't seen that materialize on camera, but I'm sure when we get out there and we start listening to some of these stories of these best of 1 matches go down, we're going to hear some wild stuff.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Because while this is happening, we have multiple stations off stage where people are playing and running these games. We're going to try to keep you updated with all of the scores as it's going because we have so many teams here competing, and we're going to try to follow this as best we can and give you the latest on whether a team is qualified or not, whether this match is for qualification. I've got to assume when we see Tuzzy against DreamMax, if Tuzzy wins that would definitely qualify them for day 2.
Yeah,
I have to.
Yeah, they'd be 3-2 against probably 2 of the stronger Brazilian teams in their group. So you think that their tiebreakers would shake out even if they would lose the last 2?
Yeah,
so,
most likely.
So that would help push them towards the top there. And honestly, you know, they've looked very, very good.
Insane. Honestly, I cannot wait to see that matchup because that's I don't know if it's a grudge match. I'm not really sure how they feel about each other since that group has broken up, but you've got to see them go at it. Absolutely.
Without a doubt. We've got plenty of more action coming up. I'm going to break. Are we going to break? Zoinks just poked his head in. Zoinks, are we going to break?
Zoinks, are we going to break? What are you trying to tell us?
Zoinks shrugged.
Zoinks is shrugging right now.
I think he's saying it's my turn to get in there, so I'm going to assume that means we need to throw to a break.
I'm going to let you try and see what happens.
We will be right back after this maybe break.
It didn't work! It didn't work!
It was worth a shot.
Oh, it did work! We're going to a replay!
World Championship 2024. To come together and celebrate Pokemon.
Welcome back to LAIC. We're starting off the Pokemon UNITE Championship Series Season 4 here in São Paulo, and we got some incredible games on the way. We've got some great games already. We got even more on the way. What's going on, everybody? I am Zoinks, joined here by Soph in the booth.
Yes.
Hometown hero. Soph, we got to see you opening the show. How cool is it to be casting Pokemon UNITE here in Brazil?
Oh, so exciting, covering the show, the opening ceremony with Pablo as well. Like the warmth in the crowd, it just feels like home because it is home. And it's just amazing that you and I are working back together again. And UCS 2025 starting here in Brazil, isn't that like the most hype it could have ever been?
I know. Honestly, everything's been working together to make this as exciting as a tournament as it could be. We have so many incredible teams, local as well as traveling from afar, and of course a lot at stake at well. A decent amount of prize money on the line for these teams to be competing over, and of course a trip to Japan to compete in the Asia Champions League in that grand final spot, which is on Sunday, by the way, on twitch.tv/Pokemon. So make sure you're there bright and early. It's going to be awesome. But to catch you all up on the tournament so far, we've been looking at single elimination, or sorry, not single elimination, best of one in the group stage so far. It has been a very intense competition. We've seen 3 matches so far. We're going to be bringing a few more after that.
Yes, we will. And on top 3s of every group is the 3 teams that will advance into day 2. That's Saturday for you all for LAIC on Pokemon UNITE. And of course, that will start off with our double elim usual bracket.
Exactly. Well, single elim, I believe, going into day 2. So we'll be doing that.
Single elim day 2?
Single elim, yeah, sorry, best of one, single elim, all the numbers are getting in my head.
Yeah, absolutely. We changed some of the formats as well, so
yeah, exactly.
We're here.
Yeah, as long as you're keeping up, we're good to go. So that's what we're important. But here we go. We actually have the current group stage rankings of where these teams are at. So we've been looking a lot at Group A so far on the broadcast. We take a peek at Group B. It's where we're going to be going back for our next matchup as well. But a lot of intense matches. Tuzzy and DreamMax, both 2-0. Well, sorry, Tuzzy, correction. 2-1 right now in the group stage, but they're currently leading their group. C and D, not yet to start.
Yes, so we had this group already like coming out on stage and us covering it on broadcast, so it's very nice to catch, especially DreamMax as well. Tuzzy performing really well, as you said, now 2-1. DreamMax, we would expect them to be great. To be honest, you and I, we talked about it, Zoinks. Definitely one of the teams on the top 4 that we are expecting for this weekend. 100%. And of course, we're going into Group B with a million Ghosts and Gold Rod Strike.
Yeah, Golden Rod Strikers versus 1 million Ghosts. That's right, you heard it. Not 100, not 1,000. No. We're talking a million of those things. It's going to be awesome. I can't wait to see these 2 teams. Now, both these teams are 0-2 in their group stage so far, so things are looking not the best in terms of making it into that day 2. However, these are 2 local teams that have a lot of really cool energy about them. I've gotten to speak with both of these teams. They got some cool, unique strategies that they want to approach the game with. We're going to get to see some of that already because I believe draft is kicking off. Here we go. 1 million Ghosts versus Goldenrod Strikers, our current main stage match.
Oh, yes, it is, Zoinks. And we got to talk about Ghosts in general because Dubes Next and Spragos, we were like, Darkrai, not going to be seen at all. It's going to be banned every single time. Nuh-uh. It has been played quite a bit today.
Yeah, spooky Pokemon. I think
Spooky,
2 games out of 3 so far. It is
Mm-hmm.
dark type, you know, so doesn't exactly swing in the... I don't know if 1 million ghosts know that, though. I think they're going to pick the Darkrai
I
if
would
they
say
have
so,
the chance.
yeah, if they have it.
However, they are on that orange side of the map, which means, as you can see, the Darkrai is in that banned place. I think we're going to see that more and more frequently as the tournament goes on. Purple side bans, though, do get a little interesting. Just shaking it up right there.
Yes.
Leafeon, the first game of our tournament so far that has not been banned.
Exactly, that is such a good stat, Zoinks, because we have thought about the Mimikyu coming in and the Darkrai. Those were stables before we got into LAIC. I personally wasn't thinking that Sterilage was going to be as banned as it has been because of the nerfs in the recent patch.
Yeah.
But here we are. It's still very strong. People don't feel super comfortable playing around it. But one thing we need to talk about is that Miraidon that has been played quite a bit in the last game. 1 million Ghosts was actually Goldenrod Strikers that had it with a Electro Drift build.
Yeah, I think Goldenrod is not going to have to face it 2 times in a row as Fusion bringing in that Miraidon, right? So, but I think Goldenrod bringing in a lot of Generation 1 love, all 3
love
picks
that.
so far. And Charizard back on the menu? I mean, this Pokemon has been almost non-existent from competitive play for a couple of months at this point. On the other hand, 1 million Ghosts just kind of taking the who's who of the meta lineup at the moment. Mamoswine, an amazing tank Pokemon. And of course, I mean, no Umbreon selected, which may be a bit of a surprise, but still a lot of really viable options.
Yeah, I mean, because we have been seeing the Umbreon coming in as that wish pick when you're having 2 defenders or just very heavy front line. In having an engage and hindrances, the Umbreon comes in as a possibility for heals when you don't have a supporter. But you have a Blissey, the staple for supporter in the meta at the moment. Of course, the Hooper that was banned, the on the side of the coin as well on the heavy heals. And the Eldegoss, as we see on the side of Goldenrod Strikers as well, making that presence.
I think 1 million Ghosts on the orange side of this draft screen, I think this is my favorite approach to the draft that you can have right now. You are locked into Darkrai ban on the orange side. There's really no way to play around that at the moment with the way the current metagame is playing out. However, if you have the option for those back-to-back picks, if you ban one of the top tier supports, I'm looking at Hoopa and Blissey, it does give you that opportunity to kind of play with that first pick because your opponent on that very first pick of the draft are most likely going to lean in towards the damage dealers. We saw Charizard first pick. I don't know if I suggest it. Well, but it can happen. So I really like the approach that 1 million Ghosts is approaching this. And I'm not saying that just because my name is Zoinks. I know a lot of people are saying that. It's in my DMs, but it's not. I just really like what they're doing.
It is popping, yeah. 1 million Ghosts, I agree with you, Zoinks. I feel like this draft was very interesting. You mentioned it, you have the Glaceon, you have the Mamoswine, you have the Blissey. It's just staples of very high priority picks in the meta at the moment. So they are just hitting the nail on the head and saying, this is best of 1. We need to make this happen.
Yeah, best of 1 doesn't leave too much room to experiment, very little time to react. All you got is 10 minutes to try to take over this matchup. Obviously, Pokemon Unite has a few avenues to win that has been very popularized in our competitive play. And I think so far of the 3 matches we've seen so far, as they have been pretty one-sided, it's been very team fight focused. A lot of big team fight wins. But now we are looking at 2 teams with an even match record. Let's see how they play out in Goldenrod Strikers versus 1 million Ghosts.
And here we go with Goldenrod in the purple side and 1 million Ghosts on the orange. We're starting out on the top side here with a Pikachu, of course, having that priority being that 1-tier evolution. You usually see as well that Eldegoss coming in as help to the little Charmander in the central area as well, Zoinks. So nothing much that's going to happen thus far right now, but expect more from the Glaceon on 1 million Ghosts.
Yeah, that's going to be a devastating pick, especially with Goldenrod playing this double attack composition with not that heavy of a front line. So they are going to really rely on quick, fast damage to try to knock out the opposing Pokemon before they can even get in their face. Well, no one told 4 million Ghosts that. Tuzzy Halligan going all the way in on that swing. A big push there, but that's a level 5. That's a Charmeleon. A lot of people underrate how powerful Charmeleon can be. That Pokemon after the buffs got some strength.
Yeah, it does. It does. Just waiting for that 850 mark for the Swablu's Altaria as we're coming in here, 3v3. Let's start this off. Then you have the Eldegoss coming through with the damage, but most of it goes to the hands hands of Goldenrod strikers. So they're actually keeping afloat pretty well, especially when you need Leo on the Thermelian to get to Charles out as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I think the biggest victory there was that they held the Beldum from the Metang evolution for quite a bit of time. Now, of course, Tuzzy is able to get that with that long-range tackle. It's a little bit of a dash. I'm really curious on the next move option this Metagross is going to go on to. Here we see the Gyro Ball, a very common choice on the Metagross. It gets you a lot of shield, hits multiple targets, really checks a lot of boxes you want in team fight situations. However, Zen Headbutt versus Magnet Rise is a very interesting discussion. Do you want that dive into the backline, or do you want that hindrance resist movement option and an extra boosted auto attack? I mean, a lot of good things for Metagross. It's going to be an interesting level 7.
And Zoinks, look at this huge rotation to central area, then straight into that charge beam that comes out by the Miraidon, doing so much damage. They go on with the eject button and they take it. So that will be one of the first strikes in the game, following up with a 2-game streak for Razak as well. Looking good for 1 million Ghosts as they rotate here for the bottom side.
Wow, Razak really getting the best of both worlds. It's a move that already takes over so much of the map, right? We're just getting even more real estate with that change. That's the first goal of the game on the top side, by the way. Finally, Metang gets in range to get a stack with a few scores on both top and bottom. But now we have Goldenrod posturing for a bit of a team fight on the bottom tier goal zone. Glaceon on a rotation and trying to put a stop to that. But Goldenrod's getting a lot of points in at this moment.
Destroyed.
That's almost a Venusaur at this point in time.
Yeah, oh, that's going to be so huge. So you have that on the level 6, so still a little bit away from getting that level 8 on the Venusaur, but still, taking out that tier 1 is so helpful when we're just 5 seconds away from the Reggies.
Yeah, and 1 million Ghosts kind of playing this a little passively. It seems like they're going to elect to give up that basement Reggie, but it's not like they're making a quick rotation to top either, really taking their time, getting as many wild Pokemon as they can. I guess very confident that this Regieleki is going to go into their hands. However, that bottom tier 2 completely undefended, and Goldenrod going to take full advantage of this push.
Yes, they will. They're going on a 5-stack here. Nobody to defend it. While on the top side, 1 million Ghosts taking that time. Will take the Regieleki, but as they took as well that tier 1, they could go for an extra push that Goldenrod strikers maybe were not expecting as much.
Yeah, now Goldenrod's going to need to hustle to defend because you're right, a bit of an unexpected turn for them in the top path. The question mark for me, though, is we have such a lack of Unite moves available. There's the Metagross evolution, and Glaceon is there as well, but 1 million Ghosts can't really afford to push the Regieleki without those assets. But now, a quick rotation, they can get in some points on the bottom side. These teams are just swapping sides constantly.
They are Zoinks, and especially Razak here with a charge beam. It has been just doing so much in regards to zoning people out. That's what they're doing right here. Now front line. There goes the Slowbro. That's going to be picked up with the Ice Fang. Well, just look at that. Just so incredibly powerful. Mamoswine at this point.
Yeah, Mamoswine and Miraida. I mean, that Thunder, Soph, I don't know if you have had the pleasure or displeasure of playing against that move too many times, but that Thunder will chase you down to the ends of the earth. It gets harder to get away from it when a pesky Mamoswine's holding you in place as well. So 1 million Ghosts playing into this range damage dealing plan very, very well. Both these teams running the double attacker, those poke compositions, but on the side of 1 million Ghosts, it's a lot more sure hit potential. Miraidon's got abilities that can chase you down, Glaceon's going to chase you down with those spears, and anybody that gets away from all of that, well, Mamoswine's there to sweep.
Well, let's make a case here for Goldenrod as well. You have the Slowbro for that slow beam to track these attackers down, as you mentioned, and you have, of course, the Pikachu with so much enabling on top of the fact that you have Venusaur now with the Venusaur build, just making sure that the hits are going to land from afar. Now going here to the bot side, 5 seconds for the basement Reggie, stacking out those charges on the Glaceon. Gustavo trying to go win, but they have to use that Unite move immediately because the Seismic Slam will take them down, and they're going to keep on chasing them in the back line. They're going to be taking 1 KO, but 1 back as well goes to the side of Goldenrod. 2 for that matter, as they're still chasing 1 million Ghosts, and that is them winning this fight and going for Regirock.
Really well done from Goldenrod strikers. I mean, the confidence of Charizard to just walk up and pull off that Unite move. They're kind of uncontested. It actually bought them some time to dodge a few of those Miraidon Unite move meteors as well. So we see Miraidon on 1 million Ghosts just have to retreat back to their side, and now it's Metagross on the top side. They did win, I think, a 1v1 against Slowbro, kind of mid-fight in the enemy central area, which benefits them, but not in the form of objective secure. Goldenrod gets the objective and gets some more scoring presence on bottom.
Yeah, it has been a trade all throughout for Goldenrod's taking basement Reggie versus Reggie LAIC for 1 million ghosts. And to be fair, the score has been very, very close all around. Now 2v1 here on Gustavo trying to go away, but they're so close though to escaping the Blissey. The soft foil is just enough for that breakfast, and they're going to be feeling pretty good for the rest of the day.
Oh, poor Mello on that Eldegoss. I don't think had an opportunity to get a Pollen Puff onto the Charizard, which means we see that trade. And now we have a chance for 1 million ghosts to really take full advantage. No support. They're still on respawn. Slowbeam will grab the Miraidon, but the 5-player push versus 1 defender. You do the math. 1 million ghosts gets bigger on the board.
Oh yes, it does. All the numbers in favor of 1 million ghosts. Now on 183 versus 167 for Goldenrod Strikers. No objectives on the board, so as long as you know what that means, just trying to get as much EXP on the map as possible. Metagross going on to Lizard, but they're going to be fine. Eldegoss is just right there, so you have your supporters to back it up. We got to be careful with Leon because Charizard, although we have been seeing it a little bit less, it's strong. Look at that Seismic Slam, and once again, they take them down. No time for the computer crash. Now following back here with Eject Button away. He's not going to chase you. He's not going to leave you standing. Back to the Pokemon Center you go, while Goldenrod Strikers is pushing top side. They take this goal, and there could be potentially some more. Now, maybe the Slowbro Thursday could be taken Sunday, but they are not. So, 1 million ghosts. Kind of in a pickle.
Yeah, they're on the defensive, right? I mean, the silver lining for them is there was a lot of resources used by Goldenrod Strikers, but I don't remember the draft, but I have to imagine that Charizard does have the energy amplifier equipped. They should be able to earn that by that 2 minutes. You see, that's why Liam is even taking the side farm, which normally you would give to your laning Pokemon, and they're going to sweep through the central area as well. So a lot of experience and more chances to earn that Unite move back. It's a big push. Obviously, they have a huge lead now, but with this rotation, that extra time needed to farm, that means 1 million ghosts is going to get a Registeel buff, basically uncontested.
Yeah, and considering Goldenrod were the ones to take the basement Reggie all up until this point, 1 million ghosts having that extra buff is going to be so impactful. Now getting to the central area, 2 minutes, Rayquaza, this is how you need to play this, maybe aggressively. 1 million ghosts going in. Computing Crash is going to be available for this fight as they're still chasing now the Eldegoss. Now pushing through. Hey, here we go. Now Vertinanger actually hits everybody, but the amount of shield is just insane, and the birdie barriers are just doing massive work for Goldenrod Strikers, but they're still trying to tank as much as they can, although Metagross is just doing God's work around here, and Geo is surviving, and they're still going to escape. Leon, though, could be chased down, trying to get that flamethrower to max it out on the slow side of things. The back is not going to be available. Gimme, that is a soft boil and aced a egg bomb to take down Leon as Zoinks.
Yeah, they're gonna fall. I mean, Liam, I honestly think they did their job, right? Miraidon was taken off the battlefield in that 1v1 off center. But shout out to Sunday on that Slowbro for locking down the Metagross with the slow beam. Now we're gonna have a bit of a refight with basically no Unite moves to use, and Charizard's gone. Mamoswine gonna grab the Slowbro and throw it right into the path of that Miraidon. That's a big quick KO. Venusaur and Pikachu on the outside looking in. Those are tools they can use to secure the Rayquaza, so.
It might be, but they don't have the Unite. It's not available. Trying to get it with the Thunder. Maybe the beam! And they get it! Manu is going to be able to take this one, and with the 50, they go for the Hunter-Wugger on the top side. And following up, you have the Eldegoss as well with the 50, maybe Pikachu with that much just as well. 361 just right now.
Yeah, with only 30 seconds remaining, 1 million ghosts has to have the push of a lifetime right now. But the absolute GOAT in Goldenrod Strikers Sunday on this Slowbro is holding it down for the squad. We got the quick rotation, they got empty pockets, which means we got to defend the home base. And with only 15 seconds left and a score line of 609, Goldenrod Strikers, a bounce back game after the last one. They're going to take down 1 million ghosts.
Oh, look at this performance, Zoinks. It must be feeling just so good for Goldenrod Strikers right now, because Fusion was definitely one of the hardest opponents they had previously in the group, but now they have the win back from it. So just climbing back is what they want to be, considering best of ones is just so cruel.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, if you can think about the group that they are in right now, a group of 6 teams, they are now sitting at a scoreline of 1 and 2, which means getting out of this group is viable for them. Now they have to win out, but the first match is done. They have got their path set for them before them. Now, many. I'm imagining there's a 4 in there. There's a lot of numbers in our matchup. This one, 1 million goes. You get it. But 4 KOs, 4 assists, 50,000 damage in total. But let's talk about that secure. That's what it all comes down to. That solar beam from range, basically no contest. I mean, that's what happens when you're on those double attackers, right? I mean, everybody's going for secure. We can't really lock down the opposing attackers. So it comes down to a big Venusaur play. It was fun watching the player cams pop off at that moment.
Oh, absolutely, Zoinks. We just love to see the excitement that comes through, especially when you're in front of a crowd, in front of your home country. Come on, that is just extra better. Now, we have to talk about as well, like the fact that on the side of Goldenrod, we had Pikachu and Venusaur as the choice of attackers. So you guarantee, because you're not doing Electro Ball, you're going Thunder, you guarantee that you have an area of effect, differently from the Glaceon, for example, with the Icy Wind.
And they pair pretty well together as well, with Venusaur going that full damage build. Watch where these sludge bombs end up, because wherever Manny is throwing those, that is where Pikachu wants to be focusing this damage. Watch Sunday grabs the Bliss-assisted mid-Unite Metagross. That is 2 Unite moves basically rendered useless in this matchup. Now, 1 million Ghost is still able to put together a pretty decent offense in this final fight, but that right there, the Miraidon being forced to 1v1 the Charizard, I think is a bit of a misplay from 1 million Ghost. They go all in on the enemy central area, and they don't protect their heavy carry in Miraidon quite enough. And because of that, Goldenrod Strikers is able to pull out a very narrow victory. That Rayquaza knockup also launched the Mamoswine in the air. No chance to block the Venusaur with an Ice Fang or something like that. So big plays out there.
Yes, it really was. And I gotta say, I love that player of the game was Leon, because the Charizard and the Seismic Slams were just so good every single time. There's your energy amplifier, as you would expect, 56,000 damage, which is not usually that flashy, but considering this game where it was so close joints, we just know what it means, that when they were fighting, it mattered. So the fights didn't go for super long.
100%. Yeah, there were some huge engagements where it all came down to Charizard. I think even all the way back to that first Reggie, which didn't even really go in favor of Goldenrod Strikers, but the fact that they had the Charizard available more than anything was helping them carry. I mean, you're playing a lot of scaling Pokemon in that composition. You got Venusaur involved, you got the Charizard, but the fact that Leon was able to hit their breakpoints and then capitalize on those team fights was really the key to success for Goldenrod Strikers.
It surely was, and of course, the snipe that you just want to see from a Venusaur, and it came through. It was so exciting, because considering the amount of people they had on 1 million Ghost Zoinks, you would have thought that they could secure it. But it's just the power of a snipe.
Yeah, power of the snipe, and then, I mean, it comes down to timing on what Rayquaza wants to do some of those times as well. If you're going to play in that pit, you got to understand that Rayquaza's going to join in sometimes, and that ground knock-up effect can be devastating if you're a melee Pokemon without an unstoppable keyword. So, really, really tricky stuff. Now, obviously, that will be Goldenrod at 1 and 2, and that will set 1 million Ghosts to 0 and 3, which I'm not really sure where that lines them up in terms of contention. If you go 3, well, you want to do 2 and 3, you're probably not making it out of the group, but either way, they have to play against some of the most difficult teams in our event.
Basically, yeah, and that's kind of the situation where we're in, right? You just tackled it. You faced already the most difficult team. So when you're going into the rest of your, not bracket, but your group stage, right? You're still looking at competition that is going to be same level, you have a good ground, and you feel like you can outperform. And that goes both ways, right? Not just for Goldenrod Strikers, but all the other teams as well, just trying to get that top 3 to make it to day 2.
Yeah, if you're just tuning in with us, a quick little format recap of what we're looking at. Day 1 is all group stage. We've got 4 groups, 3 with 6 teams, 1 with 5. You have to make it into the top 3 of your group to make it into day 2. The first place team out of each group will get a bye of the first round of bracket on day 2. The second seeds will pick their opponent for their first round of bracket out of the available pool of 3rd seed teams in the group stage. Day 2 will be a single elimination bracket. We will see the majority of it, but the grand finals, so I guess just finals in a single elimination format. The finals will be happening on Sunday morning to start the day with those final 2 teams. Let's take another look at our group stage. I love these updates. Obviously, we did see the 1 million Ghost Goldenrod Strikers result. That will be the one we have to adjust. But other than that, this is the current field we're looking at. Group C and D, I'm sure, are eagerly awaiting their start in this day.
Yes, they are, and especially because we are as well just anxiously waiting, because we're going to be casting some of those games as well, Zoinks, and that is super exciting. Of course, Doomsnacks and Spriggles had the pleasure of casting your expected Dream Max, especially with the roster now updated from last year with Baby Mazo coming through as well, so that was so good to watch. Fusion we caught as well, but the most exciting bit for me, it's these teams. Some people that you know, some people that you don't know, and you're like, damn, this is good Unite. This is such great gameplay, and having these teams just playing against each other on the leveling field I mentioned just makes things extra exciting.
Yeah, I mean, the competition that we have here is incredible. We mentioned at the start of our turn on the broadcast, so we have amazing local talent going up against incredible international talent. I mean, that's what these Pokemon International Championships are all about. LAIC, one of the highlight events of the year, not just for Pokemon Unite now, but honestly every title. TCG, VGC, and Go. This is a really cool celebration of all that you can see for Pokemon Unite. Right now, we even got to look in at the other current streams. Check it out. We got some awesome Pokemon. Arcalunon in our game when? Update Duraludon, please. That'd be so sick.
Maybe.
But yeah, if you want to tune in to watch the VG action, twitch.tv/Pokemon is where you want to go. And if you're a cardboard warrior, one of those TCG gamers, twitch.tv/Pokemon TCG is where you want to go. Drifloon, one of my favorite Pokemon on Earth.
Is it horrible?
A meta Pokemon, so that's sick.
Yeah, wonderful. Just love to see it. Yeah, Chinchino as well. I love anything that sounds like food. All the food Pokemon, I love them a lot. That sounds like cappuccino, you know, like
that is true.
That's where I'm at.
That is true.
That's where I'm at.
I like that a lot. Yeah. I never really considered that Pokemon to be a coffee-related Pokemon, but hyperactive.
In my head,
I think it
is.
Yeah,
so
fair enough.
Here we are.
All right. Well, awesome. Thank you so much for tuning into our stream. We got a lot of really cool stuff going on inside of Pokemon Unite as well. Now I'm doing the Spraggles thing. Inside Pokemon Unite, we got some really cool stuff. Obviously, literally today, Psyduck released into the game a brand new support that can do a ton of damage.
So
it is so much fun. I myself have not gotten the chance to play it, but Spraggles and Doomsnacks have been locking that thing in quite a bit when we've been stacking this weekend, and they've been playing a lot of it.
So fun.
I know. So if you get the chance, definitely try out some Psyduck. It is a great Pokemon. It's a whole lot of fun. Psy-Yi-Yi. And if you tuned in here on Twitch, make sure to keep track of your Twitch drops. You have a chance to win some of those while tuning into the stream the entire weekend. So thank you so much for everybody tuning in. A lot of cool Pokemon, obviously, on the horizon in the game, but a lot of cool Pokemon that we've seen on stream for our tournament as well.
Yes.
A lot of Metagross doing well. Unfortunately, Metagross took its first loss in our last broadcast. Which
it's okay. Are you going to be fine?
I do. Well, no, because
no?
now I have to acknowledge that I did curse the pick.
Maybe
and that
he
is
has,
unfortunate. But honestly, if it's in favor of Charizard getting a win,
you
maybe it's worth.
I think it is. I think it really is. Just all power to Gen 1. You know, that team was just so good. I really love to see it. And it's all around like this meta. I think it's very interesting. Do you enjoy the meta right now?
I actually really do.
Me too.
It feels like we've been locked in whatever the state was for Worlds for quite a bit of time. But these last couple of patches have been quite fast, pretty rapid. And then now we have this biggest tournament that we've had so far in the competitive season. This is the first one. It has been a lot of shakeouts, which is really, really exciting. It feels like it's still unsolved in a lot of ways. Like, I mean, I'm seeing some good stuff, but I'm seeing a lot of good composition. So I'm not really sure what is truly top of the heap right now in the metagame. We've seen things like Glaceon succeeding after the buffs, but we've seen things like Lapras succeeding in tournaments outside of LAIC. So there's a lot of really viable stuff, and I don't think we have the stone cold answer quite yet.
Me neither. I have no idea really, because we talked about it before the event started, and we had some ideas on Darkrai, the bans, and how we were going to see these Pokemon actually performing, like former EX licenses, all just so completely nerfed. But Miraidon, here we are. We still have it, like, so strong.
And both builds.
Both builds of Miraidon, which is so exciting. For example, let's address the Blissey tweak that we had in the patch, because it's definitely related to having those two builds functional.
Yeah, that's true. If you want to see that helping hand, I think specifically if we see any Mewtwo YE, then we're going to see a bunch of it. But I do think overall...
I love a Cinderace, though.
Oh my gosh. I mean, if we get Cinderace, I'm popping off on camera. That's
sick. We are. We both are.
That would be fantastic. We did get the chance to, in the preview show for this event, we got the chance to hear from Baby Mazo in an interview, and he said that was by far his favorite Pokemon. So if there was ever a realm for it to be seed played here at LAIC, LAIC in Baby Mazo's hometown, essentially. I think that is where we are going to see it. Maybe we get to see Mazo bring up the sim race. I think that'd be sick.
The DreamX. The dream.
The dream.
That is the
DreamX.
dream.
That's
Yes,
true.
exactly.
Use that
I would
hashtag.
love that so much. I would really, really like that. Because overall, this state of the game right now is what I really like about it is having these Pokemon that can perform well on both builds.
Yeah.
Just means that's the way that the game was built.
Yeah.
Right? You have 2 builds. You're supposed to have versatility. You're supposed to have, you know, players thinking, what is the strategy for the enemy team? Are they going to go beam? Are they going to go pedal downs? You know, all of that thing.
Yeah.
That just makes sense when you're, especially in competitive, draft. All of the strategy that goes into making your composition and building your strategy is just something that I just really like very, very much.
Well, you just mentioned a couple of Pokemon that are great at that. We talked about Miraidon. You just mentioned Venusaur. But there's so many other Pokemon that fit that viability. I was talking about what move I wanted to see from Metagross. Yes, Glaceon, absolutely. If you want to go more mid-range or more long-range, there's a lot of flexibility there. We just saw the Thunder Pikachu, but I guarantee we're going to see some Volt Tackle Electro Ball before the end of the broadcast, right? So there is Umbreon is maybe one of the best examples of it as a top-tier meta pick that has flexibility in every one of its move slots. There is a lot of really interesting choices, and I think maybe if we're going to get one clue of what the metagame is being defined of is you need to be flexible, maybe even in-game as well. So a lot of these Pokemon that you have the ability to do so, we're going to see those rise to the top. Now, we do have an update. I think it's been on screen for a hot minute. We have our next matchup eventually coming up. I don't have word that they're ready yet on stage. We do have the code versus, I believe, AXK. I think I got that right. It was 3 letters, and it started with A.
Good, right. So we're getting ready for our next matchup here for myself and Zoinks at LAIC. Oh, this is where we belong, you know, in the booth, on the stage. I just love being here, and especially being at home. It just makes all the difference to me. And of course, just making you guys feel comfortable because we have been doing segments together for content creation, some Portuguese, some snacks with snacks.
That's true. Yeah, we might get to some of that later. That would be really fun. In fact, you've been talking a lot about this. You have been wanting to teach us casters a little bit of Portuguese. It has been well, in fact, I was hoping you would hit me. Okay, if you would please teach me one phrase in Portuguese that I can use during casting.
During casting?
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be a phrase. Can it just be a word?
Can be a word.
Bora!
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 I don't know what I'm saying.
Let's go!
Yeah, okay, I'll say that a lot. All right,
there we go. Right,
All
nice.
right, perfect.
Good.
Okay, that's good, that's good. I wish, you know the tough part about this, Soph, is you're too good at English. So I can't really teach you any phrases there, but thank goodness. That's all right.
Just teach me some Canadian.
Oh, that could happen. Yeah, we have our own way of thinking. But okay, we do have full confirmation. It is going to be the code versus AXK in our next matchup. So I believe these are 2 local teams as well. So we have 2 more Brazil teams on stage right now. They were definitely the overwhelming majority in terms of signups. I think just over half the teams are local to this country, which honestly is one of the best parts about LAIC is the fact that now these players get their LAN. It's so cool.
Yeah, because, you know, it's not just about the fact that we are on Championship Sunday, which is also pretty cool.
Right.
We're talking about the first time that Unite is on LAIC, so it's just a pleasure to be able to share these moments with everybody, casters, everybody in production, players, audience, because we know that anybody in the world will tell you Brazilian crowds are built different.
True. I mean, they've been showing up already in stream. It's been so awesome. And for all 4 titles as well. You get like the Go crowds going nuts on the other side of the stage. I mean, I feel like we do this every single time that we are at some of these in-person events. It's just the casters pitching in-person events the entire time. But if you do have the chance, pick up a spectator badge, maybe even compete in one of these titles, find a team, form a team in Pokemon Unite. There's a lot of really cool opportunities to get you into these spots because honestly, they are, you can't miss these events.
Yeah, you cannot. If you have this possibility, especially here in São Paulo, it's a city that I would say anybody in the country here in Brazil has at some point been to.
Cool. It's
you
a great
can expect,
city.
you know, music concerts, just events in general. And people know how to get around here. And if you don't, just give it a shot.
Yeah,
Get some
ask
friends. Ask me. ask me.
Yeah,
Here you
exactly.
go. I'm the tourist guide now.
That's been my plan the entire time. But yeah, it's been a really awesome experience being here at this event. And I mean, we've had so many incredible teams from these regions, Brazil, LATAM North, and LATAM South, over the years of competitive Pokemon Unite. And finally, we get a tournament on their soil, which I think is so special. Obviously, I think some of those most notable names are here in attendance today. We got Fusion competing, of course.
As well.
We got, I mean, the who's who with the Brazil teams, right? And they're all in one group, which is kind of funny. We got a lot of really good energy there as well. So obviously, there are so many good teams representing, and they finally get to do it in front of a home crowd, home turf. You know, it is a really, they get to invite some of the other teams that they have made friends with, rivals with, and actually get to compete with them in person. It's really, really awesome.
Yeah, and some people that you recognize from the players that have been playing grassroots, you know, unofficial tournaments, or just sometimes just trying to get into UCS but not making that far, but they're still sticking to it.
Of course.
They are making it. They have come here to LAIC because it's a whole different situation when you're playing LAN, as you and I have both been saying over and over, because it's just so incredible to have all of the titles on one place. Like, come on, even if you're just a spectator, right? You come in, just catch a little bit of everything, maybe learn some first steps to TCG. Yeah,
that's true. That is like also the most adorable booth on Earth.
It is.
We were talking
so
about.
Pink and so cute.
It's very great. It's very great. I am a person who does like competing in other games as well, so I found a lot of joy with it. But honestly, at these events, I have to admit, my eyes are only for Unite when it comes to it. And that's not just because I'm working. It's in part because I'm working on this event, but I actually, the games at in-person events are truly on a different stratosphere than some of the events we've seen. I mean, obviously, most of the competition for this game does take place online. However, we just get to see a totally different side of the players and their style of competition when it comes to these in-person events. I mean, honestly, you see teams that you would never expect to make a bracket run rise to the occasion. You see teams that have been dominant all year find another level that you didn't even know they were capable of in these in-person events. It just truly is different. Some players, they're Lanimals, and that is just true in every sense of the word.
Yeah, that's very true, because as you said, it's on every level, just stepping up to the occasion, rising above expectations.
I know, exactly.
Everything just makes LAN even more exciting. So this next matchup, we are looking at a different group from what we have been seeing already with Group A and Group B, Zoinks. So I want to see how the vibe is. Because it's the first few matches for these groups.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I mean, you set the pace with a couple of these matches, right? I mean, and the pace is quick. We're going best of one for sure. So things are really, really tight when it comes to how these groups are going to end up playing out. But in terms of the matchups, I mean, I think we've got one of our closest matches on stream in our last one. I mean, that was an absolutely incredible game between 1 Million Ghosts and Goldenrod Striker. So, I mean, I hope we get to see more of those two teams at some point during one of these days of the broadcast, because they really brought some cool energy, some interesting picks to the forefront. And I know we're not done. You know, we got a lot of different teams, a lot of different regional play styles. Who knows what kind of compositions and Pokemon selection that we end up seeing? I mean, we talked about a lot of the meta threats so far. So, is there any of the sleeper stuff that you're thinking that we might see?
Sleeper.
And you can't say Darkrai. I know it works with the pun, but you can't say Darkrai.
Not Snorlax either.
Well, yeah, it's actually a pretty viable option these days. It hasn't been for a long time, though.
So
I think that counts in that category. Well, yeah. But it's good.
It is. It is really good. To be fair, I was, just before we dive into more potential picks, I just wanted to highlight once again how sometimes meta can be these picks that you just have it at the top of your head, like 1 Million Ghosts had, and still they couldn't really make it. It was the off-the-box, out-of-the-box picks that made a difference, and sometimes that's what you need, you know, versatility. But we know really hard to be versatile when you're doing best of ones. So we just want to see these players coming through with, as you said, these different picks as well, as the meta. So I do like Snorlax. Let me think of more out of the box. I don't know why I keep thinking about Sableye. I think it's just because, I think it's just because I've been thinking a lot about like aggressive supporters because of Psyduck. And that's what comes to my mind, you know, something that gives you some sort of hindrance, but especially that nuisance also out of fight, because you could go like backstacking with the Sableye, different strategies all around. What about yourself?
Well, I mean, in terms of sleeper options, there's a lot of really cool stuff. There is a world where Chandelure rises up a little bit. There's a lot of good speedsters right now, so that makes it a bit difficult, but I do like that attacker pick. Now, of course, chat, we want to hear from you. Who do you think are the most sleeper options? Because we're going to give you a little bit of time. We're going to jump to a very short break, and when we come back, more LAIC.
Another day, another moment you can't waste, cause it's time for you to win the race, so level up. Come on, take it all the way you're in pole position right out of the gate.
Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop.
Draco Meteor lands into Iron Tread.
It's gonna be taken by Metal!
Restart all that UE
He found it!
Show them what you got.
They already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Show them what you got.
Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Put your hands up.
Bora!
Welcome back, everybody, to LAIC for Pokemon Unite, as we're getting into our next groups, with the match being the Code versus AXK. We're just coming back from a quick break due to some technical issues, but we're going to get shortly into draft. Zoinks. We were talking about a couple of different meta picks.
Yeah.
I mentioned a bit of Sableye. What were your choice again?
In terms of a Pokemon that we think might be sleeper options out there, I think I threw in the Chandelure as one of those options. Not necessarily the most viable, but I do think the realm is kind of open to experimentation. I mean, there's a lot of viable Pokemon in that world. I mean, we're seeing Greedent be competitive successfully again, right? So that is like a whole new question mark. But so we talked quite a bit about the Pokemon selection and stuff like that. Let's talk about a little bit of the big names in this tournament. So we've talked about a few of them quite a bit at the start of the broadcast. We've heard about Luminosity, we've heard about Nouns, you know, we've heard about Fusion, definitely some big squads, but kind of the big three of Group A, I think, is worth discussing a little bit. We got the Exiled team, we have the Tuzzy, I believe you were saying is how the correct pronunciation, and of course DreamMax Esports. I mean, shattered remains of that legacy team from last year, but all incredible teams from Brazil.
Yes, they are. So Exiled, as you said, coming in as a couple of members that were on the roster for Legacy. Of course, they were the top one for Brazil last year. This year, 2024, but this past season for Worlds, going to Honolulu. So Baby Mazo, the one player that was on Legacy, that now is playing on DreamHack, one of the other teams you mentioned for this group in particular, for Group A, for us to anybody to be just keeping track of. And of course, Tuzzy as well, that we actually coming in maybe as a sleeper as well.
Yeah, maybe. I honestly, I feel a little bad that they were off my radar. I mean, this team is filled with incredible players. Specifically, my call out towards that team is always going to be Soto. I really do think he's one of the best defender players, definitely within region, but worldwide as well. I think he's got credibility for some incredible play that he has. Primarily love the Mamoswine and Revenant out of that player in particular. I think there's a very good chance we will be seeing more of that team throughout the broadcast. If not in our group stage, I got a hunch they're going to be competing very strongly in Day 2.
I agree, especially because being this method of best of ones going into Day 2, you're talking about the top 3 of each group. We have 6 teams on 3 groups and 5 on the last one, correct? Here we go. So with that, it just kind of feels like, at least to me, gives me a little bit of a sense of half people are going in. Half of the people are actually joining the single elimination for Day 2. So that is very exciting on its own. And as you said, these names, got Soto, we got Baby Mazo on the side of DreamHack as well, on top of Baby Mazo, Fezera, Caduzera, all of these players that were DreamHack this year as well, and continue in this squad for this organization in particular. And they were the top tier team for championship points in Brazil to go to Honolulu as well in 2024.
And once they got there, I think they overperformed their expectations again. I mean, now that I'm here in LAIC in São Paulo, let me refer to the Brazilian community directly. I'm sorry for my power rankings, okay? They were not generous to the teams from Brazil in any way, shape, or form, and that was a mistake. They actually performed really, really well. Both those teams making it into Day 2 of that World Championship format, a very difficult format to perform in, right? Some of the best teams from around the world in a cutthroat situation in groups, but they do, both of them, make it out. Legacy and DreamHack into that Day 2. So many of these players that are playing in this venue today have Worlds experience, but that Brazil community brought some heat to Honolulu in that last year. I think it definitely put Brazil on notice as a region to watch going forward.
Absolutely, and I think LAIC is the place for us to consolidate ourselves as well, right, Zoinks? Because it's homeland.
Me earning my right back. Yeah,
exactly. We're here, you know, on top of course, the Brazilian teams you mentioned, with the DreamHack, with the X Legacy as well. We need to talk about like Latam in general, with the Fusion shout out for Latam South. So all of these teams just making this tournament be the place where we show 2025 is ours.
I know. I think we only have one Latin America North team participating in this event, but unfortunately it's not remembering right now the name that they're going under in this tournament, but it was formerly the Entity 7 Jonas squad.
Exactly.
So obviously an incredible performing LATAM team as well, just from the other side of the region. Now, I mean, we got, of course, we've been talking all about that talent. We did get to see one of those teams play, which was Fusion. And I mean, they look like Fusion. They were absolutely crushing it. I've been saying it for a long time. I think Tempo is one of my picks for the best player in all of Western Pokemon Unite. If not best, at least top 3. Tempo is an unbelievable talent and really shows when this Fusion squad is clicking.
Yeah, and it clicks. It clicks so good. And to be fair, I was very happy to see, like, in that matchup against Goldenrod Strikers, fun, great, you expect Fusion to do incredibly well, but then Goldenrod bouncing back. This is what a LAN just brings to the table, right? You just fought like one of the hottest teams in your group, doesn't matter. You take the dub, you continue grinding and trying to get into that top 3. And let's talk a little bit more about Fusion, as you were saying, because you mentioned Tempo, just so incredible as a player all around. And there's something about the consistency in Fusion that I would love to highlight, because they're always just doing so well. And they get, you know, top groups and top placements on tournaments and all around the year. It's something that they never fall back from.
Yeah, I think last year would cement them as the winningest team of all time,
Yes,
right? Like every single regional final was them in first place. They didn't lose a single tournament in their regional level. And then even at the international level, they were actually able to win the AOS Cup. I mean, that was an event that had teams from Japan who they had to compete against in the grand finals, but also teams from every other Western region as well, they were able to take down. And I mean, World Championships, maybe they didn't get first place there, but a 4th place finish. I mean, making it all the way to the semifinals. I think they are one of the most, if not the most successful team without a World Championship title behind them. It's what it feels like, right? I mean, obviously we have Fennel last year who won almost every tournament. I think the Asia Champions League qualifiers for them didn't exactly go their way, but everything else going incredibly in their way. And then, of course, Luminosity, the 2 years prior, having World Championship titles. So maybe there's an argument here for Fusion, the best performing team who has not won a World Championship.
It's true. Maybe this is the day. This is the moment to start your 2025. Just rise up to the occasion, and I feel like they are going to deliver. On that note, let's talk a little bit about like what we think are going to be like top 4 teams, because you mentioned Fusion, you mentioned DreamHack, you mentioned Luminosity. What's the next one you put there?
Well, I mean, if we're going to talk about who's who, I don't think we can do it without discussing Nouns Esports, the only European team to make the trip out to compete here at LAIC. And listen, all of those teams that you just mentioned got opportunities to play in Japan, or at least the players did, in Worlds 2 years ago in Yokohama. And that was a very wonderful experience. I guarantee those teams are trying to get back in that position if they can. Well, obviously, that is what I'm discussing right now, is the first place prize for the winners here at LAIC. They are invited to compete in the Asia Champions League finals, in-person finals in Shinjuku, Japan. So it's going to be very, very awesome. Obviously, that is a heck of a carrot on a stick.
It really is. It's just like, this is my goal, this is my purpose, we are going to get there. And as you were saying, the fact that we are just getting West and East just mingled together earlier in the season without it just being, you know, getting to Worlds.
Yeah.
But we're here.
I
we're
mean,
here.
Season 4, the one that we're just embarking on, the 2025 season, is going to be the most international competitions that we have ever had. Because obviously, we're starting off in LAIC, which already is an international competition. It is an open invite, but the teams that did show up are from across the world. And then obviously, EUIC is going to remain largely the same from what the competition was in the past. But also now, NAIC is also getting the international treatment. It is going to be very similar to how the AOS Cup plays out. Final stretch will now be formulated in online open qualifiers for every single region, where the top team from those qualifiers will get that paid travel award to go compete at NAIC at the final stretch for a world spot as well. So, I mean, we are going to have so many looks from all the way back in Season 1, when the only international competition we ever got was the World Championships, to now, when we are having 4 international events just here, and then of course there's Asia Champions League over in the East as well that will now be sporting Western talent as well. So I mean, honestly, it's a great time to be a fan of Pokemon Unite Championship Series because we're getting bigger and better every single time.
Oh yes we are, and that's what we love to see, because this game is just so good. Everybody just loves it in such a deep level. You can see it from the crowd, you can see it from the players, you can see it from the casters on your screen. And I just want to, you know, talking about this fact of internationality all around, West, East, the fact that we have a possibility of somebody, for example, as you said, Legacy was playing on Yokohama for Worlds 2 years ago. we're also thinking about, damn, they could make a run back, go to Tokyo, right? Go to Japan once again, and maybe get a slot to Worlds like right there for ACL, which is just incredible. All around, it's difficult to see sometimes esports in general integrating the world as much as we are right now. So I would say, like, Unite, we're just doing so well.
I know, yeah, it's been a really, really fun time to be a part of the game, both just in the casual experience as well as the competitive experience. It has been so exciting, but I have to admit, I am so excited that the competitive experience is starting. I mean, what a way to kick off this season other than an international in-person event. Honestly, it has been so much fun to be a part of this event. We had rehearsal days and kind of content stuff yesterday. We got a lot of good stuff in the pipeline for all of you. But of course, the teams were getting involved as well. I had the chance to walk over to the open play area while Spraggles and Doof Snacks were casting our first few matches and just take a kind of a look and see what the energy was at, and it's awesome. Like the open play area for Pokemon Unite is always exceptional, but right now these teams are excited to get into these matches and play. Obviously, everyone's mind is dead set on making it into day 2, getting into that single elimination bracket. But the energy's high. I mean, we're seeing teams mingling. I said hi to some of the NA teams who are hanging out with teams from Brazil. Very, very cool. The vibes and energy, awesome here at LAIC.
Yeah, I mean, can you expect anything less from Brazil? No, you cannot. You cannot. We deliver. Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, of course.
I hope I'm delivering as well, so tell us that. And tell us all how about your thinking of LAIC, all of the genres, all of the titles on twitch.tv/Pokemon, and of course for ours, twitch.tv/Pokemon Unite. Because we love to hear you guys' feedback, because this is all we are, right? Pokemon is such a family just environment all around. So I feel like this is what we need to aim for. But of course, the competitive, it just has a little bit more spice that we enjoy quite a bit.
Exactly. So if you're enjoying the competition, either here in the venue or at home, make sure to share your experience as well with hashtag Pokemon LAIC. You might even have a chance to get your social post up on the broadcast at some point. That's pretty cool.
We're gonna point it down like this when it shows up.
Yeah, that's true. Oh my gosh, we're gonna be like, oh, I love this post.
Yeah, wonderful.
I'm really good at this. So yeah, that would be really awesome. So please share your excitement so that we can feel that excitement as well. It has been an awesome, awesome tournament so far. Like we said, we have the next match coming up very, very soon as they are getting set on stage. We got the Code versus AXK. Yeah, it's going to be a very fun one. I'm excited to get into it. So we have seen a decent amount of energy and like compositions from the Brazil team so far. I think we've watched almost exclusively teams from Brazil, Fusion, Withstanding, the only one outside of that, right? But we have seen such a variance in terms of compositions that we've seen up until this point, even from just local Brazil talent. It's been interesting to see how much variety's been there. But to be fair, I feel like that's kind of always been the case with Brazil. It's a tough region to nail down in terms of regional play style.
It's true. I definitely agree with that, but I feel like there's something that I would differ as we are potentially getting soon into this match. Let's just wrap up this little argument here. So we have, at least in my mind, a play style that I feel like I can see it when it's on the screen in game. Okay. But the meta, the compositions, that's what I feel like we're very versatile. But the way we play it, I just feel like there is, maybe it's just because I highly connect to it. Who knows? Maybe it's just the Brazilian blood. Maybe.
True.
But I just feel like there's something that I always expect from them, which is a sort of like assertiveness, aggression sometimes, you know, like really pushing for what you want in objectives and how you're going to rotate around the map, that I feel like there's a lot of purpose to it.
Yeah, I think that's probably the best one you could have said so, because that's what I've always come to as well. It's a lot of objective focus from teams in Brazil, where at LATAM North and South, they're kind of defined by their more assassin style play style, a lot of dive compositions, a lot of high tempo, playing for the early game, not really caring too much about how big you are in the late game, that sort of situation. Brazil has that same kind of energy towards the early game, but they love to draft big, secure Pokemon as well.
Yeah, they do. Now getting into draft, the Code on your purple side versus AXK on the orange. With your bends already coming through with that Darkrai, you would expect an Blissey, potentially followed by a Mimikyu. I'm sorry, Zones.
Oh, I mean, really like AXK right now, but no bias. That's totally fine. I think the Mimikyu ban honestly is warranted right now. An incredible all-rounder, another Pokemon where movesets you can get a little tricky. Probably not Trick Room, but everything else you do have some variety. Now, this is kind of shocking to me. If anybody wants an update on how these stats look on your screen, every stat you are seeing is global for the entire event. So the percentage below your bans are how many times it has been banned in this event, including the games off stream and the games on stream. And then, of course, the pick rate will be the same way on your screen as a player picks it. Umbreon has not been banned so far, which is bizarre to me. It is a Pokemon that is so powerful. But with Blissey banned, maybe you got some more opportunities.
Yeah, it's true. And to be fair, I would say that on unofficial events, we have been seeing quite a lot of grassroots having Umbreon as the top banned Pokemon.
I know, exactly.
Right? That's why it's so discrepant. But that's what we also really like about not just being on LAN, but the fact that it's a best of one. So if you know that you can play against an Umbreon, you don't have to use your ban for it. In this case, AXK just feels like it's warranted. To be fair, they're going for the Eldegoss, which makes sense. You're trying to get that amount of sustainability that sometimes the Umbreon can have with the versatility of moves you mentioned earlier, Zoinks.
Yeah, that's true. And okay, exciting Lapras's debut on stream. A Pokemon that has been talked about quite a bit in the competitive environment. A bit of a role flex. You can play it in the defender tank position, but it is a viable option into the top path. Now, AXK is drafting an extremely tanky composition. Leafeon not really included in that, but everybody else has so much bulk behind them. AXK trying to build a composition I like to call kind of the freight train, but it's the old just run at them, and I think that's proved even more with that final selection of the Venusaur.
It wrapped up really well because it's something that you always think about when you're talking about speeds and attackers. You need to understand what is the range you're going to be playing with in your team fights. You have the bulk, you need to have distance. You need to be able to guarantee some space in between your defenders and your attackers. So XK, I feel like, represents that super well. But let's talk about the code and the fact that they actually not just got the Lapras, which is a debut here for LAIC, but the Hooper as well. And even the Lucario that has been coming up quite a bit. And we also saw, I believe, DragoUnite also playing DragoUnite today.
Yeah, we're going to see it a couple of times. That is actually an interesting selection. Maybe that's a little bit of that Brazil flavor coming out as well, is with that DragoUnite. That's going to be really interesting. I think one of the best dynamics of this fight is going to be the Venusaur versus the Miraidon in terms of the poke damage. You were talking about the necessity for range. I actually imagined the Venusaur going into the Petal Dance build, but I don't think so after seeing the items. We're going Wise Glasses and Shell Bell and Energy Amplifier. Those are all special attack enhancing moves and nothing to do with auto attacks. So we are very likely going to be seeing the Venusaur versus, I would imagine, a Charge Beam Miraidon. I mean, what do you want of Electro Drift on the other side? Everything's so tanky, you're not really going to get that KO. So poke damage from both sides is going to be plentiful.
Yeah, plenty of hindrance on the side of EXK, as you said, and Electro Drift is just going to, get stopped in its tracks and, well, not going to go for a very fun ride. But I also enjoy the code with the fact that they have the Hooper, so they're going to guarantee, of course, not just transportation and just movement cross map, but as well having the Lucario. I think it's interesting with the Aura Cannon. You guarantee maybe you would have a potential counter, quote unquote, to the secure you have on the Venusaur, as you pointed out, because of the held item. And we're getting into this game, the code on the purple side versus AXK on the orange links.
Okay, so it is Defender Lapras. True and true. I mean, that's the class it is, but its role is also going to remain the same. We're going to have a kind of a tank in front of the Miraidon at any given time. I'm curious to see what moveset is, though, because Perish Song's still very viable. If you want a closer to capitalize on Miraidon damage, that's a great option.
I like what not the code, is doing here for this early game zones, considering they have the Lucario feeling very comfortable to just go stacking and guarantee the XP themselves with the AOS energy. You could guarantee not just that, but also Hooper going to the central area to help out the Dragonair come online. Speaking of the central area Pokemon, Fubuki coming here to the bot side, the 3v2, and Barbosa might be in a very bad situation. The Razor Leaf comes through, maybe some more damage. The Focus Band is going to get activated as well, and the Slowbro is going to be chasing them down. A little bit of slow, and the first KO goes to AXK.
Does take a little while. Obviously, Lapras' passive of that shell armor does block a lot of burst damage, so Leafeon actually does have a little bit of a difficult time getting the KO into Lapras. However, shout out to AXK, they are able to pull it off, and so that is an early flank that does succeed. You don't see bottom path flanks very often these days anymore, but Leafeon actually favoring, trying to shut down this Miraidon maybe a little bit more, and of course enable this Venusaur as quickly as they can, because right now it's in the bottom path. They have given it the blue buff, but it is going to take some time.
Electro Drift. We actually have Electro Drift here for the side of the code, so maybe just scratch everything we said, because sometimes we do believe that we know very much because we're casters, but the players, they know better. They really do, because they test everything and they just make us reevaluate every single decision. Now, let me just add on what you were saying that about their rotation on the bot side. It benefits Venusaur on the side of AXK. And what are you going to do against a Lucario? Like,
yeah, I mean, it's pretty powerful at the moment. It is extreme speed Lucario, so an extremely team fight dependent composition from the code. They had a few options to go with in terms of what their attackers want to do, but unfortunately it looks like we do have an issue on stage. We'll most likely get that sorted in just a moment, but right now the code looking fantastic. There it is. We got to pause. We'll be jumping away from it just a moment. Thank you everybody for your patience. We're getting back into that match as quickly as we possibly can. Looked like sort of went for a bit of a walk.
Yeah, maybe they did. Maybe we'll Electro Drift back into the game in a little bit. We'll see how that goes. But I'm super excited because we were talking about that rotational around the Lucario with the XP, with extreme speed. The fact that they got that double KO is, you know, fun, very satisfying to watch, but definitely not surprising. You would expect that because you're going on a 2v2, especially with a Hooper on your side. The Lucario just does that well.
Yeah, it's doing a really, really good job. Obviously, it's a very defensive Pokemon. It has that passive that gets it an extra shield when it gets low on its HP. It also, just being an all-rounder, gets a little bit of HP back on some of its auto attacks, especially when you're playing that extreme speed style and those birds come up. So it gives you a lot of team fighting options. But the reason it plays so well as well is that Gossifleur, it did spend quite a bit of time in the central area to, of course, help Leafeon a little bit quicker, but also to take that red buff. But with that time being spent, Lucario gets online extremely quickly and was able to shut that down. So really, really good early game from the code in the top path. AXK, though, they're betting a lot of their game plan on that bottom path.
Yeah, the Venusaur is definitely the highest priority here, especially on attacking position for AXK. I totally agree. We have the 3-tier evolution. Back into game we go. And after those KOs on the top side, we're getting back here to the bottom. Zoinks with plenty. 47 going to the side of the code with only the Slowbro here to defend this. And as you were saying, like AXK just a little late to these rotations.
Yeah, well, remember when I said they were putting a lot of their eggs in the bottom path? No longer do I think that. They are going to rotate as quickly as they can towards the top path. Nano not able to push them away from that Hoopa portal. I do think we're going to be seeing a Hydro Pump no matter what on the Blastoise for that express reason. Push away the enemies from these portals. Manifold's pretty deep, but that Lucario playing it quite safe for the code.
Yes, they are. I enjoy AXK pushing here to the top side as they're doing, not leaving Venusaur to their demise or being exposed. You're just trying to get strength in numbers. Going for Regieleki first. They're going to start this with 70% already on its health. Now Extreme Speed goes Isolate, and they're going to go with the Bone Rush as well. Getting the damage and the KO on the Venusaur, so that's not going to look really good for AXK. Or a cannon comes through. They are going to survive. Bot side, the code takes the bottom Regi plus Regieleki.
Okay, so AXK gonna bring their Leafeon up to this fight, but it might be too little too late. Yeah, that Hoopa's gonna go back through the portal and not get KO'd either. There's a very good chance this Regieleki can walk with just a push of 2 players, but a 4-player defense is looking pretty good. And it went in.
It did, at the cost of the Lucario. Unfortunately, the portal was there, but it was just not quite the exact position they needed for Lucario to survive. Now, 4 people push here on the top side. DragoUnite is coming through, going to be able to help that one. Dragon Breath is the build for this game in particular. Now,
yeah, it's going to be pushing up too. It has a little dragon dance for the movement, of course, stack some of their ability damage. So AXK attempts a push out of that tier 1, but unfortunately the Venusaur Unite falls a little flat, doesn't get any Pokemon in damage range, and AXK is going to have to look for new options to get points right now as they've lost both of their tier 1 goal zones. Looking back towards those first set of objectives, so I do think the first mistake AXK made is not all-inning on one of them. They kind of split push, even though they're so far behind in levels. Usually in that case, you really need all hands on deck to win any kind of fight. Surprised with that rotation, but the code capitalizing in every front right now.
Yes, they are. Bubble Beam here, locking it down on the Slowbro. Now pushing forward as well. Venusaur will do some damage back on the DragoUnite. They have the portal to come back, and strength in numbers is what the code is doing to guarantee yet another set of Regis, considering they got 100% of them so far.
Yeah, Yeah, all right. So this will be a rotation through the central area. They're gonna have to deal with a few invaders, though. This is a 3-person, potentially 4-person invade for the code. Lucario, DragoUnite, Miraidon, and Lapras all getting involved in this enemy push, and AXK is defending stuff on home turf. Lucario goes down with that Solar Beam and Eldegoss help. Leafeon, unfortunately, not able to get the KO with Miraidon raining down damage.
Oh, yes, he is. The storm, the Meteor Storm comes through as well. It helps quite a bit for the side of the code, but it's not going to be enough. You have the bulk on AXK, and because of that, the front line, the hindrances is just enough to keep them standing. The Eldegoss as well for the heals.
Yeah, it feels like we're finally getting to that break point, right? AXK, we're waiting on a few Pokemon to scale up and have that bulk. So, part 1 of the game plan is done. We have Venusaur and Blastoise online, ready to rumble. Part 2 is getting some numbers on the top of that screen. Currently, we're sitting on a donut, not a great look. With 4 minutes remaining in this matchup, they're not doing too bad in terms of levels, especially after defending that last push in their potential area. There's a chance for AXK to bounce back here, but it's going to need to come on the back of a big scoring push.
Yeah, no Hydro Typhoon here, and the Electro Rift will get them there. The Hydro Pump will not just be in time for the side of AXK to try to steal this one. Going forward, Dragon Dance, but then you have an Amnesia as well on this Slowbro for the build, and AXK will have to go into defense, keep on just making sure they stand their ground against the Regieleki, and that means the code just has all priority on the enemy central area.
And they have vision on basically all 5 members. I think the only person they didn't have was Leafeon, who was coming back from respawn. So good on Leafeon from AXK to make that quick rotation to bottom side. Expected that Regieleki to kind of be a false push, and instead they were trying to rotate down to bottom. Well, they defend it well. So yes, AXK might not have any points on the board, but they have held the code down to this 2-3 scoreline for quite some time.
Yes, they have, though it's 200, it's quite a bit to try to get back from. Right, Hydro Typhoon knocks them up in the air, and now that's very nice for AXK as they're collapsing on every single front. And now the beam to finish it off as well. The only one standing is a DragoUnite trying to push as well. Maybe even take this one with the Hyper Beam, but the Leafeon will survive. Hydro Pump and the Venusaur Hyper Beam, not Hyper Beam, the Solar Beam is not going to finish them.
Yeah, it is tough. Why are they doing 2 beam Pokemon on the same team? That's not fair. That's not fair to us.
It's like Venusaur with Mew, right? At least it's 2 Solar Beams.
Well, that would be the case, yeah. Unfortunately, we have both Hyper and Solar. But hey, other variety's nice too. Honestly, I want to give a big shout out to the Venusaur player. I mean, we had a couple of lackluster unites so far in the matchup, but that final one on that tier 1 goal zone was huge. I mean, we hit 3 or 4 targets. The Solar Beam immediately after with the Energy Amplifier bonus was massive in that team fight. So AXK getting back on the board in a few ways, finding a bit of energy, but now is the time they gotta lock in. 2 minutes left in this matchup, and their Rayquaza's about to spawn.
14 is the level for that Venusaur you just highlighted on Keen, and that is going to mean quite a lot of damage on that upgraded Venusaur Solar Beam. Taking the front position here by Baza on the Lapras, so is the Slowbro. Now the backline could have a flank, looking to come into fruition here for the side of DragoUnite plus the Lucario, but pushed back by the Blastoise, still getting them here, and goes onto the Hooper with the Slow Beam, and look at the amount of damage with the Fire and Anger. That is amazing! AXK is going to deal the numbers, and the damage is going to come through as well. Miraidon just waiting for that Meteor Storm, and is going to help, and the code turns it around. It's a 3v2, and maybe we'll have a backup from the Leafeon, but the Rayquaza is the code's.
Yeah, it's going to get down to about half HP. Only Eldegoss remaining with no Unite move for attempt to steal. Electro Drift and Extreme Speed are chasing this Pokemon down. Rayquaza has still not vanished from the map, and the Leafeon's back cap attempt was thwarted by the Lapras.
Okay. Oh, that was close. That was close. The code does guarantee you even have a Hooper on mount as well to get everybody back into the enemy front lines. Now, Hino is just going to maybe take some of the shield away from the Slowbro. Barboza slowly but surely gets in there, and they don't even need the Lapras Express to get this one to the home base.
Yeah, with that Rayquaza secure, that will be the code locking up this match in their favor. That is a huge team fight victory for them. Obviously, AXK start that fight in maybe the best possible way that you could conceive. They slow beam that Hoopa, whose Unite move can be game-changing in final moments, lock them down with the Venusaur Unite move, but that's a lot of resources all in on one Pokemon, and because of that, Miraidon basically gets to run free, so amazing stuff from Dulov on that Miraidon.
the Code really just making it work with their composition in spite of the valiant efforts of AXK. But this is just the beginning of this group. Right, Zoinks, we need to point that out because we played quite a bit and we broadcasted quite a bit on the side of Group A and B. The Code will start this one with a 1-0.
Yeah, that's true. Joining the rest of that crew of Group B. Also, I feel like this crowd has woken up as well, so we're hearing a lot of energy for this Code squad. Big win for them. Nice stuff there. And they will be looking a little bit nicer in these group standings when we get to it. What a matchup. I mean, things got pretty interesting there right at the end. That slow beam was a clutch play. It was a big moment, but unfortunately, just shy of the victory.
And they were also comped up as well. It was really good because you had the Hydro Typhoon, you had the Verdanator as well, just locking it up, especially when you already nailed down the slow beam on the Hooper.
True.
But I feel like Julove, as you pointed out, was just so good on that positioning. The spacing on just getting away from the fight and having that Meteor Storm come through from such a safe distance was key to making this work. And of course, damage that came through from the Lucario with Vizing was very, very good. So I highlighted them as well, going through early game to late game, really making it work.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're right. Damage numbers looking great for those two players, right? 81,000 damage for the Miraidon, 73,000 damage for Lucario. So both those Pokemon putting up absolutely crazy stat lines. Fubuki on AXK on their Leafeon was looking great as well. I mean, over 80,000 damage on that Pokemon. I think that was a key to their success, but they just couldn't quite find an opportunity for them. I mean, everything kind of goes wrong in that final team fight. We got to dodge, back cap potentially, but the Code defends from that too, and they hold on. An extremely, extremely great play.
And overall, I would say the Code just had what we were mentioning is like the key to Brazil, like the focus on the objective, not exactly necessarily the Reggies or the bottom Reggies, but the objective overall of what you want to do in your game. Having that Hooper with Lucario on the top side was just, you know, easy pick, right?
Yep.
Really good and solid, but the way they played it, we have it on the screen here for the replays, it just takes the opportunity to punish the Gossifleur early, getting into the level 5 on the Elder Goss and still managing to make sure that they clash, have the Reggie and Lecky, and score even more goals. At this point, we have 200 points, was the majority of the game.
Yeah, okay, so let's watch what really goes down here, right? We slow beam there. DragoUnite's stun is actually a pretty pivotal moment in that fight, but look at this. Miraidon just completely uncontested on the right-hand side of that Rayquaza pit. Means that is just a ludicrous amount of damage that is unanswered. So, really impressive stuff from the Code. They eventually do show up with that Hoopa Unite move, so good to see that eventually. But it will be the Lucario taking the player of the game spot for Visa.
Yeah, Vizing really performing this one super great, as we mentioned, all about the curve and the scaling that we had for this player in particular, which is funny to say for a Pokemon that doesn't evolve in Pokemon Unite, but still, I think that's what they did. Very consistent all throughout every stage of this game and just making sure that the power spikes were well utilized.
Exactly, yeah. We saw even them offlaning quite a bit, which is something Lucario is sort of notorious for, being a very good Pokemon at not necessarily joining fights, but playing off on their own. Very few Pokemon can kind of handle a 1-versus-1 against Lucario. We got options out there, but in the early game, I truly think it's in an uncontested state. So really good stuff from Lucario throughout that game. I love seeing Extreme Speed. I've said this time and time again. My favorite Pokemon to cast are always the ones with resets of any kind. I'll take whatever. Greninja, Surf, Extreme Speed Lucario. They are way too fun to watch, and I mean, they are so fun to play. You see why these players are comfortable on selections like this in big tournament matches.
It's just reliable. It's just really reliable because if you know the ins and outs of a Pokemon, you will get the reset every single time. Myself, I try to do that with Psyshock Gardevoir. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
Hey, I mean, you can do it with Future Sight too if you really want to. Both of them, great cooldown options. Now that you bring up the Gardevoir though, so I am very, very curious on that pick in particular if we will see any Gardy in our tournament. It is definitely a Pokemon that has received a pretty nice buff in a few ways in a recent patch, but we have not seen it as of yet. If we're going to see it anywhere, it might be with a little bit of North American love. I know Team YouTube is in attendance with this event. And so sad Sam, that is kind of an iconic Pokemon for them, right? It is the Gardevoir. It's what Team YT has built around in tournaments past to make a big run. And with Sam on the reins with that Pokemon, I really do think it could be a big successful tournament for Team YouTube.
You know, something that I would love to see as well on the realm of these attackers that got a slight buff recently, give me the Alola Ninetales. Give me the Alola Ninetales with the Mamoswine. I just feel like it works so good, especially in laning phase. But just in general, the amount of hindrance and just power you have with the Snow Globe, the damage is huge. So you can pair it up that, of course, having that shield that comes through as well. If you have a nice supporter coming in with a Buddy Barrier, the Ninetales, even if you are just deep in enemy backline, you're still going to survive, right? Even if you have, for example, if you have a Hooper, great survivability there. So many options that you could go for that I would love to see today.
Yeah, I think that's another option for like Brazilian flair, right? I think Worlds this year and the year prior, some of the only Alola Ninetales play we saw in the entire tournament was from Brazil. I mean, a lot of attacker players, a lot of really good attacker players in this region really lean into that pick in particular, and I think there's good reason why. You just mentioned the survivability, especially with the Aurora Veil moveset, but if you're trying to go anti-dive, anti-speedster, the just more damage, the more damage-oriented option is also great. So really another Pokemon that has quite a bit of flexibility when it comes to competitive play. We do have yet to see it on camera, though. We've seen some crazy stuff on camera. We saw Charizard win on broadcast,
We did,
so, I mean,
and it was really, really good.
Exactly. I don't think we can be too picky about the spice that we're seeing as of yet, right? There is some
It's coming through.
really, exactly. We have been treated well so far here in Brazil, especially in terms of compositional choices. We've seen some great games. I mean, another great game, I think the Code making a real name for themselves. I mean, we haven't gotten to see too much of Group B, like you were mentioning, just one game prior. This was another look at Group B, and I think we're starting to see another team that people got to keep their eyes on maybe later in the tournament. This, the Code squad, looking very strong.
Incredibly strong, and I think I have been saying this, which is funny that the word I choose will make sense to this as well, consistency.
Yes.
I feel like that game was all about consistency for the Code. There were a couple of things that could have been played a little better that you highlighted for AXK in regards to their rotations, going to the bot side and trying to just enable the Venusaur and just leaving poor top off to the Lucario's demises. And it didn't quite work well, so they ended up being a little behind the curve, and all the objectives early on went to the Code in the end. So it's something to keep in mind of, but the fact is, the Code recognized all of that, and they didn't miss a beat.
Yeah, that's true. They were able to shut them down kind of at any given moment. We saw a lot of central area aggression. I think that has been one of the key things that we have seen to kind of develop over maybe the last year, maybe 2 years in Pokemon Unite, is when you are winning, your main objective is to win more. So if you have broken both those tier 1 goal zones, you don't have many wild Pokemon on your side of the map to knock out, you may as well take the enemies. It has been a really, really big adaptation. A lot of teams have taken to heart. I know some of the best in North America do this quite well. Obviously, we saw some of the best in Japan do this expertly. I mean, it is a really, really common strategy that we're starting to see kind of across the board in competitive play. If you're starting to win, you gotta go all in.
Yeah. Go hard, just make it work, and just bring that lead much bigger. Just widen the gap as much as you can, because this game was kind of like a result of that as well, because it was 200 points to 0 for the majority of the game. And props to AXK, because some of those Regieleki pushes, they were strong, but they defended well. They rotated, traded the bottom Reggie instead. Managed to also guarantee that that 200 didn't increase like you just said. Teams are aiming to do.
Yeah, they built a very late game focused composition, and unfortunately they did get punished for that fact, but when it came to, you know, playing to their outs, they did have some good moments, which I thought was really, really good. I don't think the journey's over for this squad either. They have a long group stage ahead of them. They can still compete to try to make it into that day 2 of competition, and of course one step closer to Championship Sunday. I mean, all of these teams got their eyes looking forward to it. I got my eyes looking forward to it. It'd be awesome. If any of these teams want me to play, I will go and play. They all said no? All right.
No. Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's crazy that production said that frame 1, too.
Yeah,
they were like, oh, no.
Oh, you're gonna, nope. Immediately shut down.
no
Don't let them. No, absolutely. Cut off. locked out.
Oh, well.
It happens. It's okay. We cast, we talk, we app, we don't play.
That's true. Well,
we play at home.
See me on Sunday after the grand finals when the open play is open. I'm going to start queuing up with some of these players and saying,
let's do it. I love that idea. That's wonderful.
Maybe we don't want to reject Zoink so quick, you know? Maybe we'll see.
Maybe.
It'll be a lot of fun.
The Metagross?
It's the only Pokemon I've been playing this season. I don't know.
He's got 61% win rate.
61? I'm at 94, but yeah, that's fine.
Oh.
It's fine.
Oh, it was just not that many games overall. Like,
yeah.
I think so. Anyways. That is a casual talk for another moment. Just meet us somewhere, you know, after all the games are over. We can chat. We're just
that's true.
Casual.
People are tuned in to watch competitive top-level Pokemon Unite. Maybe not necessarily my solo queue escapades on Metagross. And
maybe.
Sorry to those.
Next time I'll think about that.
Yeah, exactly. All right, so we've got to take a look at Group A and Group B. I think our next matchup on stream will also end up being a Group B match. I will obviously correct you all if that is going to be the case, but we will most likely be seeing a little bit more. Group C and D, with the randomized groups, did end up being a little bit more of the international teams. Like I mentioned, Fusion obviously here in Group B, so we got a top-tier team here. But we'll see what we're looking at very soon. And okay, we're going to be taking a look at a brand new squad, two brand new squads to the stream. We're going to see Team YouTube versus Bad Dreams coming up on stream. That is exciting.
Yeah, it really, really is exciting. Waiting to see what the teams are going to be coming up with, because international, as you said, is just a little bit different from what Brazil brings to the table.
It's true. I do have word for production. This is a Group C match, and both these teams did say I can't join their team. So we did hear
maybe we can try to sub next time.
Yeah, that'd be awesome. That'd be really cool. I've been asking to play on that main stage for so long. It'd be so fun. It looks really cool, but obviously these teams are very excited about it as well. One of these teams has a lot of experience here on the main stage. Obviously, Team YouTube is qualified for the World Championships 2 years in a row, and in terms of in-person tournament experience, they got a lot of it at this point. Particularly NAIC this last year, in the final stretch, they were able to make a run very, very deep all the way to the grand finals of the final stretch, but unfortunately where they ultimately took that loss. But either way, let's take a look at our group stage. Currently, Fusion sitting at the best record in the tournament at 4-0. They are a lock for day 2. I think there's technically some way things could swing if we're going to look at seeding and things like that, but right now, Fusion, a lock for day 2. We're going to be starting in Group C and D in this next game. But Group A has been pretty interesting as well. Tuzzy, Esports 3-0, Exiled 3-1, DreamMax unfortunately only 2-0. They've been chilling in a couple of their games.
Yeah, they have been chilling. Well, to be fair, although they only played 2 games, they did win 2 of the 2 games.
Oh, they're doing well. They're doing well.
They're doing well. Got a 100% win rate at this point for them and Tuzzy as well. Very excited about Tuzzy and what we've seen from them in the broadcast so far as well. But Team YT and Bad Dreams going into Group C, everybody's just fresh going in for this first draft. Well, first and only draft against these opponents, because we are talking about best of ones in group stage, and Zoinks, you know the stakes go high.
Oh yeah, there's a lot to be playing for, but all right, here we go. Unfortunately, I don't think our team names are correct on stream. We'll probably get that corrected, but here we go. So talk to me about these bands. What are we looking at?
Right, so we have an Umbreon here, plus a Hooper, so things that we have been coming to expect for a while, especially on the LAIC, and given the recent patches. And as well, Darkrai, either banned or picked. It's 100% participation in the tournament, I would say, possibly so far. And Leafeon as well, very highly banned throughout LAIC.
Yeah, that's true. And okay, a Blissey first pick is going to be locked in on the purple side of the battlefield. I think a Pokemon that is exceptionally strong, the best support in the game, in my opinion. But it will be alongside a Umbreon band, which I just think that is such a good strategy. The orange side team, though, is going to lock in the Miraidon and the Eldegoss.
Well, having a look here at that Miraidon and Eldegoss, as you mentioned, as you usually see the Eldegoss becoming the one Pokemon choice to battle against the Blissey, especially when a Hooper is already locked out. The Ninetales, the Alola Ninetales I asked for, it's here. But also the Lucario that we saw just doing so incredibly well in this previous game for the side of the code, and a Blaziken plus Slowbro Hover happening right now. They are very good staple picks, and that's what they're going for.
Yeah, that is going to be awesome. Is it Hoje, I believe was the way I pronounced that Blaziken player's name? Hoje. Okay, I'm so good at Portuguese. Okay, so it will be that Blaziken lock-in on that side. Very, very cool. I mean, I do agree with Spragos. I think that's a Pokemon that has been, like, kind of underrated wildly. It is an incredible Pokemon, but they are going to be going up against one of the most devastating in-person tournament duos that has ever touched this game. The Zoroark Comfey is unbelievably strong.
Nasty.
But okay, there we go. We got the names updated for y'all on screen. We got it changed up, and okay, I got a pin of that Pokemon on. It's Mimikyu.
Hey, it's the Mimikyu, and we gotta address here the fact that we had a quick switch of events here on the teams that we're going to be playing in this match. In particular, AXK on the purple side versus Cleitópolis Unidos, also still on the Group E.
Yeah, exactly. So we're still in Group E, and we got 2 squads from Brazil facing off yet again. And this time we're going to get a new look from AXK. Honestly, an entirely different look in terms of composition, right? We had Venusaur and Blastoise, and now we are looking at quite a different change. They had to play against the Lucario last game, and they said, hey, Kate, we're running that back.
Can I borrow it for a moment?
We're going to take that. We're going to take that Lucario for a ride in this second game of our group stage against a brand new opponent. We'll have to see how this one goes down. I mean, one side has Mimikyu, and again, I am not biased, but I do think that team will probably win.
Whatsoever. I'm not biased for the Yellow Ninetales either.
Right, okay,
Definitely
so we're
not
at
for
odds
the Zoroark Comfey.
Yeah.
No way. Like, there's nothing good about that combo. It has never existed, never seen on Earth.
We're lying on stream, folks.
That's
where we're getting into.
We are very sarcastic.
Exactly. All right, looks like we might have one small issue on stage to work out before these teams actually get into the game. So we can talk a little bit more about the draft that we just saw. So obviously, we're joking around. Zoroark Comfey is, I mean, notorious for a reason. Infamous, famous, whatever title we want to ascribe to it. It feels like at these in-person events on the minimal ping environment, that Comfey and Zoroark, it feels smooth. I've talked to a lot of incredible Zoroark players, 2 of which are now on Luminosity Gaming, but Trainer LGC and Overlord have both said playing that Pokemon in these in-person environments, it's just a different world. You feel like you can express the amount of skill you have to a degree that you never have been able to before, so that is always so exciting. But that holds true for a lot of different Pokemon in our competitive play, especially in this game. Mimikyu, another one of those Pokemon that if you want to aim quick, you want to make sure your Shadow Sneaks are landing, it is going to be a great environment to do so.
Yes, it is, and we have information here that the game was paused with the technical issues. We're going to be resuming as soon as we can, and I totally agree with you. There's just something about just being together there, not just with the synergy and just, you know, having the vibes, but also just the technicality out of no latency whatsoever. Come on. Getting into this game, AXK on the purple side versus Cleitópolis Unidos on the orange, again for Group B in this best-of-1 group stage.
Yeah, it's going to be an intense one, and the Comfey for the start of the game is going to join the Lucario. I don't think it's going to come as a big surprise to anybody, and it's going to allow AXK's Lucario to be very aggressive in the stacking of the early game. They got that Comfey to work with. They can either defend the goal zone or score with. It's going to be huge. Got a bit of a Gossifleur invade, though, here, so.
Oh, actually very interesting. Not just the Gossifleur invade, but you also had both the bot path Pokemon going out and taking the blue buff. Now getting here with the help of the Comfey, they're going to be potentially okay. They do guarantee the buff for themselves, so that Gossifleur will have to try to escape healing a little bit, but it's not going to be any way that they not survive, or actually that they survive.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's a tough look for them. It did hold Fubuki to a very late evolution. They were Zorua for quite some time, even after all the wild Pokemon in the central area had vanished. So, I mean, job well done, I have to say, at the moment, but you do need to get to that next evolution as quickly as you possibly can. A big 4-player rotation on the top side for both teams.
Yes, it does. Okay, going back and forth with the Zoroark, so much damage that comes through, and that's going to be AXK taking them really deep into their own home base. Now with the damage that comes through on the snow is not going to be able to just lock them in place for too much, but it was traded back very well there by Cleitópolis Unidos in the defense.
Yeah, a lot of early damage on the Alolan Ninetales is huge here, and that is a great time for AXK to make that push. If Mimikyu probably can sweep that fight a little bit later after that return fight happens. However, with no Shadow Sneak to get the chase down through that tall grass, they are not going to have the mobility to take you down when you are constantly poking at range with your Alolan Ninetales. So, AXK with a very good metagame decision, trusting that their early game is going to be outvaluing this, the orange side a little bit, with enough of a push.
And it's so good as well, Zoinks, because they're already here for the 8-minute mark to contest the Altaria. But at the same time, they had that Alone Ninetales on a blue buff for the bot side. And they take advantage of the Zoroark going out for that 4-person gank. And it just works out really well. AXK with a nice positioning here on the early game. Now going back and forth. The Zoroark takes one. Now trying to lock them down. Frozen in place is the Slowbro. There we go. And that's going to be yet another one that AXK takes. Now trying to get there with some help, maybe in particular. Go for the berries, but they're too fast. Not even the Miraidon is going to be able to help them, and they're going to go in a retreat.
Yeah, at this point, this Zoroark is going to be completely uncontested. They really need that Mimikyu Unite. They're going to be on the fast track to it, though, as the Alolan Ninetales and the Blissey are going to fall. KO streak of 2 over to this Ghost Side Pokemon as Luminosity is able to take down a couple, and then, of course, get closer to that play with me. That Unite move, incredible at shutting down Zoroark, but also the Comfey duo. When you trap them, Comfey cannot drop off and cannot use any abilities. So it's essentially a 2-for-1 Unite move. They got him with Shadow Sneak.
Pushing bot side, big rotation here for Bad Dreams. Now the Charge Beam deals so much damage, but here we go. That's gonna be the Zoroark slashing through, and they take it. No, they don't. Miraidon guarantees it back, and they're gonna try to push forward as well. No, they just decide to take the objective and be careful about it.
Yeah, exactly. And there's the play with me Unite move, right? It grabs Zoroark and Comfey and locks them both into place. So it is absolutely huge. So now we're going to be having to push towards the top side. Unfortunately, one more pause while we get that sorted out on stream. So sorry about all that stuff, folks, but we'll be getting you back into game very shortly. Don't you worry about it. We'll be jumping back into the game in just a moment.
We will. We definitely will. And AXK now looking much different from what we saw in the previous match that we casted for them against the Code, where the Code was really just taking this stance. So XK said, okay, we can take the Lucario and do something similar against Claytopolis Unidos and have a good early game. But again, I need to highlight, I just loved that strategy to go for the both bot path Pokemon, taking the blue buff and having Zoroark just be okay on their own. They were a little behind the curve, as you mentioned, Zoinks, but it was still okay to go to the top side and have that 4-burst in rotation.
Oh, yeah.
That is really, really good, especially with the buff.
Yeah, especially, I mean, both teams matched with the 4-player rotation to the top side, which is interesting. It kind of leads me to believe that these teams have competed against each other before. Like, you know, when we see those moments, and obviously these are two Brazilian teams, local events and all otherwise, you definitely see a little bit more competition there between these squads. So I have to imagine that's where we are seeing that push. Now, the next major objective is going to be this Regieleki. Alolan Ninetales from Keen is playing the Aurora Veil, so it has a bit more defensive opportunities and is a great anti-dive. But when it comes down to secure, there's just one thing that stands above the rest, that's an overheat. But that fight ain't over yet.
Yes, it is not. Now going out forward, especially with that Comfey, the Magical Leaf will just stagger them for a little bit, but the Charge Beam will just try. Well, never mind. They're definitely going to attempt, but not be very successful about it, because we just know Zoroark is a menace, so incredibly dangerous, especially coming with the Lucario and the Comfey alongside them. 3v2. Maybe the Blaziken can try to do something more. Shadow Sneak is going to be there, and the Mimikyu will guarantee the last hit.
Yeah, Lurgoose actually elects to help the Blaziken with the Lucario KO. I think they were just maybe a little not confident enough in getting the full KO if they chased down that Shadow Sneak, so instead they play for the secure knockout where Blaziken and Mimikyu can work together in tandem to find that big one. So now the rotation is going to be going towards the bottom side of the map eventually. We still have 30 seconds until the next major objective, but obviously that is going to be a major one for these teams to take. Levels are very, very close in terms of pace right now. If you can get extra experience for your side, you can take a foothold and a big advantage.
Yes, you can. 4-person here on the side of Claytopolis Unidos for the bot path Reggie. So is the Zoroark coming with a Comfey, and you know when they arrive and they got a good spot, they're going to be doing damage. Aurora Veil coming forward, and the damage is just insane. Backline, they're going to be able to take onto the Blaziken, but going to escape for a little bit longer. They actually take down the Zoroark instead, and Claytopolis Unidos is just feeling so good about this fight. The Meteor Storm is going to bring it back even more to Claytopolis' favor. Now they continue to push forward. They have the Surf just to zone them out, and this Reggie is most likely theirs, but just wait, because maybe Aura Cannon, no, actually not available here for the side of the Lucario, and the Miraidon confirms the buff.
Yeah, that is absolutely huge. I mean, another picture-perfect Mimikyu Unite move to take over that team fight. It's another Zoro Konfei grab, and that is a really bad weakness of that duo to be exploited by these individual lockdowns. Now, this has been the other threat, though. AXK bringing this Alolan Ninetales to play, and Zoroark is back in the mix. It is not a slow bro. Do not believe the illusion, and nobody should, as Zoro starts carving through again, and that has been, I think, the linchpin to this composition. This helping hand safeguard Blissey has been phenomenal. Of course, it's been getting Zoroark out of some dangerous situations, but the amount of extra damage that helping hand has been giving this Alolan Ninetales with the increased auto attack rate inside the Aurora Veil has been tremendous. I think AXK has been showcasing that this new buffed Blissey moveset is definitely meta viable.
Yes, it is, and as you said, with the Aurora Veil, it just works out perfectly. I was looking to see the Helping Hand build, I got it. I was hoping to see the Alolan Ninetales, I got it.
Yeah.
I got them both together, so I guess that's a win for me as well. And even if we're not playing or subbing for any of these teams, I guess we won too because there's a Mimikyu.
All right, well, there's always something to hold on to, and that's what I'm going to be doing.
The
Now,
Hopium.
in terms of Mimikyu, this Mimikyu versus Zoroark matchup has been so interesting because in team fights, it's been going in favor of Mimikyu, but just in that 1v1, because after that, AXK has been able to win these fights, and these are two hyper carries. They are both, well, Zoroark has hit the level 14. I think Mimikyu is knocking on the door of that breakpoint as well. These are going to be some incredibly high-level damage threats when we're getting closer and closer to our final fight. We're only 45 seconds away, and the lion's share of the points in favor of AXK, and ooh, and Mimikyu went deep.
Yes, they do, but Zoroark does it as well. Now the Elder Gods has completely vanished before your eyes like a magician's trick. Now looking at the close combat that could come through as well here with the Bone Rush, and they managed to take yet another one just before the 30-second mark for the Rayquaza Zoinks.
Yeah, oh, this close combat power-up punch has been really interesting. You talked about Lucario's secure opportunities, right, with the Unite move. That's huge. Power-up punch, another great secure option for some of these Rayquaza threats or even the Reggies. But we're only 10 seconds away now from this final fight, and with Mono, you have to make sure you're playing it up a little bit safe. You're the main secure option, but the Mimikyu gets the chase down. Great Shadow Sneak. That's a long-range one. Not easy to hit those big hits, but they chase them down. Oh,
that was real close again. Now Safeguard goes in with a comfy as well on the Zoroark, and that's going to help quite a bit, but is it going to be enough? They managed to escape with the Fiery Fields forever, but the Meteor Storm also just zones them out completely. Now with that Cotton Puff, you manage to get their health back on the side of Claytopolis Unidos, but look at them, that is insane! They just go so deep that it's just abysmal, and they continue forward, could get a 4 KO streak, and they do. Pushing out again, it's just the Mimikyu that's standing, it could be a 5 KO streak, just give me that for the Zoroark, and it is! Rayquaza is next for AXK!
A penta from Fubuki on the Zoroark, unbelievable! When they moved over to the right-hand side, I think the Oryx team thought they were all moving to the safe left-hand side of the Rayquaza pit, did not expect Fubuki to be hiding in that tall grass. They get a 3-4 person Unite move, and everybody else is just a chase down material. Absolutely huge play from AXK to turn things in their favor with a really good start from the other side.
Oh, it is, and I have to say it, that to me is a border for the side of AXK. Let's go! What an incredible play on the Rayquaza fight and how they just managed to go to the deep line, and they're doing it again, getting 7 more here. Comfy looking to get a 43, maybe. I don't know if they have a shield. Fire Kiss forever is going to definitely help. Definitely pushing forward with that Cotton Cloud Crash. They just displaced him for a little bit, but it's not going to be enough time. And Claytopolis Unidos just trying to hold it, but the skin of that teeth is just not enough. 30 seconds, Zoinks, and the scores are raining.
Yeah, this is going to be all she wrote for AXK as they take this victory. Let's see, Unite move is going to be taking down the slow bro. A hefty tackle from that Blissey is going to take it down. So AXK might have lost a tough one in the previous game, but again, they bounced back into this game number 2. I feel like we've been saying that a lot, Soph. A lot of big redemption plays in this group stage. I mean, it's best of one. Anything can happen. And right now, it's AXK, and hear that crowd sound off for that squad. So sick. The local talent here performing 67-31. AXK reminding everybody that they are a threat in this tournament.
Yes, they are Group B. We haven't seen Group A and Group B just doing exactly as you said. Zoinks bouncing back, just sometimes pulling out the short stick, but sometimes they managed to come back, and this was just such an incredible performance. 18 KOs and 9 assists, with a 21 assist to Oli on the comfy as well. And this is and the amount of damage. Excuse me, Fubuki, 135,000.
There's something about Zoroark's getting 6-digit damage numbers on in-person tournaments, and that just makes me smile ear to ear. I absolutely love it. Now, let's not discredit that. Alolan Ninetales helping hand Blissey combination was fantastic as well. Alolan Ninetales with over 80,000 damage. So the meta threats just keep on raining in as we see more talent, more teams, and even more Pokemon selection at the first tournament of the year.
I was just gonna say, we could try to define the meta, but this
is
the meta. LAIC is the meta for 2025, and we're making history as it goes. Thank you for being a part of it with all of us. Let's have a look at those replays, because from all of the moments that we thought that AXV might have not been doing so well, like for example, when you have them right on guaranteeing the Reggie like he did, just leave it to the Lucario, the Comfy, the Zoroark. The threat is just huge.
Right, exactly, and I was praising this Mimikyu so often. Again, not biased, but I was praising this Mimikyu for just really clutch Unite moves, but this was, I mean, that's what spelled the end for this entire team, right? Honestly, Hiltos was able to get the first advantage in that team fight, but I think they thought everyone was retreating to the left-hand side of your map, but Fubuki just hiding, very, very aggressive positioning. I mean, why not? You got that Comfey along for the ride. You may as well make those aggressive plays, and it pays off in, I think, a way that they didn't even expect would be that good. A Penta knockout at Ray. They are our player of the game. Surprise, surprise. 191 score. We saw how many KOs they got on the stat screen of 18. They were also knocking out 40 wild Pokemon throughout the match. Very good efficiency on the central area clear.
Exactly, exactly. And we gotta say, it's not just the 5KO streak. That last Revenant render Ray, just, man, satisfying is something to say the least.
Exactly. Yeah, we have had such spectacular showcases from teams that maybe you would not have been familiar of before if we weren't at this event competing in, I mean, the biggest of stages that we could have.
Well, I hear here from production, we're actually throwing to a fun little segment, Snacks with Snacks. So let's have a look at that, because I'm going to be presenting some Brazilian snacks to Tube Snacks.
What's good, everybody? Doob Snacks here with another episode of Snacks with Snacks. We are here in São Paulo, Brazil for LAIC, and I've got a tour guide with me to bring me around all of these snacks this go around. So, thank you for joining.
Much appreciated. So happy to be here for Snacks with Snacks. Of course, these are things that I've known all throughout my life, considering I am Brazilian, and I'm going to be your representative for Brazil here at LAIC, of course, for Unite,
Of course.
Starting with sweets.
We're starting with sweets. All right, so let's kick it off here. You said peanut butter base, not peanut buttery. A little bit of crumble texture to it. Let's get into it.
Be nice.
Oh, that's terrific.
Terrific.
This is this reminds me of like the filling of a Reese cup. For those of you that eat Reese cups at home, picture that. That's what this is. This is gonna get a high mark for me, but we're rating them all at the end. Here we go.
No, you're gonna be fine. So next up we have the. Look.
Okay. Well, it was a little crumbly. A little crumbly texture. This is what I knew this was a Twinkie.
It is what. Okay.
I knew this was a Twinkie.
Okay. Childhood memories, nostalgia. This is what this evokes. The vanilla filling.
It's a Twinkie. It's great.
Okay, good. So the other one is just the same, but chocolate, if I'm not mistaken.
Of course.
I mean, yeah. Why not?
You know, chocolate's fine. I prefer the vanilla one.
Me too. That's my personal favorite as well.
The peanut butter cylinder is getting to me here. So I'm gonna have you help me open these.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Let's get into these ones here. What are these? Off rip, I like the turtle mascot.
Yes. Gotta love the well, there he goes.
Got chocolate sandwich cookie all the way through, right to the middle.
Yeah.
You need to pay me for these. Chocolate sandwich cookie.
Good.
Believe it or not, still fighting through that peanut butter.
I do believe it, to be fair. So this one, not sandwich style, but on top.
Okay.
Also chocolate, but...
Turn on the back.
Yeah.
doesn't have peanut butter in it. I can assure you that. It does taste like peanut butter though.
Yeah, this one of my personal favorites.
There's an Americanized version of it. And instead of it being one humble piece like this, this entire package is just two jumbo ones.
Oh, okay. Well, I get
So
that.
essentially we've taken your classic snacks and just done
Made them
barbaric
big
American
and
things to
deep
them.
fried.
Yeah, there you go. Just jumbo and butter and grease. Ooh, I really thought.
Okay, good.
Let's rate these
Good.
things. Speed run. This is bottom tier. I'm going to put that at 2.5, considering everything else is much more solid. Twinkie taking a large lead here, and I think I'm going to go. You can't give like a Twinkie a 10. That's insane. That is insanity. 6.
Okay.
I think this is a 5 for sure. Size differential. Size does matter to some people. For these, 3.7, which leads me to the chocolate sandwich cookies, 5.9.
Okay.
And that's because these, despite being first and kind of being, I kind of felt like I was coughing sawdust the entire time. Don't let that discourage you. This was my favorite of the sweets group. 8.5. I love these. I love these.
That
These
is
were
incredibly
terrific.
good, yeah.
This was sweets. So we've got more to come. What else
Yeah,
we
we
got
do.
coming up?
First, we got the savory, we got the finger foods, and of course, you need to stay tuned to catch more of Snacks to Snacks.
Stay tuned.
Hole in the bottom of this? Pokémon UNITE Championship Series. Here we are live in São Paulo, Brazil for LAIC. And this is the first stop for Pokémon UNITE on our championship season this year. I cannot wait. I'm Spreggles, your content cowboy. Yee to the ha. I'm joined by the one and only Noob Snacks. How you doing, Noob Snacks?
Potentially for the last time here. Will depend how everything shakes out. We've got a heck of a match coming up. Team YT and Bad Dreams right around the corner. Glad to be back in the booth. We're picking up the pace a little bit, which I like to see.
Yeah, absolutely. Again, today is best of ones. Day one is crazy. All of these teams in these groups are going to meet just one time, and that's going to decide what day 2 looks like as we head to a top 12 bracket. Now, we have a few matches coming up for you that I'm insanely excited about. We get to see YT for the first time, Team YT on the big stage against Bad Dreams. Then right after that, Team YT stays put, regardless of if they win or lose. They are running into Nouns Esports, so some of the best from NA versus some of the best from EU. After that, Nouns against Bad Dreams. Bad Dreams has an opportunity right now to take down 2 massive teams as well.
Yeah, turn their Bad Dreams and deliver some nightmares across the board, which would be a great way to make a statement here and a great way to rattle the cage against 2 teams that are trying to get their season started off right, coming all the way down here to Brazil.
Yeah, I mean, this is huge. I'm so excited to see, of course, all of the Brazilian squads, but the international levels of competition that we get at these ICs are incredible. We're going to see some amazing stuff at AOS. We're going to see some incredible stuff at the final stretch, but this is the first stretch, if you will. This is UNITE.
This is the morning stretch.
This is the morning stretch. I didn't even do my morning stretch.
Got to get those calisthenics in, long lunges here. We've got this. We've got this.
We're ready
Too
to go.
easy.
Yesterday, by the way, I just want to let everyone know at home, I was kicking very high. Now, my pants are a lot tighter today, so I can't do as high of a kick.
Are you serious?
I didn't try to kick him.
That is insane work. That is insane work.
I tried to kick behind him, which I was doing all day.
I cannot.
Please roll the tape for me kicking yesterday. It was so good. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Here we are.
I'm not super excited about that situation.
I can't believe I thought you were getting fired, and now I'm getting fired.
I don't know where we go from here. Hopefully quickly to a game of U2 versus Bad Dreams, because this is truly a nightmare here in the booth for Spreggles and Snacks. But you know what people say about us? We bounce back well.
We're bouncing back really, really well. As we get ready for these next games, again, it's all best of one, and for the record, I can kick very high and very accurately most of the time.
We know you can kick at least to right here.
Great.
We know you can get at least to there.
Very good.
YouTube known for being wild cards kind of in the NA region. Do you think they're going to stick to that script? I don't know why they would switch up, but maybe the best of one scenario is going to have them ease off and try and slow it down and go a little bit more methodically. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, The real question with YT is what shade of YT they're bringing, and then also how much team infighting is happening during all of their matches. They are the kind of squad when things are going well, it's going amazing, and what's going poorly, they are kicking each other accidentally. And sometimes on purpose when it comes to Team YT.
And sometimes on
I've
purpose.
been watching some of their strategies, some of their scrims preparing for this tournament. I've seen a lot of interesting looks out of YT. I've seen Mewtwo YT that I haven't seen a ton of at all in this tournament. I don't know if we've seen it on broadcast even once. We've seen Metagross sort of in an attacker slot, Miraidon, and a lot of these Pokemon that are having fun switch-ups are being played by Phil. Normally the defender player for YT taking that attacker role this season, and then you're seeing a player like Fui, one of, I think, secretly almost the best top path players in the game, at least in North America, and he's had some really interesting looks. He really likes those bulky Pokemon, so he likes things like Lapras, Curse, Revenant up in that top path. So I think YT could throw a lot of interesting stuff at us today.
Yeah, and you know, just to stay on the YT beat for a second, So Sad Sam is so darn fun to watch on that Gardevoir last year, really just coming alive whenever they step into the arena with Gardevoir specifically, but really tons of ranged attackers. And I saw them, you know, posting how excited they were about these Gardevoir buffs specifically. So we'll see if that's enough to get them on that Pokemon this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, some incredible stuff from them. Bad Dreams, I don't know enough about their roster selection. I don't know what they're going to be bringing here, and it's going to be interesting trying to ban against a bit of a wild team like Team YT. And then a little later, again, we have Nouns coming up, which is also going to be very interesting. I think the most interesting thing about Nouns, of course, is that they have one of the best Greedent players in the world on a new buffed Greedent.
Right.
And I think it's very possible we see that Greedent. I was also told by their coach and manager, Blaine, that we might see Goodra, but I think he was just messing with me.
He might have been messing with you. If there's one thing that Nouns is incredibly good at doing, it's absolutely cutting their own legs out from under them.
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen them just hemorrhage away perfectly meticulously planned draft strategies and then just in the draft screen going away from them, not switching to the right characters and not leaning into their strengths. And that's kind of my big challenge I'm throwing to them today. You've got a great Greedent player. Greedent is buffed. Back against the wall, let them play Greedent. Let Gatlu play Greedent and build around that. You've got one of the strongest paths that you can build in the game of between two players in Toon and Bruv. They're almost unbeatable in that bottom path, setting you up for success. It's like, okay, we never really have to worry about that. We can focus on the other parts of the game. So just make sure you get everybody moving in the same direction, get a little bit of comfort. And that's why I think that Nouns specifically is poised, if they stick to their plan, to have a really good run here. And it, for me, hinges on that Greedent.
Yeah, I think that could be really huge. We talk a lot about how pivotal Gatlu can be in some of these moments, and I really do think you just let your wildest playmaker player, they can go up or down, like let them play what they want to do, just let them off the leash a little bit, and I think that's when Nouns really shines. Back to YT and Bad Dreams. Again, I don't know how much Darkrai we're going to see in this tournament. I know YT has been playing it. So
there's no way. You cannot let this Pokemon get out of the map.
I fully agree with you. I'm just saying, if it doesn't get banned out, there's a reality that YT brings out a Darkrai into this game. So a lot of possibilities, and something to look forward to in a game from Team YT is how aggressive they are at Rayquaza.
Right.
If they have an advantage at Ray, they are turning towards Ray and looking for that secure. Because when YT plays, their secures are so on point when it's time for them to rip. They have their secure moves ready to go. They're ripping through the objective, and it almost feels a little bit like a sloppy Kabi-chan's, which sounds like a delicious meal, but it's not.
But it's not.
Actually, Kabi-chan's was the Japanese team from last year at AOS Cup that felt like they were so in sync, really prepared with their secures. They would all just count it out and secure. And YT is kind of like that, but almost in a chaotic fashion. It's like controlled chaos, but they are ready to go when it's time to secure that Rayquaza.
Yeah, they all like mentally know the timing, but they are not communicating that timing at all. They're just going, go, 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 no, no, no. It's just, it's just, like you said, absolute pandemonium. But that, boom that the
Yes.
Kabi-chans do is in there. It's just not verbalized.
Yeah.
You're just expected to know it.
It's second nature for all of them. They know they're ripping. They know they need a secure. They've done this a lot. And there's something pretty bold about being the team that openly is showcasing what they're playing in scrims. They are on stream. They are being judged the entire time by their chat, by myself, who is also watching, typing things like, why are you playing Nasty Plot on Dark? Like, people
Why are you kicking the people, your players on your own team? Why are you doing
that? One I understand. I understand. Kicking people on
yeah,
your team.
okay, got
Trying
it.
to show how
well, no,
high
that's why
you can
I
kick.
asked. That's why
You're just
I'm
trying
asking.
to show how high you can
Yeah, that's
kick.
why I'm asking it.
It's
I'm not
pretty
saying
normal.
You obviously understand it.
Obviously, there's going to be a poll in the chat here soon. How normal is it to show off how high you can kick?
By kicking the person next to you.
Very normal or just pretty normal? You get to vote in the chat very soon, and we will read the answer live here on air. YT, for my money, is one of the most exciting teams to watch. I love watching YT because I don't, as we talked about earlier, I don't know which YT we're going to get, and I truly believe this, and it's been shown on any given day, they can beat the best in the world, which is a really exciting team. Like sometimes they show up and they don't impress, right? They have not yet become the best team in North America or something. Sometimes they show up and they take down champion level teams.
Without a doubt, their unpredictability really gives the top teams fits because they almost feels like, well, it's the one team we can't really practice for, we can't play for, we can't really develop what would be maybe a cohesive strategy against another team because they're kind of all over the place. And to their credit, a lot of the stuff, the unique things we saw start cropping up around Worlds was stuff that Team YouTube was trying out like a year before.
Yes.
Like, you know, like support Espeon and stuff with the bulb on. That's just stuff that all of a sudden we saw at Worlds, and of course it took a little bit of a different flavor, but that was, you know, YT was on that beat a long time ago because they are unafraid on the biggest stage to just go, let's experiment a little bit, which gives a lot of other teams pause.
And I do think there is a healthy level of experimentation that some of these teams have to go through. And some teams are more experimental than others. Some teams will come into a tournament and they will play what you would expect or what you would say the meta is, and they'll do very well with that. Other times, teams play what people think is the meta, and you kind of get shocked by how much you miss, right? I remember, I believe it was TTV, Lutano kind of bringing Venusaur fully into the meta. This was 2 seasons ago at this point. Venusaur hadn't really been on the radar at all, and then all of a sudden Solar Beam Venusaur was a top pick for a lot of these teams because you just saw someone experimenting with something and saying, I actually think this is something that can be played competitively. YT is that kind of team. We saw Phil on Gudra, not last year, but the previous year. So there have been a lot of different looks from this squad, and I think that's really exciting when you not only get them on the big stage, but if you get them to day 2, if you get them deeper in the tournament, they're a tricky one. They're a spoiler team in a lot of ways.
They really are. YT, another thing they do incredibly well is I feel like they are one of the stronger banning teams in the tournaments that they enter. They really understand. They are a team that, you know, outside of something so obvious like Darkrai, will literally just choose somebody on the opposing team and going, not you. And then we'll just ice you out with your top picks and then say, we'll deal with whatever your third best is and everybody's number 1. Because we know if we can wrangle you in, we can beat you on parity everywhere else. And we saw that specifically in the finals against, well, it was kind of like formerly G everything. Remember, Stockings was having an absolute banana lands Chandelure run. And they were just like, well, just obviously no, not that. And they banned out Stockings Chandelure and the team kind of crumbled around it.
Yeah, there are a few players that, without question, are good on lots of different Pokemon, but when you sort of zero in on their best pick and take it away, you might think a Chandelure ban seems insane, but it actually was the, you know, the one card you pulled out of that house of cards and the whole thing came toppling down. I love the idea of targeted bans. Of course, there are bans you just need to do. Like Darkrai feels like if you're a second pick in draft, you're banning Darkrai. You're not going to get it otherwise, so you're giving it up to your opponents. But a targeted ban, I think, is extremely powerful. One that was really powerful that we've seen before was against Nouns from last year at AOS Cup. It felt like if they had Eldegoss, they were were winning, and if they did not have Eldegoss, they were losing, which was really, really tough for them. Or sorry, not Nouns.
Talibobo.
Talibobo, thank you.
Yeah, so Zervis specifically was one of the few Eldegoss players on the planet that could hit 100k healing.
He's on
with
another level.
Eldegoss. It was just again, just on a different tier. Well, if you're experiencing that, well, just bring them back to the tier that everybody else plays on, and then have them kind of beat you straight up. Now, I kind of feel a little bad, Spraggles. We can't mention too much about Bad Dreams because, unfortunately, I am not very well versed on that team, which is why I'm excited that in our 3 games we're going to cast coming up, we get to watch them twice and really get a good download on what this team's all about.
Yeah, there are so many teams here that it's really refreshing and fun because we know a lot of the big names, we know a lot of the looks that we're going to see from them, but there are so many teams here that we don't get to cover normally and have not seen throughout the seasons, Bad Dream being one of them. I feel like I've seen them before, but I don't have intimate knowledge of what they play like I do something with Nouns or Fusion. So it's really cool to see that. Speaking of Fusion, it looks like they're on a bit of a run. A lot of the teams that we've seen here on broadcast, we have some really great teams that are looking to move forward to day 2. I don't know if anything has been set in stone yet. Hopefully we can get some information for you here soon, but a few teams are kind of locked and loaded. We saw Tuzzy earlier. They looked amazing.
Yeah, they're 3-0.
Fusion looked amazing. You said you think they might be 4-0, right?
Fusion is 4-0. Tuzzy was 3-0. DreamMax was 2-0. They just hadn't played their 3rd set yet. Exiled was 3-1.
Yeah.
And then across the way, Goldenrod Strikers 2-1. So they're actually like right below Fusion in that group, which is great. It's like, we couldn't overcome, kind of the big bad of our collective here, but they bounced back great. I was watching them because they had the back-to-back games on stage, and they were laughing in the middle of the game. They were loving, they were just all in, immersed into the experience, and really used that to kind of boost their play and took their next 2 sets to bring them, like I said, at 2-1, and in currently the 2nd spot on in their group.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen some awesome teams on broadcast so far as we're getting ready up on the big stage. You can see Team YT, Bad Dreams, all set to go up there as our squads are locking in. A big moment for these teams. I believe these are going to be their first matches of the tournament, and they're going to play them up on the big stage. Again, there's a lot that can go well with that, and there are a lot of problems that can come with that as well, right? This could be a huge confidence boost, or it could be a big problem as we take a look at Team YouTube. Phil, looking more locked in than I've ever seen him right now.
Absolutely, but we got to talk about the man all the way up to the front, and that's Chaotic, who was an absolute legend on A9. And like you said, that just got buffs, and that is definitely a safety pick for that player. And honestly, Chaotic has had some absolute show-stopping performances on that Pokemon, and that's got to feel good when some of your kind of niche Pokemon that a lot of people don't play all of a sudden get a buff, maybe not to the level that other teams would pick, so you kind of get that back without having to waste priority, but you're dealing with a little bit more firepower.
Yeah, Chaotic had some really impressive moments. A player I was talking about earlier that I really do think is a superstar player in that top path is Fui. The consistency on YT, just in general, is a little all over the board. But Fui is the kind of player who played so well and so almost singularly made Buzzwole a thing. So much so that Luminosity had to target ban this player. I mean, that's how good some of these players are on these teams. Fui being one of them there on Team YT. He just feels like when he is on, he is so incredibly on, dominating the top path, and then every time he shows up to a fight, he's an instrumental part of YT winning some of these big engagements. And it's going to be exciting to watch Phil on attacker. He was a very aggressive defender player. So, some defender players zone very well, they protect their team very well, they get great vision. There are lots of different ways to play it. He was a playmaker defender. He's looking for those big catches. He's looking for the stun. He's looking to make something happen. He's the eject button slow bro, looking for that carry on the enemy squad. Now he's got this different role, right? He's looking to do a ton of damage. There's a lot of skill expression as well in the attacker role. So we're going to have to see how YT is able to make that work. If that's a better situation than having Phil on defender, it's going to be interesting.
You know, that's a great call. Phil, kind of community-wide famously, was playing defender but would never wear the experience share. They're like, no, somebody else can figure out. You know, just get your last hits. It'll be okay, right? We're going to work across the map and we're going to take their experience. It'll all work out in the end. And that's facilitated some awkward moments, but it's also really facilitated some great moments. Specifically, you mentioned Goodra earlier, and that Goodra was one of the games that I recall where it was just like, only Phil. Only on Goodra. This is what we're watching here.
Only Phil would make that play. It feels like a few teams have tried Goodra, but it has been a little tough right there. But he is that kind of player, you know? I love watching these teams that are incredibly solid. And then I also love watching teams that have amazing moments and are really dynamic. YT feels like a very, very dynamic team with a lot of star players that have big star moments. You know, you talked about Sam, which we talked about briefly on YT. Like, Sam has moments, especially on Gardevoir or something like that. Sam has moments that are unbelievable.
Yeah, you mentioned Lutano on the Venusaur. The other part and parcel of that Venusaur play at the time in North America was Sam on the Venusaur. So let's take a look at our pick right here. Eldegoss sitting on top of the pile, 100% pick rate here between our teams that we've seen so far. Slowbro, 75% on down the line. The one that surprises me a little bit on this list, Spraggles, is right there at number 2 is Slowbro.
Yeah, Slowbro getting a lot of play, and maybe it's because whenever we have anything that's diving in, they really want to shut it down. It, of course, is very valuable. Eldegoss doesn't surprise me. We have seen a decent amount of support bans throughout this tournament, and Eldegoss is never bad, hard to ban, right?
Yep, exactly right.
Top Pokemon by win rate now. Now, some of these don't have a ton of games on them, but we expected Darkrai to do well. It's at 100% right now. Comfey, of course, if you're pairing that with something ridiculous. But take a look there in the center. My #1 defender in the game right now, Umbreon, 3 wins at 100% currently.
Yeah, it's just, it sits on top of the pile because of the versatility it provides, right? It can play the pseudo all-rounder. It can actually play a pseudo healing support because of Wish, and then it can play like the true tank role, and as well as has a target lockdown ability in that mean look. I mean, it is a great one to pick early because you can figure out what it's going to do later on, right?
Yeah.
Based on the rest of the draft. So it's a nice, safe pick, and the thing is it does all the things I just mentioned pretty darn well. So it's not even like you're going, oh, we have to kind of play it as our top path all-rounder. You're like, all right, we're playing it as our top path all-rounder, and that's pretty darn good right here.
Yeah. I'm loving, but I feel like Brazil is doing the jerseys so well. I absolutely love the uniforms that their teams are bringing to this tournament. I'm a little disappointed in Team YT because I know they can put together a jersey. I just know.
I don't want a jersey out of Team YT. I want the classic Phil dress shoes, slacks, button-up that we've seen him rock for the last 2-3 years. Every time showing up looking like he's about to walk into an interview for a Fortune 500 company. That's what I want the Team YT look to be.
Yeah, there he is right there on camera. You know, he really could have had a better dress shirt on right now. They could make this very business casual up there, you know, like looking professional. You're going to a nice lunch.
What about like loafers, Dockers, and a tucked-in polo, but buttoned all the way to the top?
I like that.
Everybody on the team, but maybe they all have just different color polos.
I think that would look really nice.
I'll send them an email.
Okay.
We'll let them know.
Good.
Bad Dreams, on the other hand, not touching their fits. Prime. Did you see
great.
that logo?
Yes.
It's so good.
Yeah, they look fantastic.
One thing I got to give credit to the Brazilian squads, their team names are good. In North America, most of our team names, not great.
They're just where we stream.
Yeah, it's kind of egregious, actually.
So we head into our draft here. Here we go. Bad Dreams, Team YT. Team YT with that second pick. So, of course, Darkrai getting banned out. Over to the other side, they don't want to see a Leafeon or Umbreon, knowing how powerful of a choice it is. Final ban is going to be the Blissey, which we've seen a lot of today here, Doob Snacks. First pick now, we get to see really how Bad Dreams wants to play this thing. Again, you and I personally don't have a lot of information about this squad, so I'm excited to see how they draft into Team YT.
It's going to be up in the air here, and I think we're going to get a good idea of where we're going. They're choosing Eldegoss off rip. That does live a Hoopa for a Kilo, though, and they're going to get to be able to pick that late now. Picking Pikachu might be a support Pikachu as well. If a Kilo actually stays on it, they might switch that around.
I've seen Phil run this Volt Tackle Pikachu, and he's a bit of a monster with it. I'm guessing that's going to be Fui in the top path on this Lapras. We'll see how they want to move it around. Slowbro on the other side, Zacian on the other side, which we've seen not as much as I expected here today. Couple more picks moving over. Chaotic and locking in the Snorlax, and now we have Phil, who I don't think is going to be playing this, locking in the Hoopa.
I believe Aquilo most likely will pick up that Hoopa for themselves, a great Hoopa player in days past. But Phil now kind of switching in. Maybe they'll end up somewhere else. Who knows? Hovering the Gardevoir, Metagross hasn't moved in a second there. That might be the final lock-in. And Aladdin may be giving a taste of this Venusaur medicine back over to So Sad Sam, who goes straight to Gardevoir.
Yeah, we talked about it. You know, I feel like a lot of what we talked about here for Team YT is what we're seeing. I've seen Phil on this Pikachu. I've seen Fui on this Lapras here, and we talked about Sam's Gardevoir, a legendary Guardy. Over to the other side, I mean, this is a great draft. You've got LD, you've got Slowbro. I do think there's a question as to what Slowbro is grabbing here.
There is
From
no
a
good
slow
target.
beam perspective,
No good
I don't
target.
like this at all, except for maybe Pikachu. Once it Volt Tackles and tries to Unite, you're going to shut that down a bit.
That's not even a good target. I'm going to be quite honest here. This Slowbro is going to have to do a lot of work, and I'm not too sure how it's going to accomplish that. I'm taking a look. So Sad Sam has got to feel great. What is really menacing you on the other side? Maybe a Solar Beam or something out of Aladdin here, but that's if you can close the range and actually keep So Sad Sam sleeping, you know, catch him sleeping. But I don't anticipate. You'll catch him sad. You won't catch him sleeping.
You would never catch him sleeping.
You never catch him sleeping. So I think
Man's
it's just
like
gonna
a vampire.
What,
They don't sleep.
They don't.
They just hang out in the day in their coffin.
Really?
I don't think they ever rest, man.
Are you sure about that? Okay.
Can someone on the stats team find out if vampires
do vampires sleep?
Because I'm almost positive they don't sleep.
They just go in the coffin. Then why wouldn't they just hang out inside?
You know what? They probably should. As we head here to our first game, Bad Dreams versus Team YT, and our only game between these two squads. Every game is a best of one here in day number 1. We are in Group C right now. We're going to follow YT after this, but we're going to see Bad Dreams again here in a minute. We've got that Lapras up in the top path. There's the Zacian. There's the Gospel.
I like the escort role that Aquilo just played, hanging out with So Sad Sam in the center, just making sure there's no shenanigans here, because once So Sad Sam is online, they're trying to leverage that with Fui frontlining to take over.
And now we have all of this Eos energy you see being handed over to the Zacian. Gonna make some big plays with it, right? You can use a Intrepid Sword to move in for a fight. They do right there in that moment. Not able to make a secure, however, as that's gonna head over to the side of YT.
They're not bad, that YT squad, at securing things early. Now, I'm a little concerned what they're gonna do, what Aladdin's gonna have to do on this Bulbasaur to get it online. Zacian going back to the center, and that Bulbasaur is gonna need a lot of experience quickly to get online, because it is currently laning with a Metagross.
Take a look at this, Pikachu running to the top path. That means 4 members of Team YT are here. They might have seen Pikachu walk into the tall grass right there, and they're going for it right now. Huge Electro Ball, double KO right off the bat. They're gonna continue this push. That's a level 3 as the points ran into the top path. Huge plays for YT to start this out. 0 to 69 points.
That is right off rip. I actually mentioned that the Metagross was downstairs, but it rolled just up top to get knocked out as the Slowbro was holding it down with Ivysaur in the bottom path. Honestly, this is difficult because now Aquilo's ahead. They're matching the Metang's level, and they're able to try and bully, and they can go in and out with these portals, as we're going to see. It's incredibly difficult to cover. And look, Aquilo's coming right back through, no fear. They know what their job is, and it's kind of play a little game of rope-a-dope.
Yeah, I mean, this is just such a really powerful play. We've seen a lot of teams make this where you are annoying the enemy central area a lot, and you're not losing much because you're playing that EXP share. Meanwhile, on the bottom path, another KO. Sam already level 7 here. Massive Psyshock. A lot of that goes over to YT. That's only level 6 for the Metagross, and the Gardevoir is almost online at level 8.
I believe that's Burnout on the Gossip floor that hasn't evolved to Eldegoss just yet. Doom finds themselves in between just the Bermuda Triangle, put down and lost forever as they're sent packing. And now the rest of YT gets to move up, and they've got to think they're feeling good. Akilo just ready to bully again, just a little bit under-leveled compared to the Zacian Central Area player, Sasha, for Bad Dreams.
Yeah, things are going really well for YT so far. Great lead for them. They're moving down to this bottom path, and if they're up near this objective, they're just going to rip it off the board. Huge secure options for them as well. Venusaur is online, however, for Bad Dreams, so you can't be too sure of it with YT. You've got that solar beam that could make a play. We're going to see if YT wants the objective or if they want to turn on their enemies here, and they
nice
do.
Heavy slam going straight forward. Volt Tackle comes in, gets a KO quickly. Nice reset by Akilo on a Chaotic, and they're going to roll back through. The Heavy Slam's going to be ready. This Registeel is going to be theirs. Nice zoning by the tank player Chaotic, doing a little bit of a switch up from bot attackers. They're raging on this goal zone. Solar Beam is there. We're going to hop over it. We're going to butt slam you right now. Going to go straight for it. I believe that was a Unite move is just laid in, and now we're going to go for a ton of points.
I mean, this is huge. YT is absolutely crushing this match so far. 144, making 172 to 0. The level lead is intense. Pikachu's at 9, Guardy's at 10. This is really rough for them. They're looking for a secure here in the top path.
No way! Just stepping up, taking it out from under them right now. That's KO number 1. Duke can't even come up and scrap. It's just a Metang, hasn't evolved yet. Now at least topped off on HP. They're looking for a push. They're going straight forward into the back line. Goes Phil Yumus with the Pikachu Volt Tackle, just stunning everything down.
Wow, I mean, this is just so rough. And look at that Metagross coming in, trying to stop him right there, getting caught in the bubble beam. This is a really devastating place for them to be. 0 points, 192 for YT. Level-wise, they are keeping in line with a few of their Pokemon, Zacian and Venusaur. And, you know, if you can get a combination of a Venusaur Unite move with that Energy Amp and a Solar Beam, you do have a delete button on your side. And you're going to need it because the levels are getting a little out of control right here, and YT is controlling this game in a massive way.
It looks like the team is finally moving together for Bad Dreams, right? They're going to have to go 5 up and really leverage numbers. However, that Hoopa is sitting on the side of YT, so it's easy to pull people through. Look at that damage going in straight up on the in-gauge. We've got the Parasong Ticks kicking, but it doesn't matter. The Thunder puts them down before it happens. 3 players in a heartbeat, and it's so sad. Sam that gets credit for 2. Lapras cleaning up the last one. That's Fui, and they're going to keep pushing forward. Aladdin eats a little bit of a bubble beam and has to fade.
Team YT in complete control of this match right now. Perfect rotation from the squad. As soon as they sussed out what was happening in the top path, they used that hyperspace highway, bringing them up top. One of the most valuable things about Hoopa, but one of the things that you don't see on the scoreboard at the end of the match, right? You don't see how many times they were able to make it to a fight because of that. We do have an opportunity for a Unite move from Snorlax right here, but the rest of YT looking a little sparse when it comes to Unites.
Chaotic is going to look to Heavy Slam and engage a target with a big yawn, and that's how they're going to get this thing started. Yawn, bang, there's your Venusaur. They're going to go down instantly into the Unite move, and they are curtains, son. Sasha's gone, Dew's gone, Yumas is getting the break speed off him. Finally, we have the rock walls up, but nobody's in the blender. It's actually Bad Dreams trapping themselves with Team YT. That is so many players down, so much action that Bad Dreams wanted, and they could not hang.
Yeah, not great for them at all. Amazing fight for YT. I think only Pikachu going down right there, and it honestly went down just because of how aggressive Phil was playing. Ended up Volt tackling himself into a Slowbro Surf. Up to the top path here, Fui ready to go, almost level 12, out-leveling the Zacian, out-leveling just about everything on the other side. Meanwhile, Gardevoir casually almost 13 here at 4 minutes. Huge catch. Zacian goes up. The combination, Duke Snacks, when they get that Volt tackle, they are so in sync, it's unbelievable.
Yeah, you can see the CC is very well coordinated, trapping each target one by one, and getting the targets prioritized, right? That's another thing, is they're hitting the same player over and over again. They're not just hitting their buttons and hoping they all end up in the same spot. They are meticulously going one down the line and prioritizing very well. We saw it with the Venusaur straight into the Zacian before. We just saw Sasha, the Zacian, get taken out again. They're just working in tandem. They're working great, and with 3 minutes left in this game, you got to think that YT's favored.
You know, I got to say, I realized I missed a joke there when I was going, so I'm going to take that line again. When they catch them with the Volt tackle and Gardevoir lines it up, they are so in sync right there, it's bye, bye, bye.
There you go. That was good.
I got it.
You got there.
Send us back in time and just throw that in. Throw it in post.
Yeah, production, go ahead and sort that out. Make us funny.
Edit that joke in post.
Yeah, production, make us funny one time.
Thank you.
2 minutes, 45-ish seconds left until Rayquaza hits the map, and Bad Dreams needs to wake up from this nightmare and get into the game.
Yeah, this is just a really horrible position for them to be in. The one positive, again, is this Venusaur. You get something with this Venusaur, it really does have the power to get a KO, especially on something like Gardevoir and Pikachu. They don't have enough HP to withstand a Unite move and Solar Beam combination. If Slowbro can find the Slow Beam, if they can find a great line with this, they can make something happen. Obviously, YT knows this, and I don't think they're going to be grouping up for that Venusaur anytime soon. 15 seconds now until Rayquaza. YT feeling great. They're up way, way heavy on the score.
They're
wow,
going
huge
straight
heavy
for it.
slam.
Heavy slam right in the background into the Pikachu Unite eject button. Guarding Fairy Singularity right in the middle. 3 players in a heartbeat. Metagross pops their Unite move, but they're actually popped up by the heavy slam.
Wow.
And I'll tell you what, Bad Dreams is executing a lot of wrong dog.
Wow, that just, what an aggressive play by YT. I don't think Bad Dreams expected it at all, right? They know YT is way up. YT doesn't need to make that play, and that's all the more reason that they did. Surprise them, moving in with insane aggression right there. 5-11-0. We talked about how when YT is on, they are kind of unbeatable, and man, they look so on right now.
They really do, and you could kind of tell what they were angling for as soon as we saw Phil run across the map with that Pikachu and set up into the eject button thunderstorm. It was over. I mean, the coordination there, right into the Fairy Singularity and the heavy slam, it was just too much to overcome.
We do have some points finally going in for the side of Bad Dreams. It was going to be an absolute shutout right here, but essentially it was. YT is just farming their side of the map. They're not too concerned with what's happening. More points raining in from the Lapras. Fui putting some more points on the board. And right now, Team YT is going to be able to take this next minute or so at least, have some fun, and get ready because they have a really tough match in front of them, and that is Nouns Esports.
Yeah, well, we see a Volt tackle. The Electro Ball can't even hit its target because that Eldegoss is already gone. Aquila going Rings Unbound. They want to try and break the 4-digit mark here, and they're going to come pretty darn close. If the other team keeps stepping up and taking these fights, they got a chance. So sad Sam finally going down to the Metagross, but it's a little too late.
Chaotix's heavy slam eject buttons are on point. They look so good.
They've been playing very, very well. I mean, in a great switch up, right? I was talking about how good their A9 is, but they're filling in the tank role because Phil has switched to bot and attacker. So at least that gives them variance, because now those two players can switch back if they think like A9 is the recipe for success for a game. You know Phil's comfortable on tanks, and now we know Chaotic is comfortable on them as well.
Yeah, there you go. Team YT with a big victory here up on the main stage, where they are going to stay and face off against Nouns, a very formidable opponent, obviously. Team YT feeling good. They're the smiles you would expect from them. No one yelling at each other right now, at least, I mean, we can't hear the comms, but I assume no one's yelling at each other after a game like that.
Well, the game's over, so they usually just ramp it up real high during the game, and then I was gonna say, and then turn it back down. But we have seen some times when they haven't.
Man, look at Sam here, 14 KOs, 9 assists, and Pikachu there with 15 of them. That combo, the Volt Tackle and Gardevoir just lining up the Psychics and Psyshocks, really, really impressive.
Yeah, surprisingly enough, you'd think the way that game went that we'd see these damage numbers much, much higher, but that just wasn't the case because they were so far ahead that they were just able to eviscerate before any of these Pokemon could really get online, get their cooldowns, their resets going, where you kind of see those damage numbers begin to stack up because of that. Not the case today, and your MVP or player of the game, your POFG, is so sad Sam.
Yeah, the POFG was Sam, and I think they absolutely deserved the POFG. We expected Gardevoir to look good in the hands of Sam, and it did. I was kind of surprised more teams are not trying this out.
Right.
The build, Slick Spoon, Wise Glasses, Choice Specs. I love it. I personally love Amp just because Guardy gets to unite so much, but I would take your cues from Sam here. one of the best Gardevoir players in the business.
Yeah, don't shy away from what works for you, and that's kind of the overall lesson that I'm trying to impart on some of these teams. There are some things that are just so genuinely strong you have to lean into, but if there's a slight difference in strength, lean into the thing that you've mastered, that you can do well, and Sam is one of the players that does that time and time again, and they find success because of it.
You see those Unite moves, beautiful. We saw it right there from Venusaur, right? This was insane. What a start here, right
was that a 4-person yawn?
It was either 3 or 4-person yawn. Beautiful,
Crazy.
and it was just absolutely devastating. They saw them make their way into that tall grass, and Team YT did not hesitate at all. They went for it. They ripped Rayquaza down. A beautiful start to Team YT's series, but they're running into the best EU has to offer in Nouns Esports here in just a minute.
A great litmus test for Nouns. What have they learned from last year to this year, right? We saw YT kind of have their show-out performance at NAIC and fall just shy of qualifying for Worlds, losing that Game 5 of the final stretch, pushing it all the way to the limit. We know Team YT is hungry to qualify for Worlds this year, and a great test right at the beginning of the season for them lies ahead.
Yeah, this is a huge moment for them right now. If Team YT can take down Nouns here, they're in an amazing position.
Without a doubt.
Now, I think both of these teams that we're about to see have a high chance of moving on to our day 2, but it really would be nice to be the best one coming out of your group, the first seed. Not only do you get some bragging rights, but you also are kind of missing that little first round competition that's going to happen when we move to our best 12 tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly right. So for a reminder, folks at home, the #1 seed out of each group gets the first round bye tomorrow. So 12 teams are going to be advancing to day 2. 4 of those teams get a round 1 bye, and then your second seed gets to choose from the 3rd seeds their opponent. So the importance of a round 1 bye cannot be understated.
Yeah.
You never know what can happen in the game of Unite. The momentum that some of these teams that you aren't too familiar with can pick up. So try and avoid all that. Give yourself the best chance. Win the games today.
Yeah, that would be ideal. In fact,
just
winning
win the games.
all of your games would be really ideal. Coming up, it looks like we got Fusion AXK coming up next. I thought we had Team YT hanging out on stage, but you know what? We got Fusion back on stage, which is going to be an exciting one to see.
We're going to have to deal with that as it comes. Who knows? We're switching things up all over the place here. I mean, I don't know. So one day you're just hanging out. You think you're going to cast YT Nouns. The next,
and
the person standing next to you is kicking you in the hip. So you know, you just go, roll with the kicks. I was going to say roll with the punches, but roll with the kicks.
I'll tell you what, you're lucky I can't kick as high as I did yesterday, because I would have got you right in the head.
Yeah, you would have JCVD'd me. Jean-Claude Van Damme me right in the teeth. Would have sent me packing. I would have needed another set of ice packs, one for the T and one for that absolute mutant scissor kick that you laid out yesterday.
And just to clarify, I really didn't mean to kick him. I'm very sorry that I did.
I don't believe you.
Either way, we have some more exciting action coming up here in just a moment. It's another one of those moments where you wonder,
is it a break?
Is it a break?
It's not a break.
It's not a break. We're being the very aggressive no in our ears is telling us.
It wasn't aggressive. It was
not.
It
was
had some
definitive.
sass. It had some sass.
It had a little sass to it, and it was very definitive. Fusion, we've seen them on broadcast already.
Yes.
I think if I'm a team at ACL, that might be the #1 team I don't want to see win this tournament. There's Fusion, there's Luminosity, of course, right?
Yep.
But one of these teams is going to make their way to Japan for ACL, and it could be one of the best in the world. It wouldn't surprise me at all down here at LAIC if we see a team like Fusion win the whole thing.
Yeah, I mean, production said something I totally missed. Did you hear it?
If Fusion wins, they sweep this group and they make it into top 8.
That makes sense.
They will be the first seed.
They're already 4-0.
Yep.
So 5-0 sounds like a pretty. It's a strong record.
I think it's a possibility for Fusion to actually win a lot of their games. They're that good.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. The rest of the group, though, is kind of up in the air. Like we said, we mentioned Goldenrod Strikers. They're kind of taking that second pole position, right, because of the 2 wins, 1 loss. Of course, that 1 loss coming at the hands of Fusion. But that's a great opportunity for 2 other Brazilian teams to make it out of that group and try to cobble together a nice run for themselves tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. Fusion, it's just going to be another impressive showing of them up on the main stage. I can't wait to see what they want to bring here. Also, considering that they're kind of, I think, locked into that #1 slot right now, I wonder if we see something really interesting out of them that we haven't seen yet?
If it's a Fusion that was beating the brakes off of teams for fun at the AOS Cup, where they just got to square off against strangers that may have never touched the game before, beating them by like 2,000, I think they're just going to be merciless.
Yeah, I think so too. And I think they're going to bring up something really exciting here in this next game. Let's talk a little bit about what we just saw from YT. So we had a lot of question marks walking into that match. You know, what kind of YT was going to show up?
Yep.
How was Bad Dreams going to play? And one thing we found for sure, YT is like very much in sync right now.
They are, and credit to them as one of the few teams that hasn't shuffled their roster all over the place over and over and over and over and over again. You kind of see LG had a big shakeup last year, and they're trying to get back to their roots this year. YT has never really changed. One player here, one player there, but these teammates are incredibly familiar with themselves, which I know we kind of jokingly say it's always chaos on their comms, but that's only successful if there's a deep level of trust as well.
Yes.
Kind of like we were saying there, the air quotes sloppy Kabi-chans, because they don't necessarily communicate as cleanly, but they're all there and they trust each other to do what they need to do to win themselves some games. And of course, their communication works in some form or fashion, because that engage that they set up to take that win was meticulous.
Yes.
It was chaotic going around, heavy slam. I didn't catch that yawn. I thought it was that straight into the power nap, but it was that into a, at minimum, 3-player yawn.
Yes.
And then that immediately facilitated Phil on the eject thunderstorm, and as soon as Phil ejected in, the fairy singularity was down.
It was
there was no escape.
It was a beautiful final fight. In fact, I don't know if this is at all possible, but if we are waiting for our team to set up on stage, it would be fun to see that final fight
engagement again. It was
slowed
awesome.
down. It was a perfect engage by a team that was ready to go. And one thing that I loved about it is I think there are a huge percentage of teams out there that would happily play back, wait for their opponents, wait for them to make a mistake. YouTube went in really aggressively. I think so much so that it surprised Bad Dreams in a huge way.
It caught us off guard a little bit too. We weren't sure how quickly things were going to develop. I kind of had a feeling something was on. The moment that Phil left the bush and was just running straight towards the choke point, it was like, okay, they're going. They are putting it to the test. They're putting this team to the test right off rip here.
Here we go.
Okay, let's take a look.
We're going to take a look at this right here.
Heavy slam to the left. Yawn, E-ball hits X and Y, but then eject button, fairy singularity. Metagross tries to use their Unite movement, puts up the rock walls, doesn't matter. Follow up heavy slam, and it's just done.
I mean, what an unbelievable engage right there. It was a yawn on 3, like we talked. We weren't sure if hit 3, hit 4. It was a yawn on 3, and then it was over. That was beautiful from YT. And again, they are not leaving it up to the judges. They're not letting the clock wind down. They're not getting the KO here or two at Ray. They are finishing it with a knockout blow.
The one thing I'm not too sure about, and it was either incredibly clever or it just happened to work out in a terrific way, when Phil was running across and actually e-balled X and Y, the slow bro. So obviously for Electro Ball, you actually need to see your target to be able to lock onto it, right? And I couldn't quite catch if there was another target within Phil's vision, but throwing the e-ball at the slow bro slowed it down enough so it couldn't catch anyone with a slow beam before they executed what they were doing. Whether that was just, I have e-ball up and I'm just going to throw it this way, or that was part of the plan, doesn't matter. That's how it worked out, and was honestly kind of like the last thing you needed to take care of before this big engage happened to be successful. And again, just meticulous.
Yeah, perfect. A perfect engage. You absolutely love to see it. You love to see this level of play, right? I mean, it's so amazing seeing top pros playing this game, especially when you see moments like that. I feel like you get to see the pinnacle of what a team in Unite can do when they are in sync, flowing together, perfectly timing their engagement right there. It's just amazing. It could have just been one of those moments where they saw a nice catch and they went for it, and then everyone went, oh! But at the same time, I feel like YT was playing like that all game. Like they were just dialed in, really connected.
We saw something you know, to talk about our world champions, Fennel, something they did very well is have all of their players, not all of them, but some of their players, whatever the situation called for, switch into different roles. And that's kind of something I'm seeing happen with YouTube, and is developing a deeper sense of malleability within your team, right? You know, we were talking about how Phil went to attacker, now Chaotic is on defender, but I can't understate how good Chaotic's A9 is. And if the team decides we need A9 this game, I will not be surprised if all of a sudden Chaotic's like, okay, I'm the A9, and then they switch back, they become bot attacker, and Phil easily slots back into that defender role without losing any skill level. You're not sacrificing anything there. And as these teams develop, as this game grows, your team and your individual players are going to have to get deeper and deeper on the Pokemon they can play. You want to talk about a phenomenal NA player that has literally played every position at the high level, Roland. Who is honestly North America's all-star at Worlds. Best player, best North American performance out of a player at Worlds, and I don't think it's particularly close. That was Roland switching again to the support role for that team, and was just absolutely cracked on Mr. Mime, and honestly the only reason that the Juicers were staying in some of the games that they were in.
Yeah, I mean, the Juicers had quite a run last year, kind of coming from that AOS Cup switch up, making it to Worlds there, and they had some impressive games, but one of the teams that gave them the hardest time, in fact, one of the teams that sent them home, basically beat them day one, beat them day two, is up there on stage. That is Fusion as we head into our draft here. Fusion looking to have a clean sweep of their group right now. Locking in that first ban is going to be the Umbreon. AXK banning out the Darkrai, which we've seen banned in most of our games. Next ban here going over to the Zoroark. And then finally, Blissey. Blissey really has been a target of a lot of bans here today.
Rightfully so, rightfully so. You know, I definitely agree with that. Again, we have a little bit of maybe inside information. Hey, let's ban that Zoroark out. We did see AXK just play and have, I believe it was a Zoroark Comfy game that they leveraged with the KO streak of 4. Might have even been a Penta, excuse me, to help get AXK over the hump and win their last match. So if your Fusion's like, well, whatever, play something else. We don't want to deal with this Zoroark, as we quickly look that Miraidon first pick.
Yeah, Miraidon first pick. They were looking great on it earlier. Not a ton of teams bringing it out, but Fusion looking fantastic on it. Leafeon going over to the side of AXK, as well as the Eldegoss. A 100% pick rate in this tournament. Too good to not pick, and not broken enough to ban.
That just speaks to the state of the supporters. I think it was you mentioning earlier that Otter on Luminosity was saying, like, playing support is great. Every character is awesome.
Yeah, they're all so
and they're all very, very good. Ooh, okay. Pick rate of 11% Ho-Oh, so maybe another pick picked when you and I weren't watching that particular game or out in the field there. But it needs to be leveraged well.
Yeah, it absolutely does. If they can make it work and they can revive themselves against Fusion, that would be massive. Fusion just such a tough team to beat, you know, based on how they've been playing. You also just might be giving them a few more KOs as we get our final lock-ins here. Blaziken, Mimikyu, Hoopa on the side of Fusion.
That's one thing I am surprised at. I understand the Eldegoss pick rate is that high because it's, you know, like you said, not quite good enough to ban, but I would definitely be slotting Hoopa above Eldegoss on my particular priority list, but I'm not the one playing. These teams are. As they round out with Mew, and a good Mew player is a game changer.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting because we have not seen much Mew throughout this tournament, right? I don't know if we've seen it at all on broadcast. It's one of those Pokemon that can play incredibly well when things are going well and when a player is at that high skill level, right? But a lot of the time, you don't see a player good enough to pilot this Mew. We were just talking about Otter on Luminosity, one of the best Mew players out there, but now they are on support.
Yeah, and on the other side on Fusion, I think we've watched Zinus play Mew quite a few times to some great success. So the question is, if you're seeing some of those top players fade away from it, did it lose a little something? Or maybe it's just not Mew's time and kind of the life cycle of the meta that Unite tends to go through. But again, good Mew play is a fun thing to watch.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's one of the highest skill Pokemon in the game, I think, without question.
Right next to Zacian.
There's, shout out to God, though. There are a few Pokemon that are insanely high skill Elo, right? I mean, you see some of the plays with Blaziken and you think that player is not only playing an amazing Pokemon, but they are flowing incredibly well with this. You see some Zoroark plays and you think this is one of the most skill-intense, you know, fast decision-making Pokemon. Mew, I feel like mechanically, to play it well, you are playing out of this world.
I agree. I agree. That's why I don't play Mew.
Yep. We were playing a lot of Psyduck last night. Let me tell you, that thing's pretty good, even if you're mechanically pretty good. Yeah.
On the side of Fusion, we were talking about how they're going to approach this game. Based on that draft, they're looking to win big.
Yeah,
they do not care.
So.
Yeah. They want to leave nothing up to chance. They want to be 5-0. They want to move on. They want to make a statement. And honestly, a heck of a statement they're making, right? They are the lone non-Brazilian team in that group. I believe it's Group B. And beating literally every Brazilian team in that group in and of itself, feather in the cap, and a little bit of a rub in their nose in it, saying, I'm doing this on your home turf.
Yeah, I mean, they just play that well. It's hard to stop this team. It was going to be hard for any team to stop them. They also wandered into a group with, I think from you know, our broadcast point of view, like a lot of relative unknowns from Brazil, rather than some of the bigger teams we expected to see, right? They're not running into Dream Max right away or something like that. So they've had a pretty great day one.
Yeah.
And I think no matter who they run into, it would be that way, but this has been really impressive for them.
It really has. So as we're taking a look here, you know, I think it's AXK. The letters are completely failing right now. AXK, they did just have a really nice win. In that last game, something that I noticed specifically with AXK, and I was kind of talking to you about it, is they take fights. They were just going, it almost like Wild Farm didn't exist on the map. And at one point in that game, I literally watched it go full team wipe, full team wipe, full team wipe. And I was like, okay, this is absolute just pandemonium down here.
Pretty wild.
And it had the absolute exclamation point of that Zoroark in the end, which is why we saw Fusion ban it there. Again, you got to play with the information you have. So I don't know how well Fusion may know them, but they certainly saw that last set and goes, okay, well, not that.
Yeah. You have to wonder what you do against a squad like Fusion, as we are heading into our game right here. Fusion, your purple team, AXK, your orange team. Will AXK be the lone Brazilian team to take Fusion down here in this day one best-of-1 series right now? Fusion looking to make a clean sweep of it.
They're going to have to do a lot of work here, is AXK, to keep Fusion down. They are 4-0, looking to make it 5-0. Going back into the Lucario well, going back to the days of yore, and let's see how long this player has been playing, because you need to be playing for a minute if you want to make Lucario look good.
Yeah, it looks like down in the bottom path there, the Torchic just getting ripped apart by this Ho-Oh and Mew in this bot lane. Looking good for AXK. Even in this top path, I feel like they're securing well against Fusion.
Yeah, really well. They're able to put good pressure with the Leafeon kind of right in the central area. You actually see we still have a Torchic, and the level has kind of been stymied here. So AXK at 2 wins, 2 losses, Fusion 4-0. So a 3-2 here for AXK, and a great tiebreaker would serve them well.
Yeah, this would be a really nice one to win, obviously, for a lot of reasons here, but it also has a high likelihood of getting you into day 2, especially if you could take down the team that is currently undefeated, like you said. For a lot of tiebreaker situations, that would be massive for their group. Scoring up in the top path, Fusion puts some points on the board. It's going to bring them to 35 and 19 for the side of AXK.
Quick pressure on tempo, going straight for the score, getting their stack in, and slow is Draken to maybe try and get some of the attention, but they are not falling for the bait here, as they are just pressing tempo ad nauseum. Fubuki going to roll back down, as the Leafeon has a chance to make an impact here, as Hoopa's running across the way.
And we take a look here at what's happening in this top path. We have this Miraidon looking to make plays here against Lucario. They are doing better than the other side. They're out securing them more. They're at a higher level. As we have our teams running down to the central area here, looking to see what happened with this fight at the 8-minute bird. So I can tell you one thing, Mimikyu is picking up a KO right now. Massive play here from the Miraidon, but it goes down.
That was a great Electro Drift to kind of close the KO out, but getting caught certainly doesn't feel good. Still holding on to the level lead here, but Mono going straight for him, trying to chip them out of the reset and can't, which means Mimikyu has an opportunity to roll back through and absolutely cripple them. And Nemo steps out, actually the Hoopa going through first to try and draw some attention away, so at least that was a nice tactical re-entry into the battle.
And we can see Fubuki here looking to make a play, doesn't want to jump into the overheat, just trying to get some of that farm. If they can hit their level 8, they can get that early Unite move, but Tempo is online now with the Blaziken. We've got the combos, we've got the overheat, we've got Fire Punch, we have it all.
Now Ho-Oh has really just kind of been on guard duty in that bottom path. Meanwhile, just Anemo, Tempo, and gang are just moving forward. Zainu's on the Miraidon, using this Electro Drift, hitting every target too, and that is not an easy thing to do.
Yeah, very beautiful plays here from the Miraidon. I feel like they've been holding themselves very well in this top path. Meanwhile, bottom path, Blaziken crushing it right now. As we have the fight pushing in the top path, it looks like actually they were able to make some headway. They're now scoring onto this top goal zone. Very nice stuff, and a good score there from AXK. This is going to put them up right now with Regieleki looking to be secured. We have Blaziken moving in. Oh, overheat barely missing.
So close. Really, that push was facilitated by Fubuki stepping up, getting a KO streak of 2 without any of their players going down, making an absolute impact. And now they're trying to collapse on Anemo, has to go back, and now Anemo's scrapping with everybody. They take down Leafeon first. Fubuki's gone, give him another after using the Unite move, and now we're going to press forward. Shadow Sneak hits on the Eldegoss, I believe, but they're not willing to engage on that. Mew uses their Unite move, and they're finding themselves as soon as they come out of it into the Electro Drift.
Wow, I mean, AXK feels like they really overstayed their welcome there with that Mew. They actually had an opportunity, I think, to get away from that fight, but wanted to try to get the KO on that Mimikyu. Of course, it would have been nice if they could with their Unite move. Not able to make it happen as we head back down to the bottom path here. Is Leafeon looking pretty good, level 10 right now. The only thing on the other side that is even scarier is that Mimikyu, already level 11.
And that happened because Anemo was able to get the knockout on Fubuki on the Leafeon to make that happen. We have a little overheat eject button action going through. Surf is going to close the door on Ho-Oh, really temper that fire down with a little bit of water. As we've been surfing through, you know I'm a big Surf Bro advocate here. If you are going to be playing that Pokemon Cotton Cloud Crash on Mew, to give them a little bit of sustain. But Draken not really afraid, really just getting the time for the rest of the team to leave.
You know, I got to say, I think AXK is actually playing really well into one of the best teams in this entire tournament right now. Looking for the KO on Blaziken, not able to make it happen. Blaziken pulls back here as they re-engage.
They have an opportunity for Ho-Oh Unite that would be really strong, but it's slow beam down, and they're going to knock it out before it can resuscitate the team. And all of a sudden, what looked like a great opportunity for AXK to bounce back and defend this goal zone is gone because of that prioritization target of Fusion. And that's the problem with Ho-Oh. If you know what the trick is, it's easy to point it out.
Yeah, I mean, beautiful play right there, right? You can KO a couple members, then as soon as Ho-Oh is ready to bring them all back, you've got the slow beam, you're ready to go. The burst from Fusion is incredible here. They secure the Regirock. That's going to give them defense, special defense here for these upcoming fights. Now we have Blaziken just looking to make some havoc happen in the central area. Nice place by AXK. I got to say, this team is counter-punching Fusion a lot harder than some of the other groups have.
We're seeing some of the stuff we saw out of Fusion at Worlds, where they're kind of getting a little bit into deep waters. However, Kea and Draken weren't there for the support, so of course they get knocked out, and that's kind of living on the razor's edge. But the support core needs to be there to help bring you back from falling over. Fubuki trying to take over. They get KO'd quickly. Nice resuscitation by the Ho-Oh, going straight into that flame wheel around him, trying to put the pressure on, and now they're flame throwing down this Miraidon. These legendary Pokemon are scrapping. KO streak of 2 back the other way. We are fighting still, Spraggles, and we knew that about AXK.
Yeah, AXK is putting in the work here. You said they were brawling all last game, that you saw them. Look how well they're doing now. Mimikyu going in to clean this up. Here comes another Shadow Claw into a Shadow Sneak, looking to pick up another KO here. Can they make it happen? They miss. Massive Surf gets 3.
Draken is so sick, dude.
Going.
Draken is so sick, dude. That Surf through the wall to chip up 3 to let Anemo take a breath, reset, get all their cooldowns back, and get 3 KOs. Are you kidding me, dude? And that's what I'm talking about. When Anemo goes deep, when Tempo goes deep, it's Draken and Kia picking up the pieces here. Give him a Penta, please! Mimikyu is nasty business. We saw Bad Dreams earlier. AXK living in a nightmare.
Wow. A pause request here. We may have an issue with one of the devices. We also just might be a little overwhelmed.
I would pause too and be like, something's wrong here.
Yeah, actually.
I was hitting a lot of buttons here and nothing was happening.
Now that I think about it, I've actually got a problem with the
flux capacitor.
Yeah, exactly. That was massive. I mean, you just saw that Mimikyu, and it felt like as soon as they got that first KO, They played around it really well, not throwing the Shadow Sneak right away, hitting that Shadow Claw, and then it was just one after the other, after the other, after the other. You called out that beautiful Surf, hitting
so sick.
3. I mean, Surf Plus, once you hit that level 11, you are hitting a knockup on every single Surf. The amount of disruption you get out of something like that is amazing. It's the reason I feel like Surf is the play, right?
Yeah.
Because you're able to get all of those knockups and just give time for Mimikyu to come back online, push forward, and now we're in Pentaland.
Yeah, so just a quick throwback to that moment, right? Anemo was low on HP, so was Mono, the Lucario, right? They throw their combo, and then they actually use their Unite move and eject over the wall. Right at that moment, I'm not sure if it was an eject in by Draken. Either way, it was perfectly timed in the direction of where Mono was going to end up, because as soon as they populated in that spot, they caught all 3. That allowed Anemo to go through the wall themselves with a Shadow Sneak. I think it was on the Eldegoss to get into the back, and then they just strapped everybody through. But again, that's what I'm talking about. Tempo and Anemo march to their own beat, and it's Draken and Kea that are trying to find the rhythm with them. But when they do, you have plays like that, which absolute dominate a game, and that's what's been a key to Fusion's success, and that's why I love watching Anemo, Tempo, and Sinus play, but I really, really, really think it hinges on Draken and Kea myself.
Oh, absolutely. You have these massive carries, and they need their support. And when they get it, you see moments like that clearly popping off in this match. I will say, though, for how well Fusion is playing, AXK is actually holding their own incredibly well. I mean, you would expect most teams to have a really tough time playing into Fusion, but every time Fusion makes a play, there is something that AXK is gaining somewhere on the map. They're gaining some ground. They've had some great fights. They've let Fusion get a little overconfident, which is what we're talking about a little with some of their carry players. They get a little too overconfident. They're looking for that penta that they just got here right before we paused, and they're taking those moments and actually turning them around on Fusion pretty well. Fusion now is in a great spot. That Mimikyu is level 14.
Yeah.
This is going to be very, very difficult for AXK once we come back from this pause here. But still, I have to give it up to them because they are really putting up a fight.
Fubuki's been playing great on the Leafeon. They've been everywhere. Any team fight that's gone in their direction has been just crazy 2 steps into Razor Leaf plays from that player. And you can now see what we kind of opened the show with when we were talking about having the conversation about Ho-Oh. Sometimes it doesn't have to be the whole team. Sometimes it just has to be that one player, because they're so good and so impactful. Having to deal with them twice is just going to be enough.
Yes.
And it looks to me for AXK, that player is Fubuki.
Yeah, I mean, Leafeon is obviously a force, right? And when you have a good Leafeon player, you are making huge plays with it. We're seeing that right here. The Ho-Oh's been an interesting sort of factor-ish, non-factor. They're playing around it, but we haven't seen any big moments because of it yet. Of course, heading towards Rayquaza here very soon. That's when you're hoping for your biggest Ho-Oh moment of the match.
Right, and again, I would be more on the lookout for it to res Fubuki, right? Keep the load that Ho-Oh has to lift light, because in the moments where you really think the Ho-Oh can be the most impactful, you saw how Fusion reacted. As soon as 2 players go down, I literally said, if you have a Ho-Oh Unite, they need to start using it now. Yep. As soon as I said that, Draken has to be playing eject button. Eject button, slow beam, and then all of a sudden you get Electro Drift Miraidon slide in. They take care of Ho-Oh before he can even press its Unite button to get that value. They crash that tier 1 pad and take a nice lead.
Yeah, it was a beautiful play, because obviously this fight could start to switch back the other way.
Sure.
But I have noticed Tempo and a lot of these top players are finding moments where the Ho-Oh Unite is happening. These are good opportunities to charge up an overheat and go, I know the exact timing of this Unite move.
Yep.
I know when that feather's going to hit you, when you're going to come back and you're not invulnerable anymore, and you're going to eat one of the biggest burst moves in the entire game right now. So we saw that set up earlier. We could see that again. I found personally when I'm playing Ho-Oh, one of the best things you can do, of course, if you can, bring your carry back from being KO'd, that would be massive. But sometimes it's just getting your team back in the fight real fast. Don't look for 4 people to, resurrect all at once. Yeah. Let's bring back 1 or 2 important players who went down in a fight and see where we go from there.
Yeah, so the faster you do it, the less predictable the timing of it is, right? Because then you're taking away the guesswork of, how long am I going to wait to try and maximize the value that this gets? And I think the approach, as we've talked through this day and as we're seeing these top teams pick Ho-Oh, is don't think of it as I'm saving everyone. Think of it as a move that saves one, but also in these really rare corner case positions just blows the game completely open because you pick everybody back up.
And one thing is, if you are bringing back 4 downed players, that most likely means that the enemy team crushed this fight. They're ready and waiting for them to come back. It's almost that Shedinja moment when someone uses the doll and then everyone stands around like, you know, as soon as you come back, this is going to be really bad for you. Ho-Oh feels like that a little bit, but there's still a lot of chaos happening in the fight, right? If only 1 player's gone down, maybe even 2 players have gone down, there's still a lot that the enemy team is trying to focus on. That could be a great moment to bring players back. So we'll have to see how teams want to utilize Ho-Oh if more of them are bringing it into their games here as we are waiting on this match to come back in just a moment. I'm also curious, Doobstacks, to find out soon how the games have been going on our side stages, if we can get some updates to that, because I think there's some exciting stuff. I saw Nouns sit down for their first game earlier. I know Luminosity is over there playing, so I'm very curious to see how those games have been going.
Yeah, and those teams specifically have been on ice, right? Because we go A, B, C, D through our groups, and those teams happen to be in group C and D, so they're getting kind of the back half of the day for us today. So we'll see those results start to trickle in and see where these teams land. And I'm keeping my eye on these hometown heroes, these Brazilian teams that are showing up to play on these stages, because inevitably some of these teams that you and I specifically, because we don't cover this region, aren't as familiar with, are going to make it into that day 2. And that's when, like I said, that's kind of when the work begins, right? You're kind of prepping everything today for all of the hard work you're going to have to do tomorrow, because tomorrow is going to be a long one. We're going back to best of 3s, and our semifinals tomorrow, best of 5s, because our grand finals on Sunday, for the first time, another best of 5.
Yeah, it's going to be amazing being here. We're going to be on the main Pokemon channel, by the way, so you won't find us here on the Unite channel. You'll find us over on the main channel, which of course you're going to be seeing amazing games from all weekend. They've got Go, they got VGC, they got TCG. They're not Pocket yet, but they've got some yet. Okay, I hope so. But they've got some amazing stuff there, and we will be there on Sunday, but you'll be here with us all Saturday for day 2, which is going to be crazy. It's going to be awesome because a lot of these teams, like when you looked at these groups start to get formulated, it's randomized how these groups are drawn. So there could be a reality where you're seeing Fusion and you're seeing Dream Max and you're seeing, you know, Luminosity all in one group. But fortunately for a lot of these big teams, they are sort of spread to the 4 corners of these groups right now.
Yeah.
That won't be the case tomorrow when you're going to have to beat everybody if you want to win this thing.
Yeah, maybe not necessarily the first round tomorrow, but that second round where you've got the 1 seeds and then your 2 and 3 seeds that have just played that are working their way through, because a lot of, you know, doesn't matter. There has to be a 1 seed in a group and there has to be a 2 seed. So let's just use YouTube and Nouns because we were talking about them before, right? So one of those 2 might be the 1st seed, and then the 2nd seed comes in, and then all of a sudden you might have like 1st seed Fusion versus 2nd seed Nouns as a, you know, 2nd round of the day. And we just got notice that we're about to jump back into game and put a button on the one we were watching, which was Fusion in AXK.
And here we go, back into it right here, coming back right after a massive Penta KO. The Mimikyu level 14. Leafeon, nothing to laugh at though, level 13. Tempo also 13 here as they are cleaning up some of the wild Pokemon here on the map. Lucario looking pretty good level-wise too. As we said before, you know, AXK is very much in this game against the team that it is really hard to keep up.
Absolutely. Now Fusion has the positional advantage on this Regirock. Doesn't even look like AXK is going to show up and try. I don't blame them. There's not going to be enough time for this Regieleki in the top path here. We've got Rayquaza in about 15 seconds, and it already looks like Fusion is looking for an aggro position here.
Yeah, here we go. Fusion just kind of in their faces a little bit, trying to get some information. Lucario looking around the top path right here. Fusion up by over 100, so they don't need to make the play, but here we have Tempo hiding in that tall grass on the side of AXK. They could be looking for a KO right here. Nice big focus blast. as we have Fusion deciding when they want to pounce here.
They're looking to just kind of rotate around and see if they can get a catch. Not quite yet. Focus Blast goes in, ton of damage though.
Yeah, here we go. Possible Surf to start this thing off as we have AXK playing very safe in this moment, grouping up. We have the Mimikyu moving in.
Shadow Sneak on the Mimikyu. Ho-Oh's caught out, pinned out. They use the Unite move. Rings Unbound and we're stunning in the backline, charging up the overheat. Can we get a KO on Lucario? No, Mono makes it out of there. Finally, the Ho-Oh goes down. It didn't really get the res anyone because everybody was already down. Fubuki's down as well. So now it's just the Mew, just Lucario. Lucario's being chased away. Mew is going to get stunned and put down by the Surf. And now we've got a Rayquaza on the doorstep and getting knocked out. Here comes Mono, going to have to make a hero play. They are day late, dollar short. They are sent packing, son. That is a full team wipe. 10 Jack, Queen, King, Ace.
Beautiful stuff there from Fusion. Undefeated in their group stage, and you can see why. A picture perfect fight. I gotta say, a lot of that fight hinged on Ho-Oh not using its Unite move early enough. They had the opportunity to use it, and instead we walked away from that fight with no Ho-Oh Unite being used. Without question, it's the big blunder of that fight for AXK. Had they had that Unite move, we don't know that they would have come back from it because Fusion was playing so well and they had a beautiful level advantage. But I can tell you one thing, if you don't get that Unite off, that Pokemon is going from maybe a top pick to one of the worst in the game.
I don't even know if it was within the range to resuscitate Fubuki there.
Yeah,
Nemo was going for a huge, was essentially kind of making a crescent around the Ray Pit, specifically looking for Ho-Oh. The moment they Shadow Sneaked onto Ho-Oh, they went in, but you actually saw a Nemo peel Ho-Oh left, and the rest of Fusion went up right and pushed everything away from Ho-Oh. And then it was Mimikyu Unite, right into the Shadow Claws and the knockout, and I mean, well executed. And that's the give and take with Ho-Oh. It can do some very powerful things, but everybody knows the powerful things it can do, and good players can mitigate that without a doubt.
And we have Fusion, obviously, walking out of this group stage undefeated. And there is a question as to whether or not anyone can take this team down. I mean, this was the team that came to the AOS Cup and absolutely dominated the world. This was the team that made it very deep in Worlds last year. Looking phenomenal here. 11 KOs on the Mimikyu, 10 on the Miraidon. Tempo keeping up still with 4. Just a beautiful match for Fusion.
Yeah, really good. I mean, your 3 damage dealers out here in the 80K damage range is absolutely amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, that is good parity. That is good balance across your team. Well done by Fusion. Now, AXK, we have to give them credit.
Yeah. Best
team we've seen against Fusion so far.
Absolutely.
And actually, even on the world stage, you could argue that they put a better fight in certain moments than some of those world's qualified teams. So I think AXK has something special going right now.
I agree. I think they played incredibly well. I'm very impressed with them. You know, a lot of teams can't stand up to Fusion at all, and they just get dumpstered.
Right.
I really do think they had a chance against them. A moment earlier on a Ho-Oh Unite, even if you get one in that moment, we had nothing otherwise, right? So you need something. I think the flamethrower was just coming off being done, and in that moment, they just couldn't hit it fast enough before Fusion was on that Ho-Oh, ready to get the big KO, and that's what you need to do in those moments. If you can stop that Pokemon from, you know, making that massive rekindling fire Unite move, you're in a great spot.
Yeah, again, I know I kind of broke it down earlier, but it became so evident what was going on. And their execution it's not just targeting the Pokemon. It is targeting the Pokemon and having the rest of your team execute accordingly, whether that's collapse on damage or split the team, which is what they decided to do. They said, okay, Nemo, you have enough damage in the tank to sort this out if we can keep it away from everything else. And you just literally saw players on Fusion run past the Ho-Oh that Nemo was on. As soon as they Shadow Sneak, Shadow Claw, you know, Unite move, they just ran past. And that's when you saw Fubuki get buckled on the backside. And all of a sudden they're looking at themselves like, oh, Electro Drift Miraidon's in my face. My Ho-Oh is a half mile away, getting knocked out 1v1 by the Mimikyu, and there's nothing else we can do. we're a little bit further in the game here, but we're getting into the replay, and I hope that's one we get to catch here.
Yeah, big moments here. There was that massive electro drift from Miraidon, but a nice counter punch there from AXK. They take this top objective very close on the overheat there from Tempo. And here's that fight. You can see the move in here, Doomsnack.
Shadow Snake there, right? Anemo hits their Unite move, but they're forcing the fight up to the right. We've got Miraidon sitting in the kitchen here. Fubuki Kid, nobody was even down. Fubuki goes down, then the Ho-Oh goes down.
Oh,
but they
wow.
were so split apart
Yeah.
that there was no opportunity, and that's a great order of operations out of this team. And after that, it falls like dominoes because you just had your best carry go down, and immediately the Ho-Oh goes down before he can save anybody. And what is the Mew gonna do in the face of that? A Lucario as well. It's completely a divide and conquer strategy, just absolute expertly executed.
Perfect, and yeah, as we were seeing here in that replay, we're talking about Ho-Oh being able to use that Unite move. You look back on it, and the way they dissected each part of that team, almost all of it going down at the same time, it might not have had anything to do with Ho-Oh being able to unite at all. It just happened within the blink of an eye. Nothing they could do in that moment. Beautifully played by Fusion.
Yeah, and that's why they are literally poised to make another deep run at the World Championships. Now, they have to make it through this weekend, and of course, we have a long UCS season ahead of us, but you can't understate that they're heavy favorites for not just in their region, in the world, to make a deep run again.
I can tell you, as a team to represent the Western teams heading to ACL, you couldn't pick a better one than Fusion right now. I mean, with how good they looked at AOS
I have
Cup.
a Fusion jersey at home from when they won the AOS Cup. I was like, I'm all in on this team. They're great. They're great.
They are so incredibly. Also, their jerseys are sick.
They're so sick,
They're so
dude.
good.
They're so good.
They play so well, and I mean, they could really make a mark on the world stage here coming up at AOS. They could really do something, possibly at ACL. They would be a very exciting team to watch. But as they head towards day 2, they're undefeated right now, but they have a lot of huge teams in their way if they want to become the first ever LAIC champion for Pokemon Unite.
Yeah, they need to at least keep somebody around here scouting and watching this Group C and Group D develop, because you're going to get some good inside looks, more on YT, Nouns, other squads that are looking to make a push, and maybe some teams you aren't familiar with because you're not from the Brazil region. Player of the game, you're Puff Anemo.
Yeah, great stuff. Mimikyu just looking absolutely brutal. Got that curse bangle on there, so the more damage you're doing, you're consistently slowing down their ability to recover as well, which is nice. You're shadow clawing all the time. You're hitting them all the time, so you keep that curse damage up. You see the X attack there also. When they're moving in, they are moving in to get the KOs, and you saw that with the Penta.
Absolutely. Just a great Pokemon for a great player. One thing I'm very happy to see, it looks like they've faded away from the Scyther, which warms my heart, because I'd much rather see a Mimikyu out on the field than a Scyther.
Yeah, Mimikyu is crushing it right now.
It really is.
I'm interested to see if Mimikyu gets tooled up or down. Mostly down a little bit throughout this season.
Down.
Probably tooled down a little bit with a nerf, right?
A little
Well, you know
bit.
what? If they buff that thing, it'd be insane. So I think something like that could happen. But right now, it's in an interesting spot because Mimikyu is extremely good, but a lot of teams are not choosing it for a ban. There are ways to play around it. It's not the bulkiest all-rounder in the game, so I think there are reasons that you're seeing it on some of these high-skill players, and a reason that other teams are not picking it up.
Yeah, it is incredibly good, incredibly strong. Could maybe use for a little tone downage. Tone downage. But I think...
Tone down for what?
I think you can lose...
What do you mean I'm fired? For the joke?
For the kick.
Oh, the kick.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
Definitely
I'll see you later, buddy.
Definitely for the kick. But I don't think it's so head and shoulders above everything else. For example, how much we've talked about Darkrai, that if you're a player that can't pick this Pokemon up, or you aren't as good on it as maybe some of the other all-rounder options, I don't think you're giving up that much by not playing it.
Yes, I agree. But obviously, Anemo, an absolute monster on some of these carries, and their play with Mimikyu was incredible in that match. And we saw how well they executed that final fight. They quickly hopped on Ho-Oh with that Unite move to lock it down, to make sure if something does go down, it's going to be hard for Ho-Oh to be able to bring it back right away.
Yep.
Really impressive stuff there. Really impressive fight. Obviously, every game you watch from Fusion looks pretty dang good as they get ready to head here to day 2. Flawless record so far.
Flawless record so far, and they want to run that all the way through the weekend here. this was just the first step. Again, I keep saying this, the real work begins tomorrow, where you kind of go into this absolute buzzsaw of top teams from all different regions that are ready to go. And now you're going into best of 3 territory, where the draft, I'm not gonna say it didn't matter today, but it matters more because you start building these small little different metas within your matchups, right? Games 1 to game 2 and maybe even to game 3. So they check that box, the next one lies ahead of them, and you know they want to be one of the first teams to play on Sunday for a Unite broadcast.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's so many other great teams that could be there with them that we have been seeing today. Obviously, teams like Team YT looked incredible. I can't wait to see Nouns. I can't wait to see Luminosity. Dream Max, a lot of these squads, I just really can't wait to see them heading towards day 2, and it looks like we will see a whole bunch of them. A lot of the teams that you think are the best, it looks like they're performing pretty well here at LAIC so far.
I think, you know, we watched them earlier, but Tuzzy, I think they can shake some things up with some of these teams if they can keep kind of this pace going that they started the day with. You know, you talk about momentum, usually that carries through the day, but it's less known if it carries day to day. Right? Are they going to be back kind of on square one tomorrow? If they were to make day 2, they're in a great position to as well. I think it's pretty darn a galaxy lock, but hasn't quite been made official. So once they get there, are they going to be able to carry this with them off a great day 1 and into day 2, or are they going to have to try and warm that engine up again?
Yeah, that is a good question, right? And you see some teams show up to day 2 of a tournament, and they look pretty dang different than they did on day 1. Other teams find a way to carry momentum through. Other teams feel like they get a little exhausted as it starts to go on. And some of these tournaments, you know, you are going for a long time, you're waiting to be paired up, put on ice for a little bit, you're watching some of these other squads so you can see what you're running into, but at the same time, you have to find that endurance in yourself. You have to be able to play through a long day of games and show up every single time you are in the match.
Yeah, I mean, you'd like to think that winning begins and ends kind of in that draft screen to the end of the game, but it's more than that, right? We talk about their, you know, doing your homework, the preparation. I keep making the joke, if you're locked into the competitive scene of Unite at all, you're probably just banning Darkrai, right? Like that needs to be on your radar. But there's other things, rest, you know, getting fed, getting enough food in your body to make sure you have the energy to carry you through these long days. Like, these are all things you need to be cognizant of, and actually kind of one of the things that separates the teams that we've seen do so well. You know, we've ran against some of the ran into some of these teams backstage at Worlds, and the best of the best, the ones we see deep on that run on Saturday, are the teams that are huddled together. They're reviewing some stuff. Sometimes you'll even see you'll see 2 players reviewing, 2 players taking a nap. They're all eating, you know, protein bars and stuff like that, and it's all part of this thing to be competitive. It doesn't just begin and end in the game.
Yeah, there's a mental game, there's an endurance to it, because again, these are long days, and they're not only long days sometimes, they're very taxing, right? You're going into this and everything is on the line in some of these matches, so it's not like you have a long day but you're just kind of hanging out, whatever. No, when you are on, you have to be dynamite. You have to explode in these matches. You have to nail your strategy perfectly. It's hard to do. It can take a lot out of a player, and mentally we see some teams absolutely break down. You can see moments in these games where even before the match really has begun, as you start to move through it, you can see one of these teams is already done. They've already been beaten in their minds. That's a hard thing to get back from. So you're right. It's tough, but you have to stay on point, stay focused as a group, onto your strategy. Yeah, you just had to deal with one of the best in the world, right? You just had to take down Nouns or something like that, but the tournament still continues. Now it's time to huddle up and talk about what you're going to do about Luminosity here in a minute, right? So I think it is one of the many traits, one of the many skills, one of the many practices that takes you from being a good competitor to a champion, is being able to endure a competition like this over multiple days. If you're going to win here at LAIC for Unite, you are going to need to win 3 days in a row. Show up every single day like a champion.
Absolutely, and you know, I'm thinking back to Worlds because I think we got one of our most prime examples at Worlds, and it was actually a match where Nouns was on stage. And I've told them this because I just, you know, as casters we notice certain things because we're looking at the face cams, and we've now been around these players now for going on 4 years. Yeah. So you just know certain things about them. And I was mentioning to Sarayu, we bumped into them Wednesday. We got to do that a little show match action with them. And I was like, in that game, I could see on your face the moment you lost it mentally. And he was like, I know exactly that moment too. And it was in their game 3, and it just kind of fell apart after that.
Yeah.
And it was a complete, to your point, like just a mental lapse. And it's not because they don't have good mental strength. It's just in that moment, the smallest moment just took all of their work up to that point for the whole season, and they kind of lost it. And I'm not saying it was just on Sarayu. Sure. I just happened to be looking at his face cam in that moment, and I was like, for him, that was then. And we talked through it, and he's like, that's something on the off season I've actively been working on.
Yeah.
Because I recognized that was going to be something I need to overcome if we want to overcome and become, a top team and win the world championship.
Yeah, and there are a lot of teams that can handle being down and not quite out yet, right? There are a lot of teams that can't. You'll see teams that are absolutely perfect when they are winning, but the second one thing goes wrong, it's like everything collapses right away. You have to be the kind of team that can take a loss, have an issue like that, but keep on moving. We're going to throw it up now to the main stage with an interview from a player from that last game. Take it away.
Right, Animo, thank you so much for being here for the interview. Congratulations on your 5-0 on group stage for LAIC 2025.
Felicidades por estar aquí. Está muy bien el 5-0 que habéis hecho y es algo realmente espectacular y único.
Right, so coming from 2024 when you were first place on AOS Cup to top 4 on Worlds, how does it feel to start 2025 now in LATAM?
¿Cómo os sentís después de en 2024 ganar la AOS Cup en EUIC y ahora aquí estar haciendo lo que estáis haciendo?
La verdad, agradezco mucho que ahora se haya podido dar la oportunidad de tener un campeonato aquí en Sudamérica. Estoy muy contento con eso y nada, espero dar un buen desempeño con mi equipo.
He's really excited that there's a first in tournament here in Latin American tournament. It's something amazing, and he is just impressed of all of this.
Well, I need to ask you, you are the only LATAM team in the just Brazilian group. How was it to prepare for this group in particular, and how do you feel after having a 5-0 record?
Sois el único equipo que está de aquí, de Sudamérica, en un torneo de Brasil. ¿Cómo se siente al estar aquí y al estar compitiendo contra los equipos brasileños? ¿Cómo os habéis preparado ante esto?
A decir verdad, gracias, aquí tengo que hacer un saludo a mi coach Replicate, ya que él es parte de este país y él nos ha ayudado mucho a darnos info de cómo los equipos brasileños se desempeñan y cómo poder jugar contra ellos.
Replicate. He's really thankful for their coach, Replicate. He's from here, from Brazil, and he teaches them a lot of things about all the matches that they are going to face.
Okay, now going into day 2, Saturday, we have a single elimination bracket, best of 3s, coming from a best of 1. How do you translate that into the confidence that you had with the 5-0 into best of 3s?
Para mañana se cambia al mejor de 3, en cambio del mejor de 1 acá, y es en una eliminación simple. ¿Cómo vais a afrontar este cambio dentro de lo que es el torneo?
La verdad es que hoy he sentido un poco de mucha presión por el hecho de que todo era best of 1. Y mañana, aunque sea best of 3 y todo lo demás, siento que tenemos que verlo como si también estuviéramos a nada de ser eliminados, ¿no? O sea, siempre jugar con nuestro mayor nivel y de una forma muy madura.
They feel that the pressure was mostly today because it was a best of 1 rather than the best of 3, but they are going to face up the best of 3 tomorrow just up front and with all the energy that they have.
And there is one team in particular, or maybe two, whoever you want to shout out, that you feel like are the biggest threats against you here at LAIC.
¿Cuáles son los equipos que podrían ser los más problemáticos para vosotros o algunos que sean de los más fuertes que están ahora mismo en LAIC?
Yo creo que sería el equipo de Revenant, la verdad. Ellos nos conocen mucho porque son de nuestra región. Entonces creo que podrían ser un gran problema para nosotros.
The big problem for them it will be Revenant because they know each other quite a lot and it's going to be an issue for them.
All right, now thank you so much, Nemo. Congratulations on your 5-year being the first team to already finish group stage on 2025 LAIC for Pokémon UNITE.
Felicitaciones por clasificarse ya, ser el primer equipo en hacer un 5-0. Es alucinante y nada, a por todas mañana.
Muchas gracias.
Back to you.
All right, thank you very much. We're back here in the booth. We have a match ready to get underway here in just a moment. We talked about it earlier. Team YT versus Nouns. This is one of the scariest groups in the entire tournament, and this is one of the biggest reasons a top team from NA versus the top team, the defining team for EU.
Yeah, you could argue maybe the only team out of EU, depending on all the shakeups that we've seen in that region from the end of last season to now. We'll have to put a pin in that to see how that region develops, because we've kind of got two mainstays in this game over the last 3 years now, going into 4 in these squads.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be really incredible to see. And it's also going to tell us a lot about these two groups. You know, is YT playing as well as it looks like they're playing? What's going to happen when they run into a top team that I know is playing very well? Also, you know, we just saw them the other day. They went up against DreamMax in a show match where they had some fun rules and some interesting challenges associated with it. But at the same time, we saw two great teams go at each other and kind of see where they are mentally, where they are strategically. Nouns was looking pretty dang good.
Yep.
So this is going to be a clash of titans here in the group stage.
I'm going to keep harking on this. Maybe I'm trying to like will it into existence, but I think specifically Gatlu on Greedon,
yes,
to get on top of Sam, So Sad Sam in the back line is going to be a successful endeavor for them. Greedon is tough to deal with. Yes, you know, Team YT is kind of agents of chaos, but Gatlu lives in that environment too. Give them the tools they need to succeed and be able to impact the map in a similar way that YT is trying to impose on them. And then you have the rest of the team kind of go, you know, you have your dependable Brav, that's kind of like the stable rock of that squad. Toon, great skill player. Soreyu, when they flip the switch and are on, are unstoppable. And Adesu, who's just kind of the lifeblood.
And taking a look at this right here, Doob Snacks, we wanted to see this earlier. We're going to take a look at Group A. Tuzzy looking incredible. We have Exiled 4-1. DreamMax actually dropping a game. I'd be very curious to find out who they dropped a game to. It would have to be Tuzzy, right? They went up against Tuzzy. Wow, Tuzzy Esports looking fantastic as we head over to Group 2. The Code 4-1. Fusion 4-0. We've got AXK, should be 2-2 here. 2-3 here.
Yeah, 2 and 3.
Fusion would be 5-0. Yep. So, man, some really incredible stuff from Group B. And now we're making our way down to Group C.
Yeah, where we're having Nouns and YT both 1-0, which means they've dispatched of Invictus and Bad Dreams. Of course, we saw YT against Bad Dreams, which means Nouns played Invictus. But that leads us to what we're going to have on the main stage here soon, which is Nouns and YT.
Yeah, Nouns and YT, which is going to be incredible. If we take a look at Group D right now, some results coming in. I feel like it's election night here. It's election night here at LAIC. Team Growth up 1 right now, but that doesn't mean Aegis Flames is out of this. They can still pull off an Electoral College victory.
Jesus, Aegis Flames 0-1 here, but you can see Revenant is a team that Fusion called out. They know us well. They're from the same region. They play us hard. That is our biggest concern. So a little respect across the way for another team in their region. And LG hasn't fired up the game yet, but they are looking to go. I can't wait to see how these two groups shake out, because we still have a lot of Pokemon Unite ahead.
Yeah, we absolutely do. And you take a look at Group D, all the other groups dominated by Brazilian teams that have signed up. Group D, the most diverse group region-wise out of all of them here. NA, Brazil, Latin America, North, South, and another North American team. It's going to be a pretty wild group here. I think a lot of people are expecting Luminosity to walk out of that one, but we did talk a little earlier, Doob Snacks, about how this tournament presents interesting situations for teams like Luminosity. In fact, I have no noticed Luminosity can be a team that's a little slow to start sometimes, you know? Once they get moving, they can't be stopped. It's a snowball rolling downhill. But at the start, they can be just a little snowball. And that could be something that can be taken down. We're going to have to see what Luminosity shows up to the tournament here today. One thing is for sure, YT Nouns, a game to watch, a game that all day I've been saying, I cannot wait to see this. I'm glad we get to cast it because, man, it's going to be exciting.
And it's going to be a nice preview for something we might get to see tomorrow as well. A little bit more protracted, maybe a little bit of a quick info download on each other moving forward. Again, 1 10-minute match. And while I really, really love the approach that YouTube has of just, they're always doing their own thing, having their own personality and expanding from that, I think Nouns has a good opportunity to dip their toes into that chaos as well and show themselves that they've grown from last season to this season and don't shy away from these types of challenges. Because Nouns classically, in this type of matchup, from my memory and what I recall in my rose-tinted glasses here, is they try and play these a little bit more straight up and beat you in a conventional fashion, and YT thrives against that.
Yes. Yeah, they absolutely do. And I don't know, I'm sure at some point, I know a lot of these players have crossed paths. I don't know if we've had a situation where YT and Nouns went against each other at all. So this could be really interesting. This might be the first time these two are kind of facing off, at least in an environment like this, I can guarantee it. But I'd be really curious to see if these teams scrim together. Do they know each other's strategies well, or is this kind of a real clash of different regions here with some very different play styles?
I think that's exactly what we're going to see. Again, there's an opportunity for Nouns to show growth and show that they can play in any sort of situation presented to them. And I think, especially because you have the solid core of Bruv and Toon together, who are incredibly dependable, it allows you the opportunity to venture into those turbulent waters and kind of fight YT in their own arena and really show that you can do it too.
Yeah, I can't wait to see what is going to prevail here. I can't wait to see what kind of looks we're going to get from Nouns. I don't know what they're running. I don't know what Toon's playing. I know a lot of the options we could see from Bruv. One thing that's going to be exciting, that bottom path. Watching, the Bruv, Toon, Phil, Aquilo, I want to see how that goes because both of these squads are pretty strong in that bottom path. And then you have a couple of wild players, a couple of different kinds of players in that top path. Fui and Gotlu do feel like very unique top path players. So that's going to be a fascinating matchup also.
It's just going to be wild wherever you end up. We're talking about where Gatlu might go, but something Nouns did show in their road to Worlds last year is, hey, sometimes Toon just needs to be our central area player, take that jungle, right? They need to rotate middle, and other players need to fill. And we can't understate, I kind of mentioned it before, but like the lifeline and the lifeblood of this Nouns team, for me, comes from Adesu, right? You kind of have them always just firing some energy down the line, making sure that people are up, keeping their energy up, always playing to the camera, keeping it light, trying to not let the pressure of the moment sink them, but allow them to rise up against it. And they're going to need some of that because they want to start this season off right. And I know going into this season, there might have been some roster swaps if it didn't start this early.
Yeah.
And but they were kind of now, I don't want to say priced in, like all locked in together, but like, okay, we don't have really a lot of time to explore and make a proper decision if this is really where we want to end up. Let's go back with our core and let's see how well we do here. And this might be, honestly, the barometer, whether they need to tear this thing apart and split up, or is this going to coalesce them and make them stronger?
Well, they had a great run at Worlds.
They did.
They fell a little short in a moment I think a lot of people did not expect them to, right? I think they were, it looked like they were going to be moving forward through that tournament there, and they just really got caught up. I'm blanking on the team that they ran into, but I know the big story was they had run into them earlier in scrims.
Was it Zora Tigers Gaming?
I don't know. I thought they took Zora Tigers Gaming down, but maybe it was. But I know there was a team they ran into in scrims, and they just seemed to have their number. And I think that mentally was hard for Nouns to deal with a little bit. They were caught by this team. They were able to just kind of get in their heads a little bit, and because of that, Nouns had a real tough time making up the difference in those 2 matches there, heading towards Grands. They couldn't quite make it happen. I think this is probably the best squad Nouns could see, but of course there are a lot of great players in EU. We could see a different look from Nouns, but a lot of these players are the players who made it to Grand Finals year 1, and the players who made it very, very deep last year.
Yeah, absolutely. Similarly, though, a lot of these players are kind of what was considered a disastrous Season 2 Worlds run, right? Which was actually ended by Mazo, and 00 Nation was the banner they were carrying them as the last set of the first day in one of the most kind of electric game sets that you and we weren't casting, we were watching in the crowd, and the crowd was just coming unglued for that Brazilian squad, which is some of the energy I hope we get to experience, especially on our first trip on Sunday. But the point being, this team has swung to every level of success, but never quite striking the bell. You know, the bell all the way at the top. They keep climbing the rope and getting to the last knot, but they can't hit the bell. They want to win this World Championship, and they need to find the right squad to do it. And later in the season, there's no time anymore because the points go to a squad, not the individuals. So roster shakeups are going to be far less prevalent this season.
Yeah, that's right. Things have changed this season. So whereas before we had that roster mania that happened, a lot of teams moved around, reshaped, right? You're not going to be able to see that in the same way. If I'm recalling it right, you're only able to really move 1 player between a tournament, so it would take a long time to reform a squad if there was something that you were looking at doing right there. And you'd have to make some decisions pretty quick. I think we do have a lot of incredible squads set up already for these regions, but yeah, LAIC coming at you so fast. People were, needing to make quick decisions. And we had a lot of teams that have not yet made it here. Not yet for this competition, but not yet made it to the world stage now. So we don't know what Nemesis from North America is exactly going to look like. Like, we know what the roster is currently, but is that what is going to show up? Because nothing really is set in stone until you start playing.
Exactly. Fortunately, we have the December Cup right around the corner here, so this kind of kicks our season off, and then we're going straight into a monthly cup in the month of December. So that's where we're going to start seeing these things take shape a little bit. Again, YouTube Nouns is coming up right around the corner. We got to talk a lot about YouTube before, so let's dial in again a little bit on Nouns. I've kind of always held this up as I think like best players in my mind, EU, like maybe 1A, 1B, have kind of been Bruv and Toon depending on different things. Of course, I lean more towards Bruv because I always favor support and tanks. That's just, I've been doing it for 3 years. That's where my pick usually goes. But those two have found themselves in a successful trajectory. They play a lot together. They have a lot of faith in each other. Sorayu is the newest ad. That was the big shakeup last year, and kind of see to be, oh, this is the last missing piece of the puzzle. Do you think Sorayu is going to be able to translate some of that maybe honeymoon period from last year into this year?
I think Sorayu might be one of the more underrated players in the game. I think he's probably not in the conversation as much as they probably should be. Sorayu, to me, he is a very strong carry player with a lot of emphasis on some of the speedsters that they like to bring into the game. I love some of his plays, and I also think he is a little like Gotlu in some ways, where there's a wildness to him, but I don't think he goes as full out as Gotlu does in some of his decisions.
He doesn't go full throw.
He doesn't go full throw sometimes, but also, talking about Gotlu, because this really is what happened to Nouns last season, right? We had Nouns and we had Talibobo, and then Talibobo and Nouns sort of reshuffled a bit. Some went over to Nouns, some went back over to Talibobo, and now we have the squad we have today. They pick up Gotlu, they pick up Sorayu. That is the current Nouns. And they picked up two playmakers. Two real playmakers. And look, when you're a playmaker, we talked about this with Fusion a bit too. Things can go kind of wrong, but things can go really right. And I think you're hoping that a player has enough game sense, and you as a team have drilled enough of your strategy where they take those moments, they play the game that you've decided to play, but they can also recognize when it's time to turn it on.
Yeah,
because
exactly.
sometimes it's just time to turn it on. It's time to throw the team in your backpack, and it's time to carry. Sorayu and Gatlu both have that.
Well, this is going to be a full throw right now. I'm going a full throw because I partially heard what I think we're doing. I'm going to throw, full throw, to an interview on stage between these two teams.
All right, take it away.
Okay, we have Gatlu and Phil Hummus with me here. Nouns Esports EU versus Team YT NA. This is the battle of the ages, always between the two regions. Gatlu, how does it feel to be here at LAIC for the first time?
It feels pretty great. I think it's a very nice event. All the people are so nice, and you can finally meet the Brazilian community and super nice people.
How about you?
It feels great being here. The atmosphere is awesome. It's not often we get to play against EU teams, so now we got to settle the debate for the ages.
All right, wonderful. So tell me, we are in the stage for Group C, where you guys are at, where it's kind of early. A couple of teams are very close to already qualifying for day 2. For example, Fusion 5-0. What are the expectations within your own group?
With the group, I personally see just myself and Team YouTube qualifying and having like a pretty strong performance. So I'm pretty excited about this match, especially because, again, it's an EU, so it's green ping. I'm excited for it.
Okay, so we have a Nouns and Team YT qualifying from the group. What are your thoughts?
Fusion set the record so far at 5-0. We're going to try and do 6-0.
6-0 on a 5-0 max bracket. That's how I like to see. Showdown, what's the post between you two for this fight? Let's go, a round of applause for the boys. Thank you.
Amazing stuff. Obviously, Team YT looking to go 6-0. Some say it's impossible, but a lot of people say it's impossible to kick as high as your head. And I proved today that you definitely can.
You definitely can kick at least waist high.
That's right, and Team YT is looking to beat Nouns right here. I love that Phil said he's about to settle the debate of the ages. I don't know.
Yeah, Phil's operating on his own planet here. He represents NA, but from Mars. You know what I mean?
I want someone to believe in me the way Phil believes in himself. Because that, I think, would be huge. But I gotta say, I am so hyped for this matchup.
I'm very excited.
All jokes aside, this is a matchup that I am insanely excited to see. And I do think it does settle a lot of questions that we might have about these two teams, these two regions, where they are at in this season right now. Is YT really ready? Is Nouns in full form, or are they taking it slow after Worlds? A lot of questions will be answered.
So we kind of know, because YouTube does everything in front of everyone. They've never stopped, right? They understood what their team was going to be going into this season, and they've just kind of pushed the pedal all the way down to the floor. Nouns as well, right? I don't think they took much of a break after Worlds, because I think they were a bit disappointed and kind of want to get back into the action, get back into the grind, and really get themselves poised and set up for LAIC. So the test for me isn't necessarily between the regions, but I think for YouTube it should be, how do we fare against a very good team that just performed very good at Worlds? Yeah. And Nouns has to go, how ready are we really for this upcoming season? Because in their practices, they haven't really been dipping into playing YouTube, right? But that's another type of team they're gonna have to contend with on these international stages at like the AOS Cup, NAIC, and Worlds. So, with that being said, I don't think it's going to settle the debate for the ages or whatever. But I think
it might settle my debate for the ages.
Yeah, whatever debate you're having that involves this situation, more power to you. But what it's going to settle for each of these teams is actually where they stand individually as themselves.
Yeah, we're going to head up to our draft right now between these two squads. Again, this group stage is a best of one as we see them readying up there on the big stage. Team YT versus Nouns Esports. This is what makes their group so incredibly scary here. First ban on over to Nouns, and we're going to see what they want to get rid of. Actually doesn't surprise me. That's a targeted ban right there because of how good that Snorlax is.
Yeah, and it might be a little bit of a dial-in saying, does Chaotic play any other defender? Or if we block this, does that mean Phil has to go to defender so Chaotic goes somewhere else? But if they're doing that and they sense Chaotic's going to pick up a Pokemon, get ready for 8-9.
Here we go. Yeah, the ban for Leafeon and, of course, Darkrai being banned. Not super surprising going to see that, obviously. You don't want to run into Darkrai. First pick on over to Nouns Esports. We're going to see what tricks they have in store for us here, as it looks like they are locking in one of the tried and true best Pokemon in the game. The 1-2 punch on the side of Team YT. Doesn't look like they're changing it up too much. There's Pikachu, there's Lapras.
Yeah, I mean, stick with what works here. Poor Bruv is hovering Cinderace, not too sure what's going on there, but they are certainly on the squad for this team as they are going through, rotating through their picks. They have a great opportunity to grab a phenomenal support because Blissey and Hoopa are both available.
Ooh, we have the Miraidon in the hands of Toon. Very interesting choice here. And there is that Hoopa. Moving on to our next couple picks here. I know Chaotic, I've seen some plays on the side of YT with Armarouge. It'll be something that Sam might be picking up here. But our next two picks, Slowbro, Eldegoss. Now over to the final picks from Nouns here. We're going to see what Gotlu wants to bring out. Ooh, and we do have a Gyarados. We talked about this a little earlier. Gary and Blaziken, really strong squad from Nouns. And YT settling into what worked for them so well. There's the Gardevoir.
This feels to me like, well, now with the Gardevoir, you might go Electro Drift, but it kind of felt like Toonslim might want to be playing at some range here and letting this Blaziken, Gyarados, Umbreon scrap up front, and you always kind of have, you know, Hoopa kind of in your side pocket to help out. But because of Gardevoir, Pikachu, Electro Ball, Volt Tackle, you know, they can close that gap a little bit, but what it does force them to do is play up front into the charge beam range for the Miraidon if that's the direction they go. So I'm really excited to see this Miraidon because I think you can make an argument for it to cut either way.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see how this plays out in general. Again, we're about to settle the debate of the ages between these two squads right now. Team YT from North America, Nouns Esports from EU. These two regions clashing here in this group stage. This is a best of one, so they're bringing out their absolute best strategy that they can play with. If Team YT is operating like they were in game number one, this is going to be incredible. They've got a lot of different factors on the side of Nouns here. One of the biggest ones, I think, being that Blaziken. Yeah. Just an incredibly tough Pokemon to deal with.
Yeah, and it's a great comfort pick for Soreyu. It allows them to be skill expressive. Obviously, it has all of the tools. It provides that security, or that secure through the overheat, but don't understate the impact of a good Focus Blast. Yes. Because the range at which Team YT is going to have to play, Focus Blast works in a lot of people's kitchen.
Yeah. Here we go as these two teams are getting ready to square off. Nouns Esports, your purple team. Team YT, your orange team. This is a best of one here in Group C, and this is going to decide a lot. This may be the match, Dupe Snacks, that is really going to decide who walks out of this group as a first seed. Now, of course, we don't know how the rest of the matches are going to go, but both of these teams have been playing well so far here today. First Gyarados that I've seen on broadcast. I might have missed a game earlier with Zoinks, but I don't think so. I think this might be the first Gyarados.
It's the first one that I recall as well. Adesu, nice little stun on Aquila. They're putting some good pressure on, and Gatlu stuck on the wall a little bit. Poor little Magikarp, Floopy flops back, picks up a berry, and we all know I'm going to be saying that a lot.
Yeah, you are, as we have this Magikarp moving up here, looking for a possible secure. They were able to get it there with Flail. Gatlu now peeling back. Fui really aggressive in their face. Nice big whirlpools onto Adesu right here. And this is a look that I think Nouns is probably not used to, is someone running Lapras in this top path. Seems pretty unusual for a lot of these teams.
Working in the bottom path, Toon and Bruv, I mean, it's really difficult to contend with them, right? That's why I'm unsurprised to see the focus of 4 players in the top. This is a 4v3. We do not have the Gyarados online, of course. They are going to be able to get out of there, not quite get knocked out, but now it's just a 4v1. Adesu hanging out. They do have the portal, I presume, to bring some folks through if they want. They're going to let these points go in, really focusing on getting Gatlu unlocked. Tons of damage on Adesu. They can't survive the onslaught. They are down.
Nice big play there from Team YT, but now at the same time, they're going to be crashing this bottom goal zone. We've got Toon and Bruv down there. Soreyu now making a play for this blue buff in the central area here of YT. Sussed out a little bit, but pulled away. Nice play there, and right over the wall into the arms of Phil, but not able to catch them. No Volt Tackle yet.
Yeah, understanding exactly what was going on. Ejects through the wall just to make sure that they get out of safety, but I think that was worth the buff here. 8 minutes, and we're going to have a full-on scrap. Tons of players showed up. we are going Charge Beam. Okay, that's our first Charge Beam Miraidon that you and I have cast, and that's kind of where I thought we were going to lean because of the range that provides and how upfront in your face Nouns is going to be playing.
Gatlu online here with this Gyarados, level 6 right now, looking pretty good, and it's something that could scrap very well here into this Lapras. Lapras also, though, a real tanky beast as we get ready for the next fight. 7 minutes, 20 seconds, we're going to have birds in the top and bottom path, and we're going to see how these teams want to position themselves here. Gatlu setting themselves up to possibly jump back in, but possibly look for a fight. But we have 3 members of both teams in the bottom path, Doomstacks.
Yeah, we've got everybody's playing straight up. We're matching numbers here. The Volt Tackle goes in. Toon is very low. Charging up a Charge Beam right into the back line is Chaotic. Almost able to get a knockout on Toon, but gets taken out themselves. Scoreline still 0-60. So despite the huge player advantage that Nouns had downstairs earlier, they weren't able to get any points.
4 members now of Nouns running to this bottom path here. They have a great position around this Regirock. We're going to see if Team YT can do anything about it. They are zoned out pretty well. Here comes a beautiful snarl there from the Umbreon, nice. And an easy secure from Nouns. And Team YT didn't seem like they wanted to contest that at all.
No, Bruv doing a great job getting up front, isolating the Pikachu, making sure that all its kind of sure hit moves go on top of them. Good little snarl engage, and now they just need to secure this with an overheat, and they are successful. Not much we can do about that.
Yeah, really nothing we can do right there, and you're seeing the unbelievable power of that Hoopa, able to move the team around a lot more effectively than Team YT. They're having to walk back and forth on the map here. Fui fighting in the top path as we see multiple members of Nouns now here in the center, looking for a possible fight.
Yeah, okay, Bruv goes straight on Sosad Sam. Nice bounce. They're able to eject out, but you see the Miraidon Unite move catches Gardevoir in the back line. Well used by Toon. The portal is down, and we have an opportunity for a good reset. No, nobody can catch that thing, but good pressure by Nouns. Give them the first true team fight win of the game.
Yeah, really nice fight from Nouns right there. They're continuing to score in the top path in the face of this Lapras. Lapras level 8, Blaziken level 9. It does feel like Blaziken will be able to do a lot better when it comes to secure in that top path. You really just don't have the same options there from the Lapras. We have Miraidon at 10, Blaziken at 10, Gyarados at 10. Not a single level 10 on the side of Team YT. They are behind right now. They're going to need to find their way back into this game. Possibly with a Pikachu Unite move, we're going to have to see. Nice big Focus Blast.
That Focus Blast was awesome. Just getting out of the range of the Perish Song, able to take another piece of experience, and you're seeing that's why Sorayu is level 10 versus Fui at level 8, Spraggles.
Yeah, they're behind here. We finally have Lapras online. Pikachu still looking for a little experience to get their Unite move. They can make some big plays once they have it, but we're almost at the 5-minute mark. Finally, Pikachu ticks over. It's going to mean a lot of Unites are up here for Team YT, and they can take a big fight because of it. Moving in really aggressively against this Umbreon, we could see a Pikachu Unite move. Unite move from the Umbreon right back the other way. Overheat misses. They do take the KO.
Very Singularity came out to get the KO quickly on Bruv, but that's the only target they're going to get. Coming off spawn, Miraidon Unite is rolling through. They're trying to hit at least a kilo to get them put down, and they're successful. So now the advantage is in the hands of Nouns Esports, as it looks like Sosad Sam is going to get chipped up and knocked out by Toon from the longest range possible.
Yeah, beautiful plays here from Nouns, just completely zoning out Team YT. And it does feel like Chaotic not on that Snorlax has been a huge difference maker. What a beautiful ban there from Nouns, because I don't think we've seen the same effectiveness at all. In fact, playing the Scald Bro is an interesting choice right here.
Yeah, it really is. One thing that, slow beam eject happens is they do get the knockout, which is critical, right? You can't expend that resource and not leave with something. Nice stun, getting everybody across the board. This is going to bully them out. Chaotic gets pushed back, and they're going to get knocked out here. Nice little stun sequence. Sorayu can't close the door. It looked like the overheat almost got canceled. Focus Blast going to seal it up, but that was by a slim margin.
Yeah, very, very close right there. Fui able to take that top objective away from Gatlu on the Gyarados. And it looks like the two are brawling here in the top path. Gyarados Unite move comes out. We have the Blaziken make their way top. Fui is trying to hold on in the top path, but not able to make it happen. Fui does go down. YouTube not able to fight there, as we are sending multiple members of Nouns down to the bottom path because Team YT was looking to press. But look at that Miraidon Unite!
Just the meteors from space crashing on the Thea Sky Ruins, causing more rubble. Fairy Singularity is there, but nobody is caught in it. It was just a bit too shy, and now you can see the strength of the Charge Beam. So many good targets, juicy targets on the side of YT between the Lapras and the Slowbro, and God forbid one of the other Pokemon step in line.
Yeah, here we have the Lapras moving forward, looking for a KO on the Miraidon, but they end up healing back to their base. There's not much they can do about it. And we have just seen the effectiveness of this charge beam. There's really nowhere to hide from it. It does incredible damage. Toon is playing it so well, and those Miraidon Unites have been so unbelievably on point. It's been incredible.
Yeah, very impactful, and now you're seeing the ball starting to roll a little bit for Nouns Esports. What they have to do is understand that they have control and not just arbitrarily give it up for no reason.
Yeah, the question is, who are we looking for this charge beam on? I think the call of Miraidon is actually a huge one. If they're able to get Miraidon, or possibly this Blaziken with a slow beam, excuse me, I think they can make a huge play here. They're going to have to back out. We have a nice little catch there for a Volt Tackle, but it's not enough. Regice getting extremely low, goes down to Nouns. They've secured just about everything in the face of Team YT. Umbreon moving forward, looking to disrupt them a bit, and now we have Chaotic going down. They're on some bad timers right here, and we can see some big plays from Nouns as they are setting this up for a perfect overcap.
Oh, they're gonna get the burger right here. Yep. Monster score here. They're up by 152 points. Lapras did score up top, but that is not gonna be negated by that.
And here we go. We have Gardevoir ready, looking for it. We have Lapras in the top path there, looking to see if he can find a member of Nouns, deciding how they want to take this fight. They are behind here in this moment. Rhydon moves forward.
Oh, Snarl slow beam into foul play. Eject. Thunderstorm is out. Very Singularity in the middle, but it's the Miraidon Unite that's raining terror on top of Team YouTube. You're toast, kid. They keep pushing forward. Now it's 2 back the other way, but it's 3 down for YT. They're looking for a target. Sorayu's trying to be a hero here, going for the eject button. Overheat misses. Fweeze pushing back the other way. They can't quite hit. So sad Sam is on a sliver of HP. Toon finds himself in the Parish Song kitchen, but ain't about that top 10 hit. Charge beam from Jupiter gets it done, and everything from Miraidon's felt from space. And now Nouns has reclaimed control and is in pole position to win.
Obviously, Sam needed to get back right there, but the charge beam just had so much range, and they were looking for that KO. They didn't know exactly where they were, but they were able to pick them off. We now have Gardevoir coming back. 52 seconds left, not a single Unite move on the side of Team YT. We do have one on the side of Nouns, the Gyarados, which is a very powerful Unite. Being zoned out here by the Thunder. Pikachu over the wall with a big catch.
Volt Tackle straight on 2. They got their Thunderstorm just in time, so they're putting great pressure on. Toon is down, 35 seconds left. Bruv is getting pushed out, and now all of a sudden Gatlu finds themselves getting reset. Put down as another player. Desu's gone. The Rift is going to have to start here if you're YouTube. You might even need to send somebody to score. Sorayu's going to have to come in and use that clutch overheat. Nice Volt Tackle to stun them out. YouTube's going to be able to take this.
Whoa.
Now they need to scramble and score. We got full pockets. The berry is there. The race is on. Fui is making their pull the way to the top. Phil is going straight for the second. Can Bruv stall them from scoring? I think they're going to get enough points here, Sprago.
The points are raining in, but the points are going back the other way. They're looking for a score in that middle area. They can't make it in time. Phil was not able to score on that tier 2, and we're going to see where this shakes out. Team YT might have got it right there at the end with a beautiful catch. Here we go.
Wow. Nouns Esports with the back cap there, able to suss it out. I don't know if we've got things. Wait, what?
This is a very confusing look.
This is, I do not understand what's going on here. Somebody won this game.
It was Nouns.
We did it.
Hey, note for Nouns on the stage, can you celebrate harder when you win? Because it was very unclear.
It was very unclear there. I want to give all the credit in the world. Did you see Phil? He hit the springboard over into the middle, and you know their Unite time was 97%, 98%, 99% in the air. As soon as they landed, it was thunderstorm time, and that was the catalyst for everybody to go in. Nice slow beam catch on Toon. They weren't able to obviously leverage that. We had some good back cap action the other way, but if you are in that position, that's exactly how you approach it, and they were just a second or 2 off.
Let me tell you, as far as settling the debate, I think it might still rage on a little bit, because that was quite a series between these two teams. If they were able to make another score happen, they still would have been slightly behind, right? They needed something else to get to that center area, to get to the main base there on Nouns. But man, what a Ray fight, what a finish between these two teams. and I'm hoping we see both of them move on to day 2, because I would love to see that get run back.
They're both teams are playing incredibly well right now. Let's take a look at some of the replays. This is that massive Maridon Unite catching Slowbro and Eldegoss simultaneously. And now that Fairy Singularity, you can see it's pulling them in, but it started just a little too far out, and they're able to score and take a big lead.
Yeah, here was a huge fight right here. Godlu moves in, massive Unite move from the Pika. Guardy catches 2 just on the edges right there. And we have to have a reset after this fight. Of course, we have the beautiful catch from Toon here in just a moment to take down Sam. And now, yeah, there it is right there. Just got him just a little bit. And now we're back in for this fight. Good zoning here from Toon, but I love this play. Look at this Pikachu right into the Unite move, Doomsnacks. They take this, and then once they have this, they recognize, hey, there's very little time on the clock right now. We need to make this play. Blaziken was off scoring, which actually helped them make sure that they could make the big W there at the end, even though YT was able to score. Our Puka is going to have to be Sorayu.
Sorayu played incredibly well that game. That Blaziken felt like it was all over the map. You could see just the patience, hiding in bushes, staying away from the range of Fui, but able to secure using that Focus Blast range, which I mentioned kind of works real well in the kitchen of the team composition YouTube had, and a very well-earned player, and a player that you said was underrated, and a player that I said I'm hoping they've moved past the honeymoon phase and they're ready to go for the squad, because when they showed up on Nouns, they were a difference maker, and they need to do that again this year.
Can I tell everyone about not only a player that's underrated, obviously we saw an underrated player there, but on an underrated Pokemon, I am shocked that Blaziken is even going late in these games. Every time we are seeing it, it is an absolute force. It doesn't look like much has changed since Worlds with this thing. I know it got a very teeny tiny nerf, but I'm thinking Blaziken is still a top tier pick in a lot of these situations. Now, moving forward in this group stage, Nouns is feeling pretty good. They're up 2 games right now. YouTube is now 1-1, so they're gonna need to win against a lot of the teams they have in front of them. However, it does feel like both of these teams have a very strong chance of moving forward to day 2. Nouns in a great position. We are going to be right back in just a moment. We have more incredible Pokemon Unite action from our day 1 group stages. Do not go anywhere. I will be mad at you. Here's one.
It's time to kick off our 2024 Pokemon North America International Championship.
Seconds on the clock. There's nothing Nemesis can do. They are behind and they are out of this thing. Orange Juicers become your North American champions.
Getting it done, bell to bell.
Here comes out of pocket. Both switches are firing. He's going to get the KO. Out of pocket. Your NAIC 2024 champion. There's the lightning energy. There's a draw free. Fighting energy to the hand. So he attaches. He retreats. We are going to see a bellowing thunder here for 280 damage. And Jose Cruz is your North American International Champion in the Juniors division. That was a fun back and forth game, just like we expected, Joe, wasn't it? Lost Vacuum on the Temple of Sinnoh. Neo Upper Energy on the pit shot. KO with +3 win. And Nathan Ostergaard is your North American International Champion.
We are asking for a judge shuffle, Stefan, making sure that the judge is the one that will determine the fate. The North American Championship. And there it is. The prime catcher is found, and Greninja will knock out the Klefki and will allow Andrew to become the North America International Champion.
Seer Storm going to be enough into this Ice Rider Calyrex? It's not. It's just 50%, so Kevin has the potential to strike back. And with this Glacial Lance, it continues the avalanche of success for Kevin Hahn this season. 6 titles in 2024 with the win in the Junior Division for the 2024 North America International Championship. To the Calyrex with this Astral Barrage, able to move before this Urshifu is able to secure a double knockout, and that's the game. Josh, the honor, the glory, the redemption is his as he takes this game and becomes your Senior Division 2024 North America International Champion. Patrick coming all the way from Florida with the support of his local community, able to power through the paralysis and with a critical hit takes the win and is your 2024 North American International Champion.
Welcome back to Pokemon Unite here at LAIC in São Paulo, Brazil. We are starting off the season with this event. We are knee-deep into the group stage right now, and we are about to see a battle of North America on foreign soil. What's up, everybody? We are back. I'm Zoinks, this is Soph, and we're going to be watching Luminosity versus Team Growth.
Oh yes, and especially just because we just watched Team YT as well, the third NA squad, considering it was a very incredibly exciting game.
Yeah, it was great.
I just want to see NA just do, you know, bring that back.
Yeah, and they're playing some interesting stuff so far. All we've gotten is the look from Team YouTube, which I think we're getting very iconic looks from them. So said Sam on that Gardevoir, Phil on the attacker swap. I'm sure you heard a lot about it from Spriggles and Dewsnacks in those matches that they were able to cover. So I'm very excited to catch this match. Remember, if you were missing any of the matches so far today, you want to go take a look back. Remember, twitch.tv/Pokemon Unite. Same for the YouTube address. And if you're loving the event, remember you can post on social media with hashtag LAIC, Pokemon LAIC, if you want to join in on the conversation.
Yeah, and you should. You should join the conversation. If you have photos, if you're here, post, tag, you know, if you see us around, take photos with us. We don't bite. We're pretty chill.
That's true. Some of my favorites are when people put all their plushies on their desk and then take the photo of the computer of where you're watching all of this exciting group stage matches.
Yeah, they're
really
cozy
fantastic.
and they're comfy, but it's exciting.
It's been awesome. Yeah.
It's my favorite type of dichotomy.
It's true. Well, I think time zone-wise, we're hitting a fantastic time to watch some North American Pokemon Unite because we only have 3 NA teams that were able to travel to the event. We're about to watch 2 of them face off. We're actually going to be kicking off our coverage of Group D as well. We have not gotten to see a single game from this group on broadcast. We've been starting with Group A and moving our way down, but this is our final group, and it's going to be very, very interesting to see these 2 squads face off.
Yes, it is, because considering the other groups, as you said, we have Fusion, who qualified already for Day 2 with a 5-0. Just now when Team YT played, we got Phil, you missed on that interview saying they're going to win 6-0 in that group. So we got high stakes for NA. Now, NA versus NA, they're going to win 7-0. You know, that's just how it rolls. Mathematics.
Yeah, I know. According to Phil's math, I think they still could go 6-0, you know, because impossible, who knows? So we'll get those games up and running very, very shortly. Now, let's talk about the couple of teams that we have on stage. Obviously, Luminosity Gaming is a household name at this point in Pokemon Unite. World Championships, back-to-back, one time under the LG banner, of course, and that's a lot of the story around this team. The band is back together. Kyrios, Overlord, Slash, father and son has been called out, are going to be back together. I saw Overlord actually post the tweet of the LeBron James and the Bronny photo in response to it. So we are all in on this father-son duo. It's going to be fantastic. But that roster is incredible top to bottom. You got Otter filling in as well. I mean, this squad has come to play. Trainer LGC joining that fight. One of my favorite players to cast in the entire region. So a dynamite squad.
Yes, absolutely. On the other side, we have Team Growth, also innate, but looking more into a newer squad. We don't know much about them, so we're looking forward to see in a best-of-1 scenario, Zoinks, what they bring to the table, because we know that here at LAIC, we've seen quite a lot of flair coming from this best-of-1, especially from the Brazilian teams, but I know NA is not going to disappoint, much less against such a worthy opponent like Luminosity.
That's true. I think one of my favorite things about this tournament, and let's face it, Pokemon Unite, compared to a lot of the Pokemon titles, we kind of crush it in the drip game. We're talking. Oh yeah, us too. I was. If we're talking about in-game as well, Hollowware is an absolutely fantastic component of Pokemon Unite. But out of game, if you've been to this event or you've been watching the stream, the amount of jerseys that we have from these teams are so good. And you know, I got a peek at the Team Growth jerseys. I hope they're sporting them today. They might be saving them for day 2 or something.
I saw them backstage.
Okay, they are so good.
They are. I really like it.
We got some really good looks from all these teams. It's going to be awesome. But in terms of what Team Growth is going to bring to the table in this matchup, it's always interesting when you're kind of going Titan hunting. You know what I mean? This is Luminosity Gaming. They obviously, I said household name already, but they have been a phenomenal force in Unite for as long as I can remember. Maybe not the best Worlds performance from last year, but basically everything else they were absolutely crushing. So, I mean, this is a challenging matchup for them to have to go into.
And you mentioned Kyrios coming through as well for this season, which makes a huge difference. We know the synergy is there, although they did not play together during 2024.
True.
So we're bringing that back. So if you have any, you know, recollections of Worlds 2023, 2022, they were there. They were the champions, and that means quite a lot. As you said, the stakes are high. In Team Growth, I want to see them performing as the best to their ability, considering the meta at the moment, how things are more versatile, there's flexibility with compositions and just all around the bends even, because we're getting to a point, Zoinks, that I don't think we've talked much about it. The roster of Pokemon altogether have been growing so much, Team Growth have been growing so much that we're just starting to get to a point where the bands just feel like they're too little, like 2 per team.
Right. I mean, yeah, we still get a lot of interesting choices on either side because of it. Yeah, I mean, give us as many bands as they will. That'd be awesome. But into this game specifically, if we're going to hone in on these 2 teams in terms of Pokemon selection, I think you already mentioned it, Kyrios back on this team. If you've seen any gameplay from that player in the past couple of months, it has been focused around one Pokemon in particular, one that we've seen absolutely crushing it on our stream so far today. It's the Miraidon. This electric dragon has proved itself to be absolutely powerhouse in every single match that it's been shown in. I mean, Toon crushed it in that last matchup we all saw on stream on that very Pokemon. Kyrios has been putting a ton of time into that pick in particular. If I'm Team Growth and if they've done their research, I would consider a Miraidon ban in this position.
Yeah, it makes quite a lot of sense because on the manning table, as we have been seeing all throughout LAIC and during unofficial off-season as well, we've had quite a lot of that Darkrai, the Hooper, the Blissey. But now you have this option as well on the table because it's not just a very strong Pokemon on the round because it's gotten so many wins today. Like the win rate today for first day of LAIC has been super high for Miraidon.
Yeah. I don't think it's quite 100%,
it isn't
right?
Like Eldegoss. It was, at least Eldegoss was just 100% like a while back, so
yeah,
we'll
I actually think that YouTube game just last match actually was finally its first loss of the tournament.
There you go, so the first loss of the day.
That actually is an interesting statistic. I mean, I was talking so much hype around the Blissey and the Hoopa, and I still
won't believe it, but for Eldegoss to come forward and be the highest win rate early on in this tournament, it was really interesting. A lot of players are extremely comfortable on that pick in particular. It's a bit of a jack of all trades, master of none situation when it comes to Eldegoss. Obviously, you got a bit of anti-dive, a bit of healing, a bit of damage reduction a little bit later. So there are kind of opportunities to cover your bases all over the place, but when it comes to just game carry potential, I feel like Blissey and Hooper are the ones that are at the top of that pedestal.
Yeah, that's why they have been banned quite frequently today.
Yes, that's true.
For example, the likes of the Darkrai as well, that sometimes we've seen it just very high win rate, but maybe the win rate is not that high because it just hasn't been picked that much because it has been constantly banned. So the likes of these supports actually having Eldegoss to be one of them to come through because Hooper and Blissey have been banned themselves, you just diminish the roster so much that it's not that Eldegoss is not good. It is great, but it's just because it's always going to be available most likely because you don't put a ban towards Eldegoss.
Yeah. Oh, never. I would never consider a situation like, well, maybe. I mean, there are times, there are specific players. I look at like maybe Lel on Tuzzy where you would consider an Eldegoss ban in that direction. I'm not too sure, but here we go. We actually got a statistic of our pick rate. So Eldegoss still 100% in one metric, and that is going to be pick rate. So every single match that we have had on stream, Eldegoss is on top 100% of this event so far. Slowbro close behind. It's a bit surprising to me, actually. A defender that I kind of thought would go down a little bit on the totem pole, but it is a good answer to Miraidon.
Yeah, to be fair, one thing I would love to highlight, really. Adore to highlight. Brazil has been playing Slowbro with telekinesis.
Yeah,
we haven't been seeing Amnesia at all, Zoinks. And that's something very interesting to the region in particular, I would say, because usually Amnesia, you got that extra bit of recovery. But in this case, as you mentioned, you just want to lock them down. You have the slow beam and the mini slow beam version with the telekinesis. And I feel like, as you mentioned, it's just such a good way to tackle these very strong threats. Now, the win rates, it's funny across the board, right? Because we got stats that include Pokemon that have played just one time. But still, it is 100%, is it not?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think the Pokemon that is the best metric to pull from this would be the Umbreon that has not lost a single game yet, but has played in 3 of these matches on stream. So Umbreon getting both a lot of play time, but also seemingly uncounterable at the moment. It is one of the tankiest defenders that we've seen. And speaking of, I was talking about Eldegoss as Jack of all trades, master of none.
Yes.
Well, Umbreon's got the Jack of all trades, and it's the master of all of them as well. It is, yeah, it's a bit of a tricky situation with that defender pick. I would love to see a little bit more Inteleon at one point in the day. I have heard whispers that this Pokemon is still a very relevant damage dealer, but it is one that's a lot more risky. And we haven't talked about it too much since you and I came back on the mics, but we are in best of 1 territory for this group stage. And I am very curious if the Pokemon statistics in terms of pick rates, and eventually when we get more data on the win rates, I wonder if that will change drastically when we head into best of 3. Obviously, there's a lot more room for experimentation, reaction, ability. I'm not too sure if that is going to upset the fruit cart, if you will, in terms of Pokemon selection when we go into that second day of competition.
I think it will. I think it will change, not exactly drastically, but I think it's going to change in a couple of scenarios. For example, I think the Umbreon is going to have much more of that focused on bans because it just has been performing too well today. And as you said, it's best of 1. You played it, you lost against it, oh, damn.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think Umbreon at 3 wins out of 9 games so far. So the remaining 6 banned. A very common ban. I think Darkrai probably outpacing it in the ban percentage race just a little bit compared to that Umbreon, right? So it is just getting outpaced there. Darkrai, obviously, everybody's worst nightmare. Also the name of its Unite move, which is really cool.
Yeah, it super is. I mean, some Pokemon just have very cool Unite move names.
That's true. That is true, but all right, here we go. We got our game all set up. We're going to be getting into Luminosity Gaming versus Team Growth, the Battle of NA on LATAM soil.
Team Growth on your purple side, Luminosity on the orange, meaning that Team Growth has that first pick. No, actually, we need to change. There we go. Right, we have nameplates changed and fixed up for you. So Luminosity on your first pick here, going for the Hooper and the Miraidon. And again, the Leafeon that we have been seeing most frequently burned here as well.
Yep.
And alongside that Darkrai with 62%.
Yeah, 46% on the Leafeon, so still a very frequent ban, is a good point. So, and it makes a little more sense going into Trainer LGC as well. That is a player in particular that I never want to see them on Leafeon if I'm on the other side of the lobby. It is truly a different form. That's not to say they are a one-trick pony or anything like that. They have a lot of available Pokemon in their pool, but the Leafeon is terrifying.
It is. But to be fair, I'm looking at this Ninetales right here for the side of Team Growth, and I just like it so much. I wouldn't say it's terrifying, but it's just very versatile right now. When you were pointing that out about Umbreon, excuse me, I would say that is the same case for Alola Ninetales now with Aurora Veil or going Avalanche for the 2 builds that you have possible. And in this case in particular, with the Slowbro, it's just so much hindrance.
Yeah, it feels like a really anti-dive build so far. Slowbro, an amazing solo carry counter, and then Alola Ninetales is just a very good defensive attacker. One of the only few that I think has good anti-dive options available. So I like that counter moving in. On the other side though, I think Luminosity Gaming almost fronting with the dive composition at first, and then pivoting in their second build. So we have the Mimikyu, Umbreon, and Mew. They have the availability for Comfey still, but no longer. Team Growth is actually going to take that Pokemon away.
Oh,
so
wow.
if Overlord wants that pocket, they are not going to have it in the form of the Comfey this game.
Oh, and the Greedents as well. Can you just picture how that's going to be? And sometimes we see the Greedent. It was once upon a time the one Pokemon you would think about when you're thinking about invade in the central area. We'll see how it's going to be the case in this one because we have double stacking here for this Greedent. So it makes more sense to be closer to your path anyways. And with the Dodrio here, it's an interesting combination for Team Growth because they have ways to shut down the likes of the Cerulege on the side of Luminosity and also the Mimikyu. But the wonder point is the Mew plus the Espeon because you have range and you're still going to be able to ascertain some of that pressure from afar. Alongside, for example, if we go Psyshock with that stun on the Espeon.
Yeah, Luminosity Gaming is going to have a lot of ranged answers, right? The Mew is going to be constant pressure, maybe not an incredible amount of damage, especially because you can see the item loadout that Otter is bringing into this battlefield right now. They do have the EXP share equipped, so maybe not necessarily the support Mew that we see, but the attacker is going to be wielding that EXP share as well as Slash's Umbreon. So the Cerulege and Espeon, we're going to have to catch up a lot on that damage. Of course, they have that Mimikyu. Mimikyu, we talked about it last time, into a Comfey pair is a really, really nice matchup, so I think trainers feeling fine about that situation. What I think the real threat stems from in Team Growth is the ability to offlane. Dodrio, Greedent, and then of course Comfey on either of those two options makes it very realistic for Team Growth to show up to very few team fights, but still have a presence on the map. They'll be able to outfarm in terms of speed, they'll be able to outscore in terms of speed, and of course they'll be able to get away from some fights with some cheeky plays.
Yes, they will, and definitely thanks to the fact that Team Growth has, as you said, flanking potential with the Dodrio and the Slowbro plus the Alola Ninetales. If they go Surfing and Avalanche, respectively, you're allowing Team Growth to get their attackers in just a good position where they zone out the enemy team and just can capitalize on them getting into this first game of Group D.
All right, remember everybody, this is a best of one, so it all comes down to this right now. We're going to be sharing the central area a little bit, so Doduo going to go on a slower clear, and Alola Ninetales will have that cooldown buff when they enter into the bottom path. First score, though, for Overlord on this Cerulege. We've talked a lot about this Pokemon so far in the tournament broadcast today. Pokemon that is not what it once was, but a lot of players just have that comfortability on it right now.
Yeah, they do. Arta very pushed over here. Overlord in a tricky position, but it's just going to be the Greedent plus the Comfey. They get the score, but the Dodrio comes in, and that's going to be your K opener of Group D. Maybe Ahaya is going to try to get another one on the Mew. That's the boosted attack. They try to get out as well, and the Greedent is going to be fine for the moment.
Yeah, another one of those situations with Mimikyu without their level 7 doesn't have the mobility to chase down. Scratch will only get you so far, and Shadow Claw is a very short range. So well done by Uria to be able to play from range with that Tri-Attack.
Right, coming out here top side, 3 members already. And look at that, Ninetales, it completely exploded. It just melted, you should say. Now moving forward as well with Espeon, guaranteeing a 2 KO streak. Ahaya has the Comfey, but trying to maybe do something, just not enough. And that is a 4 KO streak for the side of Luminosity that is huge.
Welcome back, big bro Kyrios, to the team. Jeez.
Oh, yeah.
KO streak of 4, a very aggressive rotation for Luminosity Gaming. 4 players all the way to the top side. Into a Green and Dodrio setup, a very early game-centric play. They're going to try to shut that down immediately. And so far, successful. Coaching Shield is onto the Sayer ledge. Will allow them to get a little bit of space, but with that lifesteal not available, they are going Psycho Cut in this moment. So not a lot of survivability options unless they have Phantom Force, which they are not at that level yet.
Yeah, 2 people to get knocked out here on the top side in exchange. Now Team Growth gets some of that pressure. Now in the central area though, it's 3 members of Luminosity who are going to take the slow road back to the Pokemon Center. But that's, like you said, top side, you kind of expected Team Growth to have that early game pressure, but they have so much mobility that when they come back, oh, they're going to catch you.
Yeah, that is really true. It feels like the team fighting pressure they'll have better in the early game, but then offlaning better in the later game. But now, Overlord's got their moves, and so does Trainer, but it's Kyrios gonna take the first KO. Overlord really wants his attack weight stacked, but they're gonna pay for it as Charles takes that KO. Trainer capitalizes, and they will get this dunk. Tier 1 goal zone broken, but Overlord 1 stack less.
I don't know if you agree with me, Zoinks, but it felt like Team Growth, unfortunately, on that play in particular, they were kind of arriving in waves. Get there, get knocked out, get there, get knocked out. So you would trust always Luminosity to have their rotations on point with their timers.
Yeah, I like the play from Brian going to the Yellow Knight. It's just a little too late. I think you're right. If they were there right on time, maybe they were able to stop that attack. But that rotation, now they're going to try it a second time. On the bottom side, it's only Slash Can currently attacking their goal zones. The rest of the team is picking up that Reg Ice.
Yes, they are. Now moving out here for, as you said, the objective. They guarantee it, but might be paying for this one on the side of Luminosity. They're still going to withstand some damage, but Otter now. Oh, the triple comes through, and that's huge with the avalanche as well to follow it up. But it doesn't matter. You have the Sterilite to back up the damage, and Overlord is not even caring about how you feel. And Team Growth now gets that bot lane kind of obliterated.
And this is this new Luminosity Gaming roster that everybody's been talking about. The dynamic damage duo of Trainer and Overlord. I mean, hyper carries of their teams respectively come together to play this season. You have the Mimikyu, who absolutely shuts down that Dodrio Comfey, and then Overlord just walks over the rest of the backline with their Unite move. A really cool split fight where they don't need too much support to make it happen. Luminosity Gaming absolutely crushing it right now. They got a Regieleki walking.
They do?
It's a dangerous Shadow Sneak to go on.
It was so dangerous. Now with the rest of Luminosity here to back it up, some damage comes through as well. But if you can defend it, it's going to be huge for the side of Team Growth. Now with the Mystical Mirage, getting the defense and the invisibility for Luminosity, they basically just tear it out apart. Regieleki collapses as well, and Tier 2 is gone.
Oh, poor Charles on that Comfey going, I'm going to try to defend the goal zone, but
please, let me try to do something.
It is both defenseless and poor Comfey in a 1v5 situation is not exactly optimal. Good news with Team Growth, they still had this Tier 1, but Luminosity Gaming does not want that to last for long. A fact that will soon, I'm sure, disappear. Slashcan will escape. Good coverage by Otter with that Mew boosted auto. Dodrio, even with that Comfey pocket, does have to respect that damage.
Unfortunately, on this though, Drio has been having a hard time trying to connect these flanks and getting the access to the backline. And you would think that their team would be better to deny access to backline, but just the raw damage that comes through on Luminosity, and especially this rotation that they have here right now, taking the basement Reggie, going for Tier 1 as well. That's the Mimikyu, and Trainer is feeling very much comfortable.
Yeah, we left that early game window that we were talking about for Team Growth's composition. Now, since they don't have the lead into this midpoint of the game, Luminosity Gaming's composition on paper is incredibly well poised. Not to mention, these players have been in this position for quite some time. It is a really impressive play from LG at the moment. Now, we have Ego trying to make a run for it into the tall grass. They got the belt, trying to shut down Kyrios. There's the Unite move. They're really going to try to capitalize as well. Mimikyu going to take a fight on the other side. Kyrios forced to Unite move, but they're gone. All of a sudden, Team Growth's finding a way to put KOs on the board. That's 2 down. down as Greedy gets yet another. Slash Cannon gonna make it all the way back to base, and it's Overlord and Slash. Father and son defending the goal zone.
Yeah, the minute fronts did help for a moment. Now they're trying to get something more here with Overlord and Slash Can. There's one, there's your Speedster, then supported down, and unfortunately, even, wow, 4 KO streak once again for Overlord on the Serral Edge. And unfortunately there for Team Growth, they did have a good moment, especially with the very belly flop, but it just didn't have enough damage to finish.
Yeah, I love that coordination from Team Growth. We're gonna dive in with the Greedent and then the Dodrio right there to capitalize. Very clean stuff. Unfortunately, it does not defeat the power of father and son relationships, but either way, it was really good. Also, I think that battle kind of colors in the decision from Overlord to go Psycho Cut. The Slowbro and Greedent at this stage of the game are so incredibly tanky and tough to cut through. With that defense shred that Serral Edge is able to pull off with the Psycho Cut, it makes a lot more sense. Also, we got a bit of a back gap. 50 points going in for Overlord right now. They don't care about this Regieleki. They want that basement objective.
Yes, they do. 381 to Luminosity versus 106 to Team Growth. So you understand that maybe they want to get a priority on trying to get some goals into before the 30 seconds for Rayquaza. Luminosity knows just how much powerful the basement Reggies are going into the final stretch. Now here in the central area, very big composition here of Team Growth going, but they're not going to commit to anything at this point, Zonks.
Yeah, I'm really curious if they want to try to make that back cap happen. That's a telekinesis that does lock down the Mimikyu. Disguise going to help train her out a little bit, but they make it out with another Dodrio with that back attack.
Yeah, the triple trample just came in, but it's not a great time for you to use that. You got 15 seconds, and then Overlord, another one, very flop. Unfortunately here, you cannot delay your welcome into the Pokemon Center any longer, and now Luminosity is feeling very much on the spot to take Rayquaza's Zoinks.
Yeah, I mean, I can't really disagree with the Greedy decision. Every single member of their team was already down. You gotta try to stay up for Rayquaza, but unfortunately that won't be the case. Luminosity Gaming gonna take that Rayquaza fight, basically 5 versus 1, and that will be an easy objective secure for them. LG is back.
Oh yes, they are back, and Team Growth, what a very tough matchup to have for your first one in Group D. 581 points is just how much Luminosity has scored so far. So we have a little bit of a taste on how the former champions are going to be performing here at LAIC Zoinks.
Yeah, really cool stuff from a lot of the players in terms of their move selection, but I want to hone in a little bit more on the Overlord Serral Edge pick, one that we were really questioning if it would see much play or what it would look like in the first place. I think the first case a lot of people went to was the energy amplifier. That Serral Edge Unite move is one of the strongest part of its kits. Usually you want to build all the way into it, but Overlord, comfortable with the stacking and anti-heal options in terms of held items, and is very confident in their ability to outplay and not need that extra self-sustain from Bitterfleet.
Oh yeah, basically just trusting their basic abilities anyway, because they know that when they use the Revenant brand, it's going to be just the right time. Team Growth with just a little bit of saving grace and breathing air right now to go into their central area, but 40 seconds to go, and there's just too much to overcome in the score front.
Yeah, with only 30 seconds left, I mean, every member of Luminosity Gaming down, so Team Growth maybe getting a little bit of momentum into their second matchup, but that will be, I think, all she wrote for this match in particular, especially with Curios joining the defense on this tier #1 goal zone. They're going to hold it down for as long as they can, and they got their best friend in the whole wide world, Otter, there to help them out. I don't know if they're best friends, but I feel like
now they are.
Yeah, now
I really like that. Mystical Mirage, just to pop them up. You have the cooldowns, you just use it when you're finishing up your game. 4 seconds, 3, 2, 1. Luminosity with the first win of LAIC on Group D.
All right, impressive stuff. So Luminosity Gaming, obviously, when you're entering into one of these tournaments, you're really anxious about your first game, right? In the first game, you gotta play on stage, you get nervous about it. Obviously, it's affecting both of these teams. LG rising to the occasion a little bit. Team Growth are gonna need to bounce back for the remainder of their group stage games.
They will, but to be fair, we have seen that story way too many times today.
Right, exactly.
In a good way, way too many times in a good way, where a team just doesn't get a win and immediately bounces back. So I'm looking forward to see how Team Growth is going to get back from this one, because I did think they had a good composition. The strategy was sound, but that's just a level of precision the Luminosity brings with their rotations overall, that they're always there on time. Previous to time, they're never late, and you can always count on them to make sure all of the strategy gets executed from beginning to end.
I
think there is a lot of storylines and discussions surrounding Luminosity Gaming for great reason, right? They're the two-time champions and things like that. So there's a lot to be said about this team. And I think in the past iterations of this roster, a lot could be said in terms of criticisms about you have too many carries on the team. Too many players demanding a lot of resources from the supports and tanks. And I think that criticism would be fair on paper with the addition of Trainer LGC. But just, I don't know, there is something about the vibes that Trainer and Curios being back that is brought to this team where it feels like they just trust each other a lot when they are playing this out. I mean, Curios willing to late rotate and be in this situation, to have a really delicate team fight here that doesn't go your way, and then to return and still defend the goal zone. That is level-headed stuff. That's championship material. So Luminosity Gaming looking great already in our tournament.
Yeah, and that is just the beginning of 2025 season for Pokémon UNITE, starting out here at LAIC São Paulo, and you couldn't be happier to see the best caliber of Pokémon UNITE players just looking to be on top of their game. Here's our player of the game. It's Overlord on the Cerulege. You mentioned it, they didn't even need the amplifier, just the raw damage was enough.
Yeah, just I was incorrect about the anti-heal before when I was talking about it. I think I misstaked Razor Claw for that cursed bangle. But either way, a lot of damage, 86 over in total. I'm actually kind of surprised about the lack of assists. I'm not going to lie, Cerulege, one of those Pokemon with the damage over time, with the cursed armor, passive ability that it gets, and obviously a little bit of the burn damage as well. You usually tend to rack up a few more of those. But Overlord, if you want to give them credit for something, they finished their knockouts. They are making sure that the opposing Pokemon they're running it down against will be getting knocked out. So big Cerulege play from Overlord. So Luminosity Gaming so far in this tournament in Sao Paulo, Brazil, have beat one NA team so far. They have. That is so far their path to victory. I believe in the future we are going to have Luminosity Gaming staying on stage to play their next opponent.
I believe
so we will have that coming up very soon. But either way, we got to give our flowers to Overlord with an amazing performance. Welcome back to the UCS, Overlord.
Yeah, welcome back. So exciting to see Luminosity Gaming just starting out, feeling confident, and as you said, the word I would use as well, as you did, Zoinks, is synergy.
Yeah.
It just feels like they're on the same page, holding hands on the flowery fields forever, and having a great time. And that's what Unite is all about.
Yeah.
Just having a great time with your friends and knowing you know what to do, and you just already understand each other. The comms are clear, but we always love to hear how players have been doing in comms during interviews, so we have much more of that tomorrow for sure.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. I can't wait to hear a little bit more from these teams, especially when we start getting into the single elimination stage of this tournament. Who knows what'll happen once we start seeing those teams clash in that kind of environment. But obviously, the one thing that will happen is we will make a champion. Reminder, we're going to have a single elimination bracket tomorrow with the top 12 teams, and then the finals of our tournament will be happening on Sunday morning on twitch.tv/Pokemon, where we will clash and find our first ever Pokemon Unite LAIC champion. That's crazy. I love saying that. That's awesome.
Oh my god, yeah, just the way it just rolls off the tongue like it was meant to be. It's so good. But it's not just being the champion of LAIC, which is already huge. What do they even get, Zoinks? I mean, what is on the line?
They get a whole lot of cash money, which I think they're very excited about. And then, of course, if we're talking cool stuff, a whole ton of championship points as well. I don't want to forget the championship points. And then immediately following that, they get a trip to Japan.
Yeah, baby.
I feel like I'm a game show host. And Japan. All right, well, let's take a look at the prize pool that they will be getting. If you do get first, you get $6,500. We get a $25,000 prize pool for this event, which makes it so you're getting $1,300 USD per player if you are the champion of this event. But of course, we talked about the championship points as well. The one award, you are going to Japan to compete in the Asia Champions League in-person finals. Absolutely crazy. And not for nothing, that tournament awards a world spot. So if you want to think about it, this tournament does lead to an opportunity to earn a spot in Worlds, which is very, very contentious. Obviously, the format has changed a little bit around how we're playing out this season. Maybe a bit of a return to days of season 1, where if you want to make it to the World Championships, you got to perform in a big tournament. We got a few international tournaments that are awarding world spots, Asia Champions League, the AOS Cup, and the final stretch. But you also can compete and win in your regional tournament. So take a look at this. We actually have what the allocation for World
regional slots will be. Reminder, these in-person events also award slots, but these are for their regional competitions. North America with 3 teams, Europe with 3, Latin America North will also send 3 teams, Latin America South with 2, Brazil with 2, and OC will send 1 team via the regional competitions.
Yeah, and you were mentioning as well the championship points. Well, it's not little. First place getting 500, second on 400, third 320, fifth to 6, 256, 7 to 8, 205, 9 to 12, 164. And as you said, Zoinks, it's the 12 bracket for single elimination that we will have on day 2 this Saturday.
Yeah, so making it into day 2 gets you a huge boost in championship points, makes this trip worth it in so many ways. If it wasn't already, we're in Brazil, are you kidding me?
I mean,
so yeah, I think it is huge.
The trip is just worth it on its own.
Exactly. Bora! I'm nailing
Bora!
it. I'm nailing it.
Yes, you are.
But all right, we got the team setting up on stage right now for our next matchup. We're gonna keep watching a little bit of North America again as Luminosity Gaming will keep on competing here on our main stage. I gotta admit, I'm personally excited. This really is not a biased thing. I've loved seeing the competition for all these other regions, but getting a peek at what LG is doing is always fascinating.
It is.
I mean, this team is so interesting. It's been really fun to see some of those well talked about teams competing though. Fusion, the 5-0 perfect play through the group stage. Nouns Esports looking excellent, taking down a very, very high-seeded team in Team YouTube as well. So a lot of great competition between kind of the who's who of Pokemon Unite right now.
Exactly, and to round it up, I would put that DreamHack. You're not talking about the best in Brazil if you're not talking about DreamHack.
True.
So those are the teams that we have our eyes on, absolutely. But now it's NA time, so let's speak a little more about Luminosity and all the teams, for example, Team Growth that we just casted over, because if you were here during the beginning of the day, and if you weren't, just catch that on YouTube and Twitch. We had plenty of Brazilian teams.
Yeah.
Some groups were all Brazilian. If I'm not mistaken, Group B was all Brazilian, but Fusion.
Yeah, and then Group A was 100% all
100%
Brazil
Brazil.
teams, right? So yeah, we had so many teams locally signing up for this event, which is really, really, really exciting, not only for the audience here to cheer on some hometown teams, but also the vice versa is true, right? The players get the chance to play in front of their family and friends at a bit of a closer trip. It's been really, really awesome to see. Speaking of which, that all Brazil group of Group A, I think became one of the most interesting groups of all time. I mean, the storylines in terms of what players used to team with each other and now don't, and now have new squads was wild. I hope we can get the group stage current standings wrapping up at some point before this match starts, because I want to know where Group A ended up. I mean, Tuzzy Esports having an amazing start to the tournament.
They were top of the group for a while.
Yeah, exactly. And DreamHack just not playing all their matches at the moment. They were holding off a little bit, I think, due to some scheduling. So we were kind of waiting to see who's going to take top place in that group, because reminder with how the format works, with top 12 teams making it into day 2, the top seed of every single group gets to get a bye in the first round, meaning you are automatically in top 8 if you were in first place of your group. That is a huge bonus.
Oh, it really is.
Yeah.
And the fact that the second place in each group that do qualify into day 2, they choose which
That's crazy.
team from the third seed they are going to be fighting against.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. Okay, so we do have the graphic. Now, this is not fully updated quite yet, but we kind of have the current iteration that we have seen so far. And okay,
oh, yeah.
Tuzzy Esports
Oh my God,
and
that tie.
DreamHack both finishing at 4-1, and Exiled also finishing at 4-1. So that was kind of the contest. It was between Exiled and DragoUnite Z of who would be able to make it out of that group. But with both of those results being at 5 total matches, what your round robin will be, this does confirm Exiled team will make it through. So now, I think all 3 of those teams have players who have competed under the Brazil banner at the World Championships. Very, very interesting stuff out of Group A.
It really is, and you have DreamHack, as we said, being the one team to be looking at, but Tuzzy, you might not recognize the name, but most of the players are ex-Legacy, and Legacy was the first seed of Brazil. I mean, for ages, for every single event, they were always the first champion, so they performed really well, even in Yokohama.
Yeah.
What was that upset with now
crazy.
with Legacy in Yokohama? But coming back here to LAIC, we know the three teams qualified from the Group A.
And Group B now, too, if I'm looking at these numbers correctly.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
This is interesting. And so Fusion, we knew they were done and dusted. They had locked it up a while earlier in the tournament with a 5-0 performance. The code also looked really incredible. And so you and I got that opportunity to cast them really good. Goldenrod Strikers versus AXK, I think will be one of the most pivotal matches that we watched in the entire group stage. The fact that Goldenrod was able to secure that Rayquaza with the Venusaur has secured them into day 3.
Yes.
They were able to 3-2 and putting AXK at 2-3. That is a wild performance. Goldenrod pushing forward in the event. That is so cool to see.
It so is, Zoink, especially because, as we were saying, there are the highlight teams with the player names that we already know, but these teams like Goldenrod Strikers, the code, that are just making this event even better than we could ever hope for, considering they are just trying to build that path into 2025 and getting just that prize is on the line, it's on the sites, and they are already locked in for day 2.
Yeah, we do have the stuff up for Group C. I just wanted to mention real quick that that is an interesting group too. Nouns Esports has played Invictus already, and that is where the one loss in the Invictus column came from. So Nouns Esports looking like a potential 5-0 team as well in groups, maybe. Taking on Team YT and Invictus, I would say those are the most fearsome groups in our teams in that Group C. So they're looking to be on a fast track. Let's get into Group D action. Luminosity Gaming versus Latam South's Team Price on the other side.
Yeah, and the Umbreon as well just shows that Revenant is going to have a heck of a front line. It's just going to be so protected for whoever they choose to be their attackers. Here for Luminosity Gaming, considering we don't have a Miraidon, we know that that sort of style is not going to be coming through. So the next best thing could be a Pikachu. That makes quite a lot of sense as well. But it looks like it's a Mimikyu, so you are going to be very happy about that. But maybe the Snorlax as well. Right. I like this a lot. Heavy engage.
Yeah, I'm not upset by any of these picks, really. Snorlax is still my most played Pokemon in the entirety of the game, so I'm happy about that pick in particular. Now, I'm really curious. It feels like with the Mimikyu selection here, we are likely moving towards a Comfey pick with Luminosity Gaming. They really often pair those two Pokemon together. It will be Otter showcasing for the first time on stream a supporter support. So we will see if that eventually ends up happening. Electroman is going to lock in the Urshifu, and the Blaziken. Best of one, that's a lot of secure, so...
Well, I was just going to say, that is just screaming secures. You got Overheat, you got Wicked Blow if they go that path. I mean, if you're looking for secures, you have to go Dark Bear, so that makes quite a lot of sense. And
that means that Slash was not able to help Curios to defend the path, and it allows the Blaziken to get a little bit of early game pressure. They go down with those attack weight stacks into a Darkrai Snorlax lane are never going to be easy to accomplish, so I do like that invade. They just got to really catch up to this Umbreon evolution to try to keep step.
Yep, and you got your Wicked Blow as we predicted there on the bot side. Now going to the top path, we also have that 3-stack coming through straight onto Litwick, and they're going to punish you heavily because it's just a little candle. They have to use that eject button to guarantee both of those berries, and I believe Luminosity understanding that you need to punish the Chandler early game.
Yeah, 100%. They're doing a great job of that. I mean, poor Blissey's had to rotate back into the central area to speed up this Blaziken's secure in the middle, so that's going to be really difficult for them to play around. Slash does get to that level 5 very quickly, though. They are out-leveling the Umbreon on the other side in a really, really good way. But now the rotation is going to come up for these 8-minute birds. This next big contest, Black Bear is there. So we have the Dark Urshifu, big heavy slam engage, but Safeguard is going to keep them from getting knocked up. That's an immediate Wicked Blow return. Electroman does need to eject button away. You cannot get hit by a Dark Void from Curios. That is an immediate shutdown you would not be able to contend with.
Yeah, and Gohan unfortunately wasn't able to save them with the safeguard you mentioned, Zoinks. It's just that much damage that you have with the likes of the Espeon plus the Darkrai. So going out here to the bot side, we know that they are going to try to focus this basement Reggie whenever they can. But rotations have been quite different all around because we haven't seen that much Hooper. Supporters have been more straightforward on just trying to be a pocket and to be fair, I was expecting to see the comfy you mentioned on the side of Luminosity, and we didn't.
Yeah, and we got Espion support, brand new world out here, but that'll be Curious with the Dark Void. It's a really safe, secure tool. You can't get nothing can hit you while in this underground space. So trying to take some wild Pokemon with a little pop-up whack-a-mole damage, but you are not contested by any of the enemy Pokemon, which when you're playing into this Urshifu is always going to be a threat. And now Blaziken's on board as well. Also a very terrifying threat to a speedster.
Luminosity gets that priority on the bot side, straight on the Regice, and now top side looking very good for Revenant, but they're still trying to juke it away. Good job on the Lucario, still just going at extreme speed everywhere, and they escape. Now the Umbreon with us now, they managed to take this one, and now going for the Regieleki, maybe Slashcan can try to steal it with the Heavy Slam. Here's Curious, and the Side Shock, and they actually managed to do it. Luminosity guaranteeing both objectives so far, and they might even be able to collapse this one. That is 1 point in this zone. Take the 5 and just push the Regi.
There we go. Great play by Slashhead. That's a great call out. So break that goal zone quick because the jump pad isn't available for Revenant either. Slash gets behind everybody, gonna block them all into their own team. There is nowhere to run when Slash has got that block up. Regieleki knocking on the front door of this goal zone, but now the Chandelure's here, and that is a ton of damage to dissuade LG, but that will not dissuade the Regieleki. It lands and points rain in.
Yes, they do, and they rain down, and that goal is collapsed. Zoinks looking so good for Luminosity right now. 284 against 6. And remember, Revenant being the one team that Fusion, the 5-0 team, was so worried about. We know how great they can do. Maybe the late game and the Chandelure being online, the Secures with the Overheat and the Wicked Blow just might be the only thing to get them over the line.
Right, but it's really difficult when that was a great place to test your strategy on that Regieleki and it falls flat. We even saw the Imprison right over top of the Regieleki to prevent any melee Pokemon from walking up and using a bigger damaging move to try to out-secure into the Blaziken and Urshifu. And despite all of that, Curious is the one to walk away with the objective. Now they're going to be trying to defend against this goal zone as Gohan just scoring a little bit, trying to run it down. Of course, Blissey want to get their Unite move back. One way you can do that is by getting KO'd. So.
Well, it's Umbreon down. Oh, landing that is huge, but maybe it's going to be terrible for the side of Luminosity Gaming. Still feeling good, and they just know that they need the levels on the side of Revenant. And speaking of EXP and AOS Energy, Luminosity is just feasting on it.
Oh, they're crushing it. It is so interesting to see Slash playing this Snorlax with the Darkrai, mind you, and playing Block. We're not playing Yawn. I mean
yeah,
the additional sleep damage just not necessary. Slash actually favoring this block for plays just like this. Overlord's already hitting this goal zone. Curious gets a free engage, and all that space was created by Slashcan with the block.
Yeah, looking good, the power nap as well, but the Midnight Frost is huge to deny of the shield. That is the Revenant play to bring it back. Now Curious is down, moving forward as well. Maybe the backline could do something, but Overlord still trying to go Jeep. 1 versus 3. The Regieleki is helping really, and now the trainer is there with Otter as well. They can just keep on pushing.
Look at this, Overlord actually pathing in this chase towards anywhere where wild Pokemon are, because every extreme speed reset will get them a little bit more of a metaphorical ladder towards the enemy Pokemon. And they do a great job. Overlord not getting knocked out here, I honestly think is one of the biggest wins. They keep all that experience on their side, and they're winning this match 284-50. Regieleki is going to have to be taken down. You cannot allow your home goal zone to be left defenseless. A goal zone that can absorb any amount of points, that could become irredeemable in the later game.
Especially because we're reaching that point, as you say, that the lead could become a little bit too much, even if you have Rayquaza. We saw that in the Nouns Team YT game, where Nouns were just that much ahead that Team YT, when they were coming back, they got Rayquaza, but they couldn't really have enough points.
That was huge, that was huge. All right, we do have a pause on stage for a small tech issue. We'll be able to sort that out rather quickly. And let's just talk about the state of the game a bit here. So for Revenant right now in a really difficult position. Luminosity Gaming really covering all of their bases. But let's not forget the draft phase and what Revenant has been trying to do. We have Safeguard Blissey to make sure that some of our Pokemon are given some unstoppable and cleanse effects. We have Wicked Blow, we got Overheat. There is a lot of options to make sure. And Ignite Midnight, I believe is the Unite move name there. There are so many options to swipe away this Rayquaza from the hands of Luminosity. Now, Luminosity, well aware of this, I'm sure, by the way they're playing, and because of this aggressive scoring pattern that Overlord's been able to do in the top path, the remainder of the team in the bottom side, they are trying to make sure that Rayquaza isn't even a factor when it gets to these final 2 minutes. Not an easy task by any means, but
we're currently looking at the camera effect of some of those players that I think might be up to the job.
Yeah, I would say so, absolutely. As you said, it's just the pathing and the way that Luminosity has been gaming so far that just really translates into understanding what is the win condition against the enemy squad. And Revenant really relying on those secures, haven't been able to really connect them on objectives so far, Zoinks. And on top of that, the way the Chandelier was just too slow to get to that power spike. When there were team fights, they couldn't really do much, but as soon as you actually had that Midnight Ignite, it just turned it around. So maybe Revenant has a better chance here for Rayquaza.
Yeah, I would say in terms of on paper, they are poised to be the better option for secure. That's what the safe money is.
Yeah.
Around the Ray, for sure. The question, of course, in all of our minds, is it going to be enough to win this game? Because obviously, that is one of the best comeback mechanics that this game has. You can be losing the entire matchup and knock out the Ray. We've all seen it, right? But it is not a done deal, especially against a team like Luminosity Gaming.
It isn't, and it's so difficult, as you said, because Luminosity has been building the lead in points so heavily, almost close to the 300 mark. And we know that when it gets to that, and you are close to the 30 minute, it just isn't enough time for you to score. And any backup that could come from Luminosity while Revenant is trying to take Rayquaza might just be the flipping point.
Yeah, it is really interesting to see. Now, one of my favorite things to watch in this matchup has been Otter on this Espeon. So far, 2 attackers in the times we've seen LG on camera, and 2 times it has been an attacker with a light bulb above their head, playing into this EXP share style of support. So essentially a non-healing composition. Instead, focusing on stuns and damage to make sure you don't take enough damage so you have enough time to get those KOs. It's been powerful, of course, in the hands of really incredible teams. Luminosity Gaming comes to mind, a few of the Japanese teams come to mind. A lot of these strategies are being proven here, and it's cool to see. It's kind of refreshing to see. I feel like we haven't seen that all day long, and now Mew and Espeon with the EXP share, it's awesome.
It's a type of composition that just makes you think they want to start a fight and end it immediately. Because if you don't have heals, you cannot survive for longer durations of time. You go in, you have to take them down, and they know on Luminosity that because of the curve they have built for themselves in this early game, that they are able to capitalize on those KOs, on the objectives, and of course the rotation that we already saw in the previous game against Team Growth. They already shown us what we know of them, which is objective timers. They are always there on the spot.
Exactly, yeah, they are rotating very quickly, trying to play to their outs if they have any. I think right now, though, a lot of people have their, maybe channel points are being put towards the Luminosity Gaming play. You have to imagine.
Hashtag Pokemon LAIC, and just catch us on twitch.tv/Pokemon Unite.
Yeah, all weekend long, folks.
Yeah.
All right, so as soon as we have this issue sorted out, we're going to be jumping back into Luminosity Gaming versus Revenant, and then we're going to be watching more Group D games, I believe, after that. We have been not seeing very much of this group at all. They were the group that started the latest in the day, so it's been very cool to get a look in at some of these new teams. Obviously, we're watching North America versus LATAM South, but we have seen other teams as well. A lot of Brazil teams showing up at this tournament, bringing their own unique takes. LATAM South bringing some stuff as well.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. And as we mentioned, just the LATAM South Revenant plus Fusion combo that is just so strong for that representation here at LAIC. And as you said, it's what you expect from a tournament in São Paulo. You have the majority, like 80% of Brazilian teams, and it has been the staple for today in just trying to understand how the 2025 season has been going, how the meta has been constructing itself and building into what we will see further on AOS Cup, on ACL.
Yeah, a lot of really cool international tournaments this year. I am so excited about some of the format changes that we've been looking at for this season. Now, for this game in particular, or at least this tournament in particular, so we've seen and talked about a lot of kind of the heavy hitters, the big names. You mentioned DreamHack before. I was talking about Tuzzy. Both those squads look like they could be championship contenders. With what we've seen from Luminosity Gaming so far, do you think that that could be a championship contender team?
For Luminosity, yeah. I think we have heavy contenders here for top 4, top 5 in Luminosity, in DreamHack, in Tuzzy. As you said, Tuzzy was such a breath of fresh air to me because we know the players and what they're capable of. Just being in a new brand just makes it so much more exciting when we're talking about international play. And of course, Fusion. Oh my God, 5-0 is just the team to be looking for tomorrow. And Luminosity, by the way that they're playing, they're definitely up to the task.
Yeah, 100%. I think that would be one of my favorite matchups to watch, would be Luminosity Gaming versus Fusion. Would love that. Maybe LG getting a bit of the revenge run back for their regional brethren in Orange Juicers against Fusion. That would be very exciting. Of course, I want to see Nouns versus Fusion or LG. I think that would be awesome. And honestly, I would really like to see a DreamMax versus Tuzzy, but unfortunately I don't think we're going to see that one. That may have already happened at this point in time. I'm not too sure, but who knows. I think Group A has concluded at this point. But
it has.
Yeah.
It has.
All right. Well, we'll maybe get to see them play in tomorrow's tournament. That'll be really exciting. I would love that. But obviously, we've talked about so many big names. We've also seen some new names.
Yes.
So has there been any team that we have seen on stream, could be Revenant, but any team that maybe would be a newer one to a lot of the people, maybe not some folks in the Brazil scene, a lot of those teams have been competing for a long time, but maybe to you and I, has there been any team that was like, whoa, this team's got some stuff?
I would say Exiled.
Yeah, they looked great. They looked really good.
Yeah, they really did. It was the Charizard play, wasn't it?
That was on the Goldenrod squad.
Goldenrod. So yeah, so I would say Exiled and Goldenrod.
Okay, very cool.
Both teams have been really just coming up, especially on the teams on group stage when we know that it's top 3 advancing into day 2. Those teams that come in on the top 3 as the top 3, it's just like, you know they got the sauce.
Yeah, that 3rd seed is a scary place to be. We talked about the format a little bit, but basically all of the 2nd seeded teams will get to choose their 1st round opponent from the pool of 3rd seeded teams. So when you are coming in on the 3rd seed, you are on the hot seat. Like now all of a sudden you have no idea what team is going to be in that 2nd place position. I think we have a couple of those already locked in. I know that both Tuzzy and DreamMax finished at 4-1. So I don't know exactly who got 1st and who got 2nd, but the way the graphic was showing,
it would have to be a head-to-head, I would say.
I don't know the tiebreakers.
Yeah,
I'm not
I don't know
make
either,
that call.
but I mean that makes sense.
But maybe. But I do know that like the graphic was showing Tuzzy on top and DreamMax in 2nd place. So I think that might be the case. It'll be interesting to see what team that DreamMax wants to call out. It was very fun. DreamMax was in the same position at the World Championships. They were one of the teams that had to choose their opponent, and Baby Mazo almost chose DreamMax Esports as a joke. They didn't actually do it. Brazil versus Brazil in round 1 of Worlds would be absolutely criminal.
Chaos.
But yeah, Baby Mazo did not choose a different team. But either way, we were talking about that a little bit earlier. It is so cool to see this new upsurgence from Brazil, a region that's been getting better and better after every year. And now we have both of these teams. We had Legacy and DreamMax both making day 2 of Worlds this year, which is so huge. 100% rate for day 2 out of a region is very, very impressive. So cool to see from that squad. And now obviously they have a little bit of a different look, but there's a lot of cool Brazil teams here to showcase what this region's all about.
Exactly, and that would be Tuzzy and that would be DreamMax again, with that switch around in rosters, but still the very same players that we know getting to day 2 is not an easy feat. And as you said, 100% on that for a region could even mean maybe in the future Brazil having 3 spots at Worlds. Who knows? Maybe the LAIC 2025 is the push for it.
Yeah, well, I win the ACL and then you got 3 slots.
I mean, yeah, well.
Or AOS Cup, or the final stretch. Really, a lot of opportunities for Brazil to have 3 spots.
To it. Like we do so well that Pokemon's like, yes, we are going to have 3 Brazil teams.
All right, well. Christmas wish list is in for Soap. That is 3 teams from Brazil to be sent via the regional qualifier to the World Championships. We'll have to see if that does end up happening. But hey, who knows? Who knows? Yeah, no, it's an exciting season for Pokemon Unite for a lot of reasons. We've talked about most of them at this point, but one that I talked about in that like little 60-second video that we played forever ago, one is the exciting amount of new Pokemon that we do get to compete with. Obviously, the only one on the entire roster that is not available for this tournament is Psyduck, due to it releasing today, but
so
we
good.
do. But Pokemon's so
So
fun.
fun.
But we do have a lot of brand new Pokemon available in the game now. You know what's funny is that we've talked a lot about these former EX Pokemon. Have we seen a single Mewtwo on broadcast?
I don't think we did. No, I don't think we have. We had
a lot of Miraidon.
Yeah, a lot of Miraidon, yes. Yeah, Mewtwo, why I think has been banned, but not picked today.
Interesting. I feel like that's a Pokemon that a lot of people have talked about, mostly because of the additional Blissey buffs that happened recently as well. So we will see if that ends up happening later on in the tournament today, maybe even tomorrow. We talked about how the best of 3 format in day 2 is going to allow for a little bit more flexibility, a little bit more of the bans. And not even, in addition to the best of 3, as a reminder for anybody who does not know, the semifinals, which will be happening to close out the day tomorrow on Saturday, will both be best of 5s. So we will have 3 total best of 5s in this tournament. There will be 2 semifinals, and then the grand finals on Sunday will be a best of 5 as well.
So good. It just, as you said, it's the just thrill of doing the best of ones on the day 1. And then, as you said, top 3, just being in that spot, hot seat. You need to perform so well on the best of 3s because you are going to be chosen to be played against the most difficult of the top 2s and the top 1s waiting on that next round of 8. And of course, best of 3s might just be the one thing that gets these top 3s into a much more comfortable position because it's just a different pace to a series. You have more opportunities to analyze your opponent. You have more opportunities to craft what is your strategy. And because you have more games, you could just have your last game be like, this is the rabbit out of the hat. And you take it out of the box, you win it, it's new, it's surprising, and it might just flip the table.
That is true. We're taking a little bit of a look here at our LAIC venue, packed house here for today's tournament. I mean, we have so many competitors from all around the world competing in multiple titles. Pokemon Unite, of course, included in one of those. We got some VGC tables right in front of you. You can see the absolute packed arena of trading card game competitors as well behind them. It has been an awesome day out here. Landorus for Pokemon Unite? Not confirmed.
Maybe.
Actually, please no.
Yeah,
As a person who has played some Pokemon video game, please do not bring. Well, you know, you can do whatever you like, but that Pokemon very strong in the video game.
I was gonna say, it feels very broken, so maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe next time.
Yeah, exactly. We'll have to see. Either way, we are getting stuff sorted out on stage. You can see Luminosity Gaming here, you know, cool heads. They're chilling, ready to go. Yeah, Trainer is staring at that Landorus, I think. Trainer is staring at No, never mind. I see it now. Trainer is looking at the Zoroark banner. He is focusing directly on that Pokemon, manifesting the ability to convince his teammates to let Trainer lock it in. I think that is what is happening right now. I mean, a hyper carry player. Trainer is, like we talked about, a huge pool of available Pokemon that they are willing to play and very capable at doing so. Obviously, the Zoroark is one. We've seen a lot of Mimikyu from Trainer so far today, but they got other options too. One of my favorites, of course, is the Greninja from Trainer LGC, one of the old school North American Greninja gods, I would say. But also has a Dynamite Aegislash as well. A Pokemon that I'm going to call it, we're not going to see, but does have a phenomenal Aegislash as well.
Yeah, Aegislash is just very niche, isn't it? It's one of those situations where you think about Kudagas and you're like, okay, that's a good secure, but then you got like plenty other good secures with Overheat, with the Wicked Blow that we have in this game in particular. So looking at you, Revenant, and seeing how well are you going to have that Rayquaza fight going for you guys. And of course, this is the situation where, as we were talking about in general, the rosters and the Pokemon available just makes it feel like going out into tomorrow, right? That we're going to see, honestly, a very big shift from today. Not from the Brazilian teams. I still feel like we have the same vibe going into tomorrow. Just because, not that we're volatile, but that we are very flexible.
Sure, yeah, okay. I think there is a few adaptations that'll change things around once we head into day 2. I think Miraidon's ban rate is going to climb rapidly. I think it already has a little bit in the last couple games we saw. It helps that LG has been banning it 2 games in a row, but I do think we're going to see a whole lot more of that. It is a pretty devastating Pokemon, and it has showcased why it is so powerful a lot of times in this tournament. So I think we're going to see a lot more bans there, and I mean, I think Darkrai's going to stay kind of tried and true. Support picks might change around, though. We might see a little more Hoopa in day 2.
Oh, I would love that really, because we have seen quite plenty of Hooper bands, and overall, when you have either Hooper or the Blissey band, you either have them played or you have the Eldegoss. So the tried and true for me is actually the Eldegoss, because when you have the other two Pokemon being supporters being banned most of the time, Eldegoss is there, and we saw a pick rate 100%. It's just nothing to be spelled at. So getting into right now how Revenant is going to be playing this game, and in general how Luminosity has been playing, it just shows that both teams are acquainted with the meta, but at the same time, there's just that little bit of that we know that Luminosity kind of brought in this last game and this one already.
That is true. Yeah, we're just waiting on the results of this matchup. Once we get back into it, once this pause is resolved, we'll be back to the matchup very, very soon. But you were just talking about the support hierarchy a little bit. We've talked about how the Hoopa and Blissey have been competing with each other to be the best support in format for quite some time. Do you think that Eldegoss kind of fits in there as the third best support Pokemon in the game?
I would say undoubtedly.
Okay.
Undoubtedly.
Now, Comfey in in-person environments might have something to say about that.
I know. I just feel like overall you can slot Eldegoss into any composition, and that's what makes it best for me.
Yeah.
Because the Comfey you're looking at, your speeds is like very back end kind of access into the back line, and having that survivability alongside very fast looking Pokemon that sometimes you just don't have the time to do, because you're running like a bulky composition front to back with your defenders, with your backline attackers, and them being fragile. You just need to have somebody that can kind of do anything, and I feel like Eldegoss fits there just like an Umbreon would.
Okay, all right, fair enough. I will give Eldegoss the bronze medal spot. No, I have been convinced of Eldegoss. All right, everybody, we are going to jump to a very short break. When we return, we'll be back into the match between Luminosity Gaming and Revenant.
Welcome to the Pokemon Center pop-up here in Honolulu, Hawaii at Pokemon World 2024. We are here with some champions who are going to show us what it's like to shop with a pro, right, Spraggles?
That's right. This is the best place to be here at the Pokemon World Championships.
And who are you standing here with?
And an international champion, Polaris.
And I am here with international champion, Avery. And what is it like to compete in a Pokemon championship?
Well, kind of stressed. If you're doing a battle, that's determine if you win or not.
How do you feel about competing this year?
It's pretty fun.
Are you going to win, do you think?
I hope so.
What are your favorite things to shop for? Plushies.
I mostly like the big ones.
How do you feel coming here to compete in Hawaii?
A little nervous because I don't know what to play yet.
I mean, you're a champion. You can make it happen. I love that I've gotten to meet you before, actually, at a Pokemon Center. I've met your family before. What's your favorite part about traveling to compete with all of these Pokemon events?
It's really fun to play Pokemon. I just love the game.
And what's the best part about bringing your family to all this stuff?
My dad, mom, and Cyrus, they just come and they watch and they like cheer me, and it's really fun for them.
Do you think Cyrus will one day be a champion like you?
Probably. I really hope so.
What's your favorite thing about coming to the Pokemon Center?
Definitely big plushies.
What's the #1 thing you're looking for in there?
A big Slowpoke.
A big Slowpoke. You heard it here first, folks. A big Slowpoke.
You told me that you like to look at giant plushies, and I couldn't find a giant plushie, but I found something really big for you. Are you ready? This Pokemon can turn into any Pokemon. What do you think?
Pretty cool.
There you go, that's for you.
You said you wanted a big plushie. I found you something even bigger. Oh. Okay. Yeah, it's big, right? What do you think?
I think it's amazing.
All right, well, you're taking it home, buddy.
All right, let's go.
Here we go. Told you it was huge, right? Pretty big. Watch it. Watch it 10. Watch it 10. I think the toughest thing will be getting in your carry-on, but once it's on the plane, like, you're good to go.
Everybody, welcome back to Sao Paulo, Brazil for LAIC Pokemon Unite competition. We are in day 1 of the group stage at Luminosity Gaming versus Team Revenant.
Yes, we are, Zoinks, and this game has already started with Luminosity taking a very, very successful lead of almost 300 points in a super steady early game.
Yeah, they are crushing it, as the kids say, and Team Revenant is looking for opportunities to get back into this game. Sounds like the game is up and going, though, so we're going to be jumping into it in just a moment for all of you. I can't wait. Let's get back into it. Can Revenant turn this around in 3 minutes?
Oh, can they? Can they? 3 minutes is, to be very honest, in anywhere in the world, really quick. But we'll see how things are going to go if there is another technical pause. We're going to take care of that very swiftly for you all. Thank you so much for your patience. And Zoinks, as we were saying, usually 3 minutes, really small. 3 minutes in Unite, an awful lot of time.
A lot of time, a lot of time. And chat, I do apologize. That is me pausing the game. I want to be on camera more, so sorry about that. But
I mean, we're kind of cute.
All right, well, anyway, let's get back.
Are we kind of cute? I think we're kind of cute.
I won't be the judge of that. That's for them to decide. So, for terms of Pokemon Unite, though, I think that you were correct. 3 minutes in time in Pokemon Unite can feel like a lifetime in this situation, but just in general, it can feel like an eternity. You got a whole lot of double scoring time to play around with. Obviously, some mainstay objectives like the Rayquaza. There is a lot to try to deal with, and we talked about it before the break. Team Revenant has built their composition in draft completely around securing wild Pokemon objectives. It has not worked out so far, though, as currently Luminosity Gaming has been really taking down every single Reggie that has hit the board.
Well, it's kudos to Luminosity identifying that Chandelure had to be punished, and the fact that early rotations for Revenant kind of left the Litwick a little too exposed, so maybe that could have been changed. But Luminosity took advantage of that, as you would expect from an experienced team like this, and because they know that they have secures on the side of Revenant, if you arrive to the objective earlier, you might just take it before they arrive.
That's true. We don't see top path attacker very often these days. Honestly, it is Chandelure, a bit of a rare case to be going up against a fight in a Lucario in the early game. Not an easy one for them to win. You got a few stuns available too. You can maybe Nightshade around or things like that, but with how powerful Lucario is in those first few levels, it feels like stacking for Overlord was basically a given opportunity, not really one that you could contend with. Yeah, unfortunately, Litwick, while adorable, holding a silver platter, did not want to be in that situation.
Yeah, no. It might have been in the middle of the silver platter, and it was given as well along with it. It's a shame.
Soph wants to eat Litwicks, and that is a fact.
No, it's like decoration. You put it on the table.
All right, fair enough. Hey, that makes more sense. So, all right, well, we talked about Revenant's ways to win. What does Luminosity Gaming need to do to make sure that Revenant does not have an angle back into this game? They've done a great job for about 7 minutes of this match doing just that. What do they need to do to really shore up these final 3 minutes to make sure that Revenant doesn't have a way back into this match?
Well, I would say, as we were talking about, you have 2 power spikes and win factors to the Revenant squad, Zoinks, which are these secures you mentioned with overheat plus the Wicked Blow on the Urshifu and Blaziken, respectfully. The Chandelure, though, is definitely going to be a nuisance. So to me, although you are worried about the potential secures, you just don't touch the objective.
Well,
just go for the team fight. Go for the team fight, try to go for a very nice flank and get to the Chandelure, just isolate it, and even if you can't isolate it and take it down, take it away from dealing damage during the fight. So the damage per second just goes incredibly low, which to a Chandelure, you need the damage per second. So I would say that is my course of action.
Okay, yeah, I think that's a great answer. I mean, if they want to make sure that no opportunity is even given on the objective, they have a few great tools. Slash on that Snorlax, because they opted into the block build, is a great early access defender. Slash takes very aggressive positioning near this final stretch into the enemy central area potentially, or into that bottom L bush or pixel bush that is going to give opportunities for Slash to completely block out either of those Pokemon from even getting close to the Rayquaza in the first place. So that is opportunity number 1. The second one that I think is really interesting, because we haven't really accessed this until Darkrai released, is we now have the Mimikyu from Trainer and the Darkrai from Curios, both with Unite moves that will pick and grab individual Pokemon on the opposing side and render them feeble on the other side for just a few seconds, right? With the Play With Me from Mimikyu and, of course, the Worst Nightmare from Darkrai. Both of those moves are single target, and they make it so the opposing Pokemon cannot do a single thing while that move is being channeled. So that could be a really, really huge deal for two Pokemon that would never want that to happen in terms of Blaziken and Urshifu.
Yeah, they really need to be just in the thick of it, and they need to be able to survive until you are close to getting it secure. Because if you don't land one, you got the other one. So Revenant is counting on that to happen. So we talked about win conditions for Luminosity. Tell me what Revenant needs to do now. 3 minutes to go.
Yeah.
I
think approximately a few minutes ago in this matchup, in terms of match time, they had a lot more. But those have been narrowing so rapidly because of how well LG has been playing this mid game. They have broken, I think, the tier 2 into the top path. They've already broken tier 1 in the bottom path. So there is so much scoring pressure already that slowly this has been turning into a very difficult situation for Revenant. You can turn and burn on this Rayquaza, but that is given the opportunity that LG lets you in early on. So we're probably going to see a very early rotation there. Your other opportunity is you force a fight at 230, 240, and you try to bait out a couple of Unite moves. That is usually the gamble that teams will try to make. You take what's kind of called like a dry fight. You use no Unite moves in that engage. You try to just posture like you're going to go really aggressive. You're already losing this matchup at the moment, which means your respawn timers will be shorter. So you can take an aggressive play and still respawn before Rayquaza. The problem is if you lose, you won't have any positioning around the Ray, and again, that's an all-in gamble on one strategy. Essentially, Revenant is flipping a coin now on their two options. You take an early fight and risk it, do you take a rip on Ray and risk it? And those are really the only options for Revenant to have a foothold in this matchup.
Yeah, it's difficult as well because the tools that you have on the side of Revenant, because you're just so clearly focused on going for the objective, it's just hard, for example, to bait out, oh, we're going to have somebody isolating Luminosity and we're just going to rip it. I think that's more difficult. But so I do agree more with the other option where you're just going in, drive run, pretend like you're actually going to use all of your abilities, but you actually don't. Respawn, maybe some of them don't need to respawn because, for example, the Chandelier, if you can keep it standing, that is huge. And then the other ones, you just bring it back, and there's going to be so much helpful to have the leverage. Cooldowns over no cooldowns.
There's a few Unite moves I think that you're explicitly trying to bait out of Luminosity Gaming. They're the two that I thought were paramount to how LG needs to shut them down. That's the Play With Me from Mimikyu or the Worst Nightmare from Darkrai. Both of those can be forced out pretty easily if either Trainer or Kyrios feel panicked about getting knocked out. We talked about how short the Revenant respawn timers can be because of how this early game is gone. There's also the potential for Luminosity Gaming's respawn timers to be exceptionally long. So, Trainer or Kyrios to avoid a situation like that might just click the button to make sure they use their Unite move and don't go down and miss the Ray fight entirely. So I think the target priority has to be on one of those two Pokemon. If I'm going to choose, it's going to be the Darkrai. Both of them have ways to be invincible for a time or have high mobility, so no matter what, it's a risk, but I do think the target priority needs to lock down on that Darkrai Speedster.
Okay. Personally, I totally get where you're coming from, and I agree with many points of it. Personally, I just feel like there's a vibe, you know? I'm built on vibes sometimes.
All right.
I feel like that's a good vibe for me to try and go on the Mimikyu instead. Because Play With Me, the same way as the Worst Nightmare you mentioned, is just terrible to deal with. And the Mimikyu, I feel like, I don't know, with the invincibility, the timer and the way you play on the Darkrai can be a little bit longer. The Mimikyu is a little more explosive sometimes. You go in, you just and you're gone, right? So I feel like maybe that could be the call, because if you're already thinking about being fast, maybe that is going to have them, okay, I'm gonna snap, I need to use my Unite now before I collapse.
Okay, yeah, jump on the quick, snappy Pokemon. I like that. All right, we're gonna come up with 10 to 20 more theories about the final moments of this game right after this break.
Oh, the legends are told of the heroes who won the hearts of the world. They were born champions. The deeds were well known, and the word of them spread, and they vanquished their foes wherever they tread. They came for the glory, they ran for the fame. They go down in the books, we'll remember their names.
Let's go! Another day, another moment you can't waste, cause it's time. Time for you to win the race, so level up. Come on, take it all the way you're in. Pole position right out of the gate.
Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's time to battle them, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop.
Draco Meteor lands into Iron Tread.
It's gonna be taken by Metal.
Restart all that UE.
He found it. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show 'em what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. Put your hands up.
Pokémon UNITE!
Welcome back to Pokemon Unite at LAIC 2025. Luminosity Gaming and Revenant is going to resume in, well, a second. Is it? No, okay, in a little second. Well, we're getting into the game. But Luminosity, as you know, Zoinks is ahead almost 300 points.
Exactly, yeah. So we're going to be getting that match underway. We found our issue, and then we did solve it. I don't have official confirmation, but this is more of a hunch that this was Straggles' fault.
Yeah.
Not sure how, but we're going to run it back
It
anyways.
was.
Here we
he
go.
kicked it.
We are back in. Yeah,
I think he
potentially.
kicked it.
Potentially. That is a very, very good chance. At the board game state we are in right now, and it's Curios defending against a push into the top path. It's going to be Slash and joining the defense.
Oh, there they are. Right block, trying to get Revenant away from this goal zone. 32 that goes to Gohan, now trying to push as well, but they are very much comfortable to just get a healthy overduck.
All right, that's a big push from Revenant in the last final moments of this match right now. So that is going to be a big advantage for them, making that scoreline a little bit closer. So now Rayquaza is becoming a ever-present threat. Take a look at this Blaziken rotation into the enemy central area. Going to take that red buff and then look up, or sorry, take the blue buff rather, and then look for the red, but instead try to rotate up towards this Regieleki. It's going to be a big fight, so.
Oh, yes, it is. Psychic Shock doesn't really get the stun going on to the Umbreon, but look at the Psychic Select. Very much good work here, and they isolate the Blaziken that you were just singing your praises for. But now, Luminosity, because of that play, they can get to Regieleki first, 50%, trying to get them away. A nice block as well, and they're going to be fine. Not even the Wicked Blow is going to contest it.
Great early block by Slash. Yes, they don't actually hit any targets with that giant shield, but they prevent Urshi from getting involved. Here we go. There's a fast rotation from Revenant towards Rayquaza. Luminosity Gaming's got to worry about this, but there's no goal zone to stop the Regieleki except for the home goal zone. So it will land. Luminosity Gaming now have an additional win condition, and Overlord's going all the way to the home base.
Yes, he is, and he's got a 50. He's going to score it in the blink of an eye. The Hundo Bugger has been delivered to your doorstep. Now the power nap with a 4-man knockup. It's huge. Then you have the Moonlight Bronze as well to take back that shield. So Revenant could have some sort of way to get back into this Rayquaza by Zoinks, but it's still looking very, very dicey. Overlord, he's in the back. The Aura Cannon comes through, but they might be taken out by the Chandelier, and they don't. It's fine. Luminosity Gaming take the Rayquaza, take the fight, and what a twist of event this was.
Not a word of a lie, Otter and Slash 2v5'd in that corridor.
That was
with
insane.
the Psychic, with the Espeon with a big burst of damage to follow up on that huge Snorlax knockup. I mean, Luminosity Gaming, they had to wait for a minute, but they do not lose form in any fashion. Absolutely crushing it right now. Goals on goals. With only a minute left right now, North America's LG is going to be going through this group stage 2-0 so far.
Oh, 2-0 on Group D, the last group that we're doing here for the day one of LAIC for Pokemon Unite 2025 is feeling very, very spicy so far. When all of the groups, they are definitely feeling very much interested in just practicing their strategies, and Group D just fighting for their lives.
Exactly. This might be the first 4-digit scoreline game we've got on broadcast right now. 1,070 points for Luminosity Gaming in this event. Another big power nap from Slash in towards the enemies on that far goal zone. And with that, that is going to spell the end for this game in particular. Luminosity Gaming with a marathon victory over Revenant.
Okay, and Luminosity trying to tread on the steps of Fusion for the 5-0, already on a 2-0, just missing 3 maps to go.
Exactly. These teams racing for the 5-0. LG are able to hold their heads high. I mean, a lot to work with in that matchup. Of course, everybody can see that, but awesome to see LG hold strong. Revenant gonna have to bounce back heavy after that game and the rest of this group stage if they want to qualify for the day 2. This is the group of 5 teams, so potentially that path could be a little easier, but there's a lot of competition in this group.
Yes, there is, and we still have one match to cover here on the broadcast for you all watching at twitch.tv/Pokemon Unite or on our YouTube channels as well. So this is I just don't know how we actually got to the end of this match because there was so many things going on, and props to Luminosity for still keeping their mentality straight because so many pauses can really just break through the rhythm.
Yeah, it was awesome. I mean, the composition they drafted was very, very strong. We talked about Otter and their interesting support-based options. Slashcan electing for that block, and I honestly think it was one of the best decisions they could have made. Watch that. That Darkrai secure was absolutely fantastic from Kyrios, and Slashcan with the constant knockups at any given moment. Darkrai makes it into a second game on broadcast so far, and lo and behold, that is a 2-win, 100% win rate for Darkrai on broadcast.
Yes, it is, and we kind of expected it. It's either going to be banned or it's still going to perform really well when it gets picked. But all of these pushes by LG on the top half were just so incredibly good with the Reggie Alecki. And let's talk about that. Darkrai for Kyrios, player of the game.
All right, going with a very consistent item build of the Wise Glasses and Slick Spoon just for that natural special attack increase, and then they got the specs for the stacking ability. Taking out 38 wild Pokemon throughout that match as well. So even despite playing in path, they were able to rotate through the enemy side quite a bit. I think a couple of Reggies count towards that total as well. So Kyrios definitely making a lot of value, not just in team fights, but of course in the early game moments, and showcasing that, yeah, Darkrai might be our most recent release that is eligible for competitive play, but the skill expression is still there, and Kyrios has a mastery even of these new Pokemon added to the game.
Yes, they do, and we have to talk about like the strategy overall that LG had with that composition. You highlighted the double attackers and how that feels. It's just really nice to see refreshing different playstyles because I feel like 2024 was a season of double defenders, right? So we're getting into new stages. LAIC is the grand stage to debut all of these new strategies, and overall Brazil, Latin America, North, South, and NA really showing different stuff. Of course, don't forget about Nouns, our only EU team in the venue.
Yeah, still in the tournament, I believe, with an incredible performance that we saw on broadcast in their group stage. So I'm sure they are looking poised very good to be into our day number 2. Luminosity Gaming also looking great at 2-0. I think getting 3 wins in your group would essentially lock you up for day 2. It would be hard to outcontest that. I think if 3 teams technically went 3-2, then we're talking, but already taking down a team the caliber of Revenant, you have to imagine Luminosity Gaming is feeling very good about their day 2 chances.
Yeah, and we kind of half joked, right, about the Nemo interview for Fusion, saying they were going to go, no, for Fusion, for Fusion talked about the 5-0 with an Nemo in the interview. Let's get my brain sorted back up. And then Phil Yumas on Team YT was looking to get the 6-0. Now Luminosity may be going for the NA 7-0. You know, just joking. We only have 4 games to be played on Group D.
Yeah, you just gotta believe. If you believe in the 7-0, maybe it is possible. But yeah, these teams, obviously, they want to take as many wins as they can. This format that we have for day number 1 certainly is quite cutthroat in a best-of-1 kind of scenario, and seeing the teams rise to that occasion, like Fusion, to go into a tournament format that might be considered a little inconsistent, they prove that they are the face of consistency in a 5-0 finish. That is fantastic. A few other teams also having a great run. We already talked about how Group A has been locked up in terms of the teams making it into that group, in terms of Tuzzy, DreamMax, and Exiled team all making it into day 2, all Brazilian squads. It's going to be really cool to see them compete in some single elimination bracket territory.
Yes, because it's single elimination tomorrow with best of 3. So let's just have a look at the scores and how everything lined up. So that Group A you mentioned, Tuzzy and DreamX plus Exiled all on a 4-1 qualifying. That's the top 3 into day 2. Then on the side of Group B, the highlighted Fusion 5-0 that we have been shouting about all day. Then the Code plus Goldenrod Strikers, who were definitely a little bit outside the box in regards to our expectations, but definitely delivered.
Yeah, made it to day 2 with Venusaur Charizard in the lineup, so definitely have some spice available to them. AXK just outside of that qualification, not able to make it into day 2, which a bit of a surprise. They competed against Fusion, I think or against Code as well, in terms of some of the closest matchups that we got to see on stream. So them not making it into day 2, obviously gonna be frustrating for them, but they got more tournaments ahead of them to play for in Brazil, I'm sure. sure. Group C is one that we've kind of already left in terms of broadcast, but it's still ongoing here in the venue. Gonna be some really interesting results. We're gonna update this page as we receive them, but Invictus at 2-1 now. So I think we're kind of dancing around who is gonna be second or third in this group is probably the major conversation.
Yeah.
Obviously, everything could change, and we still could have a brand new top 3, but Nouns Esports, I think, are most people's primary pick to come out of that group in the first pick position. How does YouTube, how do Invictus line up? Those are both well-known names. Invictus with a great run in the regional Brazil tournament for Worlds Qualifier this last year. So a lot of talk about them, but Bad Dreams at 1-1 is still a result that is very malleable for a push into day 2.
Totally is, especially because the bottom of this group on 0 and 2 for both Mendakaru and Kaizen Esports, as you said, a tie feels really good at this point. When most of your teams in the group have only played 2 or 3 matches, there's still 2 extra matches to be played for a total of 5 in the group of 6. Differently from our group of Group D, with 5 teams where we only see 4 matches in, of course, this round-robin best-of-1 format.
Exactly, yeah. So, and going back to Group C for a second, you called it out. Only 2 games played for both of those teams on the bottom of that group. If either of those teams win out, I think they still have a chance of qualifying for the event. If you go 3-2, you have the ability. So,
the miracle run.
Yeah, exactly. Obviously, the path is not easy by any means, but nothing is over for those teams in Group C. In terms of Group D, obviously, it's a bit of a brand new world we're exploring, but we're kind of catching up to the same level that Group C is at as well. And Luminosity Gaming with a 2-0 finish with only 4 matches to play. The best or the worst they could do at this point is 50%, and that might even be good enough to qualify for them. So Luminosity Gaming kind of chilling at the moment. Revenant, the ones that are gonna have to really play up.
Yes, they do. And Revenant, to be fair, in this game in particular, you could see they had the strategy, but it just wasn't quite totally executed. Some of the rotations were lacking a little bit. The overall strategy they had with their composition maybe just fell short, and we know that it's difficult when you're facing Luminosity. And that was the first game that Revenant played on Group D already, right?
First game, yeah.
Yeah, so it just means quite a lot. Like when we had whoever was the first team to be playing against Fusion on Group B, it's such a heavy contender to be fighting against. So if you take that out of the way, you're like, right, we know the other teams, we can face up to them. And we've seen that quite a lot today, Zoinks.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of it. One thing we haven't seen, Soph, that I was actually really interested on that group stage screen is PLAGA. The team from Latin America North is 0-1 right now. So I am very curious who they played to take that game loss to. It might be Team Growth, if I'm looking at the results where they came in. Team Growth at 1-1. We saw them lose against Luminosity Gaming, but they found the win against the second team. PLAGA, one of the best teams from Latin America North historically over the last 3 years of Pokemon Unite. So to see them starting the group stage in that form is scary, and it's the reason why we talked about the competition that LG has to play against, or Revenant has to play against, or any of these teams in this group. It is a very formidable group. Yes, the chances of making it into day 2 are better in this group of 5, but again, not easy. You cannot rest easy at any moment in this situation with the teams like PLAGA, Luminosity Gaming, Revenant, and now Team Growth showing some backbone as well.
Yeah, and to be fair, this is the group with the most variety of nationalities as well. With the international, you have NA, you have LATAM North, you have Brazil. So
LATAM South, North America, that's like, 4, that's huge.
Oh, you got all of them, So feeling really, really just fresh overall, as we have been talking about all throughout today. This is the first day of 2025 for Pokemon Unite.
It's an intense kickoff to the season. It absolutely is. And these in-person events, as much as we talk about them in like fantastic ways, how fun they are, the big events, the pressure is also a huge factor in these events for these players to be entering into. So, I mean, if you wanted to get your feet wet in an event with some of these competitive teams who are looking forward to the rest of the season, we talked about that at the start of the show. Championship points have now been reworked to be allocated to entire teams instead of individual players. These rosters are going to be making very minimal changes throughout the year, or at least that would be most optimal to do so. So this is a great tournament to kind of see, are my teammates on stage, the teams that I want to play with, is this what we're going to be going for all season long? And I think a lot of the teams have been proving, oh yeah, we got a team we can cook with here all year long. It's been really, really exciting.
Absolutely. I'm I'm just so thrilled that this is the next step that they took for 2025 because the competitive integrity that comes through with building the esport for Pokemon Unite is making us so established as we can be, because everybody knows that Unite is just such a fun game to play and watch. So considering that you need to keep most of those squads almost untouched throughout the year just makes it extra exciting. Now we have top Pokemon picks by, well, Eldegoss dropped a little bit.
Thanks, Otter. Thanks, Otter, for attackers with EXP share. And so Eldegoss will fall off of the 100% pick rate on stream by the end of the day. Slowbro, though, keeping pace. Honestly, a defender I thought we would see very minimal play of, but maybe we talk about how there's certain carry Pokemon that are amazing on the in-person environment. Slowbro also just kind of checks those, so it does make sense that when, you know, the high tide affects all ships.
Yeah, you got the point and click on Slow Beam, and that just makes such a huge difference because you were talking about exactly that with the synergy just being so much easier with low latency in the LAN environment that when you have that coming up, the 1 point click and just take them down, I mean,
great.
It's so useful.
Yeah. We talked a little bit about how surprising, maybe not surprising, but how good Miraidon has been in our tournament so far. I actually think that 53% pick rate share is actually going to drop going into day 2. I think the ban rate of that Pokemon is going to be rapidly increasing the more matches we have today. I think it has been proven, either moveset, any situation, that Pokemon might just be too difficult to allow into games. And we're starting to find kind of these must bans. I feel like that was a big question mark headed into this tournament. I think most people would point to Darkrai as the first and foremost, but not even that was a given. Like, a lot of teams were talking about how they have potential counters. Blissey's pretty good into that Pokemon. You potentially could have a good team fight against it, things like that, but man, when it comes down to it, that Pokemon is it's winning a lot of games. So I think it has risen to the must-ban territory, and I think Miraidon is quickly approaching that pedestal as well.
I would say so too, definitely. But there's one thing, for example, about the Darkrai that you were mentioning is that I feel like, especially because day 1 was so filled with Darkrai, the teams that didn't make the top 3 and day 2 might just feel more comfortable with just going for the Blissey's and the Umbreons, the Slowbros, and just trying to shut them down and just have more confidence in doing so, especially when, for example, the likes of the Mimikyu can do things similar to the Darkrai. Those slots for bans, they are 2 per team.
Yeah, it gets trickier and trickier for Orange side on that banning phase, right? I mean, as the tournament develops, as we start to get a good read on what this metagame has to offer, it gets scarier and scarier to be in that second pick position. Your ban's a little more important because whatever you don't select, for those of you who have not played so much draft mode, whatever you don't select means the opposing team gets their pick of first choice Pokemon. They only get the pick 1, but they get the pick of whatever powerhouse you left available in the banning phase. That is why I think, I mean, we've debated quite a few times. I feel like once a show, the debate comes up, is orange side or purple side better in the state of the game when it comes to drafts? I feel like before this patch, maybe you could make the argument for orange side, but I think with the way Darkrai is looking, with the way Miraidon is looking, I think purple side is looking stronger and stronger right now.
I highly agree with that, but I have one thing that I would love to add here. I would say in best of ones, definitely you're going for your first pick on the purple. But when you're going into best of 3 territory zoinks, that's when things change. Because you're trying to predict what the enemy is going to go for, what they have already played, what you can deny, and just build that onto your own composition and how you want to counter the enemy. And sometimes just being the last pick just makes it just that much better to make sure that that one key was not given away and could not be countered by the enemy team.
Yeah. See, I tend to agree in theory, right? It's the vacuum is like, yeah, if you have 5 players who are all incredibly adaptable and can play every Pokemon available in the roster, yeah, that looks good, but like, let's face it, a lot of our players at the top level of this game even are specialists of a few Pokemon that they feel comfortable with, and all of a sudden, when there's too many things to try to change around, and you're counter picking every time, you start ending up with some uncomfortable draftable pick situations that get a little tricky. Now, when we're talking about teams that have legendary runs at the World Championships, have been there every year, I think that point starts to diminish quickly, right? Obviously, if you are that adaptable, if your Pokemon pool is that big, yeah, you are able to react at any given moment, but there is something to be said about just playing your own game and not even caring about what's on the other side sometimes. So, I mean, it is tricky. I do think you are right. Once we go into games or matches that will have more games as a part of them, you will see the draft to be a little bit different, and maybe teams will be choosing. Just as a reminder, I don't know if we've ever said on broadcast, for today's games, the way that band's choices or side choices were determined was with a coin flip with the admins beforehand with the two captains of both teams, and then whoever wins the coin flip got to choose their side. So it was determined by a coin flip. Obviously, that will be the case next tomorrow as well, but in best of 3 scenarios or best of 5 scenarios, if you lose a game, then you get the option to choose first or second draft pick.
Yes, exactly. And that is part of the strategy, right? If it wasn't part of the strategy, it would always be coin flip, but that's not the case. We won the strategy, won the competitive, and we won the high level of performance. Team Growth against PLAGA is going to be your next match and final match of Unite on day 1.
It's going to be exciting. Let's get into it. It's going to be North America versus LATAM North. It's going to be a fun matchup. Obviously, I think all of these names are very familiar to us. Obviously, we saw a lot of them on Team Growth earlier, but now PLAGA, and this does confirm that these two teams did not compete, by the way. So, also, we are hitting a small issue, so we're going to jump away from the draft for a moment. Good thing we caught it in draft. We're going to get that corrected real quick and get back into the matchup nice and fast. But yeah, so we're going to see another North America versus LATAM matchup. This time, LATAM North is going to be the representatives on the main stage.
Yes, they will. And it's just so exciting overall because we know, being in Brazil here for LAIC 2025, we have plenty of Brazilian teams, but I'm just so excited to always watch the LATAM teams because this is how we get together and try to really understand how the enemy plays and what is good and what is not. Considering, especially for Group D, having only 5 teams, as you said, it's 4. You need to get 4 games played, and there's just even more limited time, so you got to make everything count. So LATAM North, LATAM South with Revenant that we just watched was a little difficult for them, but this is a whole different one. PLAGA versus Team Growth.
Yeah, I'm excited to see. I actually thought these two teams had faced off, but obviously I was incorrect about that situation. Now, we were talking about how in this tournament, it's all about finding out what the best thing is and how these playstyles actually interact here on the main stage. One thing that I think has been a surprise that we have not seen almost any of all day is any dive compositions. We've seen a little bit of Dodrio, a little bit of Zoroark, but it has been very little double commit in the draft towards a dive composition. We honestly, Team Growth might have been the closest when we saw the Greedent Dodrio build. That might have been the closest option, but with so many attackers kind of ruling the metagame again, these mages, the special attack damage dealers from range, usually we start to see a little bit of the dive start to surface. But Leafeon has been a frequent ban, probably one of the best dive Pokemon in the entire game at the moment. So Leafeon being a frequent ban does dissuade teams from sometimes doubling down on the double speedster. But no Absol, no Talonflame, some misses.
You know what? You were talking about that, and I'm like, oh yes, I see a light. Day 2, 0 hours for Brazilian teams.
Okay. That is so funny you mentioned. Okay, so Brazil and Zero Aura. Talk to me about the history there.
We got great history here for Zero Aura because most teams at some point or another have one player in particular that will try to get a Zero Aura lucky, and they just get it online. It's just insane. Sometimes, for example, for this Worlds, getting into it, Zero Auras did really well, but before Worlds, it was like, Zero Aura?
Yeah.
What are you talking about? Yeah, but we can try to get this back because it's fast, it's dive worthy, it's very strong, but it's still very squishy. So you gotta have the composition to back it up. That's why I just feel like because these Brazilian teams, they're just so well gelled together and have been playing for so long. Same goes for the other squads that have been playing for a lot of years and seasons already together, that they can make it work. It's just something that I feel like the Brazilian flair and the vibe and the blood that I have been talking about, that I just feel like coursing through our veins is just the excitement that I feel like maybe a Zero Aura can bring.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, Zero Aura is one of those speedsters that when you categorize it in terms of a typical class we would see in games of this genre, it's kind of difficult because it's an assassin on paper, but it does have a lot of good AoE damage that I think kind of brings it more to the forefront. right? So when we see Zero Aura, I think where it really excels is into a melee-focused composition where it can hit multiple targets always with Discharge. You can try to Volt Switch and yoink one target out of the lineup of the enemy team and pull them to your side. Of course, there's good plays there, but it is a tricky Pokemon to kind of run in that dive-centric composition. It feels like it's one of those spotlight hog Pokemon, you know what I mean? It's like, if you're gonna run Zero Aura, you need a lot of resources to make this Pokemon work. It's not exactly self-sufficient when it comes down to it, but in this metagame where attackers are extremely self-sufficient, maybe it's a good spot to try to use it. So yeah, we could see some Zero Aura in this game. That'd be cool.
That would. But again, I will reinforce, I'm thinking about that for tomorrow.
Okay.
Not today.
All right.
Not today.
All right, we're not
Maybe
making the predictions.
Maybe I'll be proven wrong because we've had the Mimikyu that you enjoy quite a lot. I have been talking about the Ninetales that we had, the Safeguard with the Auroraville Ninetales that I also was vouching for. So maybe it will happen.
Oh yeah, we've been getting wishes granted all over this tournament, and that has been really cool. Exactly. And I mean, the games I think have been delivering in excellence when we get to see them. There has been some super exciting games to be played. I mean, I'm thinking back to a few of my favorite ones. It's always good to watch Fusion just run it down in some of these events. Nouns Esports, some of their games were awesome to see. But I gotta say, I mean, that battle of NA between Luminosity Gaming and Team Growth was really exciting. One of my favorite games to cast in the tournament so far.
Oh wow, that's wonderful. Yeah, I totally agree. We didn't cast the Nouns versus Team YT game, but I think that to me was the game of the day.
Yeah, honestly, if you are tuning in just now and you want to look back to a match just a few hours former, there was an awesome matchup between EU and North America. It was Nouns Esports versus Team YouTube. One of the most exciting matches we got to see. We got to see Gatlu on the Gyarados. I think the only debut of Gyarados on stream so far today. Obviously, we don't have too many of the stats from the open play or the group stage play that's not on the main stage quite yet. We'll have those for tomorrow, but I do think, I mean, seeing the Gyarados all of a sudden was crazy, and then I think what stole the show might have been Toon Slim on that Miraidon. Not the first time that's happened.
Yeah, and it just further reinforces what you said about Miraidon potentially being one of the most banned Pokemon for tomorrow, going to day 2 of LAIC 2025. And Zoinks, do you think we're going to have a change because we're getting the Miraidon? We talked about the Darkrai. Do you think the Darkrai is going to fall off in some way?
I don't. I mean, not in terms of success, right? In terms of play rate, sure, it's already pretty down there. I think we've only seen it 3 times on broadcast so far, 100% win rate in the entire time. But I do think the ban rate is just going to kind of lock in place. I think it's going to stick around. I know I heard rumors and talk of teams about how they found some counters to it. Yeah. Then you watch a player like Kyrios, or maybe if Toon Slim grabs it, and you're like, oh man, maybe not. But who knows? Maybe in this game, we'll get to see it because, folks, draft is ready. We're going to be jumping back into this game between Team Growth and PLAGA, and no Darkrai this time around. It will be banned, and Hoopa earning a ban. Very interesting.
Yeah, it has been present. I would say the last ban here for the right side on Orange PLAGA would be the Leafeon. The Mimikyu makes quite a lot of sense as well here for Team Growth. Wow, they actually lock in a Urshifu. Any thoughts on that?
An Urshifu ban is interesting into Team Growth. Obviously, these players will have competed quite a bit. I know Team Growth and PLAGA are both online competitors at a lot of the grassroots events, so I know they have run into each other time after time. So this could be some in-game knowledge that would make sense. Miraidon's still available. Team Growth, though, did not go with that strategy whatsoever last time, but they are going to lock it in. Brian Gunn going to take that Miraidon.
Yeah, and as you said, the versatility that comes from that attacker also comes from the defender on the side of Umbreon that gets locked in by PLAGA. And when you have both movesets just being so incredibly relevant, useful, and good in the match at the moment, Blaziken will be the all-rounder next, while looking at Team Growth, a potential Slowbro that has been very high up in pick rate would make quite a lot of sense when Umbreon is already out.
Yeah, I was just going to talk about that support pick. So it will be the Eldegoss picked up for Team Growth, which is a great pickup. We talked about how much we've seen it, but I think it's a really good call by PLAGA to take the Blaziken instead of something like a Blissey or an LD there. You know you're going to get Blissey. Up against a team like Team Growth, who does show favor towards Eldegoss or even potentially the Comfey in certain compositions, you can kind of bank on getting that Blissey support later. And oh, there it is.
Oh, it's arrived.
Mewtwo Y is here. here.
I'm losing my mind.
With the Blissey, too.
Oh my god. Okay, let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. It's
right.
the Safeguard Blissey with the Mewtwo Y, and the auto attacks goes.
Exactly, and look, Dawnluck's already building into it. This is so funny because when I think of Dawnlux as a player, the Pokemon that always leaps to mind is the Mew. They are such an incredible Mew player, but why don't we just add a number on the end of that, right?
Why
Let's
don't you
lock
just add
in
an
the
evolution?
Mewtwo. Perfect. So, Dawnlux will be locking in the Mewtwo, most likely the Mewtwo Y. I don't think our graphic actually tells us that here, but they have the Rapid Fire Scarf and the Muscle Band. So, the auto attacks are going to be in abundance. We're going next attack. You have to imagine that Texas is going to be locking in the Helping Hand on the Blissey. This is going to be a ludicrous amount of attack damage, but the dive comp is kind of built on the other side. Brian Gunn does have a lot of special attack damage and no Ninja Doll, which usually means the Charge Beam. However, you still could build that way with this Pokemon. So we could have kind of a triple dive in terms of the Greedent, Leafeon, and Miraidon, but I think Leafeon and Greedent holding on that dive front line with Miraidon for Poke is probably a perfect balance that Team Growth is going to want to hit.
Yeah, it makes quite a lot of sense, and as you said, for a composition that focuses on dive, you're talking about early game pressure, you're talking about this Leafeon just making the most out of going to the side lanes, stacking up with that attack wave and making all they can early on to build the lead in points to get PLAGA just that much farther behind, where we need to address again the Mewtwo Y plus the Helping Hand Safeguard for Blissey. Can we just talk about that? Because Zoinks, it's the first time here at LAIC on our screen. We're casting it. Can you process that?
Absolutely. I mean, I think the reason we want to talk about it so much is because we've wanted to talk about it all day, and it hasn't been getting played.
And I mean, to be fair, last game of the day, we got it.
Great. Okay.
It's
so
the Wonder Wish we're
Mewtwo
talking about.
Y. Yeah, exactly. We have powers, and we don't want to acknowledge them, but we do have superpowers. Let's get into it, though. Group D, our best of one matchup between Team Growth and PLAGA. Both these teams at a 1 in the loss column, so they really need to get on this winning track if they want to make it into day 2. This could be a qualifier game between these two squads.
Interesting play here for the side of PLAGA, going for that Mewtwo Y with the Umbreon and giving the blue to the Umbreon. Now top side though, we see the Gossifleur just trying to handle everybody until the Leafeon arrives, and there is the Belch as well. They can try to do some help. No, not yet quite Belch for the level 3, but still trying to survive the focus band. It stacks and it's enough. The Greedent escapes.
Ego is going to make it away. Leafeon trying to jump in front of those icicle shards, but they just can't quite in time. Aria not able to block any of those, and that Gossifleur is going to go back to base. It's going to take quite a bit of time to get the Eldegoss. They might even have to take these back Buttlebees that were skipped earlier on, deny Miraidon if they want to get to that evolution. But Brian Gunn is here with the fight. We have 4-player push into the other side.
Looking to get, the Chansey already down. That was so quick. Now the Torchic as well can't do much here, but the Glaceon trying with the Icicle Spears to do something else. Umbreon joins them in the fray, and Ahaya is going to be taken. There's an evolution just mid on the Combuskin, trying to get another. They do, so PLAGA stands their ground. Might not have gotten much of that EXP, but they still managed to take the fight.
Yeah, and this duo that's on screen right now for PLAGA is my favorite duo on this Latin America North team. Kira and Froy have been playing together for so long, and the synergy looks amazing. Froy, one of the best all-rounder players we've ever seen, and Kira, on this Umbreon, I haven't seen them too much, but there's a lot of defender picks that I truly think they are eligible for best in the world title at. Revenant might be first in line. Kira is phenomenal at that pick.
Yeah, now mean look. Locking them down in place. The Mewtwo has arrived, so this could be something more that they could take. Just the Icicle Spear will do the job. Now there's the Charge Beam you mentioned. They're doing some damage, but they're still going to be healthy for the moment. We don't have any heals coming up here on the spot side, so they just retreat back into their gold zone.
Yeah, we see the Umbreon going with the mean look, honestly, probably because they're going very much into the Wish territory. If Blissey is picking up Helping Hand Safeguard, they will not have access to a healing move outside of their Unite move. So Umbreon will have to fill in the gaps left by this very aggressive Blissey move choice. But Texas is going to try to bring it to fruition alongside this Mewtwo. Blaze Kick pulls back Charles, but they're on the run.
Yes, they are. Now in a very dangerous spot is the Greedent, but we know that they can usually escape with that much movement speed. On the other side of your screen, you actually see the Glaceon taking down the here we are, back, reconnecting. We're online. Going here to the top side for 2 seconds for the Regieleki to respawn as they're still pushing here with the Glaceon and the Icicle Spears. Can they be blocked? Oh, Maridon, why'd you steal that berry? That's just rude.
Yeah, I'm gonna say they need the HP a little bit more, but they are gonna have to retreat and defend this goal zone now as PLAGA able to secure that Regieleki with all that space they've been gained. It is now right on the doorstep. Charles jumping in front of it, but will only be for so long. Regieleki lands. Let's see what LATAM North math looks like.
Oh.
Not bad.
17. Okay.
Honestly, what we're looking for is stacks for Kira's attack weight right now. We need that. We need that wish healing to be increased a little bit, if at all possible. With those scores and Froy threatening 30, this is going to be a huge push for them. On the other side, though, Team Growth has found a way to get some stacks of their own, as Leafeon from Korea has been putting a lot of pressure onto the bottom path.
Yes, they have known a 3v3 here. No, actually 4v3 straight into that two-step, and now they're following up with the the telekinesis, and they bring them in as well with the Belch on the backline to guarantee that that Glaceon was going to be out of the fight. The Reggie is taken by Team Growth, and Zoinks, things are looking so active in this game.
Yeah, despite that Blissey going down immediately, which, by the way, great target priority for Team Growth, but Mewtwo does get to Mega Evolve in that fight and doesn't even need the bonus on the Helping Hand. Now they can take this fight again. That is a Mewtwo Unite move, hitting every available Pokemon on the enemy team all at once. Stun, damage, and global vision, and that is going to be another goal zone break. PLAGA really taking control of this game right now.
Very nice overdunk as well, around 25 on that bottom tier 1. They can also do what we have been praising all around the day. When you take a zone, go for an invade, be aggressive and deny your opponent of that EXP, and that's what PLAGA is doing. Maybe in a very bad position though. They're trying to get something more going out forward. The Meteor Storm will hit a couple of them, but the last will whiff. Now Leafeon still in the back line. The Mewtwo is going to go down, trying to push a little further. The Belt will do damage on the Blissey. Takes one, takes two, 2-kill streak, and that's the Blaziken also trying to maybe make something out of it, but it's a 1v5, and I don't think a Blaziken can do much more than maybe just take one overheat. We'll get the Slowbro down. They're still running. They're pretty fast, but they haven't yet been taken. The Belch is here. They're still standing. Zoinks, how is this? What? Are they going to turn this back?
This 1v1's wild. They were able to bait out the entire Unite move. That is crazy. And Froy's walking away. You can watch on the minimap. They're still around, but it's going to be Jax taking over this matchup as Glaceon is carving through multiple enemies on the other side, and doing so has built a runway for this future Regieleki to walk upon, absolutely stunting on their opponents in this model situation as that tier 2 is available, and Regieleki well on their way.
Definitely, especially when you have the 13th level Glaceon on your squad for PLAGA. We know as well that because they shut down the Leafeon just now, that Regieleki was just much easier to perform. Now pushing out on the bottom side, even when you have the Slowbro just defending the top side. Now pushing out, the two-step comes through. Emerald enough to go ahead and take the Umbreon down. The Blaziken can be swift, but not that swift with the round kicks. Now Blaziken, no, not Blaziken, Glaceon still there. Look at the Mewtwo Unite, that was absolutely huge. That is insane of a bright future, I would say.
Yeah, Dawnlux absolutely crushes it with that Mewtwo Unite move. I say they shut down Kira's Umbreon, which is a good call. Kira not able to throw the Wish on in time for that extra damage reduction. They get it, they get knocked down, and it does go on to Blissey. So a really interesting situation they had to play around. Froy doesn't pick up that Wish. It is a healing move that if you get knocked out while it is in its casting animation, actually moves onto a target adjacent to you or in a nearby location. So Blaziken doesn't get it, they have to recall. But despite all of that, PLAGA is still able to win that team fight on the back of this Mewtwo Unite move. And all of this is just making us ask the question, how have we not seen this Pokemon more in today's tournament? Mewtwo Live brings so much to the table.
It does, and as you said, it's not just that we haven't seen it in the game, we haven't seen it even banned, which is something completely crazy. I agree. The Helping Hand safeguard is just so powerful at the moment for these auto attack based Pokemon, and it's just helping quite a bit here for the side of PLAGA, taking a very nice lead of around 99 points. I can do maths, that's fun.
That's
right.
huge.
continuing forward here with around 10 seconds on that Reggie LAIC to spawn, and PLAGA taking the stance to take it first.
Okay, this is a big risk. I mean, you will send Reggie LAIC to tier 2 and have time to rotate, but look at how Team Growth is posturing. They have very aggressive positioning around that Rayquaza, all around the bottom side of the pit, and Leafeon is actually taking the blue buff currently alongside Ego's a mess. So, big push into the enemy side. They're going to try to trap PLAGA here, but right now, the first one to be spotted is that Slowbro.
Yeah, but a mean look on a Slowbro might be okay. If they're all well, that is a target for sure. On the Slow Beam goes to the Blissey, and the Blissful Assistance goes straight down to the back to save the Glaceon and help them survive. Pushing forward, PLAGA feels incredibly strong because of this separation that was caused, and even Team Growth kind of put themselves in that position.
Yeah, Ego's a mess. Is going to try to recall as well. Their Greedent was just at such low HP, they couldn't get back to the Rayquaza in time, and due to that recall, that means that PLAGA is able to capture that Rayquaza at an extreme pace. 36 points in for the Blissey, and a hundo burger from that Blaziken as Froy dunks it in. PLAGA holding it down for Latin America North as they have a minute and 20 left to defend this tremendous lead.
That is a very big lead for Team Growth to try to come back from. NA, can you do anything about it? 1 minute and 12 seconds. It seems like a little bit too much. You still have the Rayquaza shield on the Glaceon, and 50 gubbins to be scored just as we speak, getting themselves to 814. Not 199 is the score for Team Growth right now. And unfortunately, Leafeon might be straight into the enemy jungle, but well, I don't think they can do, how much? 600 points?
Yeah, no, unfortunately, that is going to be it for this matchup. We're going to rack up the scoreline a little bit here, but let's just talk about what PLAGA did so well. And I think that is control the tempo in this match against a composition that is rocking this mean Greedent, as Spraggles of Deuce Next like to call it. It is really difficult to, basically never misstep. Greedent is one of the best Pokemon at tying your shoes together so you trip in front of all your friends and you're so embarrassed at school. And that is what this team is so good at doing. However, PLAGA never once gets too nervous or off-put in any of these situations. They win basically every single team fight that we even had in this matchup, and obviously the score line is going to reflect that as well in a lot of these pushes. They focus so hard on the Reggie LAIC in every single moment, didn't really care too much about the bottom path, and that was a recipe for success. Mewtwo Y gets its first W on stream.
Ooh, for LAIC 2025 altogether. That is just huge. Wow, and we have 1,086 points to wrap up the day for our final match on the broadcast for the group stage of day 1 LAIC. And Zoinks, I know the Mewtwo Y with the Blissey, I've been talking quite a lot about that.
Yeah.
But the Glaceon performance, hello?
Yeah, incredible.
The levels, the resources that were captured by that attacker, just how much damage the Ice Cold Spear was doing, I love to see how much we have. 15 knockouts, 11 assists.
Yeah,
and that is an MVP for me.
That is huge. I mean, Dawnluck's only at 5 KOs. We gotta see the damage numbers though. 132,000 damage for Jax on that Glaceon. Froy also with a very respectable 86,000, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, Glaceon, another Pokemon that will benefit heavy from these auto attack enhancing abilities of Blissey's helping hand. I mean, a Pokemon that really just wants to rapid attack with its moves, but its auto attacks are gonna be sending those spears to chase you forever and getting you more icicles around you. So really, really good stuff to really utilize all of these aspects. I mean, technically, Mean Look Umbreon can attack faster with all those constant boosted autos.
Well, yeah, you know what?
But I mean, at some point, I think we're just digging for reasons to make Helping Hand look better. But either way, I think we don't have to dig too deep to see how good that PLAGA was playing in this matchup. We talked about this decision here. I think that Slow Beam probably intended for the Mewtwo Y. Does pick up the Blissey, which makes things really, really difficult. They had another chance to dive, but that was shut down by Dawnlux's Unite move. The stuns on multiple targets, preventing them from jumping on with that with the Greedent Unite move. It's shut down. But here we go. Our player of the game is going to be Frank on that Glaceon. Slits Boom, Cursed Incense, and now Wise Glasses.
I just love it. I just love this build. It's my favorite one for Glaceon, and the fact that, as you pointed out, that Helping Hand is going to be even more impactful for this composition in particular. And I love altogether how PLAGA just utilized well the fact that they had a good early game, although the enemy team also had it. Team Growth had a Leafeon that could benefit from that as well, but the fact that as you mentioned, the timings, the rotations, which is so good for the side of PLAGA, the resources, they were there, the EXP, and that early level 13 for Glaceon, which is huge.
Yeah, I mean, who beat this team is what I'm really asking about with this Latin America North squad, but obviously they are looking pretty good for the rest of the group stage and where they are poised to try to make it into that day 2. So we're going to take a look at where the group stage standings are at currently with our most updated list that we have. Obviously, there's going to be information incoming, ongoing, because the group stage is still going. But we're actually going to take a look at the bracket, I believe.
Oh, interesting, very fun.
Okay.
Wonderful preview of that day 2.
All right, so we can take a look at the bracket. Obviously, there are a few spots to be filled in because we still have teams to qualify via the group stage. However, we have a few of the top 8 decider matches. So DreamHack Esports, confirmation that they were second place in their group, have elected to play against the Goldenrod Strikers. The Code have chosen to play against Exiled team. That is a scary matchup for sure. We'll see where that goes into. In top 8, Tuzzy Esports do not know who their potential opponents will be, and neither does Fusion. The other groups are still to be decided in terms of Group C and D's first place. So that is what our bracket is going to look like. Tomorrow, we will obviously have more information for you as it does fill in and we get a little bit more knowledge of what these teams are looking like. But already, I'm very excited for DreamHack versus Goldenrod. That is going to be a really cool matchup.
Banger matchup to start the day, absolutely. Would love if we could get that one in particular on broadcast. We'll see how it goes. But to see how it goes, you need to catch us bright and early, 9 a.m. Brazilian time, 4 a.m. Pacific time. And with that, we are going to wrap up. Are we wrapping up? Is this how the day ends?
Yeah, just a reminder for everybody watching to make sure to not miss a minute of the action. You do that by tuning into the time that Soph just said, as well as tuning in at twitch.tv/Pokemon Unite all day tomorrow. And on Sunday morning, you can tune in at twitch.tv/Pokemon to watch the grand finals, our LAIC potential champions, and what team will be traveling to the ACL to compete. We are going to be also talking a little bit about what you can earn while watching any of our broadcasts for this event. So if you play the trading card game, and specifically the Pokemon trading card game live, you can redeem the code LAIC25 top as Bolt, maybe? I'm definitely saying that wrong. But if you want to... Topaz Bolt, thank you so much. Oh man, no spaces in codes are my arch enemy. But if you put in that code, you get that super cool thing, and you get that awesome card on TCG Live. You also can just watch and earn these epic drops if you are watching twitch.tv/Pokemon TCG to earn the deck box sleeve and coin. But that's not all, we got some VGC stuff too.
Yes, we do. On twitch.tv/Pokemon, you have VGC with this code for that lovely Palapa Shiny. Very nice. With the code that is on your screen, I will not attempt to say that.
Wide Guard LAIC25, I nailed it.
It's Wide Guard within 1.
That is true. We're getting gamer levels up in here. Reminder, that Pelipper is a shiny Pokemon indicated by that top left corner. So there's a lot to tune in for if you're into VGC, TCG, or Go, of course. But for Pokemon Unite, you know where to come for day 2 action. It's going to be right here on this channel at 9 a.m. BRT. We will see you all there for day 2 of LAIC.